Your father is the strongest warrior in the Dragon Kingdom, and your mother is a high-ranking manager in the Martial Arts Foundation. Yet, as the eldest son of a top martial arts family, you were sent to Beijing to enlist in the military. Your parents even think you're a disgrace to the family and sever all ties with you, simply because in a world where martial arts rule, you only awakened a C-grade talent. At this moment, on the high platform of the Beijing 8th Camp's new recruit training ground, an instructor stood before the recruits, speaking to them. Being sent to Beijing to enlist means your talent is lacking. You are seen as waste by others. If you don't want to be trash and want to have privileges, then show your full strength. Here, the strong are respected, and strength is everything. Just when Lin Bei thought his future was destined to be mediocre, the system suddenly detected that the host was a new recruit and automatically transformed into the God of War system. His C-grade talent was amplified, transforming into the SSS-level Heaven's reward for hard work. Lin Bei's pupils trembled violently as he exclaimed in disbelief, C-grade talent instantly changes to SSS level. Looking across the Dragon Kingdom, even the whole world, SSS-level geniuses are rare and precious. He quickly asked, System, what does the SSS-level Heaven's reward for hard work do? The system replied, this system is designed to turn the host into an unparalleled God of War. As long as the host trains in martial arts, martial techniques, and special abilities within the God of War talent range, every bit of effort will earn you a 1,000-fold critical reward. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei almost screamed out loud, this talent is too overpowered. As long as I put in a little effort, even the greatest geniuses will fall far behind me. Before Lin Bei's excitement had subsided, the system's voice echoed again, friendly reminder, every time the host advances in military rank, they will receive one lottery chance. Lin Bei was stunned. My god, this is too insane. Military ranks include new recruit, martial general, stone general, 100-man commander, 1,000-man commander, 10,000 household lord, duke, king, and God of War. A total of 9 lottery chances. If I get another SSS-level talent, I can't even imagine it. Lin Bei then opened the system panel. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Awakening Level 1. Military rank, New Recruit. Talent, SSS-level Heaven's reward for hard work. Martial technique, Dragon Kingdom Basic Body Tempering Fist, Beginner. Physique, 12, Normal is 10. At that moment, the instructor shouted, next, we begin practical combat training. Form teams in 1 minute, 2-person duels. The losers will be punished. As soon as these words were spoken, the 100 new recruits on the field were all shocked. Although they had known the military camp was harsh, they hadn't expected it to be this brutal. A mocking, hostile voice suddenly came from behind Lin Bei. Oh, isn't this young Master Lin? How did you fall so low to end up in the borderlands to enlist? Oh right, I almost forgot, young Master Lin was kicked out because his C-grade talent embarrassed the Lin family. Ha ha ha. Lin Bei turned around and smiled faintly. Oh, isn't this the son of my personal servant? Wang Chang, you're not trying to inherit your father's duties and fulfill your filial piety, are you? When I was in the Lin family, you didn't even dare to fart. Wang Chang's face turned red with rage as he yelled, F****ku. When he was in the Lin family, he had always been jealous of Lin Bei. Later, after awakening his worthless A-grade talent, he thought he could rise and take control. He started using the Lin family's name to gather resources from others. Not long after, the truth came out, and the Lin family kicked him out, which caused him to lose his chance at college entrance exams. Left with no choice, he joined the military at the border. But he still had A-grade talent and thought he could make a name for himself in the borderlands. However, he never expected to encounter Lin Bei here. Every time he saw Lin Bei, it reminded him of the humiliation of being kicked out of the Lin family. Wang Chang sneered and provocatively said, this is a military camp, where strength is everything. If you're brave enough, team up with me and fight. Lin Bei's lips curled upward as he replied, alright, just obediently wait for your father. After all, beating you requires only a little practice. With that, he immediately began practicing the body tempering fist. This move shocked everyone on the training ground. I've seen people cram for exams, but I've never seen someone prepare for a duel at the last minute. Wang Chang is the only one with A-grade talent among the new recruits, and his combat strength is boosted by physical reinforcement. But Lin Bei's C-grade trash talent isn't good for fighting, what can he do? If Lin Bei practiced for another month, he might not even catch up, murmured the people around. Wang Chang wore a smug smile, his vanity greatly satisfied. In the Lin family, he was just a negligible servant's son, but in the military, he was a genius with A-grade talent. No one dared to look down on him, Wang Chang. Lin Bei, if you're scared, kneel and kowtow 10 times, saying please spare me, great one. Then I might consider going easy on you. I can also protect you in the future here in the military, Wang Chang said smugly. Cut. Lin Bei sneered and continued throwing punches. Ding. Host has consecutively thrown 10 punches, earning a 1,000-fold critical reward. Body tempering fist has reached the perfect level. Martial technique levels are beginner, proficient, small success, great success, and perfection. Lin Bei only threw 10 punches, skipping over years, even decades, of hard training. Wang Chang, seeing Lin Bei's indifferent and dismissive attitude, immediately activated his A-grade talent for body reinforcement. His body visibly grew stronger. In this enhanced state, his strength, defense, and recovery were all greatly improved. Then, Wang Chang gathered all his strength into his right fist and launched a powerful punch. Lin Bei, in no rush, stood firmly in his horse stance, and with a simple and unadorned move, threw out his own punch. The terrifying force sent Wang Chang flying, and the sound of his bones breaking filled the air. The entire field fell into an eerie silence. In this world where strength is everything, the recruits on the field looked at Lin Bei with astonished eyes. Bro, what era is this, and you're still playing marbles and eating tigers? This guy must be an S-grade talent. So strong. This guy has the potential to be a general. What seemed like a simple, unadorned punch actually compressed all the force into his muscles, bones, and blood. In the instant it exploded, it generated immense destructive power. This proved how terrifying Lin Bei's control over his strength truly was. After a long time, the battle and sparring finally came to an end. Out of the 120 new recruits, except for Wang Chang who was sent to the medical room, the remaining 59 losers were still standing here. Losers, each of you must do 500 push-ups. You are not allowed to eat until you finish. The instructor scolded. Damn. Getting beaten up is bad enough. Now we have to do 500 push-ups. Complaints filled the air from the crowd. The Northern Border Regiment doesn't want weaklings. If you can't handle this hardship, leave now. Instructor Jiang Hao's anger flared as he heard the complaints. The dangers in the Northern Border are far greater than the other 3 regions, and the casualty rate is the highest. If you want to survive, you must put in more effort than others. Otherwise, on the battlefield, you'll be nothing more than food for the giant beasts. The complaints gradually faded, and the instructor turned to look at the remaining 60 winners, especially at Lin Bei. Losers have a punishment, and winners naturally have rewards. I can fulfill a small request within my power. Dinner with meat. Giant beast meat. Me too, me too. The crowd cheered and agreed. Giant beast meat is a great supplement. Warriors who eat it can enhance their vital energy and blood, making breakthroughs in realms faster. But good things are expensive. The cheapest giant beast meat costs hundreds of yuan per pound. Awakened warriors who haven't entered a stage can eat 5 or 6 pounds of giant beast meat a day. Warriors who have entered a stage can easily eat 10 or more pounds, and ordinary families can't afford it. If winning a battle in training means having giant beast meat to eat every day, then everyone will surely train desperately every day. Okay. The instructor nodded, and the field was immediately filled with enthusiastic cheers. Then, the instructor's gaze shifted, and he looked at Lin Bei and asked, "What is your request?" "Report, instructor. I want to be promoted to sergeant." Lin Bei's voice was firm, resounding. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the field was stunned. What is going on with this brother? He just joined the army and awakened 1 stage, and now he wants to be a sergeant? Although the Northern Border Regiment is known for its powerful warriors, the sergeant rank requires at least the 6th stage of awakening, and he was miles away. This is too ambitious and arrogant, it's not a good thing. The instructor scolded. Report, instructor. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Lin Bei shocked everyone with his words, and the other new recruits on the field were all stunned. It turns out he not only wants to be a sergeant, but he also wants to be a general. Ambition was written all over his face. The instructor was also slightly stunned. He had been an instructor in the Northern Border's 8th Battalion for many years and had seen many new recruits, but only 2 with such strong ambitions. One was Lin Bei, and the other had now become the famous Marquis of 10,000 households. But the Marquis of 10,000 households had S-level talent, while Lin Bei had only C-level talent. His ambition didn't match his strength. Thus, Jiang Hao decided to curb Lin Bei's arrogance. Fine. I will suppress your realm to the 1st stage of awakening. If you can last 10 minutes under my hands, I will promote you to sergeant. But if you lose, not only will the reward you just won be cancelled, but you will also have to accept a punishment of 1,000 push-ups. You have 1 minute to consider. Starting now. The martial arts realms are divided from weak to strong, from the 1st to the 9th stage of awakening, and after awakening, it's considered the entry level, divided into 1 to 9 stages, each of which is further divided into 1 to 9 levels. The difference between the 1st stage of awakening and the 3rd stage seems small, but in reality, there is a gap of 31 small realms. If this were in ancient times, it would be the difference between an emperor and a beggar. Even if the instructor suppressed his realm, relying on his rich combat experience, skilled martial arts, and powerful physique, he could easily crush Lin Bei in every aspect. But Lin Bei did not hesitate and replied, "Report, instructor." No need to count time, just start. Chapter 3, Sparring with the Instructor, a Natural Martial Arts Genius. Facing an experienced warrior like Instructor Jiang Hao, Lin Bei decided to take the initiative. He threw the first punch. The punch was swift, with hidden force surging, leaving trails of afterimages in the air, leaving many new recruits stunned. No wonder he had the confidence to challenge the instructor. It turned out that Lin Bei had already perfected his body tempering punch to an extraordinary level. Jiang Hao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lin Bei to be so decisive, acting without the slightest hesitation. But just relying on the body-refining fist at the perfection realm couldn't win against him. Jiang Hao threw a punch, faster and stronger, carrying the murderous aura of the battlefield. It was clearly just a casual punch, yet it put immense pressure on Lin Bei. It was as if the person standing before him was not an instructor, but an insurmountable mountain, with an unbeatable aura. The instructor's punch arrives before his strike even lands. His strength is terrifying. Yeah, this fight is a one-sided crushing. Lin Bei has no chance of winning. Now we just see how long Lin Bei can hold on. The crowd watching murmured, all shaken by Jiang Hao's overwhelming power. To suppress him to the awakening stage and still be this strong. What if he fought with all his strength? It's unimaginable. The two fought for several minutes, with Lin Bei being overwhelmed and struggling to catch his breath. No matter how hard he punched, Jiang Hao could always predict his moves in advance. Moreover, Jiang Hao's punch speed, angle, and posture were all unique, not like a fighting technique, but more like an instinct honed through countless life and death battles. No need to think, his body reacted directly. As a result, Lin Bei's body-refining fist at the perfection realm couldn't even get a single advantage against him. However, the continuous suppression didn't make Lin Bei despair. On the contrary, his fighting spirit soared. Fighting against a strong opponent was an opportunity to discover his own weaknesses and learn from his opponent's strengths. If you can last 3 minutes under my hands, you're already qualified. Jiang Hao's words of praise fell, and his fist struck like lightning toward Lin Bei's chest, preparing to end the fight. The punch was incredibly fast. Before Lin Bei's brain could react, the fist was already near his chest. At this point, dodging was already impossible. The host learns combat instinct from the battle with Jiang Hao, gaining a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus, entering the beginner level of combat instinct. In an instant, Lin Bei's body bent backward at an impossible angle, narrowly dodging the punch. Only when he stood up again did Lin Bei come to his senses, shocked. Is this combat instinct? In a life-threatening moment, the body reacts before the brain can. You dodged it? Jiang Hao was slightly surprised. This was not a situation he had expected. Instructor Jiang. Being qualified is not enough. My goal is to become a 5th sergeant. Lin Bei, more courageous with every fight, threw a punch at Jiang Hao's chest. Jiang Hao precisely stepped back half a step to dodge, but Lin Bei changed his punch into a claw and reached for Jiang Hao's chest. At the same time, he closed the distance, his right leg slightly bent, ready to launch a second attack. This was no longer just the body-refining fist, but the best defensive move made by his body under combat instinct. Jiang Hao was suddenly startled. The moment Lin Bei's fingers touched his clothing, he performed a somersault to dodge. But before he could catch his breath, Lin Bei charged again, turning the tide of the battle, now fighting back fiercely. What kind of monster is this kid? In just a few minutes, he went from rigid body-refining fist to understanding combat instinct? No, wait. This kid is getting stronger with each fight. He's learning my combat instinct. Jiang Hao's heart shook violently. The crowd, seeing the shock on Jiang Hao's face, felt a storm rising in their hearts. This meant that Jiang Hao wasn't going easy on him. Lin Bei's strength had suddenly skyrocketed, allowing him to fight back and forth with the instructor. Clearly, they were both new recruits, but how could the gap between them be so vast? It was like a whole version difference. Instructor Jiang. It's been 6 minutes. Lin Bei grinned, and his fists rained down on Jiang Hao. Don't get too cocky, you little brat. Jiang Hao mocked, but his heart was even more shocked. As their battle intensified, Lin Bei's combat instinct kept improving. He had already surpassed the beginner stage, touching the threshold of mastery. Back then, it took Jiang Hao 2 years to comprehend combat instinct. And another year to elevate it to the level of mastery. Lin Bei walked the path of 4 years in just a few minutes. Damn, how is this a C-level talent? This is clearly a martial arts genius on par with an SSS-level talent. Time passed, and it was already close to 10 minutes. Jiang Hao started to feel anxious. If he lost this battle, losing face was the least of his worries. The key issue was that there had never been a case where a newly awakened rookie was promoted to sergeant. If Lin Bei got promoted, the general would surely hang him up and scold him to death. I must go all out and finish this quickly. I can't give him any more chances to learn and grow stronger. Jiang Hao's eyes turned sharp, and his aura surged dozens of times over. Lin Bei glanced at the time. It was already over 9 minutes. For the next few dozen seconds, as long as he avoided the fight and dragged it out to 10 minutes, he would win. In a flash, Jiang Hao threw a punch. Bang! 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 Before the fist even landed, the force of the punch arrived first. Going all out now? Lin Bei's expression tensed as he instinctively dodged to the side. You've managed to learn combat instincts from me, you're indeed impressive. But if you think you can win against me, you're still far too weak. Jiang Hao's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. Lin Bei's pupils shrank sharply as he quickly searched for Jiang Hao's position. Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted from his back, and his entire body was sent flying over a meter away. Lin Bei climbed up from the ground, looking at Jiang Hao, who had somehow appeared behind him. Deep in his eyes, shock surged. His combat instincts hadn't even had time to react. This level of power was terrifying. 9 minutes and 58 seconds. You lost. Jiang Hao said seriously. Alright, 1,000 push-ups. I accept my loss. Lin Bei understood clearly that the gap in this fight was far more than just 2 seconds. If Jiang Hao had gone all out from the start, he wouldn't have lasted even a single move. However, this battle had allowed Lin Bei to unlock a new way to use his SSS-level talent, Heaven Rewards Diligence. By learning his opponent's strengths in battle, he could also trigger 10,000-fold critical gains. After an entire battle, his combat instincts had directly risen to the mastery level. Train hard. With your potential, getting promoted to sergeant will be no problem at all. Jiang Hao patted Lin Bei appreciatively before turning back to his office. Just as he pushed open the door and stepped in, a middle-aged man in military uniform greeted him with a broad smile. How does it feel to almost get overturned by a rookie? Jiang Hao's face stiffened with embarrassment. General, you weren't watching this whole time, were you? I was. The general nodded. Jiang Hao's face flushed red, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. A dignified third-tier, fifth-level instructor had been forced to use his full strength by a mere rookie. Even winning wasn't something to be proud of. The most embarrassing part? The entire process had been witnessed by the general himself. Well, you can't be entirely blamed. After all, who would have thought a rookie could comprehend combat intuition in just 10 minutes, the general said. Jiang Hao nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Even that S-level genius back then took 3 months to grasp combat intuition. This kid is an absolute monster. He's a talent worth nurturing. But that's not the only reason I came to see you today. There's something more important. The general's tone suddenly turned serious. Chapter 4, Explosive Growth in Physique. The God-slaying Thunder Spear. Is it about the beast nest? Jiang Hao frowned. Yes. The beast nest is hatching faster and faster. At most, in 6 months, another large-scale beast tide will erupt. By then, the entire northern defense line will be torn apart. If we can't stop it in advance, it will turn into a nationwide catastrophe. The general paused, then turned to Jiang Hao. While I'm gone, you'll be in charge of the military camp. If I don't return in a month, contact the Legion headquarters immediately. You're going personally this time? Jiang Hao is shocked. The last 3 independent teams have all been wiped out. Sending more people will only increase the casualties. Besides, is there anyone in this camp stronger than me? If even I can't handle the beast nest, then no one else can. The general smiled lightly, patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder, and instructed, your duty is to train the troops well and cultivate more promising soldiers for our camp. Don't wait until all of us old folks are dead, and there isn't a single new recruit capable of holding up the flag. Especially focus on that kid who has grasped battle intuition. Maybe he will be like that S-class freak from back then, bringing a glimmer of hope to the north. Understood. Jiang Hao promised, his eyes filled with tears. At this moment, the general came to find him, and saying all this already meant he was prepared to die. Back then, both of them joined the army in the same batch, and now, after more than 20 years, only the 2 of them were still alive from that batch of recruits. In the future, perhaps only he would remain. Now that the situation was critical, they couldn't afford to slowly train new recruits as they had before. They had to make them grow up in the shortest time possible. The host completes 1,000 push-ups, receiving a 10,000 times critical hit reward. Physical strength increased by 100, and the realm breaks through to Awakening Phase 2. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Awakening Phase 2. Military rank, New Recruit. Talent, SSS level Heaven Rewards Hard Work. Martial skill, Dragon Kingdom Basic Body Refining Fist, perfected. Physical strength, 121. Looking at the updated information on the panel, Lin Bei was stunned. The continuous battles combined with high-intensity physical training naturally led to the breakthrough to Awakening Phase 2. The energy and blood inside his body surged even more, and his physical strength increased from 12 points to 21 points. This value was considered average among new recruits of the same realm. But adding the 100 points of physical strength from the 10,000 times critical hit reward was just absurd. Awakening Phase 2 had 120 points of physical strength, which meant that physical power, defense, recovery, endurance, and other attributes were more than 8 times higher than those of other martial artists of the same realm. 8 times. If he fought Wang Chang again, Lin Bei wouldn't even need to use the body refining fist. A single slap could shatter his jawbone. After the explosive increase in physical strength, the most obvious change to the body was becoming stronger. His bones were as strong as a tiger, his muscles as large as a dragon, and his entire body's muscles spread out like scales, piece by piece. Just standing there, Lin Bei gave off an overwhelming sense of unmatchable pressure. A heaven rewards hard work talent is already so strong. If I get a second one, won't I just fly straight to the top? Lin Bei's smile was harder to hold back than an AK gun. The promotion to sergeant couldn't be rushed. Right now, the most important thing was to practice martial skills and increase his strength. Even with the cheat, he still had to outshine everyone else. After the push-ups, Lin Bei immediately headed for the martial skill building. The martial skill building had 5 floors. Ordinary soldiers could only enter the first floor, while sergeants and squad leaders could enter the second floor, and centurions and above could enter the third floor. The 4th and 5th floors were special training rooms, where only those above the rank of sergeant could enter. Training there was much more effective, but there were time limits, and they needed to exchange military merits for access. Lin Bei entered the first floor, and the first thing that caught his eye was a stone platform with a long spear standing on it. Around the platform, there were several bookshelves displaying martial techniques, surrounding it like a bagua formation. The spear was nearly 3 meters long, jet black as ink, and it was made from an unknown material. The tip of the spear had 6 sharp blades, each of which was exceptionally sharp. Staring at the tip of the spear gave a stinging sensation as if pricked by needles. Heavy and profound, mysterious and unfathomable, it was clearly not an ordinary weapon. On the platform, 4 large characters were carved, "He who is capable shall take it." This spear belongs to whoever is capable of taking it? Lin Bei asked the surrounding veterans. That's right. But you're not qualified to pull out this spear yet. It's best if you don't even touch it. An old veteran, with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard, spoke slowly. Why? Lin Bei became even more curious. This spear is called the God-slaying Thunder Spear, a top-tier grade 4 weapon. It belonged to the 1st General of the 8 battalions in the Northern Army. The spear weighs 1,000 jin and contains terrifying thunder. Even a level-up martial artist wouldn't dare to try it lightly, let alone a mere awakening phase 2? After explaining the danger, the veteran lowered his head and massaged his injured leg, occasionally coughing. Thanks for the reminder, Lin Bei said. But I still want to give it a try. Lin Bei walked up to the stone-crafted high platform, slowly reaching out to the God-slaying thunder gun. Another reckless newcomer. Just asking for trouble, the veteran shook his head. Weapons in martial arts are graded from 1 to 9, with 1 and 2 being the most commonly seen. 3-grade weapons are extremely rare, selling for millions in the black market. The price for a 4-grade weapon multiplies several times, and the highest grade 4-grade weapons are even pricier, yet hardly available. Such a huge temptation makes it worth taking some risks. Let's give it a shot. Lin Bei furrowed his brow, steeling himself to grip the God-slaying thunder gun. The gun's body felt cold as ice, just fitting into his grasp. Just as he was about to pull it out with force, the tip of the gun flickered with a strange blue arc, instantly enveloping the entire God-slaying thunder gun. Zing! Zing! The terrifying thunder power coursed from Lin Bei's fingertips throughout his body, leaving him instantly stiff and numb, unable to move a single finger. Every hair on his body stood on end, a faint smell of burning wafting through the air. The thunderous force raged within him, causing unbearable pain. Look! Someone is challenging the God-slaying thunder gun again. Who is this newcomer? Could it be a new recruit? Awakened to the 2nd stage. He really is a rookie. Isn't this just asking for death? The terrifying thunder from the God-slaying thunder gun attracted many onlookers inside the martial arts building. It's often said that the fearless young don't fear tigers, and this could not be more accurate. The group of veteran soldiers would not dare to touch the God-slaying thunder gun, yet a newly awakened 2nd stage rookie dared to attempt pulling it out. The host's body experiences thunder refinement, gaining 10,000 times critical hits, with 20% immunity to thunder attributes. With the system's notification sounding, the pain in his body drastically lessened, and he regained a bit of sensation. Lin Bei was slightly startled, not expecting the heavenly path to reward diligence with a 3rd triggering method. If he could raise his immunity to thunder attributes to 100%, he would become the nightmare of all thunder attribute warriors and beasts. However, as his body's immunity increased, the effect of the 10,000 times critical hit weakened further. After a few minutes, his immunity to thunder attributes rose to 38%, reaching its limit. Lin Bei adjusted his breathing, gripping the God-slaying thunder gun tightly. This kid can withstand the terrifying thunder of the God-slaying thunder gun? The veteran turned around, looking at Lin Bei with shock in his eyes. The gathered crowd was also stunned by this scene, holding their breath, eyes locked on Lin Bei. Only a mere 2nd stage awakening, yet he could endure the terrifying thunder of the God-slaying thunder gun. It's simply unbelievable. Looking at Lin Bei, it seemed he was still going to pull out this gun. The terrifying thunder would numb the body, reducing strength and all aspects of attributes. In this situation, pulling out the god-slaying thunder gun would definitely not be an easy task. Since the first-generation general fell, this gun has stood in the martial arts building for decades, with countless heroes attempting, only to fail in the end. Could it be that today we would witness a miracle? Lin Bei gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body straining with effort. His muscles expanded, causing his clothes to rip apart, revealing clear muscle lines underneath. His face turned red, veins bulged on his forehead, his expression growing increasingly fierce. Finally, the god-slaying thunder gun shifted slightly, inch by inch being pulled out from the stone platform. Rise for me! Lin Bei roared, unleashing all his strength, making one final effort to pull out the god-slaying thunder gun. At this moment, the god-slaying thunder gun seemed to recognize its master, and all the thunder power fused into the gun's body. His previously stiff and numb body gradually returned to normal, making it much easier to wield the god-slaying thunder gun. Almost at the same time, the entire martial arts building fell silent. The veterans present stared at Lin Bei in disbelief, their hearts surging with immense waves. Decades passed. Could it truly be that someone pulled out the god-slaying thunder gun? The power of this gun is unquestionable, and Lin Bei's strength is also unquestionable. Given time, the Northern Legion will surely see the rise of another astounding powerhouse. Lin Bei didn't know what these old soldiers were thinking. He only wanted to study the god-slaying thunder gun now. The tip of the gun was sharp, and when it lightly scraped across the ground, it cut through the cement stone slab like slicing tofu. The gun body was incredibly heavy, and even a hard swing and smash would be something few could endure. The most terrifying part was the thunderous power hidden within the gun's body. Unless the opponent is immune to thunder, once the gun pierces them, the terrifying thunder will instantly tear their internal organs apart. Is there something else down here? Lin Bei bent down and took a martial technique from the high platform. The cover read Ninefold Thunder Gun Technique in large characters. A grade 4 top-tier martial technique? Lin Bei's pupils constricted sharply, a shock that was beyond measure. This trip to the martial technique building was certainly not in vain. First, he gained 38% immunity to thunder attributes, then obtained the grade 4 top-tier god-slaying thunder gun, and now, he had the grade 4 top-tier martial technique, the Ninefold Thunder Gun Technique. With these two things, his strength would increase dramatically again. The goal of advancing to Wuchang was now even closer. Lin Bei calmed down and carefully studied the Ninefold Thunder Gun Technique. This martial technique had 9 levels of realms. Every time one advanced a level, its power doubled, reaching a maximum of 9 times the power. Combined with the terrifying thunder of the god-slaying thunder gun, a single strike would be unstoppable. Really? Didn't he just awaken to the second stage? I have a feeling. The North will soon see a monster who surpasses even the geniuses of the past. This guy's potential is definitely not just limited to 1,000 households. He just entered the military and obtained a grade 4 top-tier weapon and martial technique. In any future competitions in the North, it will be hard for him to lose. This was a world where strength was paramount. In the military, this point was even more prominent. The onlookers looked at Lin Bei with eyes full of respect. Witnessing the rise of a strong person seemed to be an honor. I didn't expect it. Looks like I misjudged. He's actually a surprising little guy. The old soldier chuckled self-deprecatingly and limped out of the martial technique building. At the same time, Lin Bei arrived at the training room. Unlike the special training rooms above in the martial technique building, there were no training enhancements here. These were ordinary small rooms, specifically for soldiers to comprehend and practice martial techniques. Lin Bei placed the god-slaying thunder gun in front of him and then began to flip through the Ninefold Thunder Gun Technique. The higher the grade of the martial technique, the harder it was to cultivate, and the more stringent the physical requirements. Without guidance, it would be impossible for someone who had only awakened to the second stage to comprehend a grade 4 top-tier technique. But Lin Bei was different. He had a cheat. The host has diligently studied the Ninefold Thunder Gun Technique and gained a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus. The Ninefold Thunder Gun Technique is now at the beginner level. The next day. As the sky lightened, Jiang Hao blew the assembly whistle. The new soldiers rushed out of the dormitories in a hurry and stood in formation on the training ground. After a full day of treatment, Wang Chang's injuries had healed completely, and his realm had unexpectedly broken through to the second stage of awakening. He turned his head and stared fiercely at Lin Bei, as if telling him, the previous matter will not be over so easily. Lin Bei's expression remained calm. With the Ninefold Thunder Gun Technique and the God-Slaying Thunder Gun, he was now in an invincible position in the same realm. Someone like Wang Chang, a mere clown, was no longer qualified to be his opponent. Humph. Wang Chang snorted coldly, and the cold indifference in Lin Bei's attitude once again sparked his anger. The giant beasts are watching closely. The situation in the north is getting more and more dire. The time left for us is running out. From today on, all training will be changed to live combat, fighting real beasts with real weapons. Blood and sacrifice are inevitable. If anyone is afraid, they can leave now. Jiang Hao stood on the high platform, his face serious as he gave a speech. When his gaze passed over Lin Bei, it paused for a few seconds. He already knew about Lin Bei pulling out the god-slaying thunder gun last night. He had been shocked and couldn't sleep all night. When the speech ended, all the new soldiers stood upright without moving. None of them left, not even changing their expressions. They came to the northern border to join the army, unable to swallow the insult of being called useless. Either they die in battle here, or they achieve success and return home in glory. There is no third option. Good. The Northern Border Legion indeed has no cowards. Do you see that mountain behind you? To pass, you must slay one giant beast. The more you kill, the greater the reward. The first place will get special permission to enter the highest training room in the martial arts tower. If anyone can't even kill one, they better prepare for punishment. The mission time is 12 hours, move out. With Jiang Hao's order, the new soldiers grabbed their equipment and rushed toward the mountain behind them. The reward for first place was too tempting. In the past, to get into the martial arts tower, one needed to be a squad leader or higher and exchange military merits for the qualification. It was usually reserved for veterans, and new soldiers didn't even dare to dream about it. Now, the opportunity was right before them, and it was worth fighting for. Instructor Jiang, there is news from headquarters. At that moment, the limping old soldier from yesterday in the martial arts tower appeared on the training ground. Is it about the beast nest? Jiang Hao asked. No, it's about the annual Northern Border New Soldier Grand Competition. Headquarters wants us to select suitable candidates for the competition. The limping old soldier handed Jiang Hao the documents. Jiang Hao glanced at the document, tore it into pieces, and said angrily, the beast tide is about to arrive. We're racing against time to train soldiers, and those drunkards at headquarters are still doing these superficial projects to paint a picture of peace. Tell them. My 8th Regiment refuses to participate. Instructor Jiang, this year's competition was personally planned by the Northern Border Army Commander. The order is that all 8 regiments must participate. The limping old soldier said. Since we can't avoid it, just pick a few people to fill the spots. After all, my 8th Regiment always ranks last, so it doesn't matter. Jiang Hao said dismissively. Chapter 6, Killing All the Way. First in practical training. At this moment, many new soldiers surged into the mountain. Low-level giant beasts lacked intelligence and only had the most basic survival instincts. In their eyes, these new soldiers were just food delivered to them, so they all hid in the shadows, ready to pounce. The eerie silence in the mountain made all the new soldiers' hairs stand on end, their tension reaching its peak. They all tightly gripped their weapons, carefully observing their surroundings, every little rustle of the grass heightening their nervousness. Swish! Lin Bei spun his god-slaying thunder spear, hitting a level 1 awakened rat demon hiding in the bushes with perfect precision. The spear tip was sharp, full of power, and with one strike, it pierced through the rat demon, creating a bloody hole. It was as if he simply stepped on an ant, completely unbothered, leaving everyone speechless with shock. Too weak. If I want to improve my strength in practical training, I need to find stronger opponents. Lin Bei collected the rat demon's body into his storage ring and turned to head deeper into the mountain. Idiot. You really think that by getting lucky and defeating me, defeating the instructor, you're invincible? You'll definitely die in there. Wang Chang coldly mocked as he watched Lin Bei's retreating figure. Both of them were at level 2 of awakening. Staying on the outskirts to hunt level 1 awakened beasts was the safest and most efficient way to win. The further into the mountain, the higher the danger. If they were unlucky enough to encounter a level 2 awakened beast or higher, there would be no chance to escape. After running for a while, Lin Bei stopped. He couldn't see the other new soldiers anymore, and there were a few powerful auras around him. Unfortunately, his battle instinct had only reached the proficient level, so he couldn't pinpoint the exact location of these auras. If his battle instinct were perfect, it would be like having full map vision. Even with his eyes closed, he could precisely sense any aura around him. Roar! At this moment, a deep roar rang out. Then, a massive scale boar charged out of the forest. Its body was covered in tough scales, and it had 2 sharp tusks. Its aura was strong, already reaching the peak of level 2 awakening. As soon as it appeared, the auras that had been hiding around them disappeared. Obviously, it has already regarded Lin Bei as its exclusive prey. That roar just now was a warning to drive away other giant beasts. Fine. Then let me practice on you first. Lin Bei still took the initiative to attack first. The god-slaying thunder spear was heavy, and with his current strength, he could not yet wield it like an extension of his arm. So, he kicked the tail of the spear, using the force of inertia to launch it. the sharp spear tip aimed at the armored boar's forehead. This strike was heavy and forceful, relying only on pure strength. The armored boar did not retreat but charged forward, roaring as it slammed into the god-slaying thunder spear. Put! The god-slaying thunder spear easily pierced through the outer scales and went through its forehead, coming out from its throat. Crimson, scalding blood slid down the spear, finally dripping onto the ground. The armored boar looked at Lin Bei in disbelief. Its proud physical defense seemed like paper in front of this human. Lin Bei pulled out the god-slaying thunder spear, shaking off the remaining blood on the spear. His eyes were also filled with astonishment. He had only known that a fourth-grade weapon was very powerful, but he had no concept of just how strong it was. Now he understood clearly. The armored boar had one of the top 3 defenses among giant beasts of the same realm. If even it couldn't withstand the god-slaying thunder spear strike, then no beast of the same realm could withstand it. If you added the terrifying power of thunder, even an awakened third-tier giant beast might be killed. After storing the armored boar's corpse, Lin Bei continued hunting other giant beasts. With his mastery of combat instincts and the god-slaying thunder spear, he tore through everything with unstoppable momentum. 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Many new recruits began to exit the mountains, each of them showing the emotions on their faces. They had enlisted yesterday, and today they were to kill giant beasts. This difficulty was not ordinary. Among the 100 or so new recruits, less than a third had successfully slain giant beasts. These new recruits who had killed giant beasts began to pour the beasts' corpses out from their storage rings, having the limping veteran record and compare them. Wang Chang walked out of the forest with his head held high, his strides confident, as if he were already the first in this practical training. He deliberately stood in front of all the new recruits, opened his storage ring, and dumped all the giant beast corpses. Splash! The beast corpses piled up into a small mountain, deeply stimulating the nerves of every new recruit present. 1, 2, 3. Holy crap! 12 giant beasts. I barely managed to kill 2, and Wang Chang killed 12. He's too strong. An average of 1 per hour, no wonder he has A-grade talent. It seems like the special training room spot will definitely be his. Every new recruit present was shocked. Such a massive lead, others couldn't even catch up. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, also somewhat surprised. Killing awakened first-tier beasts with second-tier awakening was much easier, but the quantity made up for the lack of quality. A full 12 giant beasts, definitely worthy of being called excellent. Instructor Jiang, 12 hours are up, it's time to announce the results, right? Wang Chang said, clearly enjoying the adoring looks from others. Wait a little longer. Jiang Hao looked towards the forest direction, a trace of worry in his expression. I don't think we need to wait. Lin Bei is arrogant and reckless, rushing deep into the forest. If he hasn't come out by now, he's probably not coming out. Wang Chang secretly rejoiced, savoring the moment. He's out. The limping veteran suddenly spoke, and everyone turned to look behind. They saw Lin Bei dragging the god-slaying thunder spear, covered in blood, stumbling towards them. In no time, Lin Bei reached the training ground, his aura like a demon god, making everyone too afraid to approach. It had only been 12 hours, but Lin Bei felt completely different from yesterday. He now carried an aura of death and coldness. He managed to escape despite such severe injuries. He really has good luck. But from the looks of it, he probably didn't kill many giant beasts. Wang Chang coldly remarked. Why did you come out so late? Are you okay? Jiang Hao asked with concern. When killing an awakened third-tier giant beast. Ran into a swarm of thunder ants, got a little unlucky, but no injuries, it's all the blood of the giant beasts. Lin Bei explained. The battlefield is always unpredictable, no one knows what will happen in the next second, you must remember this lesson. Jiang Hao warned. Lin Bei nodded. He had already figured out the nest of those thunder ants. The loss he suffered today, he would definitely pay it back another day. Besides, there seemed to be something valuable hidden in that nest. Ha! A mere awakening stage 2 killing an awakening stage 3 giant beast, don't you think your bragging is a little too much? You might as well say you were chased by an awakening stage 3 beast and barely managed to escape. Wang Chang sneered. Don't use your ignorance to question my strength. Lin Bei opened his storage wristband, and dozens of giant beast corpses fell out, piling up into an even bigger hill. The impact of this scene was countless times stronger than before. Everyone present was completely stunned. They all knew that the beasts Wang Chang had slain were only awakening stage 1, while most of these were awakening stage 2. Besides the gap in quality, the quantity was also overwhelmingly different. Chapter 7, Strength Soars. Terrifying power shocks Jiang Hao. 36. Oh my god. An average of 3 giant beasts slain per hour. Judging from the wounds on these beasts, all were killed with a single strike. This is absolute dominance at the same level. Look here. The corpse of an awakening stage 3 black-striped python. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone turned to look at the black-striped python. Over 10 meters long, its body was twice as thick as an adult's waist. Even though it was just a corpse lying on the ground, its terrifying presence still made people tremble. Unlike the other beast corpses, this black-striped python had multiple wounds, with the fatal one at its waist and belly, a bloody gash several meters long. For an Awakening Stage 2 to kill an Awakening Stage 3 beast, it might not seem impossible, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. Among the 8 battalions of the Northern Legion, the number of new recruits who could achieve this was extremely rare. Just this black-striped python alone could completely crush Wang Chang's 12 Awakening Stage 1 beasts and secure first place in this live combat training. Not to mention, there were also 34 Awakening Stage 2 beast corpses and 1 Awakening Stage 1 beast corpse. In the army camp, strength was everything. The new recruits around all cast looks of admiration and awe. Creak. Creak. Wang Chang clenched his fists tightly, his face twisted with jealousy. He had been the guaranteed first place, yet Lin Bei had pushed him down. The gap was so huge that he didn't even have the qualification to play second fiddle. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His C-rank talent's training enhancement isn't even suitable for combat. Even if he has outstanding martial skills, there's no way he could have killed so many giant beasts. Wang Chang roared in anger, stepping forward to question. You are not qualified to doubt me. Lin Bei spun around, thrusting his spear back. The spear tip was less than half an inch from Wang Chang's skin, almost touching his face. The chilling gleam sent shivers down his spine, making him swallow hard. Looking at Lin Bei now, Wang Chang suddenly had the terrifying illusion of being stared down by a monstrous predator. His body stiffened, and fear spread in his heart. It felt as if, with just a single thought from Lin Bei, he could easily take his life. Powerful. Overwhelmingly powerful. But they were both Awakening Stage 2. He had an A-rank talent. He had trained hard too. Why had he lost so completely? Wang Chang stood frozen, unable to utter a single word. Since no one is questioning anymore, let's announce the results. The first place in this live combat training is Lin Bei, who will receive 3 hours of special training in the top floor training room of the martial arts hall. Additionally, all these giant beast corpses will be converted into military merit and added to your accounts. Zhang Hao tossed Lin Bei an access card and then announced the punishments for those who failed to complete the training. Lin Bei took the access card and rushed to the martial arts hall without hesitation, heading straight for the special training room on the 4th floor. The special training rooms on the 4th and 5th floors were exactly the same, with a total of 8 rooms. The walls on all sides are made of special metal, capable of withstanding any attack from martial artists below the 4th rank. In the center stands a black stone pillar, specifically used to test combat power. These are basic features, but the most captivating aspect of this special training room is that each wall is engraved with a unique array. This array helps one remove restlessness, allowing them to fully focus on the cultivation process, increasing the probability of sudden enlightenment, and also speeding up cultivation. A training room like this costs millions to build. The Northern 8 camps have nearly 20,000 soldiers, but there are only 8 such training rooms, showing just how rare the opportunity to cultivate here is. Lin Bei sat cross-legged, immediately entering a cultivation state. Host has cultivated for 2 hours consecutively, gaining a 10,000 times critical hit reward, and breakthrough to Awakening Phase 4. Host has diligently studied the ninefold Thunder Spear technique, gaining a 10,000 times critical hit reward, and has mastered the technique. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Awakening Phase 4. Rank, New Soldier. Talent, SSS level Heavenly Dao rewards hard work. Weapon, Grade 4 top-tier God-killing Thunder Spear. Martial skill, Dragon Country Basic Body Quenching Fist, complete, Grade 4 top-tier ninefold Thunder Spear technique, mastered. Ability, Combat Instinct, minor progress. Immunity, 38% Thunder Immunity. Constitution, 168. Lin Bei opened his eyes, ending his cultivation, and looked at the updated information on the panel, a crazy smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His realm had leaped from Awakening Phase 2 to Awakening Phase 4, proving that the special training room was truly worthy of its name. The ninefold Thunder Spear technique was also mastered, allowing him to unleash the 4th level, increasing its power by 4 times. Combat instinct had reached minor progress, and his perception of danger became sharper. With a constitution of 168 and 38% thunder immunity, his strength had already reached a terrifying level. There are still a few minutes left, why not test my strength? Lin Bei adjusted his state, then fiercely punched the black stone pillar. There was a loud bang, but the black pillar remained unmoved. Immediately, the top of the pillar displayed the number 1142. Lin Bei checked and saw that the barehanded combat power for Awakening Phase 4 was 388. But he had reached an astonishing 1142, exceeding by 754 points, almost double. Next, let's try the God-killing Thunder Spear and the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. Lin Bei adjusted his state again and launched the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. Countless bolts of lightning surged from the spear, gathering at the tip of the spear. The electric arcs flickered, and with a bang, it struck the black pillar. The black pillar shook slightly, but it remained completely unharmed. After the first strike, Lin Bei immediately thrust the second, third, and fourth strikes. Each strike was more rapid than the last, and the strengthened thunder power grew stronger. The black pillar shook continuously, and the numbers on the screen kept changing, finally stopping at 5,719, 5 times the bare-handed combat power. This was just the 4th level of the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. If it were cultivated to the 9th level, his combat power would definitely surpass 10,000. Although the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique is powerful, my realm is too low. After 4 consecutive strikes, I've exhausted all my energy. It will have to be used as a trump card. I still need to learn a few low-level martial techniques, Lin Bei muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the instructor's office, Zhang Hao was discussing the list of participants for the new soldier competition with the one-legged veteran. Fu Tai, what do you think about having Wang Chang lead the team? A-level physical reinforcement talent, his strength is also decent, should be able to get by, the one-legged veteran Fu Tai nodded. Then we'll send a few others to fill out the numbers. Zhang Hao circled a few more names on the list, looking quite dismissive. The situation in the northern border is urgent, and rather than wasting time on some meaningless new soldier competition, it's better to use the time to cultivate and improve strength. Moreover, the camps in the northern border would do anything to compete for the first place in the competition. Beep 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 beep. Suddenly, the computer in front of Jiang Hao started sounding an alarm, and a special training room screen popped up. Has someone broken the training room's combat power record again? Fu Tai knew the meaning of the alarm sound and immediately craned his neck to look. Yes, it's Lin Bei. This kid actually reached Awakening Stage 4. Jiang Hao was slightly surprised, then quickly pulled up Lin Bei's battle power test data. Chapter 8, Devouring. The Evolving Thunder and King. Bare Hands 1142. Fully equipped 5,719. Seeing these two numbers, Jiang Hao and Fu Tai exchanged a glance, both shocked and inhaling sharply in astonishment. The barehanded standard battle power for Awakening Stage 4 is 388, Lin Bei surpassed it by twice. The fully equipped standard battle power for Awakening Stage 4 is 800, Lin Bei surpassed it by 7 times. No wonder the computer went crazy with alarm warnings, the records were being shattered too much. Back then, the S-level Wan Huo only reached these numbers when he was at Awakening Stage 5. Could this really be C-level talent? If we said he had SS-level talent, no one would doubt it. At this moment, Jiang Hao was more determined than ever to prevent Lin Bei from participating in the rookie competition, partly to avoid wasting time, and partly to prevent being targeted by other camps. Moreover, the honor earned in such competitions had no real value. Only by going to the battlefield, wielding real blades and guns to slay giant beasts, that's the real honor. After resting the whole night, the urgent whistle sounded again, and many recruits hurried to the training ground to assemble. The training program was the same as yesterday, and Lin Bei was the first to rush into the mountains. Lin Bei lacks combat experience and suffered last time, you go keep an eye on him, just in case, Jiang Hao ordered Fu Tai. Understood. Fu Tai nodded and disappeared into the crowd. At this moment, Lin Bei was heading straight for the Thunder Ant's nest. Thunder Ants are social giant beasts, their bodies covered in powerful lightning, and they grow by devouring lightning attribute items. They are highly sensitive to lightning attribute items and can also be immune to some of the lightning's power. Last time when Lin Bei fought the Awakening Stage 3 Black Pattern Python, this group of Thunder Ants was attracted by the scent of the god-slaying Thunder Spear. There were several hundred Thunder Ants in total, most of them at Awakening Stage 2, with others at Awakening Stage 3. Lin Bei knew he couldn't defeat them, so after killing the Black Pattern Python, he quickly disengaged from the battle. GG. GG. Before Lin Bei reached the Thunder Ant's nest, a few Thunder Ants were already coming toward him, sniffing the scent of the god-slaying Thunder Spear. Each Thunder Ant was the size of a palm, its 2 antennae swaying, as if transmitting some kind of message. He swung the god-slaying Thunder Spear and sliced them down without stopping, continuing deeper into the nest. Fu Tai, hidden in the shadows, was slightly surprised. Good kid, his marksmanship has improved quite a bit. I wonder how many giant beasts he can slay this time. Soon, Lin Bei arrived at a small hill. The hill was several meters high, completely hollow inside, with dozens of winding tunnels leading straight down to the earth. Upon sensing the god-slaying Thunder Spear's aura, hundreds of Thunder Ants crawled out of the nest, and their numbers were still increasing. A blue mass of ants filled the area, making one's scalp tingle. The weakest of these Thunder Ants were at Awakening Stage 1, and the strongest were at Awakening Stage 3. Are you crazy? Challenging the Thunder Ant's nest? Fu Tai's pupils shook, his heart immediately hanging in suspense. Thunder ants are social giant beasts, and there were at least over 1,000 of them here. As long as the numbers are great enough, they can make up for the disadvantage in quality, not to mention that there's a Thunder Ant King at Awakening Stage 4 in the nest. Moreover, Thunder Ants are immune to some lightning attribute damage, so Lin Bei's battle power would be weakened. To go alone against thousands, this is not something that an ordinary mind could conceive. Fortunately, Instructor Jiang asked him to watch secretly, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. If you want to bite my god-slaying Thunder Spear, you better check if you have strong enough teeth. Lin Bei's gaze shifted, and he charged forward, swinging the god-slaying Thunder Spear. The spear tip swept through, cutting a dozen Thunder Ants in half. With his mastery of combat at the minor perfection stage, no Thunder Ant could get within half a meter of him. But this group of Thunder Ants seemed endless. For every one that died, 2 more immediately rushed in. As more and more Thunder Ants swarmed in, Lin Bei finally understood what it meant to be overwhelmed by the sheer number of ants. But the number of Thunder Ants was still far from enough. Ninefold Thunder Spear. First strike. As Lin Bei's voice fell, terrifying thunder surged from the spear, coiling like little snakes. These thunderbolts gathered towards the gun's tip, forming a dazzling blue light. Bang! Boom boom! The gun's tip hit the ground, and explosions followed one after another, countless electric arcs flying in all directions. The terrifying force of thunder spread out in all directions, and the Thunder Ants fell one by one, creating a shocking scene. The Thunder Ants could only be immune to weak thunder forces, but they couldn't resist the double thunder from the god-killing Thunder Spear and the ninefold Thunder Gun technique. Ninefold Thunder Gun. Second stage. Another shot fell, and the range of the terrifying thunder spread wider, its power stronger. The surrounding Thunder Ants fell like dominoes again, large groups falling down. More than half of the over 1,000 Thunder Ants were killed or wounded, and the remaining Thunder Ants instinctively felt fear, shrinking back and daring not to approach. Ninefold Thunder Gun technique mastery. Fukutai's pupils shrank, and his heart surged like a storm. Only in Awakening Level 4, and in just 2 days without anyone's guidance, he comprehended a top-tier 4th-grade martial technique. Is this something a normal person can do? This is a freak of nature. No wonder he could unleash a high battle power of 5,700 with full gear, no wonder he dares to challenge the Thunder Ant's nest. A genius like this appeared in the 8th camp, and they are not far from making a breakthrough. Squeak! Squeak! At this moment, a deep, sharp screech came from the nest. Then, a mound several meters high exploded, and a huge Thunder Ant King emerged from inside. It was more than 1 meter long and half a meter tall. Its body was covered with hard armor, and thunderous energy swirled around it. Its mouth had 2 rows of sharp serrated teeth, and its aura was on par with Lin Bei's. As soon as the Thunder Ant King appeared, the other Thunder Ants seemed to see their backbone, and their fear instantly faded. Lin Bei tightened his grip on the god-killing Thunder Spear, preparing to fight when he saw the Thunder Ant King devour an ordinary Thunder Ant in front of him. The other Thunder Ants showed no reaction, instead queuing up to be eaten. As the number of Thunder Ants devoured increased, the Thunder Ant King's aura visibly strengthened, about to break through to Awakening Level 5. At the same time, a large number of Thunder Ants rushed up recklessly, giving the Thunder Ant King more chances to devour and grow stronger. Lin Bei furrowed his brows. Using the ninefold Thunder Gun twice had already drained almost half of his energy. Continuing would certainly clear the ordinary Thunder Ants, but he would have no energy left to deal with the Thunder Ant King. When this training ends, I must learn 2 low-level martial techniques. Attacking with all my strength from the start, even with Lin Bei's incredible physique, it was starting to wear him out. After a long time, the Thunder Ant King's realm finally broke through to Awakening Level 5. Its size had increased dramatically, and no Thunder Ants remained around it. Squeak! The Thunder Ant King screeched angrily, its 2 rows of sharp serrated teeth wishing to tear Lin Bei apart. What are you screaming for? Do you think that after reaching Awakening Level 5, you no longer have to die? Lin Bei was unafraid, raising his spear and charging forward. A flash of cold light struck first, followed by the spear shooting out like a dragon. The sharp spear tip, wrapped with explosive thunder power, was aimed straight at the Thunder Ant King's face. The Thunder Ant King sensed the terrifying power of the thunder, far beyond its immunity, so it dodged the shot. Such speed! Lin Bei was suddenly surprised. After dodging, the Thunder Ant King left an afterimage in place. Such terrifying speed was dozens of times faster than the ordinary Thunder Ants. Chapter 9, Slaying the Thunder Ant King. Thunder Immunity 50%. Lin Bei raised his spirits to the utmost, not daring to be careless. Sensing danger from the left, Lin Bei immediately crossed his spear into a defensive stance. There was a clang, and the Thunder Ant King's sharp serrated teeth bit into the god-killing Thunder Spear. The 2 forces of thunder collided, causing Lin Bei to feel a slight numbness. It wasn't that the god-killing Thunder Spear wasn't strong enough, but that Lin Bei's strength was insufficient to fully unleash the spear's true power. Gradually, the man and the ant were locked in a fierce struggle, with no clear winner in the short term. Fukutai watched this all unfold, and his astonishment grew. Even his battle instincts have reached a small level of mastery. This kid is truly a freak. However, trying to slay this Thunder Ant King at Awakening level 5 is not going to be easy. Ninefold Thunder Gun. 3rd level. After a long time, Lin Bei fiercely thrusts a spear. The Thunder Ant King is not like the line-armored pig, a fool that would blindly rush into the gunpoint. To kill it, one must think carefully. The Thunder Ant King is as fast as lightning, easily dodging the attack. After the failed strike, Lin Bei immediately pulls back the spear and runs towards the mountain's edge. Screech! The Thunder Ant King screeches excitedly and immediately gives chase. Although it is a low-level giant beast, it can sense that Lin Bei's stamina is continuously decreasing in the intense battle. The most obvious change is that the force and reaction speed of his strikes have weakened significantly. That powerful strike just now was clearly his last trump card. Now that all his tricks are used up and his strength is depleted, the only remaining option is to escape. If it weren't for the sharpness of the god-slaying thunder gun, it would have torn Lin Bei apart long ago. Now, it's finally the moment for it to hunt. The Thunder Ant King is incredibly fast, appearing behind Lin Bei in an instant, 2 rows of sharp saw-like teeth aimed at his back. If this bite hits, half of his body would be torn off. Damn! Fu Tai's face darkens, ready to intervene and save him. Almost at the same time, Lin Bei suddenly stops, turns, and strikes back with a move known as Return Horse Gun, Ninefold Thunder Gun. 4th level. ZZZZ. The raging thunder erupts from the tip of the spear, its momentum suddenly multiplying several times. At this moment, the Thunder Ant King realizes it has been tricked, screeching in fear and trying to avoid the strike. But at such a close distance, it is too late to dodge. A soft poof is heard, and the Thunder Ant King watches helplessly as the god-slaying thunder gun pierces through its body. Blood gushes out, and its life force fades at a visible rate. After struggling for a moment, it completely stops breathing. Phew, this little thing was tough to kill. Lin Bei gasps for air. Constantly using the Ninefold Thunder Gun and enduring intense fighting had almost exhausted his stamina. Without using some strategy, it would have been impossible to defeat this Thunder Ant King. However, the battle is over, and now it's time to count the rewards. The awakened 5th stage Thunder Ant King, along with the hundreds of Thunder Ant corpses, can be exchanged for a lot of military merit. This is just the small part, the real big reward lies in the Thunder Ant's nest. Last time, Lin Bei saw with his own eyes how the Thunder Ants dug up many Thunder Crystals, which were surely all transported back to the nest. These things can enhance the Thunder Ant's strength, and they can also be used to temper a warrior's body. It is precisely because of these Thunder Crystals that Lin Bei headed straight for the Thunder Ant nest. I really underestimated this monster. Not only has he cultivated the Ninefold Thunder Gun to the 4th level of mastery, but he also knows how to fight with his brain. No wonder Instructor Jiang is focusing on training him as a promising candidate. Fu Tai's heart churns, and he does not hesitate to praise him. With powerful strength and a flexible mind, he has already fully met the basic qualifications to become a commander. It won't be long before Lin Bei is promoted to a 5th sergeant. At that time, he will become the fastest and youngest 5th sergeant in the history of the Northern Border Army. Lin Bei enters the Thunder Ant nest and indeed finds a large number of Thunder Crystals inside. The Thunder Crystals vary in size, all radiating a deep blue color, containing extremely pure thunderous power. In order to avoid unnecessary delays, Lin Bei immediately begins to refine these Thunder Crystals. Post-refines Thunder Crystals, gains a 10,000-fold critical strike reward, physical strength increases by 200, and lightning attribute immunity increases to 50%. Hiss. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Bei can't help but gasp in disbelief. Last time, his physique increased by 100 points, allowing him to pull out the god-slaying thunder gun with great difficulty. This time, his physique increases by 200 points, and the previously heavy god-slaying thunder gun now feels like an extension of his arm. The spear spins in his palm, cutting through the air with a mighty gust. His body, hidden under his clothes, may not appear to have changed much, but his muscles, bones, and flesh have undergone another transformation. The massive boost in physique means simultaneous improvement in strength, defense, recovery, and endurance. Though still at the 4th stage of awakening, if a combat strength test were conducted now, the instrument would likely break. The lightning attribute immunity has reached 50%. This is an incredibly exaggerated immunity percentage. In the future, when encountering a lightning attribute giant beast, the power of its attacks will be weakened by half. Lin Bei left the nest, cleaned up the bodies of the lightning ants on the ground, and immediately set off back to the camp. After a long while, Jiang Hao on the training field saw Lin Bei walk out, and subconsciously looked down at his watch. It's only been 3 hours, how come you're out so soon? I've killed enough. Lin Bei opened his storage bracelet, and hundreds of lightning ant corpses poured out. Jiang Hao's expression went from shock to numbness, and he stood there for a while, unable to speak. Although these were just lightning ants awakened to the 2nd or 3rd stage, isn't this number too much? After roughly counting, there were probably 600 or 700 of them. Jiang Hao counted, his pupils suddenly contracted, awakened 5-stage lightning ant king. Did you take down a lightning ant nest? Lin Bei nodded nonchalantly. Jiang Hao. In all his years as an instructor, it was the first time he had seen a new recruit kill so many giant beasts in practical training. For others, practical training is a life and death test. For Lin Bei, it was like going to a buffet to collect supplies. One awakened first-stage giant beast can be exchanged for a bit of military merit. With so many lightning ants, that would be over 1,000 points of military merit. You should know that Lin Bei had only joined the army 2 days ago, and he had already broken the record for the highest military merit among new recruits. Starting tomorrow, you no longer need to participate in this kind of practical training. Jiang Hao said solemnly. What do you mean? Lin Bei asked, confused. Simply put, your strength is too strong, and this level of training doesn't mean much to you. I will create a special training plan for you. Jiang Hao explained. Okay. Lin Bei nodded, agreeing, as this was indeed the case. During the first practical training, his battle instinct had gone from mastery to a minor level of perfection. In this training, although he had slain even more giant beasts and had to exert effort to kill the lightning ant king, his battle instinct had made no progress. The main reason was that Lin Bei's strength was too strong, and this group of giant beasts couldn't bring him enough pressure. If he challenged a 6-stage awakened beast, it would be too risky. After leaving the training field, Lin Bei headed straight for the martial arts building. The first floor was full of basic martial arts techniques, and the highest level was only top-tier first class. After witnessing the power of 4th-class top-tier martial arts techniques, looking at these lower-tier techniques didn't stir any emotion in him. Higher-tier martial arts techniques were on the upper floors, but Lin Bei was just a new recruit and didn't even have the qualification to step into the second floor. What's this? No martial techniques that catch your eye? Or do you look down on these basic martial arts techniques? At this moment, the limping veteran, Fu Tai, slowly walked in from outside. The tier is too low. Lin Bei said with a bitter smile. Ha, I knew you had big ambitions. Come with me to the second floor. Fu Tai limped upstairs. According to the rules of the North Border, only those above squad leader can enter the second floor. Lin Bei stood still. You have incredible potential, and Instructor Jiang specifically approved for you to enter the second floor. Fu Tai explained. Oh. Lin Bei's expression brightened, and he followed Fu Tai upstairs. There were only a dozen or so bookshelves on this floor, and each bookshelf contained only a few martial arts techniques. According to the tier of the martial techniques, they were arranged in order, from front to back and from bottom to top. Lin Bei casually picked a martial technique, seeing a set of numbers labeled on it, 2000? What does this mean? Martial techniques above the second floor require military merit to exchange, and this second-tier intermediate martial technique is worth 2,000 points of military merit. Fu Tai explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's smile instantly froze. He opened his personal military merit account and checked. He only had a little over 1,000 military merit points, and even the cheapest second-tier lower-class martial technique required 1,500 points. No wonder only squad leaders and above had the right to enter the second floor. Because even if new recruits came in, they wouldn't have enough military merit to exchange for martial techniques. I still have over 11,000 points of military merit in my account. Everything has been transferred to your account, take a look. Fu Tai had witnessed Lin Bei and the Thunder Ant King battle firsthand, and he clearly understood both his strengths and weaknesses. The strength lies in high damage and explosive power, unmatched at the same level, and can battle beyond levels. The weakness is quite obvious, which is that Lin Bei's own realm is too weak, unable to fully unleash the power of the God-slaying Thunder Spear and the ninefold Thunder Spear technique, forcing it would only increase the burden on his body, easily leading to exhaustion and inability to continue. Therefore, he needs to practice other low-consumption martial arts to make up for this shortcoming, hiding the ninefold Thunder Spear technique as a trump card. Currently, the only ones in the Northern Border Legion who know he masters the ninefold Thunder Spear technique are Fu Tai and Jiang Hao. Lin Bei refreshed his personal military merit account, and indeed, there were over 11,000 military merits added. He joyfully said, "Thank you, Tai Gu." How do you plan to use this military merit? Fu Tai asked. Lin Bei glanced at the exchange prices for different ranks of martial arts on the shelf, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I'll exchange for a few more martial arts books." Wrong. Martial arts are better to be few and excellent than many. Practicing 10 second-tier martial arts wouldn't be as effective as mastering one third-tier martial art, plus your comprehension is astonishing. You mastered the ninefold Thunder Spear technique in just a few days, so comprehending a top third-tier martial art shouldn't be too difficult, right? Fu Tai's gaze shone intensely as he looked at Lin Bei. Exchanging for a bit of military merit for the corpse of an awakened giant beast. He generously gifted over 10,000 military merits, wanting to help Lin Bei grow swiftly. Naturally, he also didn't want him to go in the wrong direction on the martial path. Alright, thank you for your guidance, Taigu. Lin Bei accepted the advice and walked to the last row of the bookshelf, picking out a top third-tier martial art. This martial art is called the Wind Spirit Spear technique, known for its speed and agility. The explosive power is far inferior to the same tier martial arts, but Lin Bei still has a top-tier 4th-grade weapon, the God-slaying Thunder Spear. With the support of this spear, the shortcomings of the Wind Spirit Spear technique will be perfectly compensated. Next, you have 2 days to understand this martial art, after which your special training will officially begin. Fu Tai said seriously. What special training? Lin Bei asked with curiosity. Have you heard of the Secret Realm? Fu Tai responded with a question. Hearing the word Secret Realm, Lin Bei's body shook, and his eyes revealed deep anticipation. There exists a mysterious power in the world. When this power descends upon a certain area, that area will form a primitive secret realm. The creatures within the secret realm will undergo rapid evolution under the influence of this mysterious power and eventually become giant beasts. Some special primitive secret realms can even hatch 9th-tier giant beasts. As more giant beasts are hatched, the power of the secret realm gradually weakens. And according to the strength of the secret realm power, they are divided into primitive secret realms, advanced secret realms, intermediate secret realms, and the weakest, beginner secret realms. Even the weakest beginner secret realm attracts countless martial artists. Because the mysterious power within the secret realm not only allows giant beasts to evolve, but also greatly benefits martial artists in their training. Entering such a place is far better than entering the special training rooms of the martial arts building. Seeing Lin Bei's eager eyes, Fu Tai splashed a bucket of cold water. There are countless opportunities in the secret realm, but it's also full of dangers. Many talented individuals have perished inside. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of the secret realm is that giant beasts do not divide territories based on power levels, which means that the moment you step into the outskirts of the secret realm, you could encounter an entry-level giant beast attack. Understood. Lin Bei nodded, then returned to the training room to practice the Wind Spirit Spear technique. The host is diligently researching the Wind Spirit Spear technique, achieving 10,000 times critical rewards, and entering the basics of the Wind Spirit Spear technique. The host practiced the Wind Spirit Spear technique 10 times, achieving 10,000 times critical rewards, and achieving perfection in the Wind Spirit Spear technique. After perfecting the spear technique, Lin Bei did not rush to enter the beginner's secret realm. His strength at Awakened Stage 4 is indeed too weak, and he wanted to take this time to continue improving. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei walked out of the training room. The spirit of the whole person became even more invigorated, and then he opened his personal panel. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Awakening Level 5. Rank, Recruit. Talent, SSS level. Hard work is rewarded by heaven. Weapon, top-level God-slaying Thunder Spear, Grade 4. Martial skills, Foundation Body Refining Fist of Dragon Country, perfect. Top-level Wind Spirit Spear Technique Grade 3, perfect. Top-level Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Grade 4, minor achievement. Ability, Combat Instinct, minor achievement. Immunity, 50% immunity to Thunder attribute. Constitution, 368. After 2 days of closed-door training, besides achieving perfection in the Wind Spirit Spear technique, both the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique and his realm also improved by a small level. Can't say he can pass the beginner's secret realm 100%, but at least there is some chance. Lin Bei left the training room and headed for the instructor's office. On the way, he saw some recruits training and suddenly noticed that a few familiar faces were missing, including Wang Chang. Those recruits all turned their gazes to Lin Bei, their eyes filled with respect as if worshipping a deity. In 3 hours, he had killed around 500 or 600 Thunder Ants and also slain a Thunder Ant King at Awakening Level 5. Such a terrifying achievement, they wouldn't even dare to dream about it so boldly. Lin Bei quickened his steps and entered the office, knocking on the door before stepping inside, only to find no sign of Jiang Hao, just Fu Tai sitting on the sofa. Taigu, where is Instructor Jiang? Aren't we supposed to leave for the beginner secret realm today? Instructor Jiang took a team to participate in the new recruit competition held by the North Headquarters, and I will drive you to the secret realm, Fu Tai explained. New recruit competition? Lin Bei raised his brow, realizing he hadn't known about this event. Do you think it's a pity you didn't participate in this competition? There's no need to feel sorry. This kind of competition is completely meaningless for improving strength, the prizes aren't worth much either. It's purely a way for various second-generation members to get a legitimate boost, making their resumes look better. Chapter 11, Former Classmate. Overbearing Fu Tai. Fu Tai scoffed at the competition held by the headquarters, and then patted Lin Bei's shoulder to comfort him. Lin Bei, just focus on your cultivation. The Four Realms competition is when you will truly shine. The Four Realms competition is the highest specification competition jointly held by the 4 major military districts in the southeast, south, north, and west, gathering the most outstanding talents in the army. Those who rank in this kind of competition are all top contenders among their peers. Its value is equal to the martial arts college entrance examination. Okay. Lin Bei nodded, not asking any further questions. Then, the two of them got in the car and headed for the beginner's secret realm. Each secret realm is heavily guarded, mainly to prevent giant beasts from breaking out and causing disasters, while also training the younger generation of martial artists. In other words, besides soldiers from the North District, top students from nearby city schools would also be sent here for training. Several hours later, the vehicle arrived at the secret realm camp. Looking at the secret realm shrouded in a mysterious glow, Lin Bei felt endless curiosity and anticipation in his heart. For hundreds of years, no one has known what mysterious power envelopes the secret realm, nor where this power comes from. All that is known is that this power has caused the outbreak of giant beast disasters while also giving birth to powerful martial artists, officially ushering humanity into the era of advanced martial arts. Wait a moment, I will first go handle the entry procedures for the secret realm, Fu Tai instructed, and then walk towards the camp building. Okay. Lin Bei nodded and casually found a place to sit down. Lin Bei? You actually followed me here. At this moment, a surprised and rejecting voice sounded from behind. Lin Bei turned his head, and a stunning face appeared in his sight, instantly recalling past memories. The woman in front of him, who thought quite highly of herself, was named Zhu Hong, Lin Bei's ex-girlfriend, and they both attended Jiangcheng Experimental Middle School together. Later, Lin Bei tested out a C-class talent for cultivation enhancement, while she tested an A-class talent for corrosive swamp. Considering Lin's family background, Zhu Hong remained loyal to him. Until Lin Bei's parents severed their relationship with him and expelled him from the Lin family, she finally revealed her true colors, immediately distancing herself from him. You are just a useless with C-level talent. And I am a genius with A-level talent. We are from two different worlds, don't you understand yet? Before the others come to class, you should just leave, so you won't embarrass yourself. Without waiting for Lin Bei to explain, Zhu Hong arrogantly crossed her arms, too lazy to even glance at him. Zhu Hong, do you think I came here for you? Lin Bei retorted. Isn't it? Even though you bring me breakfast every day for 3 years, and the cultivation resources allocated to you by the Lin family, you won't use them for yourself, but you give them all to me. We are already worlds apart, don't have unrealistic fantasies anymore. Zhu Hong gradually became impatient. Really noisy. Lin Bei couldn't be bothered to argue, and slapped Zhu Hong's face. With the enhancement of a 368-point physique, this slap was as powerful as a huge iron hammer smashing into her face. With a loud bang, Zhu Hong spun 720 degrees in the air before heavily crashing to the ground. Half of her cheek was swollen, and several teeth were broken and fell out. Dazed, she lay on the ground, like a dead dog. Who is this? How dare they hit our class's goddess? Several students wearing the same uniform as Zhu Hong rushed over angrily. Lin Bei stood up and stared at them. Damn. I thought who it was. Turns out it's the useless young master of the Lin family. Oh no. You've been kicked out of the Lin family. Now you should be called the useless orphan. You, a useless with C-level talent, what are you doing here? Could it be that you came to ask the goddess to get back together? The goddess must have rejected your request, and then you sneak attacked and hurt her. The group instantly made up an entire drama, and then looked at Lin Bei with pity. Not because they sympathized with Lin Bei, but because Zhu Hong had already become the girlfriend of the school team leader, Hanan, from the experimental school. Hanan was known for his violent temper, and when he saw his woman get such a heavy slap, he would probably crush Lin Bei's skull in anger, and at the very least break 2 of his arms. Soon, Hanan and the teacher in charge walked over after finishing their paperwork. Seeing Zhu Hong lying on the ground, Hanan's face changed drastically, and he rushed over to help her up. Who did this? Zhu Hong gradually recovered and pointed at Lin Bei not far away. Brother Han. It's him. He slapped me while I wasn't paying attention. You must take revenge for me. F*******. Die for me. Hanan cursed loudly, drawing a long sword from his storage ring and thrusting it towards Lin Bei's chest. Stop. In the blink of an eye, a stone shot from a distance, deflecting Hanan's sword. Then, Fu Tai, who had finished the paperwork, quickly walked over and stood in front of Lin Bei, his gaze sharp as he stared at Hanan and the others. At this moment, the teacher in charge also stepped forward. Upon seeing Fu Tai was a cripple and looked sickly, he said disdainfully, "Friend, your people hurt my student, we just want to return the favor. What's the problem with that? My people hurt your student, and you want to return the favor, that is the biggest problem." Fu Tai said coldly. What do you mean? The teacher in charge's face tightened. Which school are you from? You can't even understand such simple words? No wonder you lead such a group of useless students. Fu Tai waved his hand dismissively, showing utter disdain. The teacher in charge became furious, never expecting Fu Tai, a cripple, to be so arrogant. At this moment, if he weakened his momentum, how would he have any authority in front of his students in the future? So, the teacher in charge released a powerful second-tier warrior's pressure, trying to overpower Fu Tai with his aura. Want to test my strength? You're not qualified. Fu Tai sneered, and like a flood, his terrifying pressure surged out, instantly swallowing the teacher's aura, sending him staggering back, vomiting blood. Teacher Wang. Hanan and the others' faces changed drastically, and they panicked. Before even making a move, Fu Tai had already injured a second-tier warrior with just his aura. His level might have already reached the third tier. At the very least, it is infinitely close to the third stage. I am Wang Chang, the homeroom teacher of Class 3 at Jiang City Experimental Middle School. Do you know the price of attacking me? Wang Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring fiercely at Fu Tai. Fu Tai, Centurion of the 8th Battalion of the Northern Army. If you are not convinced, let's fight. I'll let you keep both of your hands. Fu Tai grinned provocatively, completely disregarding this group of people. Northern Army. Centurion. Hearing these two words, Wang Chang and the others were instantly terrified, rolling away in fear. Unlike them, who grew stronger through hard training and resources, the border warriors crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their combat power was vastly superior, not even on the same level. Moreover, Fu Tai's realm was already above his. Chapter 12, First Stage Spirit Medicine. Crimson Corrosion Swamp Talent. Kid, the secret realm is dangerous, but it is not as dangerous as the human heart. You just need to remember one thing: I and Instructor Jiang will always be your backers. The entire 8th Battalion will back you up. In critical situations, you can use any means necessary, remember, any means. Fu Tai heavily patted Lin Bei's shoulder, his expression serious and his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Lin Bei could naturally hear the deep meaning in these two sentences, and he nodded immediately, saying, Brother Tai, I understand. This is a locator. When you encounter danger, press the red button, and the camp will send someone to rescue you. Fu Tai took out a token. Thank you, Brother Tai. Lin Bei felt warmth in his heart. Go on, I'll be here waiting for your good news. Fu Tai smiled and waved his hand. Lin Bei responded and turned to enter the secret realm. In the distance, Hanan and others stared fiercely at Lin Bei's departing figure. Teacher Wang Chang noticed the killing intent brewing in Hanan's heart, so he instigated, the secret realm is dangerous, and every year many warriors die inside. Some die to ferocious beasts, some die in resource battles, and some die without knowing why. Do whatever you want, just don't leave any evidence, the school will support you. Thank you, Teacher Wang. With Wang Chang's words, Hanan was filled with confidence. He was the captain of the school team at the experimental middle school, with a great sword control talent and a genius awakening at the 7th stage. Xu Hong was the vice-captain of the school team, with a great corrosion swamp talent and a 6th stage awakening. Apart from the two of them, there were 3 other team members with B-grade talents, all awakened at the 5th stage. With such a team configuration, they stood a chance even against awakened 8th stage ferocious beasts. Dealing with a waste like Lin Bei was completely effortless. Brother Han, when the time comes, don't interfere. I want to personally kill this waste. Xu Hong covered his swollen half-face, filled with hatred. All right. Hanan grinned and nodded, then led the team into the secret realm. At this moment, Lin Bei had already walked a distance within the secret realm. His luck was quite good, he hadn't encountered any entry-stage ferocious beasts right after entering. However, to clear this primary secret realm, he must defeat the strongest ferocious beast king inside, whose strength was at least 1st stage. It sounded truly unbelievable for someone at 5th stage awakening to kill an entry-stage ferocious beast king. But, this is the secret realm. Under the coverage of mysterious powers, Lin Bei's blood essence boiled. Even if he did nothing, his physique would automatically strengthen. Moreover, the secret realm is more likely to give birth to various spirit medicines. Warriors can greatly increase their strength after consuming spirit medicines. If he was lucky enough to encounter top-grade spirit medicines, combined with a 10,000-fold critical harvest, jumping across 3 or 4 small realms was not impossible. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a deafening sound of clashes and roars came from not far away. Driven by curiosity, Lin Bei cautiously walked toward the direction of the sound, and indeed saw 2 giant beasts in a fierce battle. One was a 9th stage awakened scale snake, and the other was a 9th stage awakened devil ape. Both sides were already covered in wounds, and each was fighting with their last breath. To let giant beasts fight for their lives, it must be for some kind of treasure. Lin Bei muttered to himself, carefully observing around the battlefield. Sure enough, he saw a strange flower taller than a person, with a few blood-red fruits hanging beneath the petals. The rank of spiritual medicine is divided from weak to strong into 9 levels, and the blood-red fruits in front of him are all level 1 spiritual medicine. According to the exchange conditions in the northern region, 1 blood-red fruit requires 2,000 military merits. There are a total of 5 here, which means 10,000 military merits. However, the most valuable is still this blood-red flower taller than a person. The cultivation difficulty of this spiritual medicine is very high, with extremely strict environmental requirements, and it takes 100 years to mature and bear fruit. So, outside of secret realms, there are very few mature blood-red flowers. No wonder the fight is so fierce. Lin Bei's gaze was blazing, yet he maintained his composure. These two awakened level 9 giants still had their last breath. If he charged in now, he would definitely face an attack from the two giants. With his awakened level 5 strength, he had no chance against two awakened level 9 giants. Against one severely injured near death, there might still be a chance. After a long while, the demon ape finally seized the opportunity, biting down on the scaled snake 7 inches with its mouth, pulling hard with both hands. There was a crack, and the scaled snake was torn in half. Blood splattered everywhere, and the two halves of the corpse crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At this moment, the demon ape was also at the end of its strength. It had been bitten many times by the scaled snake, and the poison had already spread throughout its body. The demon ape stumbled toward the blood-red fruits. As long as it could eat these spiritual medicines, it could ascend to a higher giant beast rank, naturally resolving the snake venom in its body. The opportunity is here. Lin Bei's expression brightened as he took out the god-slaying thunder gun, preparing to take action. Swish! Suddenly, a swift figure sprang out from the forest, snatching the 5 blood-red fruits before escaping quickly. From the back view, it should be an awakened level 8 cloud-chasing monkey. This giant beast is small in size and has weak combat power, but its only strength lies in its incredible speed. The demon ape's body was heavy, having just gone through a deadly battle and being poisoned by the snake. It could not catch up with the cloud-chasing monkey. It roared angrily and unwillingly, ultimately collapsing to the ground from the snake poison's effects. Seeing this scene, Lin Bei was first stunned, then revealed a smile. 5 blood-red fruits are indeed precious, but the more valuable blood-red flower is still here. Lin Bei stepped forward. The rich floral fragrance was refreshing, and a deep breath made him feel invigorated. The blood-red flower can also be used as medicine, enhancing strength when consumed, but such behavior is akin to killing the hen for the egg. Taking this flower out to plant in the northern region, he could harvest blood-red fruits every year in the future. Wouldn't that be even better? Lin Bei carefully dug up the blood-red flower, afraid of breaking its root. Whoosh! At that moment, a flying sword stabbed toward Lin Bei's back from behind. His battle instincts activated, and Lin Bei narrowly rolled away to dodge. Focusing his gaze, several martial artists approached. The leader was shockingly Hanan. Oh, what a coincidence, we meet again so soon. Hanan sneered coldly. Han Gu. It's a blood-red flower. And it's already mature. The 3 awakened level 5 team members were so excited they could hardly speak. The blood-red flower is level 1 spiritual medicine, but its price is even higher than some level 2 spiritual medicines. Because a mature blood-red flower can continuously produce blood-red fruits. Additionally, both the petals and roots of the blood-red flower can be used as medicine. After consumption, martial artists can enhance their strength. To stumble upon such a great opportunity just after entering the secret realm is absolutely a good omen. As for Lin Bei, a waste with sea-level talent, no one bothered to pay him any attention. Kneel. Bring that blood-red flower to me, and I may consider giving you a quick death. Hanan said arrogantly. Lin Bei slowly dug out the blood-red flower, provocatively saying, want the spiritual medicine? Then it depends on your abilities. Han Gu. You don't need to act yourself. We can handle this waste. Several awakened level 5 team members stepped forward voluntarily. Everyone stop. I want to personally take revenge for this slap. Xu Hong blocked them and immediately unleashed her corrosive swamp talent. Chapter 13, Powerful Flesh Constitution. Running away is also a specialty. The swamp spread out around her like an uncontrolled tide. It was filled with extremely corrosive venom, and grass, wood, and stones were visibly melting away. The swamp spread quickly, reaching Lin Bei's feet in the blink of an eye. Just when everyone thought Lin Bei would retreat to avoid it, they saw him walk directly into the swamp. The class flower's corrosive swamp not only restricts mobility but also inflicts corrosive damage. Is this guy's brain malfunctioning? How dare he walk in? It could also be that he knows he can't win and wants to beg for mercy this way. Humph. His feet will soon be corroded down to nothing but bones. The 3 team members coldly mocked him. Hanan and Zhu Hong both wore expressions of confusion. Anyone who wasn't a fool wouldn't step into the corrosive swamp. But what happened next left them wide-eyed in shock. The venom in the swamp corroded Lin Bei's shoes and enveloped his feet, but even after a long time, not even the outer layer of skin had been corroded away. One curious team member crouched down and poked his finger into the swamp. The venom instantly corroded his flesh, making him scream in pain. How is this possible? Zhu Hong's face was filled with disbelief. No one knew better than her the power of the corrosive venom. Even Hanan, who had reached the 7th awakening stage, wouldn't dare step in. Could it be that Lin Bei's strength was even greater than Hanan's? Even if he was stronger, it was impossible to resist the corrosive venom's damage with pure flesh alone. I guess he's cultivated some technique that increases physical defense, Hanan analyzed. So that's it. Then let you taste this move. Binding Vines. Xu Hong snapped her fingers to unleash her martial skill. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of thorny vines burst from the swamp, lunging toward Lin Bei from all directions. With his battle instinct at a small mastery level, he could dodge attacks of this strength even with his eyes closed. He swung the god-slaying thunder gun in his hand, severing all the vines in just a few moves. Then, taking a step forward, the gun tip aimed straight at Xu Hong's vital spot. The strike was a killing move. This group wanted to kill him for revenge and seize the spirit medicine, so there was no way Lin Bei would show mercy. Killer. Kill or be killed. Among these few people, only Xu Hong's talent was the most troublesome. If she didn't die, Lin Bei would be restricted at every turn. At that point, facing the siege of Hanan and the others would only make things worse. Han Gu, save me. Xu Hong's face was filled with panic. With me here. He can't hurt a single hair on you. Hanan said as a flying sword whisked past Xu Hong's cheek, aiming for Lin Bei's face. Lin Bei was forced to lean back to dodge, and the god-slaying thunder gun also retreated a bit. Xu Hong seized the opportunity to try to retreat and create distance, but Lin Bei immediately turned the god-slaying thunder gun, swinging it around to strike Xu Hong's waist and abdomen. There was a loud bang, and Xu Hong was sent flying like a cannonball, landing more than 10 meters away. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Xu Hong's face was filled with horror. He stepped lightly. Lin Bei's forward momentum suddenly halted, forced to roll and dodge. He possessed 368 points of physique, a monstrous physical defense comparable to an entry-level warrior, able to withstand corrosive poison, but not a second-tier flying sword. What are you three still stunned for? Attack together. I want him dead here. Hanan ordered fiercely at the three team members. Yes. The three, not daring to offend Hanan, used their talents and martial skills. Lin Bei attempted several more assaults but could not close in on Xu Hong, so he turned and ran, facing for, the odds aren't in my favor, escaping is my strong suit. If he couldn't kill Xu Hong, then after she caught her breath, she'd unleash the corrosive swamp again. Plus, Hanan could remotely control the flying sword, making him a tricky opponent. Continuing to drag this out would lead to little chance of victory, it was better to avoid the brunt of their attack. After all, with 368 points of physique, the enhancements included not just strength and defense, but also speed. This waste is trying to run. Chase him. Hanan was the first to pursue. Han bro. This guy probably practiced speed techniques in addition to defensive martial skills, he's too fast to catch up to. One awakened 5-stage member complained. Seeing Lin Bei getting farther away, Hanan unwillingly gave up the chase, raging, damn it. If I see you next time, I'll definitely kill you. After leaving the battlefield, Lin Bei slowed down and took a moment to catch his breath. Having just entered the secret realm, he had already obtained a mature blood-red flower, there were surely more significant opportunities hidden within. No wonder so many warriors were eager to enter the secret realm. It was truly irresistible. In the following days, Lin Bei continued exploring the secret realm. Perhaps he had exhausted his good luck, as he encountered no spiritual herbs at all, but instead ran into several awakened high-stage beasts, being chased around. At that moment, having just paused to rest, Lin Bei heard the desperate cries of the chasing cloud monkey. Could it be that monkey? Lin Bei recalled the chasing cloud monkey that had stolen 5 blood-red fruits, so he quietly approached the direction of the sound. Upon a closer look, several warriors were surrounding and attacking the chasing cloud monkey. And those warriors happened to be Hanan and Xu Hong. Xu Hong's A-level talent, Corrosive Swamp, perfectly countered the chasing cloud monkey's speed. The three teammates provided support, while Hanan took the lead in the attack, leaving the chasing cloud monkey powerless to fight back. Ha ha ha. Once I kill this monkey, all 5 blood-red fruits will be mine. Hanan laughed excitedly. Han bro, I contributed too, aren't you going to share with me? Xu Hong pouted, casting a playful glare at him. Fine. I'll give you 2. Hanan directly ignored the 3 teammates beside him. Upon hearing this, the 3 teammates exchanged glances, feeling very displeased. Clearly, it was the combined effort of 5 that had subdued this awakened 8-stage chasing cloud monkey. Though Hanan and Xu Hong had greater contributions, without the 3 of them, Hanan and Xu Hong couldn't have captured this chasing cloud monkey. Why are the 3 of you dazed? If this monkey escapes, I won't spare you. Hanan turned his gaze, glaring fiercely at the 3. Han bro. The monkey is charging at me. Help me. Xu Hong exclaimed in fear, quickly moving close to Hanan. Her talent was Corrosive Swamp, perfectly countering the chasing cloud monkey. For the latter to escape, it first had to kill her. What are you panicking for? Hanan pointed with his finger, and the long sword flew out, stabbing directly at the vital points of the chasing cloud monkey. The monkey dodged and maneuvered, but the sword was like it had eyes, relentlessly pursuing. With 3 awakened 5-stage teammates assisting from the side, the monkey quickly became covered in wounds. Die, beast! Death sword! Seeing the timing was right, Hanan unleashed a second-tier martial skill. The long sword burst into light, imposing and aggressive. With a swoosh, it flew out, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the air. Instinctively, the chasing cloud monkey tried to dodge, but its feet were mired in a muddy swamp, slowing its movement drastically. The only thing it could do now was tilt its body. Avoid the vital points. Puff! The long sword pierced through the shoulder, blood gushing out to reveal the stark white bones inside. Chapter 14, Hanan's Brutality. The Dark Cave. Just a dying struggle. Hanan turned his gaze to the side, looking at Zhu Hong. Understood. Binding vines. Zhu Hong unleashed a level 1 martial skill, and the swamp instantly sprouted dozens of vines, tightly binding the cloud-chasing monkey. Let's see how you escape this time. Hanan flicked his finger and once again used a level 2 martial skill, the death sword, the sharp blade aimed directly at the monkey's head. Ow! The cloud-chasing monkey knew it couldn't escape, but it was unwilling to let a few humans take the blood-red fruit, so it threw its head back and roared, producing a piercing, sharp sound from its throat. Puff! The long sword pierced through its head, blood splattering everywhere, as the cloud-chasing monkey's corpse crashed to the ground. At this moment, Lin Bei, who was watching the whole battle from the shadows, couldn't help but be astonished in his heart. The 5 of Hanan working together could even slay a giant beast at the 8th awakening. Such strength should not be underestimated. Fortunately, during the last encounter, I resolved Zhu Hong first, or my fate would be the same as that cloud-chasing monkey. Suddenly, a deadly threat came from behind. Lin Bei instinctively pulled out the Godslayer Thunder Gun, accurately blocking behind him. With a clang, a spike as thick as a finger was blasted away. As Lin Bei turned around, a dozen more spikes came flying at him, and he quickly dodged and weaved. Looking closely, a huge hedgehog rushed toward him at great speed. Who is there? Come out. The commotion from the battle alerted Hanan. It's me. Lin Bei dispatched the giant hedgehog with one shot and slowly walked out of the shadows. Lin Bei. I let you escape last time. This time, you'll pay with your life. Hanan sneered, controlling the flying sword to stab at Lin Bei's chest. Lin Bei swung the gun to block the flying sword and said meaningfully, if you have the time to deal with me, you might as well think about how to face the upcoming situation. What do you mean? Hanan showed a look of surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of cloud-chasing monkeys rushed out from all directions. The weakest among them were at the 4th awakening, with several at the 8th awakening. Although the combat power of the cloud-chasing monkeys was not strong, they were simply too many. As the swarm approached, the sense of oppression grew stronger and stronger. Brother Han. What should we do now? I don't want to die here. We've already got 5 blood-red fruits, so why not press the distress button? Forget it. I don't want to die. I want to live. 3 5th awakening martial artists trembled nervously, and one timidly reached to press the red button on his device. Hanan immediately controlled the flying sword, cutting the person's finger, scolding, we've already acquired 5 blood-red fruits as soon as we entered. If we go further, there must be greater opportunities waiting for us. If you press the button, it means the secret realm trial ends here. Are you going to give up those great opportunities? But the 3 martial artists felt bitter inside but didn't dare to speak it out. This group of giant beasts was numerous and powerful. 6th and 7th awakening martial artists could barely hold on. People like them at the 5th awakening could lose their lives with just a small mistake. The key point is that they were risking their lives while the resources all belonged to Hanan, who would be willing. But Hanan, besides being strong, had the support of the Han family, a martial arts family in Jiang City. If they offended Hanan today, with the Han family's influence in Jiang City, there would be countless ways to kill them, and it would be easy for them to lose their qualifications for the martial arts entrance examination. Follow my commands. We will definitely fight our way out. Hanan declared confidently. Brother Han, what about Lin Bei? Last time he almost killed me with one shot, can we just let it go? Zhu Hong said reluctantly. Humph. After we deal with this group of monkeys, I will sever his limbs, and then you can torture him at will. Hanan was focused on handling several 7th awakening giant beasts and did not have the energy to deal with Lin Bei now. Alright. With Hanan's promise, Zhu Hong finally backed down, then unleashed his corrosive swamp talent. The cloud-chasing monkey is smarter than ordinary giant beasts, seeing the swamp spread beneath its feet, and they all retreat. They pick up stones from the ground or uproot trees, fiercely hurling them at Hanan and the others. Hanan is powerful and simultaneously controls 3 flying swords to confront the enemy. This level of attack is nothing to him. But the 3 awakened 5-stage team members are in trouble, crying out in agony while dodging, their lives in danger at all times. Seeing that the situation is about to get out of control, Hanan turns to look at Lin Bei. He is extremely reluctant in his heart, but besides seeking Lin Bei's help, he has no other choice. Lin Bei, as long as you join us to drive back this group of giant beasts, past grievances will be wiped clean, and I will give you 2 extra blood red fruits. How about it? Not interested. Lin Bei turns around and walks away. Watching Lin Bei walk further and further away, about to disappear from sight, Hanan panics and immediately raises the offer: 3, at most 4 blood red fruits. 5 blood red fruits for you to take action. This should be enough, right? Lin Bei smiles dismissively, leaving without turning back. The blood red fruit is precious, but compared to the blood red fruits, he hopes this group will die at the hands of the giant beasts. Damn it! Hanan curses angrily, his brow furrowed, his face dark to the extreme. Just relying on the 5 of them, they cannot possibly deal with so many giant beasts. If Lin Bei joined, their chances of winning would increase significantly. But he did not expect that even after offering such high terms, Lin Bei would remain unmoved. Brother Han, we can't hold on any longer. Call for help, a wounded team member pleads. Don't worry. I have a trump card. You 3, come close to me. Hanan steadies his heart, as if making a certain decision. Okay. Hearing about the trump card, the 3 team members immediately come closer to Hanan. Puff, puff, puff. Hanan snaps his fingers, the 3 swords pierce through the chests of the 3 team members. Blood rolls out, and all their strength is instantly drained. The 3 team members widen their eyes in disbelief, collapsing straight into a pool of blood. Brother Han, what are you doing? Shu Hong is terrified, her face turning pale, fearfully backing away from Hanan. Even killing teammates. She even suspects that when necessary, Hanan might kill her too. The secret realm trial opportunity is rare, and there are even greater chances waiting for us ahead. We absolutely cannot let these 3 useless ones press the rescue button. No need to worry, I have a way to push their deaths onto Lin Bei. Hanan controls the 3 flying swords and changes his tone: stick close to me, I'll take you out. Hanan's strength is limited, he can only take 1 person away. The remaining 3 can only die here, so they won't press the rescue button. Alright. Shu Hong stammers, nodding, terrified as she follows Hanan. At this moment, Lin Bei leaves the battlefield, drawn by a dark cave. Inside the cave surges a thick force of thunder. There are either powerful thunder attribute giant beasts or precious thunder attribute treasures. If it's the former, with a 50% resistance to thunder, he can withstand some of it. If it's the latter, that would be a tremendous opportunity. After adjusting his state, Lin Bei cautiously enters with the god-slaying thunder spear in hand. The cave entrance still has a bit of faint light, but the deeper he goes, the darker it becomes, until it's pitch black and he can't see his fingers. An ordinary martial artist might panic in such a situation. But Lin Bei possesses a combat instinct at a small achievement level. Even when his eyes can't see, his body can instinctively react to avoid danger. It's a giant beast. Lin Bei's expression sharpens, and he immediately stops. In the depths of the cave comes a strong breath of thunder attribute giant beast, at least awakened at 8 stages. The warrior's intuition tells Lin Bei that this giant beast is watching him. Screech! A roar sounds out, and a blue lightning bolt shoots towards Lin Bei. In the glow of the lightning, Lin Bei finally sees the giant beast in the cave, which is an 8-stage thunderbat. Its size is bigger than an adult male, with a wingspan over 3 meters. The thunderbat's attacking method is very simple. Typically, it only spits out lightning attribute rays from its mouth and fears sunlight. You scared me. I thought it was some terrifying giant beast. Lin Bei relaxed his tense heart and stood firm against the lightning ray. If there were anyone else standing here, they would definitely think Lin Bei was crazy. A mere 5th-stage awakened warrior dares to withstand the ray attack of an 8th-stage lightning bat. But only Lin Bei knew that 50% immunity to lightning was enough to cancel out most of the ray's power. Zzzz. The lightning ray struck Lin Bei, and a paralyzing sensation instantly spread throughout his body. His flesh briefly stiffened, and his hair stood on end as white smoke wafted from his body. The host's body has experienced lightning refinement, gaining 10,000 times critical hit reward, and lightning immunity increased by 1%. Hearing the system notification, the corner of Lin Bei's mouth lifted. He only wanted to give it a try but didn't expect it would really be effective. The so-called body refinement means taking damage that does not lead to death. As long as he could withstand this damage, his body could transform and grow stronger, just like when he pulled out the god-slaying thunder gun. Such a good opportunity for body refinement must not be missed. Big guy. Is this all your strength? It's not enough. It's hardly even a tickle. Lin Bei provocatively spoke while cautiously standing 50 meters away from the lightning bat. Even though lightning bats usually only used ray attacks, there was no guarantee that the other party wouldn't come rushing in recklessly for close combat. With those sharp teeth and claws, getting scratched would cost half a life. Squeak! Angered by the human's provocation, the lightning bat immediately retaliated, spewing out a stronger lightning ray. The host's body has experienced lightning refinement, gaining 10,000 times critical hit reward, and lightning immunity increased by 1%. Still too weak. Lin Bei shook his head in disdain. Squeak squeak. The lightning bat, agitated, flapped its wings and roared as it shot out another lightning ray. It couldn't understand why this mere 5th-stage human could continuously withstand its 2 attacks. In the past, it could easily kill those humans with a single shock. The host's body has experienced lightning refinement, gaining 10,000 times critical hit reward, and lightning immunity increased by 1%. You are so weak. Does your family know? Lin Bei continued to provoke. Meanwhile, at the northern headquarters, at the venue for the new recruit competition, Wang Chang and others sat in the stands, heads drooping, listening to the sneering voices around them, each wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. The 8th camp is really getting more useless. They sent 5 people to compete. Not one made it to the semi-finals. Every year's new recruit competition sees the 8th camp at the bottom. Just cancel the 8th camp and merge it with the other 7. Every soldier is lazy, and their bears are lazy too. It's mainly because the commander and instructors of the 8th camp are too useless. Jiang Hao also sat there, looking indifferent as if he was already used to this kind of discussion. The Northern Corps had a total of 8 large camps, and because the commander of the 8th camp didn't know how to flatter, every year, the resources allocated from the headquarters were only half of what the other camps received, sometimes only a third. In addition to resources, the new recruits recruited each year were leftovers after the other camps picked through, then thrown to the 8th camp. Moreover, the 8th camp's defense zone was closest to the area of giant beast activity, resulting in the highest frequency of battles and casualties among the 8 camps. In such circumstances, expecting the 8th camp to achieve good rankings in the new recruit competition was simply impossible. So Jiang Hao had long since laid back and given up. He now only wanted to train Lin Bei well so that he could help the 8th camp stand tall in the 4 realms competition. Instructor Jiang, Commander Luo is looking for you. At that moment, a soldier approached Jiang Hao. Lead the way. Jiang Hao replied. Please follow me. The soldier guided Jiang Hao out of the venue into a luxurious office. Instructor Jiang Hao of the 8th camp, reporting to the commander. Jiang Hao saluted with a standard military gesture. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand, signaling the soldier to leave, and then walked around Jiang Hao once. A voice asked, I heard that your 8th battalion has a good seed, why hasn't he come to participate in the new recruit competition? Commander Luo, where did you hear this rumor? Our 8th battalion has never had a good seed. The best is that A-grade talent, Wang Chang. If you like him, just take him with you. Jiang Hao denied repeatedly. The special training room data of the 8 battalions is all connected to the headquarters computer, so don't play dumb in front of me. Luo Yuanshan meaningfully patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder. Jiang Hao was suddenly enlightened, and his expression changed instantly. It had been so long since the 8th battalion produced a good seed that he had forgotten such a simple thing. He just joined the army and pulled out the previous battalion commander's God-slaying lightning gun, breaking the record for the Awakening Stage 4 bare-handed combat power and fully equipped combat power. Such a good seed, if he doesn't participate in the new recruit competition, won't he be buried? Luo Yuanshan returned to his seat and said in a commanding tone, before the new recruit competition is over, quickly bring him over. Commander Luo, Lin Bei has already entered the number 137 beginner secret realm, and we don't know when he will come out. Jiang Hao stalled. Lin Bei was the only hope for the 8th battalion to hold its head high. He must not be poached by other battalions or commanders. Luo Yuanshan ignored Jiang Hao and directly dialed the number for the number 137 secret realm camp, asking, check Lin Bei's information for me, see how long he has been in the secret realm. Reporting, Commander, Lin Bei has been in the secret realm for 3 days and has not yet come out. Doesn't everyone who enters the secret realm have a locator? Then just send someone to bring him out. After saying this, Luo Yuanshan hung up the phone directly and smiled at Jiang Hao. Instructor Jiang, the conditions in the 8th battalion are limited, keeping such a good seed here is a waste, don't you think? Jiang Hao clenched his fists secretly and remained silent. Having hidden for so long, he didn't expect such a small mistake to ruin everything. On the other side, after continuously provoking the Thunderbat, Lin Bei finally forced the opponent to a red temperature. As he expected, the Thunderbat stopped using the Thunder Ray and instead tried to tear him apart with its sharp claws. Hey! I'm in. Hey! I'm out again. Come hit me. Lin Bei jumped in and out of the cave entrance, wildly provoking the Thunderbat. Screech! The Thunderbat roared in anger, its sharp teeth gleaming coldly, saliva flying everywhere. It had tried to rush out of the cave more than once, but each time, it was burnt by the sunlight and forced back into the cave. A dignified awakened 8-stage giant beast was toyed with to this extent by a 5-stage awakened human. In the eyes of the Thunder Bat, besides anger, there was also a deep sense of humiliation. Chapter 16, Killing the Crimson. Battle Instinct's Great Accomplishment. After being electrocuted countless times, Lin Bei had changed dramatically. His whole body was charred black like coal, hair burnt and curly, looking like he had lost half his life. In fact, he only had some superficial injuries, and his lightning immunity had reached an astonishing 70%. Unfortunately, the sun was about to set, otherwise he could farm for more lightning immunity. I'm letting you go today. Lin Bei sat cross-legged, immediately adjusting his breath to recover his strength. The giant beasts were more active at night, and the danger multiplied. He must always maintain a peak state. At that moment, Hanan and Zhu Hong finally broke through the encirclement and shook off the pursuing cloud monkeys. Both of them looked pale, clearly suffering severe injuries. I can't run anymore, I need to stop and rest. Zhu Hong shook off Hanan's hand and sat down heavily on a stone, gasping for breath. We should have shaken them off, so let's take a break. Hanan looked back to make sure the cloud monkeys weren't following before taking out 2 bottles of potions from his storage ring and handing one to Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong took the potion and drank it in one go, and her exhausted body gradually regained some strength. The slight wounds on her body were visibly healing at an observable rate. Han. Brother Han, is it really okay? Zhu Hong, still thinking of the deaths of the 3 team members, looked up at Hanan, fear evident in her eyes. Their bodies have been completely eaten by the giant beast. As long as you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, nothing will happen. Hanan snarled. I definitely won't say anything. Zhu Hong promised earnestly. Right, quickly rest and adjust your state. The secret realm at night is even more dangerous. Hanan took a potion and sat down to regulate his breathing. Just as he calmed down, he heard the roar of the Thunder Bat. The sound was very close and extremely furious. Could there be a chance? Hanan stood up from the ground and cautiously walked toward the direction of the sound. Soon, he saw a Thunder Bat at the cave entrance, awakened at the 8th stage, roaring fiercely at a young martial artist outside the cave. Lin Bei? Hanan shifted his gaze to the young warrior and was instantly overjoyed. Although he didn't know how Lin Bei dared to confront the awakened 8th stage Thunder Bat, it looked like he was severely injured. This was a great opportunity to kill him. Not only could he take revenge, but he could also snatch the mature blood-red flower from his hands, achieving 2 goals with 1 blow. Lin Bei? Where is he? Zhu Hong heard the voice and immediately opened her eyes. The slap before entering the secret realm, and the smash after entering the secret realm made her hate Lin Bei to death. Since 3 people were already dead, it didn't matter if 1 more died. Hanan waved at Zhu Hong, whispering, I will launch a surprise attack with my flying sword first. If the first strike misses, you immediately use the corrosive swamp to trap him. Understood. Zhu Hong nodded, staring fiercely at Lin Bei not far away. Death Sword. Hanan pointed his fingers and unleashed a second-grade martial technique. The attack came as a killing move, with the flying sword whistling toward Lin Bei, aiming for his heart. Sensing the deadly danger, Lin Bei instinctively rolled on the ground to dodge while taking out the god-slaying thunder spear. How can this guy react so fast? Hanan was greatly surprised and turned to look at Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong instantly understood, corrosive swamp. Go! The swamp no longer spread from her center, instead, it emerged from beneath her feet and rushed toward Lin Bei at an incredible speed. Sacrificing the area to extend the distance. Binding vines. Dozens of spiked vines emerged from the swamp, blocking 3 directions and forcing Lin Bei to retreat into the cave. Lin Bei backed up and then stopped, as going further would put him in the attack range of the Thunder Bat. He was trapped. Since you want to die so badly, then I'll help you. Lin Bei gritted his teeth, stepping into the swamp, and forcefully threw the god-slaying thunder spear, aiming the tip directly at Zhu Hong. Hanan and Zhu Hong's combined power, Lin Bei had witnessed firsthand. They could even kill awakened 8th stage beasts. He must first deal with one of them. Hanan was stronger, it wouldn't be easy to eliminate him. Moreover, Lin Bei possessed the combat instincts of a minor achievement realm, making it possible for him to dodge Hanan's flying sword attack, even when unarmed. Brother Han, save me! Zhu Hong screamed loudly, hiding behind the stone mill. What are you panicking for? Hanan waved his sleeve, and a flying sword collided with the god-slaying thunder spear. Clang! Crack! The flying sword was hit by the god-slaying thunder spear and shattered into 2 pieces on the spot. Then it pierced through the stone mill, penetrating Zhu Hong's body from behind. Thud! Zhu Hong looked at the spear protruding from her chest, her eyes filled with shock. She couldn't believe that hiding beneath such a thick stone mill, from dozens of meters away, and even with a flying sword as a defense, could not stop Lin Bei's attack. What a terrifying physical strength this must be. He was likely infinitely close to a warrior level. Yet he was clearly just a waste who had been expelled from his family and forced to drop out of school. Even if he was lucky enough to gain some opportunities, it didn't change the fact that he had sea-level talent. Lin Bei was too strong. Strong enough to make her feel that all this was unreal. But the intense pain in her chest told her this was not a dream. The terrifying thunder exploding from the god-slaying thunder spear suddenly erupted, and Xu Hong screamed in agony. As the sound grew fainter, Xu Hong completely breathed her last. Hanan turned his gaze, and there was not much sadness in his eyes looking at Xu Hong. As the young master of the Han family, a martial arts clan in Zheng City, he was never short of women by his side. With one Xu Hong gone, there would naturally be Chen Hong, Zhao Hong, and Zhang Hong. But anyone who dares to kill his woman must pay with their life. Lin Bei, I have to admit, your strength is indeed very impressive, even qualifying to compete with me. Hanan slowly walked to Xu Hong's corpse, looking down at the god-slaying thunder gun, then changed his tone. But without this weapon, how much chance do you have now? Without a weapon, I can still kill you. Lin Bei was full of confidence. Ha ha ha. Arrogant. Once I kill you, the blood fruit, the fully matured blood flower, and this gun will all belong to me. Hanan laughed maniacally. Being able to easily crush a second-grade weapon, this gun was at least a top-tier third grade. It might even be fourth grade. Such a treasure hunt in the secret realm was truly worthwhile. Die. Hanan pointed, and the remaining two flying swords pierced towards Lin Bei, one left and one right. Awakened at the 7th level attacking and awakened at the 5th level, ranged against melee. With this double advantage, he truly did not know how to lose. Lin Bei swayed his body left and right to dodge, and the two flying swords couldn't even touch his clothes. Damn it! Die for me! As the flying swords missed repeatedly, Hanan became infuriated. The flying sword's speed grew faster and faster, and Lin Bei felt the pressure mounting. In this state, he could only ensure that he was not hit by the flying swords, and he couldn't get close to Hanan, making it impossible to end the battle. The key was that the sky was gradually getting darker, and it wouldn't be long before the thunder bats rushed out of the cave. The threat of the thunder bats was much greater than that of Hanan. The host continuously hones combat instincts, gaining 10,000 times critical hits, combat instincts fully developed. Chapter 17, Kill Hanan. Strength explodes. With the combat instincts fully developed, Lin Bei's strength rose to a new level, and his perception of danger became sharper. Before the flying swords even got close, Lin Bei could predict the trajectory of their attacks, allowing him to react in advance. Moreover, his reactions were faster, and his body's evasive movements were smaller, conserving more energy. Most importantly, with the time to react in advance, he had the chance to close the distance with Hanan. Lin Bei took a step forward, moving like a ghost to dodge the dual flying sword attack, quickly closing in on Hanan by several meters. What kind of monster is this guy? His realm is clearly not as high as mine. Why does he have such a strong reaction ability? Hanan was furious, feeling like he had immense strength, but every punch fell into cotton. With your little strength, you think you can kill me? Maybe in your next life. Lin Bei chuckled lightly and continued to close the distance. Damn it! Hanan was already on the verge of rage, and Lin Bei's words added fuel to the fire, instantly igniting him. Hanan controlled the flying swords with one hand while charging towards Lin Bei with a fist raised. He couldn't believe that a 7th-level awakened body could lose to a 5th level. Moreover, he was wearing first-grade armor, making it difficult for martial artists of the awakened realm to break through its defenses. Do you think I only do ranged attacks with flying swords? In close combat, Hanan is no less than anyone. Body baptizing fist. Hanan summoned all his strength and smashed a fierce punch towards Lin Bei. The punch was fierce, having already reached a minor completion state. Awakened at the 7th level, mastering 2 martial arts techniques, one reaching minor completion, this strength was enough to claim superiority among his peers. But sadly, his opponent was a monster of the same age. Lin Bei unleashed the body baptizing fist in response, the force as if to crush with ease. Fool! Hanan was stunned for a moment, then instantly overjoyed. In his view, Lin Bei could easily dodge this punch and find an angle to counterattack. That would maximize his own advantages. But the result was that Lin Bei chose to clash fist against fist. Just a sea-level cultivation boost, and not even a physical talent, what qualifications did he have to compete? Bang! The two fists collided, and Lin Bei stood still, not moving an inch, a smirk curving at the corner of his mouth. Hanan's face was filled with disbelief as he clearly felt that Lin Bei's fist was harder than steel. Then, an explosive force surged from the edge of the fist into his arm, and wherever it passed, muscles, bones, and flesh exploded apart. Bang! The entire arm instantly shattered. Blood mixed with bone and flesh fragments splattered on Lin Bei, making him look like a demon god. Impossible. This can't be happening. I awakened 7 stages, plus the minor success realm of the body refining fist. How could I lose to a C-grade talent waste like you? Hanan, severely injured, staggered back again and again. This punch completely shattered his confidence. Your realm is indeed stronger than mine, but my physique and the proficiency of my martial arts are far superior to yours, so your defeat is not unjust, Lin Bei said, stepping forward and pulling out the god-slaying thunder spear from Zhu Hong's body. With a physique of 368, almost reaching the level of a martial artist. With this foundation, using the perfected body refining fist would amplify its power several times. Not to mention that an awakened 7-stage warrior couldn't handle it, even an awakened 9-stage warrior without a body-related talent would not survive. If Hanan had kept his distance, attacking from afar while retreating, Lin Bei would have had no way to deal with him. But his stupidity lay in his overconfidence in his own strength. Watching Lin Bei approach with murderous intent while holding the spear, Hanan was terrified and kept retreating, tripping over a stone and falling to the ground. He begged in fear, please don't kill me. I'm the young master of the Han family, a martial arts family in Jiancheng, you wouldn't dare to kill me. His arm, holding the positioning card, had been shattered, and now he didn't even have the chance to press the distress button. All he could do was beg for mercy. Is that so? Lin Bei slowly raised the god-slaying thunder spear, aiming the tip at Hanan's head. Please don't kill me, spare my life like a dog, I can give you everything valuable on me. Hanan was completely frightened out of his wits, hurriedly pulling out everything from his storage ring. If I kill you, won't all of this still be mine? Lin Bei sneered and thrust his spear through his head. Screech! At that moment, the thunder bat in the cave shrieked and roared. It seemed to be telling Lin Bei, the sky is nearly dark, I will soon kill you. Lin Bei looked up at the sky, the sun was about to set completely. He immediately took off Zhu Hong's and Hanan's storage rings, and just as he was about to leave, he noticed Hanan was wearing a vest made from a special material. First-grade armor? What a pleasant surprise! Lin Bei smiled. Like weapons, armor is divided from weak to strong, ranging from 1st to 9th grade. The price of this first-grade armor exceeds the total value of 5 red blood fruits. If that punch had landed on the vest instead, it probably wouldn't have heavily injured Hanan. After collecting the spoils, Lin Bei threw Zhu Hong's and Hanan's bodies into the cave, then immediately fled. With the thunder bat's reddish temperature, it would surely tear their bodies to pieces. After running for a long while, Lin Bei carefully observed the surroundings. After confirming there were no hidden beasts or martial artists, he finally relaxed and sat down. He first opened Zhu Hong's storage ring. Inside, aside from clothes and women's items, there was nothing valuable. Then, he opened Hanan's storage ring. The first thing he saw was 5 first-grade red blood fruits, as well as a second-grade thunder fruit. Apart from these 2 items, the rest of the things that still had some value were several stacks of cash. In order to leave no trace, Lin Bei kept only the red blood fruits and thunder fruits, burning everything else with fire until it was completely gone. As expected of the young master of the Han family. There's even a second-grade thunder fruit. What a good find! Lin Bei smiled, unable to close his mouth. Thunder attribute warriors can enhance their talent by consuming the thunder fruit. On the other hand, ordinary warriors who consume the thunder fruit can also increase their immunity to thunder attribute attacks. Lin Bei's thunder attribute immunity had already reached 70%. Consuming the thunder fruit should increase it by another 10%. Lin Bei observed his surroundings once again, confirming that no giant beasts or warriors were near, before immediately consuming the blood fruit and thunder fruit. The host consumes 5 first-tier blood fruits, gaining a 10,000-fold critical hit, and his realm rises to Awakening Stage 6. The host consumes 1 second-tier thunder fruit, gaining a 10,000-fold critical hit, and his realm rises to Awakening Stage 7, with lightning attribute immunity increased to 80%. As his power surged, Lin Bei instantly returned to peak condition. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Awakening Stage 7. Rank, New Soldier. Talent, SSS level hard work pays off. Weapon, top-grade God-slaying Thunder Spear. Martial skills, basic body refining fist of Dragon Country, full mastery, top-grade wind spirit spear technique, full mastery, top-grade 9-layer thunder spear technique, minor mastery. Ability, combat instinct, major mastery. Immunity, 80% lightning attribute immunity. Physique, 404. Looking at the newly updated information on his panel, Lin Bei felt an unprecedented confidence. He was not just a little stronger now, he was extremely strong. Could he still be afraid of that lightning bat from before? Let's do this. Chapter 18, Slaying the Lightning Bat. Leaving the Secret Realm. Lin Bei quickly returned to the cave of the lightning bat. At the cave entrance, only 2 pools of blood remained, the bones of Zhu Hong and Hanan were nowhere to be found. Eek! Suddenly, a sharp screech echoed from behind him, startling him. A massive creature descended from the sky, blasting lightning beams from its mouth and clawing at Lin Bei's back. Lin Bei braced himself against the lightning beams, swinging the god-slaying thunder spear to block the claws. With 80% lightning immunity and an awakening stage 7 realm, Lin Bei was unaffected by the intensity of the lightning beams. Even the slightest paralysis was hard to achieve. Clang! The lightning bat's claws struck the god-slaying thunder spear, producing a loud metallic hum. In the next moment, it suddenly retracted its claws and grabbed the spear instead. Then it spread its wings, lifting Lin Bei and the spear into the air, continuously gaining height. Is it trying to drop me to my death? Lin Bei looked down, realizing he was already several meters off the ground. If he didn't act quickly, he might really be dropped to his death. So he unleashed the strong thunder force from the god-slaying thunder spear. Zzz. Blue lightning coiled around the lightning bat's claws like a small snake, but the lightning attribute monster had high lightning immunity. This level of lightning attack could only make it feel a bit numb. Flying beasts are really tough to deal with. Lin Bei quickly changed his strategy, holding the god-slaying thunder spear tightly with one hand, and using his other hand to punch the lightning bat's ankle with his refining fist. Bang! Crack! The powerful strike snapped the lightning bat's ankle, causing it to let out a painful scream, instinctively releasing its grip and dropping Lin Bei. Lin Bei rapidly fell through the air, but thankfully only 10 meters high. With his physical strength, he could handle it. Eek! The lightning bat circled back, angrily diving straight for Lin Bei. Oh no! Lin Bei thought to himself, realizing the danger. Without any leverage in mid-air, even his major combat instinct couldn't provide a perfect response in this situation. In a panic, he quickly positioned the god-slaying thunder spear horizontally to protect his head and neck. Eek! The lightning bat roared, as if declaring Lin Bei's death sentence. Then, it lunged forward, sharp teeth aiming straight for Lin Bei's chest. Bang! Bang! Lin Bei was hit and accelerated downward, crashing onto the ground and writhing in pain, his bones feeling like they were about to shatter. His shirt tore apart, revealing the first grade. Lin Bei took out a flashlight from his storage bracelet and searched his way deeper into the cave. After walking for a while, he reached the end of the cave. The ground was piled up with countless white bones, both from huge beasts and humans. A heavy stench of blood mixed with damp, rotten smells hit him, so strong that it could make him vomit up the meals from last week. Lin Bei covered his mouth with his clothes and held his breath, looking around to see if there was anything valuable, but found nothing at all. Awakened to the 8th level, he was considered a dominator in the primary secret realm, yet his lair was in such a poor state. This was really disappointing. Unable to stand the strange smell any longer, Lin Bei turned around and walked back to the cave entrance. Screech! The thunder bat circled in the sky, roaring repeatedly, wishing to tear Lin Bei to pieces. The flying ability of the thunder bat was simply unbeatable. To kill it, he had to force it down. Lin Bei's brain raced, and suddenly he had an idea, grinning maliciously, "If you don't come down, I'll pee in your nest." The thunder bat couldn't understand human language, but it understood human behaviors. When it saw Lin Bei pull down his pants and start to pee in its nest, it was instantly filled with furious rage. Even a dog knows not to shit in its own home. Let alone a giant beast at the 8th awakening level? This was a blatant provocation and insult. Screech! Extreme anger made the thunder bat lose its mind, shrieking and rushing towards Lin Bei. Low-level giant beasts are just that, so easy to trick. Lin Bei raised his arm and drew his gun, executing the wind spirit gun technique. Swish, swish, swish. The gun shot out like a dragon, creating countless mirages. As the thunder bat approached the cave entrance, it was pierced with several bloody holes. Almost at the same time, the strong ones from the secret realm camp found their way here following Lin Bei's positioning signal. They looked at Lin Bei, then at the thunder bat that was turned into a sieve on the ground, shock evident on their faces. "Captain, did we get the wrong target?" The person the military lord wanted was only at the 5th awakening level, but this guy can kill an 8th awakening level thunder bat, a team member asked in confusion. The captain was also in doubt, so he took out the documents to compare Lin Bei's appearance and the locator data, then confirmed, the comparison shows no mistake. This guy is Lin Bei. Damn! This kid is too unbelievable, right? The team member exclaimed in surprise. From the aura, he has already entered the 7th awakening level. It seems he has gained a lot of great opportunities in the secret realm these days. Even if he is at the 7th awakening level, being able to kill an 8th awakening level thunder bat is quite strong. After all, the thunder bat is a flying giant beast. Indeed, he is truly someone the military lord has his eyes on. Let's go! With a commanding shout, the captain immediately ran towards the cave. Sensing humans approaching, Lin Bei quickly stored the thunder bat's corpse in his storage bracelet and took off running into the distance. The secret realm may be dangerous, but it can never compare to the danger of the human heart. This was the exact words of Fu Tai. This little guy is quite fast. The captain quickly caught up and blocked Lin Bei's path. A martial artist at the entry level. Lin Bei was slightly surprised and cautiously gripped his god-slaying thunder gun. Don't be nervous, we come from the number 137 primary secret realm camp, and we are ordered to take you out, the captain explained. Is there a time limit for the secret realm trial? I haven't heard anyone mention it before. Lin Bei still didn't relax his guard. The secret realm trial has no time limit, but the military lord of the north has personally ordered to see you. You must end the trial early, the captain said firmly. The military lord of the north? Why does he want to see me? Lin Bei was bewildered. He had only been in the north for a little over a week and the highest ranked person he knew was Zhang Hao. He didn't even know the surname of the military lord of the north. Who knows? We are only responsible for taking you out, the captain said. All right, Lin Bei nodded, following behind them. As long as it wasn't about Hanan and the others coming in, Lin Bei was relieved. After a long while, Lin Bei was let out of the secret realm by them. Fu Tai started the vehicle waiting at the exit. Seeing Lin Bei come out, his face showed no joy, but rather was as dark as coal. Taigo, what happened? Lin Bei asked curiously. Get in the car, we'll talk on the way. Fu Tai said. Okay. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows, realizing things were not simple, and then got in the car. The engine roared to life, and just as Fu Tai stepped on the gas to leave, Wang Chang rushed over and blocked the road, forcing him to slam on the brakes. Fu Tai's mood was already bad, and now it felt like he had found a target to vent his anger on. He got out of the car with a fierce expression. Are you looking to die? I can help with that. Chapter 19, Han Jintian's Fury. Fu Tai severely injured. Come on. Hit me here. You've already killed Hanan, what's another life to you? Wang Chang shouted with his neck strained. Hanan is dead? Fu Tai felt a chill in his heart. Stop pretending to be confused. The locator can not only show the location but can also check the wearer's vital signs. All 5 of our school's students are dead. You North Border soldiers act tyrannically, and today I've finally seen it. But don't get too proud, I have already informed the school leaders and the head of the Han family. There must be an explanation for this. Wang Chang's strength was not equal to Fu Tai's, but his aura was not any less intimidating. As the teacher leading this trial, losing 1 or 2 students would only lead to minor school discipline. Now that Hanan is dead, if the killer is not found, the Han family will definitely seek revenge on him, and they might even kill him in their rage. With such a huge incident, Fu Tai knew he couldn't leave for a while, so he sent a text to Jiang Hao and then returned to the car. Taiga, I actually didn't want to kill. Lin Bei was about to explain. Fu Tai's expression changed, his eyes deepening as he interrupted, shut up. Revealing the secret will only harm you and me. You must remember, some things must always remain in your heart. Lin Bei nodded seriously. Don't worry too much, I've already notified Instructor Jiang. Fu Tai reassured with his mouth, but he felt no confidence in his heart. Instructor Jiang Hao was an officer of the 8th Battalion of the North Border, a 3-stage 5-weight powerhouse. The Han family was a martial arts family in Jiang City, with profound background. The head of the family, Han Jintian, was a 4-stage warrior. Han Jintian had been injured when he was young and could never have children. After trying various methods, he finally had Hanan with his wife in his 40s. Having a son in his old age and being his only child, naturally, he was incredibly spoiled. With Hanan dead, the Han family's lineage would be severed. The key was that Han Jintian was now nearing 70 and had no chance of having another son. Moments later, several black Maseratis sped in, as if they were going to run over the crowd. Screech! The screeching of brakes echoed, leaving black marks on the ground. 20 or so entry-level powerhouses got out of the cars, surrounding Fu Tai and Lin Bei. Among this group, the weakest were 1st stage, and the strongest were very close to the 3rd stage. The atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive, and others in the camp saw the situation and hurriedly walked around. Then, 2 imposing men walked out from the crowd. The man on the left was in his 50s, wearing glasses and a Zhongshan suit, looking gentle and approachable. He was He Zhangying, the principal of Jiang City Experimental Middle School, a 3-stage 6-weight warrior. The man on the right was near 70, with white hair and deep lines on his face, his gaze dark and shifty, like a snake hiding in the shadows. He was Han Jintian, the head of the Han family, a 4-stage 1st-weight warrior. Seeing these 2 appear, Fu Tai furrowed his brows into a frown, instinctively reaching out to protect Lin Bei behind him, forcing a calm smile to greet, Principal He, Head Han, long time no see. He Zhangying nodded in response. Han Jintian ignored Fu Tai and fixed his gaze on Wang Chang, questioning, You say my son Hanan is dead, where is his body? I only saw that the locator lost its life signal. Young Master Han's body should still be in the secret realm. Wang Chang stammered, feeling Han Jintian's repressed anger. Then why are you just standing there? Send someone to go find him. Han Jintian shouted in fury. As long as there was no body seen. As long as there was no locator seen. Then they couldn't draw a conclusion with 100% certainty. Yes, I will contact the camp right away. Wang Chang seemed to awaken from a dream, continuously nodding his head, and immediately turned to head to the camp building. Han Jintian's gaze shifted, sizing up Lin Bei, as if he could see right through him. A waste expelled by the Lin family has actually cultivated to awakening stage 7, truly not simple. Han family head, the secret realm is dangerous, and many martial artists die inside every year. I firmly believe this matter has nothing to do with Lin Bei, Fu Tai declared with utmost confidence. Whether it has anything to do with him is not for you to decide. Han Jintian said coldly. After a long while, Wang Chang rushed from the camp building, holding 5 positioning tags and the torn clothing of Hanan. Creaking. Seeing this scene, the last bit of hope in Han Jintian's heart was utterly gone. He could no longer suppress the rage within him, and the pressure of a 4th-stage powerhouse suddenly erupted. The terrifying pressure swept through like the sea, causing everyone present to feel immense stress, not even daring to breathe. Throughout Jiang City, everyone knew Hanan was Han Jintian's treasured son. Once he died, the Han family would be extinct. Wang Chang feared Han Jintian would shift his anger onto him, immediately distorting the facts. Han family head, Hanan was definitely killed by Lin Bei. Let me explain the details of this matter to you. In his description, it became that Lin Bei sought to reconcile with Zhu Hong in vain and instead held a grudge against Hanan. He even dragged Fu Tai into it, claiming everything was backed by Fu Tai supporting Lin Bei from behind. Shut your darn mouth. Clearly it was Fu Tai was about to explain. Han Jintian did not give Fu Tai a chance to explain, forcibly interrupting. Fu Beifachang, considering the face of the 8th camp commander, you may leave, but Lin Bei must stay. What do you want to do to him? Fu Tai tightly protected Lin Bei. I, Han Jintian, have always been clear about kindness and grudges. Taking Lin Bei is simply to ask him for the truth of this matter. If it was not his doing, I, Han family, will compensate 100-fold. If it was his doing, he must pay with blood for blood. Han Jintian erupted with an overwhelming killing intent. Fu Tai understood the means of the Han family and knew they would certainly resort to torture for interrogation, thus refusing. No one can take Lin Bei away today. Fu Tai, I have already given you face, don't be ungrateful. Han Jintian threatened darkly. I'll say it again. No one can take Lin Bei away today. Fu Tai stood firm, utterly unafraid of the threat posed by the 4th-stage powerhouse. Damn it! Instead of drinking the wine of celebration, you're looking for punishment. The pain of losing a son made Han Jintian furious, and he directly punched Fu Tai. Bang! With a loud bang, Fu Tai was sent flying several meters away without even having a chance to react. His throat. But when they saw the license plate number 00001, their faces immediately became serious, and they instinctively made way. This is the vehicle of the Northern Military Corps Commander, Luo Yuanshan. A 5-star powerhouse. In this world where strength is respected, power and status are represented by strength. Han Jintian did not dare to act recklessly, suppressing his anger and standing obediently aside, but his heart was full of doubts. A person of such high status definitely would not appear for no reason. There must be something or someone they are after. Lin Bei had already been expelled from the Lin family. Luo Yuanshan would not come all the way for a useless person. Could it be that something big happened in the 137th secret realm? The SUV's door opened, and Jiang Hao was the first to get out. Instructor Jiang. Fu Tai waved his hand, and the tension in his heart eased a little. Are you injured? Who did this? Jiang Hao frowned and asked. Ah, just a few broken bones, it's a small issue. Fu Tai forced a smile. It was Han Jintian. Lin Bei said. This old man is getting more and more arrogant because the general is away. When the general returns, we will settle this account with him. Jiang Hao clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He only had 3-star 5-fold strength, far from being a match for the 4-star Han Jintian. He could only swallow this anger for now. Then, the rear door of the SUV opened, and a young man got out. He looked to be in his late 20s, wearing black high military boots and a military green coat. With his hands in his pockets, he walked over with an imposing stride. Instructor Jiang, who is this person? Lin Bei asked curiously. This person is named Ji Xiao, the captain of Luo Yuanshan's personal guard. He is here to help us. Jiang Hao explained. Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Zhengying and Han Jintian, then directly stood next to Lin Bei, speaking forcefully, I come here on the order of the Northern Military Corps Commander to take Lin Bei back to headquarters. Unrelated personnel, get out of the way. Hiss. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. How could a useless person expelled by the Lin family possibly have a connection to the Northern Military Corps Commander? Moreover, Yi Xiao was the captain of the personal guard, Luo Yuanshan's true confidant. His personal arrival to welcome Lin Bei showed how much Luo Yuanshan valued Lin Bei. He Zhang stood silently to the side, as there was currently no evidence to prove that Hanan and the others were killed by Lin Bei. Even if they assumed Lin Bei did it, with Luo Yuanshan backing him, they couldn't do anything to Lin Bei. Director Yi, until we clarify the cause of my son's death, Lin Bei cannot leave. Han Jintian stood up with a stiff neck. What? I didn't catch that. Say it again. Yi Xiao walked up to Han Jintian and leaned in. Until we clarify my son's. Slap. Before Han Jintian could finish speaking, Yi Xiao slapped him hard across the face. The sound of the slap was crisp and loud, and his cheek instantly turned red. Everyone was shocked, looking at this scene in disbelief. The dignified head of the Han family, a 4-star powerhouse, was actually publicly slapped. If it weren't seen with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Can you leave now? Yi Xiao stared closely into Han Jintian's eyes, as if daring him to say no, which would earn him another slap immediately. Director Yi, I have some old acquaintances with General Luo. If he knows my son died at Lin Bei's hands, he will definitely give me an explanation. Han Jintian suppressed his grievances and anger. The higher the position, the more oppressive it is. Yi Xiao, coming with Luo Yuanshan's command, represented Luo Yuanshan now. Moreover, although Yi Xiao was young, his strength was not any weaker than Han Jintian's. Okay. You say that Lin Bei killed your son, then bring out the evidence. Yi Xiao extended his hand. I have no evidence. But according to Wang Chang, this matter must have something to do with him. As long as you hand him over to me for interrogation, I can definitely find evidence. Han Jintian was full of confidence. Yi Xiao's tone shifted, asking, who is Wang Chang? Director Yi, I am. Wang Chang stood up, trembling. Oh, did you see Lin Bei kill Hanan in the secret realm with your own eyes? Yi Xiao asked. No, but. Wang Chang immediately recounted the fabricated story. Yi Xiao shook his head, too lazy to listen to his nonsense, directly drew the dagger from his waist and threw it on the ground, casually saying, to slander the soldiers of the Northern Territory without any evidence, especially good seedlings favored by the commander of the Luo army, I think your tongue doesn't need to be kept anymore. Ha? Aye. What I said is all true. Wang Chang was instantly dumbfounded. If I were to act personally, it would not just be the tongue that gets cut off. Yi Xiao's face darkened, his killing intent evident. Wang Chang's heart sank, not doubting the truth of this statement for a moment. He bent down to pick up the dagger, looked at He Zhangying, and then at Han Jintian. With so many people present, no one could help him. Either lose his life, or lose his tongue. Wang Chang held his tongue, swinging the dagger which glinted coldly before disappearing. Ah! Wang Chang screamed in agony, the pain tearing his heart apart. Everyone was stunned by Yi Xiao's ruthless methods, each one shivering in fear. Such a domineering and arrogant lieutenant, one couldn't imagine how crazy the commander of the Northern Territory must be. After all this, Yi Xiao took back the dagger and looked meaningfully at Han Jintian, saying, Master Han, don't catch the wind without evidence, in case it angers the commander, next time it won't just be a slap. Han Jintian's heart was filled with raging anger, but he could only grit his teeth and remain silent on the surface. With Luo Yuanshan backing him, this grudge could never be avenged. Let's go, Lin Bei, sit in my vehicle. Yi Xiao returned to the car. Thank you, Commander Yi. Lin Bei followed him into the car, sitting beside Yi Xiao and expressing his gratitude. You boy entered the secret realm at Awakening Stage 5, and in the blink of an eye, you've reached Awakening Stage 7. Could it be that Hanan was indeed killed by you? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Lin Bei was taken aback, recalling what Fu Tai had warned him before, shaking his head repeatedly to deny, I was just lucky in the secret realm, I gained a lot of opportunities, but Hanan's death has nothing to do with me. Even if it does, it doesn't matter. You boy are now favored by the commander. That old thing from the Han family wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. Yi Xiao laughed heartily, whether he saw through Lin Bei's lie or not remained uncertain. Actually, I've always been puzzled about what the commander wants with me. Lin Bei shifted the topic and asked. The commander personally holds this new recruit competition to select good seedlings, the stakes are high, and he wants to see results. But then Jiang Hao and Fu Tai, those two idiots, sent a bunch of useless participants. Later, when the commander heard that you broke the record in the special training room and also pulled out the god-slaying thunder gun, naturally, he wanted you to try your strength on the stage. Kid, you must seize this opportunity well. If you can serve under the commander, you can walk sideways in the Northern Territory in the future. Yi Xiao heavily patted Lin Bei's shoulder, holding him in high regard. Lin Bei smiled in agreement, but inside he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Jiang Hao and Fu Tai had treated him well, especially Fu Tai who just risked his life to protect him. Chapter 21, Thunder Tribulation Liquid. I want 1 against 9. Please vote. So, Lin Bei shifted the topic again, asking, Commander Yi, you just said that the commander invests heavily in this new recruit competition, the rewards must be very generous, right? Of course. The champion gets 10 drops of Thunder Tribulation liquid, the runner-up 9 drops, the third place 8 drops, and so on. The top 10 all have rewards. Yi Zhao's eyes were filled with desire when he mentioned the Thunder Tribulation liquid. Such treasures have no rank, cannot grow naturally, and can only be collected during a thunderstorm using special methods. 1 drop of Thunder Tribulation liquid is worth as much as a second-grade spirit medicine, greatly beneficial for tempering the body. Adding up, the top 10 together amounts to 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation liquid. As soon as this reward information was released, the various camps in the Northern Territory were in an uproar, all quickly selecting the best new recruits from their camps. Even a 4th-stage martial artist like Yi Xiao was salivating over it, showing just how precious Thunder Tribulation liquid is. Another Thunder attribute treasure. Lin Bei's expression brightened. His Thunder attribute immunity had already reached 80% if he could obtain a large amount of Thunder Tribulation liquid. With a 10-fold critical hit reward, perhaps it could directly break through to 100%. Do not underestimate the small 20% difference, in fact, it is as different as heaven and earth. If he encounters a 4th or even a 5th-tier lightning attribute powerhouse, even if Lin Bei can resist 80% of the lightning damage, the remaining 20% could still cost him his life. However, if he had 100% immunity, then it wouldn't matter if it's a 4th, 5th, or even an 8th or 9th-tier lightning attribute powerhouse attacking with all their might, they wouldn't be able to inflict any damage on Lin Bei at all. After a long while, the off-road vehicle arrived at the North Border headquarters. Seeing what lay before him, Lin Bei was stunned. The first thing that caught his eye was a series of tall city walls, with a watchtower every 100 meters. The defenses were incredibly strict, looking almost like a small city. Entering the city, a towering stone statue of over 10 meters stood on the main street. It depicted the North Border Army leader, Luo Yuanshan. The surrounding buildings were ancient and elegant, all surrounding the central palace. The central building was imposing and luxurious, fitting only to be described as a palace. Lin Bei couldn't believe that this was actually the North Border headquarters. Unlike the tense and oppressive atmosphere of the 8th camp, a sense of luxury and relaxation filled this place. It felt less like a base for fighting giant beasts, and more like a private estate. Welcome to the North Border headquarters, Yi Xiao said with a smile, skillfully driving the off-road vehicle into the arena. This was a massive outdoor arena, with circular stands filled with spectators on all sides. There were commanders from various camps, instructors, seasoned veterans, and new recruits, all present. The North Border Army leader, Luo Yuanshan, sat on the main platform. He was a burly man with a full beard, wearing a golden embossed coat symbolizing his noble status. Just sitting there, he radiated a massive and overwhelming presence, like a giant mountain. When he turned to look at Lin Bei in the car, Lin Bei suddenly felt a terrifying sense of being stared at by a ferocious beast, and all the hair on his body stood on end, cold sweat pouring down his back. In front of such a powerful being, it felt as if all the secrets in his heart would be seen through. So strong. Is this the power of the North Border Army leader? Lin Bei took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his state. Let's go. The leader has already seen you. Yi Xiao immediately led Lin Bei to the main platform. New recruit Lin Bei from the 8th camp of the North Border Army, salutes the army leader. Lin Bei stood at attention, his gaze and voice neither humble nor fearful. Not bad. A good seedling. Luo Yuanshan nodded in satisfaction. His satisfaction did not come from Lin Bei's strength. After all, there were countless geniuses in the North Border Army, many of whom were more talented and powerful than Lin Bei. What truly satisfied him was that Lin Bei was able to remain neither humble nor fearful in front of him. Before Lin Bei, almost no genius could achieve such composure. They either trembled in fear, showed cowardice, or flattered excessively. Such people were of little use in Luo Yuanshan's eyes. If Lin Bei's strength could be a bit stronger, it would be even more perfect. Since everyone is here, let's start the revival match as planned, Luo Yuanshan said. Revival match? What does that mean? Lin Bei asked, confused. Luo Yuanshan looked at Yi Xiao, who understood and explained. When you entered the secret realm, the new recruit competition had already begun. After several days of competition, the final 4 have been decided. Now, to include you, we can only set up a revival match to compete again. What is the strength of the final 4 contestants? Lin Bei asked. The weakest has awakened to the 8th stage, and the strongest to the 9th stage. Do you want to challenge the final 4 directly? Yi Xiao was shocked and looked at Lin Bei in disbelief. With so many people in the North Border Army, those selected to participate in the new recruit competition were all prodigies from various camps, except for the 8th camp. These 4 contestants were the best among the best. And the reason Luo Yuanshan set up the revival match was that he never thought Lin Bei would be able to make it into the final 4. In his eyes, Lin Bei breaking into the top 10 was already impressive. Lin Bei did not respond but stared at Luo Yuanshan. Master Commander, if I challenge the top 9 at the same time, and win, can I receive all 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation liquid? The immunity to thunder attributes becomes increasingly difficult to improve as one progresses. Just like practicing, the higher the realm, the harder the breakthrough. If I can obtain 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation liquid, only then can I be absolutely confident in achieving 100% thunder immunity. Moreover, Lin Bei was not blindly confident. The strongest among the top 4 had only awakened to the 9th level, which meant the top 9 could at most have awakened to the 7th level. In terms of numbers and realm, he was at a disadvantage, but Lin Bei had overwhelming advantages in equipment and martial skills. The key point was that Lin Bei possessed the fighting instinct of a perfected realm, and with this alone, he could compensate for his disadvantages. Yi Xiao looked bewildered, unable to believe his ears. Lin Bei appeared refined, yet he was so arrogant at heart. But which new recruit could break into the top 9 without merit? To make it into the top 4, that was the genius among geniuses. Directly challenging the top 4 was already absurd, yet he wanted to challenge the top 9 at once. With Lin Bei's mere awakened 7th level strength, he didn't have a chance to win at all. Kid. Confidence has its limits. I suggest you honestly participate in the resurrection match. As long as you make it into the top 10, you can receive the reward of Thunder Tribulation liquid. Yi Xiao said. Lin Bei ignored him and confidently looked at Luo Yuanshan. Master Commander, if I lose, this God-Slayer Thunder Spear will belong to them. This is a top-tier grade 4 weapon. Its value far exceeds 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation liquid. Are you sure? Luo Yuanshan was shocked. He knew Lin Bei had comprehended the fighting instinct and also mastered the ninefold Thunder Spear technique and Wind Spirit Spear technique. But in just a few days, these two techniques could at most have only reached the introductory level. Even with the advantages of the God-Slayer Thunder Spear and fighting instinct, he could not bridge the huge gap in numbers and realms. Luo Yuanshan instinctively prepared to refuse, but when he looked up, he saw Lin Bei's eyes were not filled with the arrogance of other geniuses, but rather an extreme tranquility of confidence. This meant he was betting with the God-Slayer Thunder Spear based on his own judgment of ability. He had absolute confidence in this match. Where did this confidence come from? Is it possible that my information on Lin Bei is not complete? The thought of refusing gradually faded away from Luo Yuanshan's mind, and instead, he became interested in Lin Bei challenging all 9, wanting to see what his trump card was, so he agreed, alright. Since you are so confident, let you give it a try. Master Commander, do you really believe he can take on the 9 strong? Yi Xiao gazed in disbelief, widening his eyes. Announced the change in the competition rules. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand, signaling Yi Xiao to make arrangements. Yi Xiao didn't understand but dared not disobey, immediately announcing, everyone quiet. Master Commander has decided to temporarily change the competition rules. All top 9 competitors come up. As soon as the words fell, the 9 new recruits walked onto the platform in confusion. The crowd in the stands was also bewildered. They could clearly decide the champion after 2 more matches, so what was this about? Yi Xiao changed his tone, pointing at Lin Bei on the platform. From now on, Lin Bei will challenge all 9 of you alone. If you lose, all 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation liquid will belong to him. If you win, you will collectively share the grade 4 top-tier God-Slayer Thunder Spear in his hand. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the scene instantly erupted. Countless gazes turned to Lin Bei, wishing they could see through him from head to toe. Who is this kid? Isn't he too arrogant? He actually wants to take on 9 alone. He doesn't even want the 10 drops of Thunder Tribulation liquid for winning the championship. He wants 55 drops. How greedy can one be? I see this kid's aura is only awakened to the 7th level, comparable to the 9th ranked recruit. Where does he get the confidence to take on 9? Seeking death. Betting with a top grade 4th tier weapon. This kid must have a problem with his brain. The stands erupted in strong sounds of regret. They personally witnessed this rookie competition and saw the strength of the 9 rookies on stage. Talent, rank, combat power, all are outstanding among their peers. The 9 of them joined forces, able to contend with entry-level martial artists. This kid wants to show off in front of Luo Yuanshan. Fu Tai said with a hint of jealousy. Water flows downhill, people seek higher ground, it's always like this. Jiang Hao sighed quietly. That said, this kid is still too impatient. With his strength, he could easily break into the top 10, but now this situation. If he wins, it's fine, but if he loses, not only will he miss the ranking, he'll also lose the God-Slaying Thunder Gun. Fu Tai shook his head. You underestimate Lin Bei too much. If it's one-on-one, the only one that can pose a threat to him among the 9 on stage is the Awakener of the 9th stage, Lei 1. Jiang Hao spoke confidently, then changed his tone and shook his head. What a pity. He chose the most dangerous way to play. I'm afraid he's going to take a big fall this time. Fu Tai nodded in agreement and then looked at Lei 1 on the stage. This man was nearly 2 meters tall, as burly as a bear. Coming from the Lei family, a martial arts family in Jiang City, he was also the only S-rank talent among the new recruits in the northern region. The frenzied talent is also a type of physical aptitude, but it's several levels stronger than physical enhancement. Besides increasing strength and defense several times, the key is that it can also provide immunity to pain. This talent has its drawbacks, however. It consumes the body greatly and cannot be maintained for long. However, in the rookie competition so far, no competitor had forced Lei Wen to use his talent, often ending fights with a single punch. At this moment, the 9 rookies on stage stood in order of strength and ranking, each with an arrogant expression. Having made it into the top 9 out of thousands of rookies, they all had absolute confidence in their own strength. Even the 9th-ranked awakener of the 7th stage believed he wouldn't lose to Lin Bei, let alone stronger rookies. The God-slaying Thunder Gun is the only one. How about we change the game? Whoever sends Lin Bei flying off the stage first gets the Thunder Gun. How about that, proposed one rookie. This method is good. I agree. I agree too. Everyone on the stage unanimously agreed. This way of playing seemed fair, giving their awakener of the 8th stage and even 7th stage a chance to win. Brother Lei, what do you think? The rookie asked him alone. If you can win, you can take the God-slaying Thunder Gun. Lei Wen replied, hands in pockets, silently moving to a corner of the stage, but his gaze remained locked on Lin Bei. As the young master of the Lei family, he received stricter education than others from a young age, thus, his vision was naturally better than average. Lin Bei was able to get Luo Yuanshan to change the rules for him. Just this point alone proved he was not simple. If he treated him as an ordinary awakener of the 7th stage, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. 9 against 1 is not a fair battle, and even if he wins, it won't show Luo Yuanshan his true strength. It's better to let the other 8 first test Lin Bei's depth and strategy, then he can defeat Lin Bei and earn fame. Lin Bei walked to the center of the stage and stood firm, waving the God-slaying Thunder Gun and pointing the gun tail at them, saying straightforwardly, one by one? Or all at once? Pointing with the gun tail. Kid. You're too arrogant. Heavenly madness brings rain, a man's madness brings disaster. Let's teach you a lesson today. All at once. Whoever sends Lin Bei flying off the stage first gets the God-slaying Thunder Gun. The 8 rookies unleashed their talents at the same time. The God-slaying Thunder Gun is a top-grade 4th-tier weapon, worth far more than Thunder Calamity Liquid. Each of them looked like they were on fire, launching all-out attacks on Lin Bei. Just as everyone speculated what means Lin Bei would use to defend himself, they heard explosive sounds ringing out. Then, all 8 rookies were sent flying off the stage, spitting blood. Their faces were filled with horror. The speed was too fast, a kind of incomprehensible swiftness. In one moment, the eye saw the shadow of a gun striking, and in the next moment, a sharp pain hit the chest. They were simply not on the same level of opponent. Fortunately, Lin Bei used the butt of the gun. If he had used the tip, there would already be 8 corpses on the arena. No wonder Lord Luo could change the rules for you. Your strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Lei Wen was initially shocked, but then he returned to normal. While speed-type talents counter him, there is one major weakness, a frail body. Going berserk can grant immunity to pain, allowing him to withstand countless attacks from Lin Bei. Yet, if Lin Bei hits him just once, the match would be over. At this moment, the stands were silent. The onlookers all stared in disbelief, still pondering how Lin Bei would defend, only to see him instantly eliminate the top 8. Such terrifying strength had already earned the qualification to challenge Lei Wen, who awakened at the 9th stage. Fu Tai, when did Lin Bei exchange for the wind spirit gun technique? Jiang Hao asked seriously. 4 days ago, I remember clearly, he even borrowed over 10,000 military merits from me. Fu Tai replied affirmatively. To cultivate a top-tier 3rd-grade martial skill to perfection in just 4 days? And to break through combat instinct to a great success level? This kid is too monstrous. Jiang Hao gasped in disbelief. He had already greatly overestimated Lin Bei's strength, which was why he claimed only Lei Wen could threaten Lin Bei in the entire venue. But he never expected that Lin Bei was several times stronger than he had anticipated. Just one encounter, and he eliminated the top 8. Instructor Jiang, we often compare the former Wan Huho with Lin Bei, but it seems that Wan Huho no longer has the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as Lin Bei. Fu Tai was also deeply shaken by this scene. Indeed, it's a pity that such a prodigy is about to be snatched away by Luo Yuanshan. Jiang Hao sighed repeatedly, filled with regret. If only they had been more cautious and cut off the special training room's network transmission, Lin Bei wouldn't have caught Luo Yuanshan's attention. Although the conditions in the 8th camp were not as good as at headquarters, the 8th camp could still cultivate Lin Bei into a true soldier. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiao. Did you see that? This kid is even stronger than you were back in the day. Luo Yuanshan, who had just felt Lin Bei's strength was slightly lacking, was now very satisfied. Good boy. Hiding so deep. I can now basically confirm that Hanan died at his hands. Yi Xiao murmured to himself. Chapter 23, Immunity to Pain? Let's try this move. Seeking tickets. On the arena, the match continued. Lin Bei pointed the butt of his gun at Lei Wen in the corner, a smirk on his lips, full of battle intent. Come fight. Out of so many people, you are the only one qualified to make me unleash my talent and use weapons. Lei Wen stomped the ground, unleashing a wave of mighty power that slightly shook the arena floor. Then, a series of crackling sounds echoed as his bones clashed, and his muscular build tore through his clothes, revealing his towering physique. His body expanded wildly, transforming into a 3-meter-tall humanoid beast in an instant. Even just the muscles on his arms were thicker than Lin Bei's waist. Standing together, Lin Bei appeared exceedingly petite. This visual disparity instinctively made people feel that Lei Wen was stronger. Buzz. The storage ring pulsed with light, and a pair of special material gauntlets appeared in Lei Wen's hands. His already overpowering aura became even more formidable. Go, brother Lei. This kid is too arrogant. You must show him who's boss. Brother Lei will definitely win. Brother Lei will definitely win. Cheers surged from the stands. Except for a few people from the 8th camp, everyone else was cheering for Lei Wen. He was the only S-grade talent among the new recruits, the only one awakened at the 9th stage, and he came from a martial arts family in Zheng City. Although Lin Bei's strength was also not weak, Lei Wen had so many buffs stacked on him. Clearly, the odds are greater. Lin Bei, I have to admit, you are very strong, but you are not strong enough. In the face of absolute power, any skill is nothing but a joke. Raven said confidently. Wait until you win, then you can take the time to give a victory speech. Lin Bei was the first to strike, still using the gun's tail. Buzz. A flash of cold light shot out first, followed by the gun launching like a dragon. Raven scoffed and threw a punch to clash. If Lin Bei had attacked with the point of the god-slaying thunder gun, he might have been wary and avoided its sharpness. But the mere tail of the gun couldn't even break through his physical defense. Then let's use this punch to end the battle. Mount Tai Fist. Raven's muscles exploded like scales, all the power gathering towards his fist, a force like breaking dry twigs. The moment he strikes is a second-tier martial skill. It seems Raven does not dare to underestimate Lin Bei. Yi Xiao said with a smile. Although Raven's punch is close to a beginner martial artist's strength, Lin Bei has realized the instinct of battle and should be able to dodge. Luo Yuanshan murmured. Why hasn't he withdrawn the gun at this distance? What does Lin Bei want to do? Yi Xiao's smile suddenly froze, replaced by strong confusion. Following his gaze, the tail of the god-slaying thunder gun collided with Raven's fist. Bang! With a loud crash, both men took half a step back. Raven's eyes were filled with shock, unable to imagine Lin Bei's physical power was so strong that they were evenly matched. Lin Bei quickly stabilized his posture, like a ghost, circling behind Raven and launching a fierce attack on his back with the wind spirit gun technique. The massive increase in physical size enhances strength and defense, but it inevitably loses agility and speed. Bang bang bang! The gun tail struck Raven's back, each hit sinking 3 points into the flesh. It's not painful at all. Is this all you can do? Raven turned around and swung his fist, forcing Lin Bei back. To defeat you, this level of technique is more than enough. Lin Bei shot again, using the wind spirit gun technique. Raven, relying on his pain immunity effect, completely abandoned defense and charged directly toward Lin Bei, enduring the tail of the gun's attacks. Finally pushing Lin Bei to the corner of the stage, prepared to unleash a decisive martial skill, Lin Bei slipped away like an eel. Then Raven pushed Lin Bei to the corner again, only to be dodged once more. Watching the two constantly pulling and tugging, everyone present was stunned. Initially thinking Raven would aggressively crush and end the battle, but instead, he was being toyed with by Lin Bei. Raven is about to lose. Yi Zhao's heart surged with a huge wave. I really didn't expect Lin Bei to not lose to Raven in strength, he truly is a martial arts genius. Luo Yuanshan looked at Lin Bei with admiration, already planning a training scheme in his mind. With Lin Bei's potential, the North Realm will only be his starting point, he will have a larger stage. Given time, Lin Bei will surely surpass Luo Yuanshan. Luo Yuanshan just couldn't understand why the Lin family had driven such a promising talent away, and his parents even cut ties with him. With the Lin family's foundation, they shouldn't have misjudged. Ah! Lin Bei. Is all you can do is dodge? Raven shouted in frustration, wildly swinging punches at the air. Lin Bei heard this, stood firm, changed to grip the god-slaying thunder gun correctly, with the gun's tip aimed at Raven, and said solemnly, enduring over 100 attacks from the wind spirit gun technique while still maintaining combat power, your talent is indeed very strong. But with this next shot, you definitely can't withstand it, I advise you to admit defeat. In my dictionary, there are no words for admit defeat. Raven's eyes reddened, his chest burning with anger. For a dignified 9th awakening, S-class talent, to be unable to deal with a C-class waste of 7th awakening is one thing. But to be toyed with like a dog for so long, his face thoroughly lost. He must win. Only by winning can he regain some dignity. I respect your choice. Lin Bei's gaze darkened, swinging the god-slaying thunder gun to perform a flourish. Rampaging Lion Force. Raven gritted his teeth and unleashed a top-tier third-tier martial skill. This is the family technique of the Raven clan. Combined with his raging talent and the mid-tier third-level black iron gauntlets, it could unleash 200% of its power. With a full-powered punch, even ordinary entry-level strong warriors would have to avoid its sharpness. In strength, I, Raven, have never lost to anyone. Raven's face twisted as he swung his fist down. Whoosh! Sizzle! The fist's wind split the air, creating faint waves on both sides. This punch was powerful, as if it carried the weight of 10,000 tons. This would be the decisive round, and everyone present was focused, not daring to blink, afraid of missing the most exciting moment. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. Sixth Fold. Lin Bei stood sideways, boldly drawing his spear with one hand. In an instant, thunder light burst forth. Lightning wrapped around the spear tip, turning into a roaring thunder snake. In terms of momentum, it completely crushed Raven's wild lion strength. In the blink of an eye, the god-slaying thunder spear struck the black iron gauntlet. Bang! With a loud crash, Lin Bei stood firm, his clothes billowing from the shockwave, resembling a war god. Meanwhile, Raven stumbled back several steps, his massive body crashing against the edge of the ring, falling heavily to the ground. Due to severe injuries, the berserk state automatically released, and Raven returned to his original form. The black iron gauntlet absorbed most of the god-slaying thunder spear's power, showing a slight crack on its surface. Even so, the aftershock still shattered Raven's right arm. The palm and 5 fingers inside the gauntlet were bloodied, resembling minced meat. Ah! Raven screamed in agony. Not only was there pain in his right arm, but all the over 100 spear tail strikes he had endured without feeling pain now erupted at once. The extreme pain distorted Raven's face, filled with shock and unwillingness. I haven't lost. I still have hidden cards. Raven gritted his teeth, struggling to climb back up the ring, taking out a bottle of red potion with one hand from his storage wristband. Die, or lose. Lin Bei pointed the spear at Raven's throat. I can die in the ring. But I will not lose in the ring. Raven glared fiercely into Lin Bei's eyes, viciously opening the potion cap, ready to drink. Chapter 24, Champion Reward. Refusal to join the team. Good. Lin Bei closed his eyes and swung the spear out. But he found the god-slaying thunder spear seemed to be caught by some force. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push it forward by even an inch. This was definitely not Raven's strength. Lin Bei opened his eyes and saw a burly middle-aged man standing next to Raven, their faces looking 7 parts similar. It was this middle-aged man who had caught the god-slaying thunder spear. Young man, you have won, the middle-aged man said as he released the god-slaying thunder spear. I haven't lost. As long as I take this enhancement potion, I can temporarily gain the strength of an advancing warrior. At that time, I will definitely win. Raven roared madly, having lost his reason. Do you still not understand? Even if you forcefully raise yourself to the first level, in front of him, you would just be a live target. You are not on the same level as him at all. The middle-aged man slapped Raven's face, sternly scolding him. After being slapped, Raven's eyes cleared up a bit, but if he doesn't hold back, you would have already been punctured like a beehive. Your talent only makes you immune to pain, not immune to harm. After scolding Raven, the middle-aged man turned his gaze to Lin Bei, took out a business card from his pocket, and introduced himself. I am Raymond, the head of the Lei family of the martial arts family in Jiangcheng. Thank you, young friend, for your mercy today. If you encounter trouble in Jiangcheng in the future, feel free to come find me. Lin Bei nodded and accepted the business card. Farewell. Raymond picked up the 2-meter-tall Raven, as if lifting a chick, and hurriedly walked away. As the match ended, the stands were first dead silent, then erupted into thunderous applause. This newcomer called Lin Bei is really strong. I just misjudged him. 1 against 9 actually won. The key is that he has just awakened to the 7th level. It turns out he is not crazy. He is really strong beyond measure. Strength equals status. Even though Lin Bei came from the 8th Battalion, he gained the respect of everyone present. Now that he had won the championship of the new recruit competition. After gaining the appreciation of Luo Yuanshan, he will definitely join the personal guard team. Although the members of the personal guard team do not have any military rank, their status is not weaker than that of various camp instructors. The powerful personal guard has a status even on par with the commanders of each camp. Almost everyone in the northern border wants to join the personal guard team, but the selection criteria are extremely strict, with only 1 or 2 spots available each year. He actually grew to this level? Wang Chang widened his eyes, his face full of shock. The two enlisted on the same day, and he worked hard every day to improve and finally advanced to awakening level 4. Yet Lin Bei had unknowingly reached Awakening level 7 and even defeated Raven at Awakening level 9. It was only a few days, why did it feel like a world apart? Wang Chang couldn't comprehend, but he knew that from now on, he and Lin Bei were already in two different worlds. Instructor Jiang, Lin Bei won. Fu Tai's heart stirred with waves. This kid always shines whenever he makes a move, truly a prodigy. Jiang Hao said. Yes, but it's a pity such a good seedling is leaving the 8th camp, Fu Tai sighed and shook his head repeatedly. All the good seedlings in the northern border have become Luo Yuanshan's private soldiers, and talent in each camp is dwindling. How can we withstand the beast tide in the future? Jiang Hao frowned deeply, his face showing worry. Instructor Jiang, do you think Lin Bei will refuse Luo Yuanshan's invitation? Fu Tai suddenly asked. Jiang Hao smiled, and Fu Tai also joined in the laughter. Among the 8 camps in the northern border, the 8th camp has the weakest strength, the thinnest foundation, and the least resources. Joining any other camp is better than joining the 8th camp. And Luo Yuanshan's personal guard team, whether in resources, treatment, or status, is above all the 8 camps. Water flows downwards and people strive upwards, everyone knows what choice to make. The two turned away, feeling dejected, preparing to leave with the new recruits from the 8th camp. Lord Commander, your eye for talent is truly sharp, this kid Lin Bei is indeed exceptional. Yi Xiao, having witnessed Lin Bei's terrifying potential, quickly changed his tone to flatter Luo Yuanshan. Luo Yuanshan smiled proudly, waving his hand to indicate, announced the results of the competition. Yes. Yi Xiao leaped onto the stage, holding a microphone and loudly announced, I declare. The champion of this new recruit competition is Lin Bei. This is your champion reward. 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation liquid. Yi Xiao took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lin Bei. Thank you. Lin Bei accepted the jade bottle, opened it, and glanced inside, which was filled to the brim with Thunder Tribulation liquid. With these Thunder Tribulation liquids, his resistance to thunder will reach 100%. At that time, whether facing thunder attribute warriors or giant beasts, he will stand invincible. This will be his greatest life-saving trump card, something even Fu Tai and Jiang Hao do not know. Lin Bei carefully placed the jade bottle into his storage wristband, looked up at the 8th camp's position, and saw they had already left, quickly shouting, Instructor Jiang, Brother Tai, why are you leaving so fast? Wait for me. Hearing Lin Bei's voice, Jiang Hao and Fu Tai both stopped and turned around. Lin Bei, I still have something to say. Yi Xiao reached out and grabbed Lin Bei's shoulder. Then hurry up and say it, Lin Bei urged. On behalf of Lord Commander, I formally invite you to join the personal guard team. Yi Xiao said seriously. Lin Bei looked at Yi Xiao's shoulder. Even though he was a level 4 warrior, he had no military rank whatsoever. If the captain of the personal guard team was like this, the ordinary personal guards certainly wouldn't have any rank. Without military rank, the invincible military god system would have no place to be used. So, Lin Bei firmly refused, I'm sorry, I only want to stay in the 8th camp. Yi Xiao was taken aback, a little unable to believe his ears. Are you sure you want to refuse? Lin Bei nodded. Lin Bei, you witnessed the strength of the personal guard team in the secret realm camp. I can assure you, as long as you have the identity of a personal guard, everyone in the northern border will have to heed your words. Besides status, the personal guard team has the best resources, the best treatment, and the safest environment in the entire northern border. Isn't that better than fighting hard in the 8th camp? Yi Xiao tried hard to persuade. However, Lin Bei shook his head and said firmly, please thank the Lord of the Army for his favor, but I still want to stay in the 8th camp. On one side was the personal team, and on the other was the unparalleled war deity system. Even with a toe, one could think that the latter was of much greater benefit. After saying this, Lin Bei hurriedly ran off the arena. Instructor Jiang, am I dreaming? Lin Bei really refused to join the personal team and instead wants to stay in the 8th camp? Fu Tai pinched himself hard, grimacing in pain. We underestimated him. Jiang Hao felt a bit guilty. Bah! I'm really not human for doubting Lin Bei's loyalty to the 8th camp. Fu Tai slapped himself on the face. To put it mildly, it was nearly doubting Lin Bei's loyalty to the 8th camp. To put it in a big way, it was a lack of trust in comrades. I was wrong too. However, since Lin Bei decided to stay in the 8th camp, we cannot let him down. From now on, we will mobilize all the resources of the camp to train him. Jiang Hao said seriously. Instructor Jiang, Brother Tai, why aren't you waiting for me? Lin Bei caught up from behind. We all thought you would join the personal team, a new soldier said. The personal team is good. But it's not as good as the 8th camp. Lin Bei smiled. Ha ha ha, you kid. Fu Tai punched Lin Bei in the chest, then hugged his neck like a buddy. Chapter 25, The Reward of the 8th Camp. The second day bestows the ancestor of 10,000 soldiers. At this moment, everyone watched Lin Bei leave without looking back, each with a face full of confusion. That was the personal team. In the entire Northern Territory, who dared to not give face to the personal team? Let alone the instructors and generals of various camps, even the martial families and top powerhouses in Jiang City had to respect the personal team. Moreover, Lin Bei's strength was astonishing, and his potential was limitless. Joining the personal team would surely lead to intense training by Luo Yuanshan. With such a good path to greatness laid out in front of him, Lin Bei chose instead a winding, dark path, with no end in sight. Lord of the army, this kid does not know the good from the bad. Should I? Yi Xiao hesitated. The passions of youth will ultimately be defeated by reality. Don't worry, he will surely come back begging to join the personal team. Luo Yuanshan was not angry but looked forward to Lin Bei even more. He had character, strength, and most importantly, he valued loyalty. A good seedling like this is worth spending more time to nurture. On the other side, the news that Lin Bei defeated 9 opponents single-handedly in the new soldier competition reached the 8th camp, instantly causing an uproar. Since the previous general died in battle, the 8th camp had been at the bottom of the new soldier competition for over a decade. Finally, they could raise their heads. Champions. And it was the champion won by defeating 9 opponents, which was much more valuable than previous champions. Lin Bei's name echoed throughout the 8th camp, and also resonated throughout the entire Northern Territory. After dismissing everyone else, Zhang Hao took Lin Bei and Fu Tai back to the office. Lin Bei, you have brought great honor to the 8th camp, I must reward you well. Can I be promoted to sergeant as a reward? Lin Bei was eager about this matter. Of course. I will grant you the rank of sergeant right now. Zhang Hao took out new shoulder straps from the desk and personally changed them for Lin Bei, then updated Lin Bei's identity information in the Northern Territory records. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have been promoted to sergeant. You have received 1 lottery chance. The moment he put on the new shoulder straps, a system notification sound appeared in Lin Bei's mind. Soon, a lottery will appear in front of him, which only he could see. The prizes included talents, special bodies, armor, martial skills, resources, and so on, each extremely rare. All talents were SSS level, special bodies were also top-notch, and armor and martial skills started at level 9. As for the remaining resources, Lin Bei had never even heard of them, but since they could be listed alongside these prizes, their value must be quite high. I wonder what prize I will draw. Lin Bei looked forward to it and immediately pressed the lottery button. The lottery wheel spun, and light kept flashing. Finally, the golden light fixed on one of the small boxes. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn the SSS level talent, Ancestor of All Weapons. Another SSS level talent. Lin Bei's pupils shook, filled with uncontrollable joy. The Ancestor of All Weapons, as the name suggests, means an ultimate understanding of weapons, reaching a master level. Mastery of all cold weapons like blades, spears, swords, polearms, axes, and various modern firearms is a given. And this is just the initial effect of the Ancestor of All Weapons, there are advanced effects to come. For example, when Lin Bei uses firearms, with the blessing of the Ancestor of All Weapons talent, he can gain additional armor penetration effects, making his damage explode. Using other types of weapons will also grant corresponding weapon effects. An SSS level talent like this allows him to transform from a waste into a genius. Now with the SSS level Ancestor of All Weapons, it feels like a grandmother getting into bed, it's just too funny. A little corporal like you can get so excited over this? I haven't even finished mentioning the other rewards. Zhang Hao said with a laugh, patting Lin Bei's shoulder. Other rewards? Lin Bei exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Hao nodded and continued, from now on, you can enter any floor of the martial arts building freely and use the special training room for free. Lastly, I'll reward you with 100,000 military merits. Kid, only you and the entire 8th Battalion can use the special training room for free. Plus, with the 100,000 military merits, Instructor Jiang, this is really beyond the call of duty. Fu Tai said enviously. Thank you, Instructor Jiang. Lin Bei's heart raced wildly, happiness came so quickly and abundantly that it felt like a dream. He fully understood the effects of the special training room. There, retreating and practicing martial arts would lead to much faster and simpler growth and strength. The key point is that he also received 100,000 military merits. If Lin Bei had to accumulate this on his own, he would have to kill 100,000 awakened giant beasts. Who knows how long that would take? Now, he had suddenly become wealthy and could exchange resources, weapons, and martial arts at will. Lin Bei, the foundation of the 8th Battalion isn't as strong as the headquarters, but this is already the best reward the 8th Battalion can give you, Zhang Hao said seriously. With the chief not present, he, as the instructor, acted on behalf of the chief's authority. Lin Bei nodded, understood. Please rest assured, instructor. I will definitely work hard to train and bring glory to our 8th Battalion. Good, it's settled then. When the Four Realms competition comes, you must bring glory to our 8th Battalion once more. Jiang Hao said with a pleased smile. Certainly. Lin Bei assured. The Four Realms competition gathers the most outstanding talents in the military. The difficulty of the competition exceeds that of the new recruits competition by dozens of times. If it were someone else, they might feel immense pressure. But Lin Bei possessed double SSS level talents, making it as easy to crush those talents as eating and drinking. Then Lin Bei turned his gaze to Fu Tai beside him. Taiga, I borrowed over 10,000 military merits from you last time at the martial arts building. I'm returning it now. My strength has already hit a bottleneck. Keeping the military merits won't be of much use. You need these military merits to grow stronger, so keep them for yourself. Fu Tai waved his hand, refusing. All right. I really do need these military merits. No need to be polite with you. Lin Bei said. Now that he had obtained the ancestor of all weapons talent, he certainly needed to develop a second weapon. Exchanging for weapons requires military merits, and exchanging for corresponding martial arts also requires military merits. Lin Bei already had a plan in mind. The god-slaying thunder gun was a close-range weapon, so the most reasonable secondary weapon would be a long-range type. If he had a long-range attack during the last episode in the beginner's secret realm, he wouldn't have been forced into such a desperate situation by the Thunderbats and Hanan. With a determined mind, Lin Bei turned to Jiang Hao and asked, Instructor Jiang, I want to exchange military merits for a long-range secondary weapon. You want to train a second weapon? Jiang Hao asked, slightly surprised. To make up for their shortcomings, some martial artists choose to cultivate dual weapons. But a person's energy is limited, mastering one weapon to its peak is already quite challenging, and trying to train two will only lead to falling behind in everything. Yes, Lin Bei nodded. You can't have too much at once, and moreover, your talent for guns is higher, Jiang Hao advised. I know, but I still want to give it a try. Lin Bei insisted. Seeing Lin Bei so determined, Jiang Hao helplessly said, Alright, the remote weapons in the armory are not many, and your strength lies in power. How about using a bow and arrow as a secondary weapon? Sounds good. Do you have a tier 4 bow and arrow? Lin Bei asked. Lin Bei, bows and arrows are different from firearms. With your current physique, wielding the hundreds of pounds of the god-slaying thunder gun might be like an extension of your arm, but a high-tier bow and arrow, you might not be able to draw it. I suggest starting with a tier 2 bow. Jiang Hao looked at Lin Bei's determined eyes, smiled wryly and shook his head, then changed his words. Alright. I can't argue with you. Fu Tai, go to the armory and bring me that dragon bone bow. Jiang Hao instructed. Yes. Fu Tai nodded and immediately went to do it. Chapter 26, Dragon Bone Bow. Supersonic Arrow. After a long while, Fu Tai came back carrying a heavy wooden case. With a thud, the wooden case hit the ground, stirring up dust. From the sound alone, one could guess that this bow's weight was no less than that of the god-slaying thunder gun. Jiang Hao opened the wooden case, and inside was a bone-white longbow and 3 white arrows. This dragon bone bow is made from the spine and dragon tendons of a tier 6 flood dragon. It is a top-tier tier 4 weapon, with a net weight of 400 pounds, and a draw weight over 2,000 pounds. These arrows are also made from the spine, incredibly sharp. Good stuff. Lin Bei's eyes burned with eagerness. Both the bow body and bowstring were made from the tier 6 flood dragon, giving the bow a hint of the fierce beast's aura. To be precise, it should be called pressure. It felt as if the soul of the tier 6 flood dragon had fused with the bow. Give it a try. Jiang Hao said. Okay. Lin Bei eagerly stepped forward, grabbing the dragon bone bow and drawing the string with one hand. Lin Bei's face tightened, the bowstring was too hard, like reinforced steel. A draw weight of 2,000 pounds was just the basic requirement to pull this bow. To fully draw it, one hand would need to exceed 4,000 pounds. Converted to physique, that's equivalent to 800 points. In other words, the minimum requirement to draw this bow was a tier 2 warrior. Suddenly, all kinds of experience and techniques about archery surged into his mind. Lin Bei understood, this was the activation of the talent called the ancestor of all weapons. He immediately adjusted his stance, channeling all his strength into his arms, slowly pulling open the dragon bone bow. Using brute force and skillful technique together, along with an extreme understanding of archery, he quickly drew it halfway. Immediately, a voice in his mind announced the introduction of his advanced talent in archery. Ancestor of archery, arrow speed increased by 200%, hit rate increased by 100%. The shooting speed of a regular bow is about 60 meters per second, the dragon bone bow has a higher tier and can reach at least 100 meters per second. A 200% increase means it would be 300 meters per second. And the speed of sound is just 340 meters per second. An arrow fired would give the opponent no chance to defend. Plus, with a 100% hit rate, it would be 1 arrow per child. It was truly monstrous. Seeing this scene, Fu Tai was dumbfounded. What kind of monster are you? It's one thing to have a high talent with guns, but your archery talent is also this high? You must have practiced archery before, otherwise, your form can't be this skillful. Jiang Hao affirmed. Both of them were seasoned veterans who understood various weapons. Lin Bei's grip and draw form showed he was experienced. They felt ashamed in comparison. The most astonishing thing was that a 7-segment awakened warrior could draw a top-tier Tier 4 bow, and even if he only drew it halfway, it was mind-blowing. Could it be that true geniuses have no shortcomings? I practiced a bit before when I was in the Lin family. Lin Bei casually deflected the question. That makes sense. Lin Bei. You have unlimited potential. If you train well, the Lin family will not only urge you to leave, but they will also invite you back. Jiang Hao comforted. Lin Bei laughed lightly. Instructor Jiang, I'm not trying to return to the Lin family by training hard, I just want to prove something. Lin Bei. Not worse than anyone. Good. Well said. Jiang Hao looked pleased. Obsession is one of the motivations to become stronger. But if one can skip obsession and still have the motivation to grow stronger, the vision is extraordinary. Very few people can achieve this. Yet, Lin Bei did it. With such potential, such vision, and such character, he is destined to reach a broader stage. And the North Territory is just his starting point. How much military merit is needed to exchange for this bow? Lin Bei asked directly. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment before replying, 60,000. That's not too bad. Lin Bei immediately deducted 60,000 military merit from his account, leaving him with 40,000. Instructor Jiang, Brother Tai, I'm going to enter seclusion now. Lin Bei said simply, putting the dragon bone bow back into its wooden box and storing it in his space ring as he left. Instructor Jiang, the exchange price for a top-grade 4th-class weapon is over 100,000. The quality of this dragon bone bow is even higher, it requires at least 120,000 military merit. If the weapon depot doesn't receive 120,000 military merit, it will be considered lost, and that would be a big trouble. Fu Tai said anxiously. I'll make up the 60,000 difference. Jiang Hao took out the dragon bone bow, intending to discourage Lin Bei and make him focus on training the god-slaying thunder spear, but unexpectedly, Lin Bei's talent for archery was also remarkable. In that case, spending extra military merit to cultivate Lin Bei is worthwhile. On the other side, Lin Bei arrived at the martial arts building. The first floor is all basic martial arts, the second floor has 2nd and 3rd class martial arts. Lin Bei did not stop, going straight up to the 3rd floor. This floor has only a few shelves, with no more than 30 martial arts books in total. The lowest is 4th class beginner level, the highest is 4th class top grade. Lin Bei still remembered what Fu Tai had said, martial arts should be distinguished by quality, not quantity. Moreover, the dragon bone bow, being a secondary weapon, does not have a high usage frequency, so practicing more resource-intensive martial arts is also fine. Speedy arrow. Lin Bei turned around and looked at all the martial arts, finally finding a 4th class top-grade archery technique. He opened it and looked, practicing speedy arrow will double the shooting speed and arrow speed. Hiss. Lin Bei's pupils shook as he gasped. The base shooting speed of the dragon bone bow is at least 100 meters per second. With the combined effect of the bow and arrow advancement talent from the ancestor of 10,000 weapons, the arrow speed reaches 300 meters per second. Applying speedy arrow again doubles it, breaking the sound barrier and reaching a terrifying 600 meters per second. In the world of martial arts, speed conquers all. At 600 meters per second, no matter which country's genius arrives, they will be shot with 2 holes and be on their way. With a 100% hit rate, killing enemies of higher rank is as easy as eating or drinking. Aside from thunder immunity, archery will be my second trump card. Lin Bei was filled with excitement, his heart pounding, and then went up to the 5th floor's special training room. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Bei opened his eyes to check the system panel. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Awakening Ninth Stage. Military rank, 5th Sergeant. Talent, SSS level reward for hard work, SSS level ancestor of 10,000 weapons. Weapons, 4th class top grade god-slaying thunder spear, 4th class top grade dragon bone bow. Martial arts, Dragon Kingdom basic body refining fist, perfect, 3rd class top grade wind spirit spear technique, perfect, 4th class top grade ninefold thunder spear technique, perfect, 4th class top grade speedy arrow, perfect, dot. Ability, battle instinct, perfect, dot. Immunity, 100% thunder attribute immunity. Physique, 622. After refining 55 drops of thunder tribulation liquid, thunder immunity rose to 100%. With the realm elevated to the awakening 9th stage, his physique also skyrocketed to 622 points, which has reached the standard of an entry-level warrior. At the same time, enhanced by the ancestor of 10,000 weapons talent, archery and spear techniques are easier to cultivate to perfection. Lin Bei also took time to review all his recent battles and unexpectedly triggered the effect of the reward for hard work talent. His battle instinct also progressed from great success to perfection. Every time he enters seclusion, his strength takes a qualitative leap. With Lin Bei's current battle power, ordinary entry-level warriors can't even survive one move against him. Chapter 27, The First Mission of the 5th Sergeant. Han Jintian's Clarity. Leaving the special training room, Lin Bei headed to Jiang Hao's office. Now that his strength had improved, he couldn't wait to go into the mountains and hunt giant beasts. Knock, knock, knock. As Lin Bei knocked on the office door, he heard Jiang Hao's deep and serious voice, "Come in." Lin Bei pushed the door open and walked in, and the first thing that caught his eye was a weathered face. It was General Xin Zhong, the commander of the 8th Camp, a 7th-level 4th-order warrior. "General Xin, your arm." Lin Bei looked at Xin Zhong's left sleeve, which was empty, as if he had guessed something. To be alive and back, losing an arm is worth it. Xin Zhong laughed heartily, then changed the subject to ask, "You must be Lin Bei, the champion of this year's new soldier competition?" "Yes, yes." "Is something big going to happen in the northern border?" Lin Bei nodded and asked back. Xin Zhong and Jiang Hao exchanged a glance, and the latter pretended to be relaxed as he explained, "There are definitely issues, but nothing severe. The general has already figured out the insect nest's lair, and the military governor has promised to provide enough artillery support. When the time comes, we will directly bombard the area, and then our 8th camp will charge in to finish the job. It'll be resolved." Insect nest lair? Lin Bei's pupils shrank sharply, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Among many giant beasts, the insect tribe was the most special existence. The strength of the insect tribe might not be top tier, but their reproduction speed was incredibly fast, and they had a terrifying capacity for evolution. If losing an arm was something to be grateful for in Xin Zhong's eyes, then the strength of this insect nest was likely at the 5th level. With sufficient energy, a 5th-level insect nest could produce at least 100,000 insect troops in a month. What does 100,000 mean? The entire Northern Border Corps, when fully staffed, totaled only 100,000. And this was just 1 month of reproduction. As time passed, the number of insects would skyrocket. In addition to reproduction ability, another characteristic of the insect tribe was their evolution capability. When a certain number of insect beasts died from the same damage, the newly spawned insects would evolve means to counteract that type of damage, such as enhancing resistance attributes, evolving special defensive parts in their bodies, or creating attacks that could nullify damage, etc. Therefore, artillery bombardment could only be used once. "Is it just our 8th camp?" Lin Bei asked seriously. Jiang Hao smiled but did not answer. Instead, he put his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder and changed the subject, saying, "You don't need to worry about the battle tactics, we have an important task for you." "What task?" Lin Bei asked. "The 8th camp needs to go deep into the core of the giant beasts, and logistics are very important, so we need you to make a trip to Jiang City," Jiang Hao said. "Aren't the supplies for the 8 camps in the northern border managed entirely by headquarters?" Lin Bei wondered. "The headquarters doesn't have enough funds, they provided sufficient artillery support but cannot provide enough logistical supplies," Jiang Hao said with a bitter smile. Lin Bei's expression darkened, and his impression of the headquarters worsened. The 8th camp was fighting desperately in the front, and not only were the people behind them not helping, but they were also dragging them down. Could it be that when the 8th camp's defensive line was torn apart by the giant beasts, others could benefit from it? Enough of this talk. General Xin has been friends with the mayor of Jiang City for many years. He will help solve the supply issue, you just need to bring it back, Jiang Hao said. "Instructor Jiang, please give this task to someone else, I want to go to battle too," Lin Bei said with firm determination. "A soldier's duty is to obey orders. This is a notification, not a negotiation," Jiang Hao said, his expression serious for once. "Then, fine." Lin Bei nodded reluctantly and, after receiving the relevant information, drove to Jiang City. Sigh. Standing by the office window, Jiang Hao watched Lin Bei's departing figure and sighed in resignation. He knew in his heart that keeping Lin Bei in the greenhouse for training was not beneficial for his growth. But Lin Bei's potential was truly immense, so much so that he didn't dare to let Lin Bei take risks. Like a perfect uncut jade, he could only carefully safeguard it in his hands. Moreover, the insect nests were filled with lightning attribute insect beasts, and among all the attributes, lightning had the highest and most terrifying damage. The 4th level, 9-fold thunder attribute giant beast can completely rival an ordinary 5th level giant beast. Taking Lin Bei on a mission is too dangerous. At the same time, in the Han family of Jiang City, Han Jintian used connections to obtain all the positioning data from the secret camp that day. The data graph showed that Hanan met Lin Bei twice, and after that, he didn't encounter anyone else. It was precisely after the second encounter with Lin Bei that his life signs vanished, and Lin Bei was present at the scene. Considering Lin Bei's victory in the new soldier competition, he absolutely had the strength to kill Hanan. "Uncle, since it's confirmed that Hanan was killed by Lin Bei, what are we waiting for? Let's kill him to avenge Hanan," a young man stood up and said. Killing Lin Bei would bring disaster to the Han family. Han Zhentian sighed deeply, his gaze profound, as if he had aged several years in just a few days, resembling a dying person. Why? Didn't he refuse to join the team of followers? Without the military leader's backing, relying only on the 8th camp, the Han family has nothing to fear, the young man argued boldly. Han Zhentian shook his head and explained, "Little tiger, you can't just look at the surface. In this crisis of the insect tribe's beast tide, Luo Yuanshan wants to eliminate the 8th camp, cutting off Lin Bei's retreat, and then openly recruit him. Are we supposed to just watch and do nothing? Can't we avenge Hanan?" Han, who didn't understand. At least until Lin Bei loses his value in Luo Yuanshan's eyes, we can only watch, Han Zhentian patiently continued to explain, eyes full of helplessness. The more Lin Bei values brotherhood, the more Luo Yuanshan will value him. One day, Lin Bei will definitely be absorbed into the team of followers. At that time, let alone revenge, I'm afraid the Han family will have to succumb beneath Lin Bei's feet and struggle for survival. Thinking about such a day in the future, Han Zhentian felt helpless and desperate. This is too suffocating. Damn! Han Hu cursed and left the hall. Just as he returned to the hall, a lean man approached him and leaned close to whisper, "Brother Tiger, the family head only said we can't kill Lin Bei, but he didn't say we can't make Lin Bei uncomfortable." "What do you mean? Speak clearly." Han Hu became interested as soon as he heard. "I heard Lin Bei is coming to Jiang City to receive supplies. The location should be at the East City Dock Warehouse, which just happens to be the territory of the overcrossing dragon." The lean man lowered his voice again to explain the complete plan. "The plan sounds good. What's your name?" Han Hu asked happily. "My name is Chen Huang, and I am a servant of the Han family." Chen Huang replied. "You have such a good mind. Being a servant is really wasting your talent. From now on, stay by my side. I will double your compensation." Han Hu waved generously. "Thank you, Brother Tiger. Thank you, Brother Tiger." Chen Huang kept expressing his gratitude, his heart blooming with joy. When Hanan dies, the position of heir to the Han family will be vacant. Among the sons of Han Zhentian's brothers, only Han Hu has the highest talent, the strongest strength, and the best chance of becoming the heir. From the earlier events, it was clear that Han Zhentian intended to nurture Han Hu, that's why he patiently explained so much. Chen Huang saw this point and seized the opportunity to please Han Hu, hoping for a chance to soar. "I will entrust this matter to you. If you handle it well, there will be great rewards," Han Hu said. "Please don't worry, Brother Tiger. I will definitely handle it perfectly," Chen Huang confidently promised before leaving. Chapter 28, Overcrossing Dragon? Just a bug. At this time, Lin Bei arrived at the East City Dock Warehouse in Jiang City, got out of the car and asked, "Who is the person in charge here?" "I am," a tattooed man came forward, flanked by numerous lackeys, with an imposing manner. "I am Lin Bei, the 5th Sergeant of the 8th Regiment of the Northern Border Corps, here to receive military supplies as ordered." Lin Bei succinctly stated his identity, then took out all the documents for the receipt of supplies from his storage ring. The tattooed man glanced at the documents and said flatly, "The paperwork is incomplete. Take a closer look, all the paperwork is here," Lin Bei said. The tattooed man pulled out 2 of the documents, crumpled them up, and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. "Now it's not complete. Are you looking for trouble on purpose?" Lin Bei's face darkened. "So what if I am? This is Jiang City. Not your 8th camp," the tattooed man provocatively challenged, completely disregarding Lin Bei. All right. Lin Bei laughed in anger. The 8th camp fought desperately on the front lines, while the people they protected lagged behind. This was military supplies. It concerned the lives of soldiers on the front lines. "Kid, you have to follow the rules of Jiang City here, understand?" The tattooed man arrogantly poked Lin Bei's chest with his finger. "May I ask what the rules of Jiang City are?" Lin Bei asked, suppressing his anger. "Simple, hand over all the Thunder Calamity liquor in your hands, and I'll let you take these supplies away," the tattooed man greedily said. "Seizing military supplies during war and extorting soldiers, each of these is a death penalty. Aren't you afraid of dying?" Lin Bei coldly questioned, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. "Ha, the laws of the northern border can't control Jiang City," the tattooed man scoffed, his face full of contempt. Jiang City had 3 main martial families, Lei, Han, and Zhou. Among them, the Lei family was the strongest, with Lei Wen being a standout of the younger generation and Lei Meng being a 4th-tier, 9th-level martial artist. Such powerful strength could rank among the top 3 in the entire northern border. And he just happened to work for Lei Wen of the Lei family. In contrast, Lin Bei was the champion of the new soldier competition, awakening to a 7th-tier strength, his combat power comparable to a 9th-tier awakening, coming from the weakest 8th camp in the northern border. This was the camp with the weakest strength and background, having no support at all. That's why he dared to openly extort Lin Bei like this. The Thunder Calamity liquor was of little use to him, but offering it to the head of the Lei family would surely earn him a significant reward and position. And today, making things difficult for Lin Bei was also a way to vent Lei Wen's anger, killing two birds with one stone. All this information was told to him by someone through an anonymous call, and only after verifying its authenticity did he come to the warehouse. In truth, the tattooed man knew very well that the person in the shadows wanted to use him as a gun. But everyone had their own needs, being used as a gun was no big deal. Is that so? Let me see if the laws of the northern border can indeed control Jiang City. Lin Bei pulled out the Godslayer Thunder gun, emitting a murderous aura. Kid, I advise you to weigh your own strength before making a move. The tattooed man sneered. A mere rookie at the 7th tier awakening dares to wave a weapon in front of our Jianlong brother? Our big brother has long since advanced to the entry-level martial artist. He could crush you with a single finger. That's right. If you obediently hand over the Thunder Calamity liquor, you might suffer less harm. The onlooking little brothers all chimed in. Though Lin Bei had severely injured Lei Wen, a 9th tier awakening fighter, with his 7th tier awakening, his combat power was terrifying. But here, there were entry-level Jianlong fighters and a dozen 9th tier awakeners. No matter how strong Lin Bei was, he couldn't turn the tide. Buzz. A cold glint arrived first, followed by the gun shooting out like a dragon. With a splat sound, the Godslayer Thunder gun pierced through the tattooed man's throat, blood gushing out from the wound. He tried to open his mouth to speak but found he couldn't say a word, his face filled with horror. A dignified entry-level martial artist, facing an opponent at the awakening stage, didn't even have time to react. Lin Bei pulled out the gun and wiped the residual blood off the tip, looking at him impassively. He instinctively covered his throat wound with both hands, but blood still flowed out between his fingers. Aside from shock, he felt more regret. Lin Bei retracted the God-slaying Thunder gun, slowly taking out the dragon bone bow. To kill these useless ones, he didn't need to use the dragon bone arrows, so he took out some spare arrows. He bent the bow and notched the arrow, shooting 6 arrows simultaneously. Whoosh! 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 With the triple boost of the dragon bone bow, the ancestral talent of all weapons, and the Godspeed arrow, each arrow's speed broke through the sound barrier. The ear-piercing explosion sounds followed one after another, creating a sonic barrier in front of each arrow. Because the arrows were too fast, the crowd pierced through the chest without noticing anything unusual. Only after a while did their bodies slowly react, impossibly collapsing into pools of blood. Bang! 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 At this moment, several arrows that flew far suddenly exploded in the air, turning into a pile of debris. Those who had run far saw the scene and escaped with all their might, like survivors of a disaster. The speed is too fast, the strength of ordinary arrows is not enough, I need to replace these spare arrows. Lin Bei no longer cared about those few who escaped, picking up the fragments on the ground to carefully examine them, ultimately drawing a conclusion. With the death of the river-crossing dragon, Lin Bei immediately gathered the dock workers to count and transport the supplies. At this moment, at the Lei family's place in Jiangcheng, the few escaped fish rushed into the hall in panic, kneeling on the ground with a thud, pretending to be pitiful and said, "Young Master Lei, Lord Lei, you must uphold justice for us." What happened? Lei Wen furrowed his brow and asked. Just now, someone came to the dock warehouse to pick up goods, and because the paperwork was incomplete, we wouldn't let him in. That person went on a killing spree, even killing our big brother, river-crossing dragon, they exaggeratedly described. Damn! Someone stepped on our Lei family's toes. Gather everyone. I want to see who is so daring. Lei Wen was furious. River-crossing dragon is one of his subordinates. If a subordinate was killed, he as the master must show up, otherwise, who would dare follow him in the future? Lei Meng's gaze sharpened, stopping Lei Wen with his eyes, then looked at those people and asked, who killed river-crossing dragon? It seems to be someone named Lin Bei, from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Army, one person explained. As expected. A glint flashed in Lei Meng's eyes. Everyone in Jiangcheng knows that the Eastern Dock is an industry under the Lei family, and river-crossing dragon is a subordinate of Lei Wen. Since the other dared to do this, he must not be a local from Jiangcheng, or he has a greater backing. He just didn't expect that this person would be Lin Bei. In just a few days not seen, he had already grown to the point of being able to slay an entry-level martial artist? Are you sure it's Lin Bei from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Army? Lei Wen stood up from his chair in disbelief. I'm sure. Lin Bei used a big gun and shot through my brother's throat in one shot, that person said. One shot. Lei Wen felt a storm surge in his heart. Since coming back from the Northern Frontier headquarters, he had been practicing day and night and had already touched the threshold of entry. He thought he was already fast enough. Never did he expect that Lin Bei had become strong enough to kill entry-level martial artists in an instant. After that competition, Lei Wen still had a bit of dissatisfaction, always feeling that after using the potion he could counterattack Lin Bei. Now it seems that was purely his one-sided wishful thinking. Chapter 29, The Lei Family's Goodwill. 100 Fine Arrows. Young Master Lei. You must uphold justice for us. If we can't make Lin Bei pay the price today, others will think we're easy to bully. That's right. When have we ever suffered such losses? We must retaliate. Actually, our lives are worthless, but what Lin Bei did completely shows he looks down on the Lei family. Too arrogant. A few escaped fish tacitly cheered and fanned the flames. Lei Wen's brows furrowed tightly, the anger in his heart had been suppressed by more than half. If it were other oblivious people who had provoked the Lei family, then killing them would be of no consequence. But Lin Bei was different. He had become the champion of the new soldier competition and would definitely receive full support from the 8th Battalion. If they touched him, it would be equivalent to making enemies with the 8th Battalion. Seeing that, Lei Wen calmed down. Raymond had a comforting smile on his face and asked, "The over-the-river dragon is your man, how do you plan to handle this matter?" Although my Lei family does not fear the 8th camp, it is clearly not worth offending the 8th camp over a small over-the-river dragon, so let's pretend nothing happened, Lei Wen said. You only see Lin Bei backed by the 8th camp, but you haven't noticed that he is also backed by Luo Yuanshan, Raymond said. Dad, what does this matter have to do with Commander Luo? Lei Wen asked, confused. A swarm of insect beasts is about to erupt, and Luo Yuanshan clearly wants the 8th camp to be cannon fodder, cutting off Lin Bei's escape route and then smoothly bringing him into the inner circle, Raymond explained. The key is that this batch of goods is wartime military supplies, and it was arranged by the mayor of Jiangcheng. Moving this batch of goods will mean offending both the military and the mayor, he analyzed carefully, breaking down the entire situation for Lei Wen. After hearing this, Lei Wen suddenly understood and broke out in a cold sweat. Given Lin Bei's potential, he surely would not be limited to the small 8th camp in the future and could very well join the inner circle. If this matter was not handled well today, it would mean laying a deadly hidden danger for the Lei family. Just based on the malicious detention of military supplies alone, they could bring down the Lei family. After all, no matter how strong the Lei family's foundation is, it is still just a small martial arts family with only a few dozen members. Neither the military nor the mayor can be offended. Now do you know what to do? Raymond asked. Lei Wen's gaze sharpened as he nodded and ordered, "Come here. Bind these ignorant fools and bring them in front of Sergeant Lin to confess." Yes. A few martial artists quickly stepped forward and tied up the few fish that had escaped. Young Master Lei. Young Master Lei. We only want to serve you, what are you doing? Please spare us, young Master Lei. The few of them knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Lei Wen snorted coldly, humph. Serve me? I see you all want to harm me. Take them away. Moments later, Lei Wen personally drove the captured individuals to the dock warehouse. Seeing the Lei family's car arrive, the workers who were unloading freight all stopped. Lin Bei also turned his gaze towards that direction. A small entry-level martial artist like the over-the-river dragon dared to be so arrogant, he must have some backing. Sergeant Lin, long time no see, Lei Wen said as he opened the car door and waved at Lin Bei. Lei Wen? Lin Bei was slightly taken aback, not expecting the backing of the over-the-river dragon to be the Lei family. Sergeant Lin, I'm not here to back these people, I'm here to clear up a misunderstanding, Lei Wen said, waving his hand, and the martial artists behind him immediately pushed the captured individuals forward. A misunderstanding? Lin Bei was astonished. Yes, the over-the-river dragon and his group were indeed my hired guards for the dock warehouse, but I absolutely did not order them to detain military supplies. Now that they have broken the law, it is only right for Sergeant Lin to execute them. There are also a few more fish that have escaped, I will hand them over to Sergeant Lin to deal with as well. Lei Wen quickly distanced himself from the situation. Since the other party was not there to back them, Lin Bei also lost interest in continuing to entangle himself in this matter. He just wanted to quickly complete the task assigned by Jiang Hao and then rush back to the 8th camp to join the battle, so he said, hand them over to the city guard for trial. Alright. Then they will be handed over to the city guard. Lei Wen waved his hand, and those martial artists pushed the individuals into the car, immediately setting off for the city guard. Sergeant Lin, causing such a misunderstanding is truly my oversight in management. As compensation, I can promise you a small request within my ability. Lei Wen intentionally lowered his posture. Lin Bei was surprised to hear this, looking at Lei Wen in disbelief. That day in the arena, Lei Wen was domineering and insisted on both winning and determining life and death. How could he have changed so much and become so slick and seasoned in just a few days without seeing him? But since the opportunity was right in front of him, he wouldn't pass it up. I do have a small matter that I need your help with, Lin Bei said. Alright, my Lei family may not be as deeply rooted as the Northern Frontier Army, but after standing for 100 years in Jiangcheng, there is still some ability. Lin Wuzhang said it's fine. Lei Wen vowed. I need a batch of special arrows that can withstand supersonic flight and won't disintegrate. Lin Bei got straight to the point. Arrows? Isn't the weapon Lin Wuzhang is best at the spear? Lei Wen asked in surprise. Do you have them? Or not? Lin Bei asked. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Wen replied, it seems that there are some. Lin Wuzhang, follow me. Lin Bei followed Lei Wen into the warehouse, finding a box covered in dust in the corner. Using a crowbar, he pried open the lid, revealing a large number of silver arrows inside. He casually picked one up. It felt heavy, probably over 20 pounds. The material was smooth, and the tip was incredibly sharp. The power of these arrows was far less than that of dragon bone arrows, but they were more than enough as backup arrows. These precision arrows are made from aviation alloy, and each one costs 30,000. There are 100 in total. If Lin Wuzhan likes them, you can take them all. Lei Wen generously said. On the surface, Lin Bei remained calm, but in his heart, a huge wave was stirring. One arrow costs 30,000. 100 arrows, that's 3 million. Although the arrows could be retrieved after being shot, there was no way to guarantee that every single one would come back. All for free? Lin Bei asked. All for free. Lei Wen affirmed. Alright, then I'll take them all. Lin Bei waved his hand, collecting all the precision arrows into his storage ring. A smile appeared on Lei Wen's face. 3 million worth of goods was just a drop in the bucket for the Lei family. This amount of money could dissolve the grievances with Lin Bei, totally worth it. After all, Lin Bei would soon join the entourage and even replace Yishao as the captain. By then, he would be the second in command of the Legion, the third highest figure in the entire northern region. Currently, the most powerful in the northern region was Luo Yuanshan, followed by the city lord of Jiangcheng, and then Lei Meng. Though Yishao didn't rank, his status was special, backed by Luo Yuanshan and the entire northern legion, nearly equal to the city lord of Jiangcheng. A few hours later, the supplies were finally loaded, and heavy trucks headed towards the 8th camp. Lin Bei drove at the front, when suddenly shouts filled the sky. He rolled down the window and looked up. It was shells ripping through the sky. The dense artillery fire blocked out the sun, creating a stunning scene. Oh no, the war has begun. Lin Bei's heart jumped, and he slammed the accelerator to speed up. Chapter 30, City Lord of Jiangcheng. The SOS signal from the 8th camp. A few hours later, Lin Bei arrived first at the 8th camp. The once bustling playground was now empty, the large camp devoid of a single shadow. You must be Lin Bei? At that moment, a woman's voice came from behind. Who are you? Lin Bei stood up cautiously and stepped back. Don't be nervous, I am Jiang Yunk, the city lord of Jiangcheng, and I'm an old friend of General Shen. Jiang Yunk paused, smiling wryly as she said the words old friends, then changed the subject. Stop looking, they left a long time ago and should be engaging with the giant insects now. Why the rush? The supplies haven't even arrived yet. Lin Bei didn't understand. 10,000 against 100,000, the mother bug is a 5th-tier giant beast. Do you think the 8th camp lacks supplies? Jiang Yunk countered. 10,000 against 100,000? Lin Bei was incredulous, as if struck by lightning. The last time he asked Jiang Hao, he only said not to worry about the battle. At that time, Lin Bei thought the headquarters had deployed a plan for 8 camps to surround the bug nest, only that the 8th camp was leading the charge. He never imagined that only the 8th camp would be fighting. With so few people in the 8th camp, the strongest, Xinshong, was only 4th-tier 7th rank. How could they flatten a 5th-tier bug nest? Wasn't this clearly sending them to their deaths? Jiang Yunk saw through Lin Bei's thoughts and confirmed, you're not wrong, Luo Yuanshan just wants the 8th camp to disappear. Why? The destruction of the 8th camp is of no benefit to Luo Yuanshan. It will only weaken the overall strength of the north. Lin Bei still didn't understand. For you. Zhang Yunqing looked at Lin Bei with fiery eyes. Lin Bei's expression froze, and an absurd thought popped into his mind. He asked in disbelief, are you saying that Luo Yuanshan deliberately let the 8th camp die, cutting off my escape route, and then coaxed me to join his personal team? Yes. Zhang Yunqing nodded. Hiss. Lin Bei's pupils trembled, and he gasped, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Sacrificing tens of thousands from one camp just to recruit a genius. How selfish and insane must one be to make such a decision? This incident strikes at the essence of the matter. It's still about strength. If the 8th camp were stronger, Luo Yuanshan would absolutely not dare to make such a decision. Moreover, if he can sacrifice the 8th camp today, tomorrow he might not hesitate to sacrifice Lin Bei. To grasp one's fate, one must possess greater strength. Lin Bei clenched his fists tightly. He had never desired strength as much as he did now. He had an unparalleled army god system and needed military ranks to trigger the system's lottery, yet members of the personal team held no ranks, like private soldiers under Luo Yuanshan. Even if the 8th camp truly ceased to exist, he could never join the personal team. Lin Bei, come back to Jiang City with me. As long as you are willing, I can recommend you to join the Eastern Frontier Army. Zhang Yunqing said seriously. She came to the 8th camp this time for 2 reasons, to see Xinzhong and to protect Lin Bei at Xinzhong's request. A good talent like Lin Bei, once grown, could absolutely become a pillar of the nation. Therefore, she couldn't just watch and be assimilated by Luo Yuanshan. Thank you for your good intentions, but until the matter of the 8th camp is settled, I will stay here. Lin Bei said seriously. Zhang Yunqing stared at Lin Bei for a long time and asked seriously, you've seen Luo Yuanshan's methods. Are you sure you want to stay? Yes. Lin Bei nodded. All right. If you've thought it through, come find me in Jiang City anytime. Zhang Yunqing left that sentence and then left the camp. For the next few days, Lin Bei stayed in the special training room day and night, in seclusion. His level finally rose from Awakening Stage 9 to First Rank 1. Boom! At that moment, a burst of red fireworks suddenly exploded in the distant sky. The sound was loud, and the color was bright, people far away in Jiang City could see it. Lin Bei rushed out of the training room, looking at the red fireworks in the sky, his expression heavy and oppressive. It's the 8th camp's distress signal. During his time in the 8th camp, besides the daily devilish training to improve his strength, he also learned other knowledge. Different colors of fireworks represent different meanings. Red represents that the 8th camp is facing a life and death crisis and urgently needs rescue. Lin Bei immediately drove an off-road vehicle towards the northern headquarters. He knew very well that since Luo Yuanshan's goal was to make the 8th camp disappear, he would not send troops to rescue them. But, Lin Bei could not just watch the 8th camp perish and do nothing. Even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, he had to try. Before long, he arrived at the headquarters. Lin Bei rushed into Luo Yuanshan's office. Lin Bei. This is the office of the Northern Army Commander. Don't you know to knock before entering? Don't understand the rules. Yi Xiao scolded in a low voice. It's fine. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand graciously, signaling Yi Xiao to stop. Commander Luo, you should have seen the distress signal from the 8th camp, right? Time was pressing, Lin Bei got straight to the point. Yes, I saw it. Luo Yuanshan nodded. Since you saw it, why don't you hurry and send troops to support them? That's a 5th rank insect nest. How can the 8th camp possibly handle it alone? Lin Bei questioned. Kid. You're just a lowly corporal. What qualification do you have to shout in front of the commander? Yi Xiao's face changed, reprimanding him again. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand again to indicate Yi Xiao to be quiet, then turned to Lin Bei and explained, Lin Bei, it's not that I'm not sending troops, but it's that the total commander of the 8th camp led an advance too deep into the insect nest and fell into a dangerous surrounded situation. I'll tell you the truth. The position they are in right now. There are 9 4th level, 9-fold giant beasts, and they are all of the thunder attribute. You know that among all the attributes, thunder attribute is the most domineering and brutal. A 4th level, 9-fold thunder beast is not weaker than an ordinary 5th level beast. Charging in now would only increase the casualties. What a great tactic. With one sentence, he completely distanced himself and shifted all blame onto Xinzhong. When the higher-ups come down with blame, it will certainly be because Xinzhong's command error led to the destruction of the 8th Battalion. However, Lin Bei still caught the key information from his words. Did you just say that they are all thunder attribute beasts? That's right. The mother bug must have been planning to invade the northern territory long ago, so it breeds only thunder attribute beasts. Don't worry too much. The 8th Battalion has the protection of heaven, and they will definitely find a way to break out. Luo Yuanshan comforted. Lin Bei sneered coldly, too lazy to expose his hypocritical face. The outcome now is exactly what he had anticipated when he came here. However, the nest is full of thunder attribute beasts, which Lin Bei had never expected. He has 100% immunity to thunder, so no thunder attribute attack can harm him at all. Moreover, with the Dragon Bone Bow and Dragon Bone arrows, he completely has the chance to slay the giant beasts across levels. This thought is crazy and risky. Once put into action, any slip could cost him his life. But in life, it is impossible to have everything under control. When it's time to be crazy, one must be crazy. Besides, the 8th Battalion has treated him well, and he cannot just sit back and watch them perish, then switch to the Eastern Territory Troop as if nothing happened. This is not in line with Lin Bei's character. His conscience does not allow him to do such a thing. So, Lin Bei turned and walked away. Where are you going? Luo Yuanshan asked. To save people. Lin Bei answered firmly. Chapter 31, Deep into the Bug Nest. Despair of the 8th Battalion. With your meager strength, rushing in is just seeking death. Yi Xiao coldly mocked. Lin Bei scoffed and quickly went downstairs. He started the off-road vehicle and rushed towards the signal point at full speed. Luo Yuanshan stood up from his chair, clasping his hands behind his back while sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Lin Bei fade away inside. I underestimated Lin Bei's conviction. He is indeed a rare talent. In this world where strength is respected, if he doesn't even understand the simple truth of choosing the right tree to nest in, no matter how much potential he has, it will be hard for him to achieve anything. Yi Xiao asserted. Indeed, it is a pity for such a good seedling. Luo Yuanshan shook his head regretfully, and then changed the subject, saying, bring Lei Wen from the 1st Battalion over. What do you need him for? Yi Xiao asked, puzzled. The Four Realms Grand Competition is about to begin. By then, several military gods from Long Nation will come to watch. Our northern territory cannot remain at the bottom like before, it's time to cultivate some newcomers, Luo Yuanshan said. The Northern Territory, as one of the Four Realms, can select many promising talents from the new recruit competition every year. However, most of these talents have been recruited into the personal teams and have not been able to shine within the Northern Territory troops. This directly leads to a talent gap in the Northern Territory, and its overall strength is at the bottom among the Four Realms. Luo Yuanshan used to not care about such things, he only enjoyed the satisfaction of recruiting all the talents under his command. Each talented individual was like a carefully selected personal collection. But this time, the Four Realms Grand Competition is extraordinary. Apart from the generous rewards, the key is that several military gods will be present to watch. For the contestants, if their combat performance is recognized by the military gods, it will be a tremendous opportunity for them. For the military leaders from each realm, it's more like an exam. No one wants to be at the bottom in this exam. Especially since the higher-ups have already received many complaint letters about Luo Yuanshan, he urgently needs to achieve good results in the Four Realms Grand Competition to crush these complaints with strength. Originally, he planned to cultivate Lin Bei well so that he could shine for him in the competition. Then gather in the surrounding team. Now it seems that I can only focus on cultivating Raven as a second option. Although Raven is far inferior to Lin Bei, under his training, getting into the top 10 in the Four Realms competition should not be a problem. After a long time, Lin Bei arrived at the battlefield by car. The nearby mountains, forests, and grasslands all turned into scorched earth under the baptism of shells. The air was filled with a heavy burnt smell, and there were huge craters and burning plants everywhere on the ground. Hot weapons have little effect against high-level giant beasts, but they work surprisingly well against low-level giant beasts. As Lin Bei continued to move deeper, a large number of human and giant beast corpses gradually appeared on the battlefield. From the clothing on these human corpses, they were all soldiers from the 8th Battalion. The path ahead was rugged, so Lin Bei abandoned the car and walked carefully deeper. Zhi zhi. Zhi zhi. Suddenly, several strange sounds rang out. Lin Bei sensed danger approaching, instinctively flipping 180 degrees in midair, as two bolts of lightning flew past his nose. After landing steadily, Lin Bei looked in the direction from which the lightning had come. Two lightning bugs, each over half a meter tall, were standing there, spitting out lightning from their mouths. One was a first level 1 Dan, and the other was a first level 2 Dan. I just entered the outer edge of the bug nest and encountered entry-level giant beasts? Lin Bei was slightly surprised. Zhi zhi. The two lightning bugs spat out lightning again. This time, Lin Bei did not dodge, he wanted to see what the effect of 100% lightning immunity really was. Zzzz. The two bolts of lightning struck Lin Bei, but there was no discomfort, or rather, no feeling at all. A gust of wind blew by, and he could feel coolness or heat. Yet when the two lightning attributes attacks hit Lin Bei, he felt absolutely nothing. 100% lightning attribute immunity. It was indeed terrifying. Then Lin Bei took out the dragon bone bow and directly shot two arrows simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! The specially made alloy arrows pierced through the air at the speed of sound, penetrating the two giant beasts. At that moment, Lin Bei felt unprecedented confidence. The greatest advantage of the insect race lies in their reproduction and evolution. After the round of shelling, their numerical advantage has been significantly weakened, now only the advantage of evolution remains. To enhance their attacking power, the insect race had all evolved into lightning bugs. This advantage has instead become a disadvantage in front of Lin Bei. Moreover, lightning bugs have a single attack method, only able to spray lightning from their mouths. Their bodies lack any physical attack methods and have very weak defenses. As long as he hits the vital spot, one arrow will surely kill. However, Lin Bei was not naive enough to think he could clear the entire bug nest by himself, as the gap in strength and numbers was glaring. All he had to do was use his lightning immunity advantage to tear open a hole in the bug race's encirclement and rescue Xinzhong and the others. That would be all. Thus, Lin Bei charged forward, unstoppable and unstoppable, killing hundreds of lightning bugs. In his storage bracelet, there were 100 exquisite arrows, now only 13 remained. The other 87 arrows either missed the vital spots of the lightning bugs and the latter fled with the arrows, or penetrated the lightning bugs and disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, the dragon bone bow is a top-tier 4th-grade weapon, and each time it is drawn, it consumes a lot of physical strength. After several hours of continuous fierce fighting, Lin Bei's strength was nearly exhausted, and he had to stop to rest. Meanwhile, inside the insect mother nest, Xinzhong and Jiang Hao stood back to back, both covered in scars, looking disheveled and exhausted. At their feet lay dozens of the corpses of their comrades. These were the strongest veterans from the 8th Battalion, all over 3rd level. Yet, despite fighting for their lives, they had barely managed to kill 5 4th and 9th-tier giant beasts. There were still 4 4th and 9th-tier giant beasts here. Xinzhong and Jiang Hao couldn't handle them alone. Not to mention that deep within the nest, the insect mother was currently gestating the 10th 4th and 9th-tier giant beast. The situation inside the nest was dire, and the situation outside the nest was equally severe. Fu Tai and many other soldiers from the 8th Battalion. Surrounded by tens of thousands of insect beasts, the water was blocked, and despair and dark clouds hung over everyone's hearts. Old Jiang, it seems like you and I are going to meet our end here today. Xinzhong, holding a big knife, wiped the blood from his face. I'm a lonely bachelor, no one will care if I die, but if you die here, the mayor of Jiang City will cry his eyes out, right? Jiang Hao threw aside his identity and loudly teased Xinzhong. That woman already has children. I'm not picking up the pieces. Xinzhong pouted, which was also why he always referred to Jiang Yunqing as his brother. Ha ha ha. She's the mayor of Jiang City. Her child is also doing quite well in the Eastern Territory Legion, her future is limitless. Is she not worthy of you? Jiang Hao didn't understand Xinzhong's thoughts. Clearly, if he just nodded, he could have already had a life with wife and children, living a warm life. At worst, they could have another child. Xinzhong didn't want to continue on this topic, he quickly changed the subject and asked, do you have any cigarettes? Give me one. Jiang Hao took out a cigarette box from his pocket, but the cigarettes inside had been soaked with blood and were all wet. No matter how he tried, the lighter wouldn't light. Chapter 32, Meet Jiang Yunqing again. The terrifying power of a level 5 expert. Boom! The sudden sound of a huge explosion came from afar. The earth trembled, and rocks flew in all directions. Lin Bei immediately stood up, alert and focused, watching in the direction of the explosion. He hadn't noticed before, but now, upon looking, he was shocked. A giant rock with a diameter of more than 50 meters was floating in the sky, and just looking from a distance, one could feel the overwhelming pressure of death. Beside the giant rock, there stood a woman, whose back looked somewhat familiar. Lin Bei cautiously approached and finally saw the figure clearly. Shocked, mayor of Jiang City? He had seen Jiang Yunqing a few days ago at the 8th camp, and she was wearing the same outfit. Moreover, Jiang Yunqing was a level 5, first-rank warrior with an S-level control talent. She could easily control the giant rock to float, it must be her, no doubt. Jiang Yunqing in the sky also noticed someone was watching her, so she turned to look in Lin Bei's direction, surprised, how come you're here? I'm a sergeant in the 8th camp, so of course, I should be here. But why is the mayor of Jiang City here? Lin Bei smiled and asked in return, already guessing what was going on. You guessed it and still ask. Jiang Yunqing glared at Lin Bei angrily, then controlled the giant rock to smash down. Another loud explosion sounded, as if the earth itself was about to split. The ground was in chaos, filled with the disfigured bodies of thunderworms crushed by the rock. A quick glance showed there were at least 2,000 of them. That said, with your mere first rank, how could you have made it this far? Jiang Yunqing looked at Lin Bei suspiciously. They were already close to the insect queen's nest, and the weakest beasts here were at least second rank, with a few fourth-rank beasts as well. For a first-rank warrior to survive and make it here, it was simply a miracle. To be honest, I have 100% immunity to lightning. The attacks from these thunderworms can't hurt me at all. Lin Bei revealed the truth. Since they were going to travel together, Lin Bei knew he couldn't keep his lightning immunity secret for long. So, he decided to be straightforward and open about it. Jiang Yunqing's beautiful eyes widened, and a huge storm surged inside her heart as she incredulously asked, did I hear that right? Did you just say 100% lightning immunity? Yes. Lin Bei nodded seriously. Upon receiving the confirmation, Jiang Yunqing gasped. No wonder he was able to make it so close to the insect queen's nest with only the strength of a first-rank warrior. In fact, immunity to lightning, fire, water, and other elements was not rare. But, 100% immunity? That was extremely rare. In the dozens of cities in the north, with tens of millions of people, there might be only 2 or 3 who could achieve 100% immunity. And as for 100% lightning immunity, Lin Bei was probably the only one. Jiang Yunqing's expression returned to seriousness. Further ahead is the insect queen's nest. Although you can withstand the damage from the thunderworms, the aftershock from the battle between the 8th camp soldiers and the thunderworms is definitely beyond the ability of someone at your level to withstand. Your situation is still very dangerous. Are you sure you want to go in? Since we have come this far, how can we give up halfway? Lin Bei replied with a smile. Alright. Then stay close to me. Jiang Yunqing admired Lin Bei's loyalty and courage even more. In the Northern Army Corps, under the rule of Luo Yuanshan, it had been many years since someone like Lin Bei had appeared. With strength, bravery, and a sense of loyalty, he truly deserved Xinzhong and Jiang Hao to risk their lives to protect him. If they could survive and participate in the great competition of the Four Realms, the name Lin Bei would surely resound throughout the army. With Jiang Yunqing leading the way, Lin Bei just needed to follow. After a moment, the two finally saw the soldiers of the 8th Battalion surrounded by the tide of insects. Shatter Star Kill. Jiang Yunqing decisively unleashed her martial skill. Under her S-level manipulation talent, the flat ground was forcefully excavated, revealing a giant stone. Then, with a loud boom, the giant stone exploded, turning into countless sharp stone blades. Whoosh! 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 Countless sharp stone blades rained down from the sky, piercing through the bodies of the lightning insects, their green blood splattering and forming a viscous river on the ground. In an instant, thousands of lightning insects perished, including many powerful 4th-tier lightning insects. 5th-tier powerhouse. Indeed, terrifying beyond measure. Watching the encirclement being torn open, the soldiers of the 8th Battalion, who had just been disheartened, were now filled with fighting spirit as if they had received a boost. We're alive. We're alive. While this breach hasn't been filled, let's hurry and fight our way out. Kill. 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 Let's fight this group of beasts. Fu Tai saw Jiang Yunqing standing in the distance and weakly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Section Chief Jiang, for coming to our rescue. Yes, let's quickly retreat. Jiang Yunqing replied. Understood. Fu Tai didn't dare to delay and immediately led the troops to break through. As they passed by Jiang Yunqing's side, he spotted a familiar figure and thought he was hallucinating from the long battle, so he stopped to look closely at that person in disbelief. Lin Bei? What are you doing here? Like Section Chief Jiang, I've come to save you. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Nonsense. Section Chief Jiang is a 5th-tier powerhouse. But what help can you provide? Hurry up and retreat. Fu Tai said seriously. At this moment, Jiang Yunqing interrupted. Fu Tai, you all retreat first. Lin Bei has me protecting him, he won't be in danger. But fine. Now wasn't the time for hesitation. Fu Tai sighed and immediately led the team to retreat. The artillery caught the insect race off guard, and the 1st-tier lightning insects turned to ashes, while those above 2nd tier suffered heavy losses. Even so, the number of lightning insects still exceeded 50,000. The 8th Battalion fought valiantly, sacrificing more than 4,000 men to slay over 15,000 lightning insects. This is an extremely glorious achievement. But as long as the insect mother isn't defeated, no matter how many lightning insects they kill, it's all in vain. So, the 8th Battalion decided after discussion to concentrate all their elite forces to attack the insect mother. Fu Tai didn't know what the situation inside was like. All he knew was that escaping didn't mean safety. The tide of insects behind was continuously chasing them, and in front, there would be lightning insects blocking their way. The battle still wasn't over. Let's go. Jiang Yunqing took a bottle of potion, instantly restoring her energy and spirit to peak condition. As they were about to enter the insect mother's lair, she had to be fully alert. A 5th-tier insect mother could breed 4th-tier, 9th-level insects, and the strength of a 9th-level lightning insect was comparable to an ordinary 5th-tier behemoth. With her strength, taking down 1 or 2 wouldn't be difficult. But if there were too many, she could only escape with Lin Bei first. Okay. Lin Bei followed Jiang Yunqing into the underground lair. Dim, sticky, oppressive, as soon as Lin Bei entered the lair, every hair on his body stood on end. It felt as though a pair of invisible eyes were staring at him intently from the darkness. Stay close to me, do not get distracted. Jiang Yunqing repeatedly reminded. I understand. Lin Bei nodded slightly. The lightning insects in the lair had been cleared away, leaving only corpses behind. The two moved smoothly and soon arrived at the core of the lair. Following Lin Bei's gaze, the scene astonished them. Xinzhong and Jiang Hao lay on the ground, covered in wounds, barely alive and lost the ability to fight. Several thunder insects opened their mouths and spat out lightning, aiming directly at Xinzhong and Jiang Hao's heads. If hit, even a god couldn't save them. Xinzhong. Jiang Yunqing suddenly panicked, using her talent to control a giant rock to block in front of Xinzhong and Jiang Hao. At almost the same time, another bolt of lightning came crashing towards Lin Bei from the side. This bolt of lightning was as devastating as a collapsing mountain, scorching the air black wherever it passed. Lin Bei, be careful. Xinzhong and Jiang Hao, whose eyes were almost closed, widened them like brass bells at this moment. Oh no! Jiang Yunqing's attention was all on Xinzhong, and at this moment, it was too late to protect Lin Bei. Chapter 33, The Power of the Dragon Bone Arrow. The god-slaying thunder spear breaks the armor. Bang! Boom! Terrifying lightning engulfed Lin Bei, and the few strands of scattered lightning blew the nest to pieces. In an instant, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Even 5th-tier powerhouses would not dare to take this hit head-on, and Lin Bei had just entered the tier, he would surely turn to ashes, right? However, Lin Bei dusted himself off and walked out of the lightning unharmed, grinning. A full-force strike from a 4th-tier 9-fold thunder insect is nothing much. Ha ha ha. I almost forgot. You kid have 100% lightning immunity. You can immune any lightning attribute damage. Jiang Yunqing's heart, which was hanging in the air, immediately relaxed, rushing to Xinzhong and Jiang Hao's side to feed them recovery potions. As the potion went down their throats, the external injuries on both men's bodies healed rapidly, and their spirits also recovered a little. The two looked at Lin Bei as if they had seen a ghost, saying in unison, "What did you just say? Lin Bei has 100% lightning immunity?" "Yes." "You didn't know?" "Lin Bei has kept his abilities well hidden. But it's better to hide deeply. This way, he'll live longer than others." Jiang Yunqing laughed heartily. Hearing the affirmative answer, Xinzhong and Jiang Hao both showed incredible expressions. When they first spotted Lin Bei, they were very surprised. Now they finally understood why Jiang Yunqing had brought Lin Bei here. Because only Lin Bei could cross the lightning pool trap in front of the insect mother, and only he had the chance to slay the insect mother. ZZ. For 4th-tier 9-fold thunder insects seemed to receive some sort of order and charged towards Lin Bei in unison. "Protect Lin Bei." Jiang Yunqing and the others shouted together, forming a human wall in front of Lin Bei. Not good. The 10th giant beast in the insect mother's belly is about to change attributes. Jiang Hao exclaimed. "It's coming for Lin Bei." Xinzhong swung his knife with one hand, his brows knitted tightly. If the 10th beast with a different attribute was hatched, everyone here would be dead. Unless they could slay the insect mother before it hatched. But in front of them were 4 4th-tier 9-fold thunder insects blocking their path, there was simply no chance to kill her. "Why don't we retreat first?" Jiang Hao suggested. Xinzhong's face was as dark as water, lost in deep thought. If they retreated now, the insect mother would get a breather and would surely breed like crazy. Also, next time they used shelling, it wouldn't be this effective. But if they didn't retreat, they would all die here. "Retreat!" Xinzhong ordered after careful consideration. "General Shen, I want to give it a try." Lin Bei took out the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrow, speaking earnestly. 4th-tier 9-fold giant beasts move very fast, it's hard to hit them, and you may not be able to break through their defenses. Xinzhong shook his head. "Trying once won't waste much time, let him give it a shot," Jiang Yunqing said. "All right. Then you give it a try." Xinzhong relented. Lin Bei's strength was too low to fully draw the dragon bone bow. So, he sat on the ground, using his feet to brace the bow's body, pulling the bowstring with both hands. Using all his strength, he barely managed to pull the dragon bone bow 2/3 back. Whoosh! The dragon bone arrow flew out like a bolt from the blue. Its speed broke through the sound barrier, creating an ear-piercing explosion. In an instant, 1 4th-tier 9-fold thunder insect was pierced through its body. The arrow hole in front was only as thick as a thumb, looking like a light injury. But the back exploded in a large area. Green blood mixed with meat paste splattered, the scene was extremely shocking. The dragon bone arrow penetrated the thunder worm and flew into the forbidden area of the thunder pool, a special zone completely covered by thunder. Anyone or anything that steps into this place will be crushed to ashes by the thunder. The dragon bone arrow was made from the bones of a 6th-tier dragon, able to withstand the power of thunder, but its flying speed visibly slowed down and ultimately still could not escape the thunder pool area. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Jiang Yunqing and the 3 others simultaneously gasped in shock. A mere 1st-tier new soldier actually killed a 4th-tier 9th-layer giant beast with a single hit. If this spreads, no one would believe it even if they were told. Forget about the powerful dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrow for now. Isn't Lin Bei's arrow speed a bit abnormal? How can it have a sonic boom? In the martial arts building of the 8th camp, there's only one archery skill book, named Divine Speed Arrow, which can double the arrow's speed. But the speed of the arrow just now didn't seem like it was just a 100% increase. And this skilled ground bow posture, if one didn't know better, they would think he was a master who had immersed himself in archery for decades. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Bei shot out the remaining 2 dragon bone arrows in succession, both accurately hitting the thunder worm's vital points. Supersonic arrows, plus 100% hit rate from the ancestor of bows and arrows. Aim, and it must kill. Among the 4 4th-tier 9th-layer thunder worms, only the last one remained at this moment. Jiang City Master, this one is for you, I'll go deal with the mother worm. Lin Bei took out the god-slaying thunder spear and said. Are you confident? Jiang Yunqing asked. Lin Bei nodded. He still had a trump card he hadn't used, which was the advanced talent of the father of 10,000 weapons, Gun Ancestor's armor breaking. The effect of the bow ancestor is to increase arrow speed by 200% and the hit rate by 100%. While the gun ancestor's effect is to ignore physical defenses and directly inflict true damage. Everything in the world has its advantages, and naturally, it also has its disadvantages. Very few exist perfectly. The mother worm has the advantage of being able to reproduce and hatch infinite larvae, and it can grant the larvae the ability to evolve. But it also abandoned offensive and defensive means, that is its disadvantage. The larvae in the nest are its first line of defense. The thunder pool forbidden area in front of it is its second line of defense. Once both of these defenses are shattered, then it is just like fish on a chopping board, only to be slaughtered. Eek eek. The remaining thunder worm roared in anger, blocking Lin Bei's path. Your opponent is me. Jiang Yunqing immediately took action. I'm here to help you. Xinzhong and Jiang Hao echoed in unison. Although the three of them are strong, they still cannot pass through the thunder pool forbidden area. Lin Bei tightened his grip on the god-slaying thunder spear, step by step approaching the mother worm. The appearance of the mother worm is very strange. Its head is several times larger than a water tank, and below it are not layers of stacked flesh bodies but rather a huge round egg sac. Upon entering the thunder pool forbidden area, each step Lin Bei took magnified the fear in his heart. All the hair on his body stood on end, his hands and feet were cold, trembling uncontrollably. It was like the most primitive fear when a weak creature encounters a powerful one. Lin Bei. It's its psychic energy affecting you. Don't be afraid. Keep moving forward. Xinzhong shouted loudly to remind him. Okay. Lin Bei bit hard on his tongue, and under the intense pain, he instantly regained his clarity. Lin Bei quickened his pace through the thunder pool, gripping the god-slaying thunder spear tightly in both hands, and shouted, 9th layer thunder spear technique. 9th layer. Zizizizi. The spear erupted with boundless lightning, all converging at the tip of the spear. The power was compressed to the extreme, with 9 times the might, unmatched and unstoppable. Lin Bei stepped on the wall for force, leaping up, and thrust the god-slaying thunder spear towards the mother worm's head. Eek eek. The mother worm sensed the threat of death and immediately mobilized all its strength to evolve a thick shell around its head, trying to block this strike. Chapter 34, Slaying the Mother Worm. Insect Armor and Core. Seeking votes. That's the insect armor. Jiang Yunqing exclaimed suddenly. The mother worm has spawned and hatched so many insects, there is still leftover strength to evolve a shell. Jiang Hao exclaimed in shock. It's over. Xinzhong shook his head and sighed. The insect race has 2 great advantages, one is reproduction, the other is evolution. But whether it's reproduction or evolution, both require the consumption of a large amount of energy from the mother insect. It has already produced nearly 100,000 insects, including a large number of 3rd and 4th stages, as well as 9 4th stage 9-fold thunder insects. Thus, the three believed that the mother insect was at the end of its rope. As long as they could get through the lightning pond forbidden zone, they could easily take its life. But the reality was that the mother insect still had the strength to evolve a shell. With Lin Bei's first stage first level strength, even mastering the god-slaying thunder gun and the 9-fold thunder technique, he could not break through the shell's defense. Even using the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows would be the same. Only a true 4th stage warrior could perfectly unleash the full power of these 2 weapons. Boom! The god-slaying thunder gun struck the shell, producing a deafening sound of impact. Looking closely, the shell remained completely undamaged, not even a single dent left. As expected, sigh. Jiang Yunqing and Xinzhong sighed in unison. No! Look! Jiang Hao pointed at the mother insect's head. The 2 followed his finger and looked, and saw green liquid flowing out from the gaps in the shell. This shot injured the mother insect? No! That's not it. The green liquid flowed more and more, covering most of the egg sac, absolutely not just a simple injury. Boom! The massive body of the mother insect collapsed to the ground with a crash, and the lightning pond forbidden zone dissipated along with it. In that moment, it felt as if time had stopped, and space had frozen. Is it dead? Jiang Hao stared with widened eyes, unable to believe. It must be dead. Otherwise, the lightning pond forbidden zone wouldn't have scattered. Xinzhong affirmed. The shell is clearly unharmed. How did Lin Bei injure the mother insect? As a 5th stage warrior, Jiang Yunqing could also not see the mystery of the shot. It was as if the power of this shot penetrated the shell and struck directly at the mother insect's head. This required an extremely high level of power control. Even Jiang Yunqing, with her 5th stage 1st level strength, could not achieve this, let alone Lin Bei with his mere 1st stage 1st level. It was simply unbelievable. The 3 looked at Lin Bei as if he were a monster. This guy had created too many miracles. Clearly, they all lived in the same world, but Lin Bei seemed to have activated a cheat. In less than a month of joining the army, he rose to 1st stage 1st level and mastered so many high-level martial skills. It wasn't just them, Lin Bei was also shocked by the power of this shot. Ignoring physical defenses, causing real damage. This meant that regardless of what grade of armor the enemy wore, they couldn't withstand the power of the shot. Unless the enemy's body was exceedingly powerful, they might be able to endure it. This was no longer unbeatable within the same realm. This was unbeatable in close combat. Below 5th stage, no one could withstand Lin Bei's full power shot. Above 5th stage, only non-physical talent warriors could rival him. Can I take this shell? Lin Bei came back to his senses from the shock, pointing at the shell on the mother insect's head. This is your spoils of war, so you can handle it as you wish, Xinzhong said. Good. Lin Bei raised his gun and struck down, decapitating the mother insect and taking down the shell that was bigger than a water vat. Both sides were completely unharmed. If it were made into armor, it would definitely be top-grade 4th rank. And with such a large piece of shell, making 5 or 6 sets would be more than enough. There is something else good on the mother insect, don't you want it? Xinzhong smiled. What else is good? Lin Bei asked. The core of the mother insect. Xinzhong sliced open the egg sac, and a large amount of green liquid flowed out like water. Xinzhong waded through the goo and entered the egg sac, emerging with an irregular stone in his arms. This stone was about the size of 2 basketballs, entirely blue, and surprisingly emitted a hint of pressure. All the power of the mother insect is stored in this stone, and its reproduction and evolution also rely on this stone. Although the power is now less than 1/100th of what it was, its value is still greater than this shell. Xinzhong threw the bug mother core to Lin Bei, with no hint of greed in his eyes. In fact, with their strength, they could have easily taken the bug armor and the bug mother core away. They could have openly forced Lin Bei to hand it over for public distribution. Especially since Xinzhong and Jiang Hao were seriously injured, refining the bug mother core would not only heal their wounds but also increase their strength. But they wouldn't, and they looked down on doing such things. They could already foresee their future, knowing they would never escape the northern border in their lifetime. But Lin Bei was different. He was still young and full of potential. Nurturing him was far more meaningful. Thank you, General Shun. Lin Bei gratefully accepted the bug mother core. Xinzhong nodded and looked at Jiang Hao, instructing, fire a signal flare, gather all camps to clean up the battlefield. Yes. Jiang Hao immediately complied. Lin Bei grabbed Jiang Hao, confused as he looked at Xinzhong. General Shin, we have already killed the toughest bug mother, isn't summoning the camps now just giving the credit to them? The 8th camp has gone through a brutal battle, only more than 5,000 fighters remain, while the number of bugs exceeds 30,000, a 6-fold disadvantage. Moreover, the remaining bugs are generally stronger, putting us at a disadvantage in combat. The 8th camp could brace itself and fight this war, but do you want to earn credit at the cost of your comrades' lives? Xinzhong looked seriously at Lin Bei. Lin Bei fell silent, quietly releasing his hold on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao rushed out of the bug mother's lair and immediately released a blue signal flare. Red represents a call for help, while blue indicates everything is proceeding smoothly. When the other camps see the signal flare, they will know the 8th camp has dealt with the bug mother. So what remains is to unilaterally clear out the remaining bugs. The other 7 camps entered quickly, scrambling to slay the remaining bugs, even picking up the charred bug corpses on the ground as trophies, because all of them count as military merit. With the other 7 camps joining, the pressure on the 8th camp eased significantly. The war lasted from dawn until the early morning before it finally ended. After a brief night's rest, Lin Bei and Xinzhong headed to the northern border headquarters. As per tradition, after the war, the headquarters would surely reward them based on merit. Although Luo Yuanshan wouldn't give the first credit to the 8th camp, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Upon arrival, the chiefs of the other 7 camps began to arrive one after another. Luo Yuanshan sat at the head of the conference room, with Yi Xiao standing behind him. He first glanced at Lin Bei, then surveyed the chiefs present. Everyone here has contributed significantly to calming the chaos of the bug nest. Let's now begin to discuss merits and rewards. The first camp receives the top merit. A reward of 1 5th grade low-level martial skill. 1 4th grade spiritual herb. 10 3rd grade spiritual herbs. 50 2nd grade spiritual herbs. The 3rd and 4th camps receive second-class merit. A reward of 1 4th grade top martial skill. 5 3rd grade spiritual herbs. 22nd grade spiritual herbs. The 2nd, 5th, 6th, and 7th camps receive 3rd-class merit. A reward of 1 4th grade advanced martial skill. 1 3rd grade spiritual herb. 10 2nd grade spiritual herbs. Chapter 35, Balancing Merits and Faults. Contestant List. As Luo Yuanshan pronounced each word, many chiefs in the conference room had fiery eyes. 5th grade martial skills. 4th grade spiritual herbs. These are rare items. 2nd and 3rd grade spiritual herbs are also quite valuable. The key is they didn't exert much effort in this war. These rewards feel like they are free. However, Lin Bei and the others looked dark and displeased, disappointment written all over their faces. Bang! Xinzhong slammed the table and questioned, Lord Commander, our 8th camp was the first to enter, suffered the greatest sacrifices, and killed the bug mother. Why shouldn't the top merit belong to us? Xinzhong. Mind your tone. Yi Xiao fiercely pointed at Xinzhong, as if ready to strike at any moment if he shouted again. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand, signaling Yi Xiao to back down, then looked at Xinzhong saying, General Shen, although the 8th camp killed the bug mother and should logically receive the top merit, your command error led to heavy losses in the 8th camp. The death toll alone has exceeded 5,000, with thousands more injured, nearly annihilating the entire camp. Such a serious mistake, I have every reason to revoke your position. But considering your achievement in killing the bug queen, let's call it even. Just those few light words directly denied all the merits of the 8th camp. Xinzhong felt his blood pressure skyrocket, nearly exploding on the spot. He knew very well that the 8th camp could never claim the credit. But he never expected that Luo Yuanshan wouldn't even grant them a third-class merit, even saying something as ridiculous as, let's just call it even. It was simply a complete inversion of right and wrong and beyond shamelessness. General Shen, before the war started, if my 1st camp hadn't provided sufficient artillery support, your 8th camp wouldn't have even gotten close to the bug queen's nest. This credit should rightly belong to my 1st camp, the 1st camp commander boasted. So many people died in the 8th camp, and you still have the audacity to ask for the credit? Besides, did your 8th camp kill the bug queen? Surely the 1st camp of Jiang City had a significant role in this too? Humph. Xinzhong with his mere 4th stage 7th level, how could he possibly kill a 5th stage bug queen? I say the bug queen was definitely slain by the 1st camp of Jiang City, and has nothing to do with the 8th camp. And still you have the nerve to ask for credit from the military lord. Truly shameless. The words of each commander seemed to mock Xinzhong, but in reality, they were flattering Luo Yuanshan. When murkiness is a norm, being clear is a crime. The other 7 commanders all looked to Luo Yuanshan, while the 8th camp refused to flatter him, naturally becoming the outcast. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bei felt disgusted deep within. If given the chance, he would definitely clean out all this scum from the northern region's forces. General Shen, do you have any objections to my decision? Luo Yuanshan asked. Xinzhong clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. No matter how unconvinced he was, he had to swallow this humiliation. Authority crushes all. As a mere general, how could he compete with the lord of the northern region? Yet he couldn't understand why the reports were sent to the military department but had received no response until now. Since there are no objections, I will announce another matter. The competition between the 4 regions is about to start. I have drafted a list of participants, everyone take a look. Luo Yuanshan signaled, and Yi Xiao immediately distributed the list in his hand. Xinzhong received the list, filled with 30 closely written names. Surprisingly, the first on the list was not Lin Bei, but rather Lin Bei's defeated opponent, Lei Wen. Xinzhong held his patience and continued to look, until he finished the last name, still not seeing Lin Bei's name. He thought he might have missed it, so he glanced over it again, but still didn't find Lin Bei. Lord Luo. You say my 8th camp isn't worthy of credit. I accept. But why is Lin Bei not on the list for the 4 regions competition? He is the champion of this new soldier contest. If he is not qualified to participate, then no one on this list is qualified to participate. Xinzhong was furious like fire boiling oil, staring at Luo Yuanshan and questioning loudly. The military lord's decision. You are not qualified to question it. Yi Xiao angrily retorted. Fine, since you asked, I'll explain, so there are no misunderstandings. Luo Yuanshan paused and said, Lin Bei is suspected of killing Hanan and others. He may need to face an examination by the Wei City Division. Rather than having him taken away by the Wei City Division during the competition and losing face for our northern region, it's best to remove him from the list. Okay. Very good. Lin Bei. Let's go. Xinzhong feared he would lose control and commit a massacre if he stayed any longer, so he slammed the door and left. He could forego the credit. But he absolutely could not let Lin Bei be excluded from the 4 regions competition. The 8th camp didn't want this honor, what they needed was a stage for Lin Bei. This 4 regions competition was different from the past, as several military gods would be present to watch. With Lin Bei's talent, he was guaranteed to place in the top 3, and it was entirely possible for him to contend for the first place. When he entered the line of sight of those military gods, he would surely gain tremendous resources that the 8th camp could not provide. This would become a competition that changed his fate. Lin Bei, don't worry, I will definitely help you get a spot in the 4 realms grand competition. On the way back, Xinzhong swore with determination. Actually, participating or not doesn't make much difference to me, Lin Bei said. Youngster. It makes a big difference. Let's not talk about other influences for now, just mention the rewards of this grand competition. The champion can receive 10 plants of 4th grade spiritual herbs, a complete set of 3rd grade weapons and armor, 2 books of 3rd grade martial arts techniques, and the qualification to enter the intermediate secret realm. The most crucial thing is, the champion can also receive personal guidance from the military god. Xinzhong looked serious. After hearing this, Lin Bei's heart was slightly moved. Third-grade weapons, armor, and techniques didn't mean much to him, but they could all be sold for money. 10 plants of 4th-grade spiritual herbs were pretty good. They should be able to directly improve several small realms. The qualification for the intermediate secret realm was also good. With a bit of luck, he could obtain a lot of good things. However, what Lin Bei cared about the most was still the military god's guidance. When he first joined the army and fought against Jiang Hao, he gained an instinct for battle. If he could receive guidance from a stronger military god, he would definitely take fewer detours in his training, and his strength would improve rapidly. Moreover, these were just the obvious rewards of the competition. If he could achieve a good ranking, the actual gains would surely be much more than this. Are you moved now? Actually, I have a ready-made way for you to definitely gain the qualification to participate. Xinzhong said. What way? Lin Bei asked. Among the military gods who are watching this time, one of them just happens to be from your Lin family. With your current strength, as long as you are willing to actively contact the Lin family, they will definitely fight for this opportunity for you. Xinzhong said. Lin Bei decisively refused. General Shen, I have already drawn a clear line with the Lin family. From now on we are not related by life or death. You're so bold. No wonder you're one of my soldiers from the 8th camp. Then I'll think of another way. Xinzhong shifted his tone, having actually guessed this answer long ago. Chapter 36, Promotion to Squad Leader Rejected. First stage, 5th level. After a moment, the two returned to the 8th camp. Jiang Hao and Fu Tai were furious upon learning about the headquarters situation. The war was fought by the 8th camp, and the insect mother was killed by the 8th camp, yet the 8th camp gained nothing. What infuriated them the most was that Luo Yuanshan had planned to let the 8th camp die from the beginning, and now that the 8th camp had barely survived, they were still blamed for their heavy sacrifices. What's the point of cursing Luo Yuanshan's ancestors here? Shut up. Xinzhong was already boiling with anger in the headquarters, and now seeing the two chattering on, he was even more furious. The two didn't dare to provoke Xinzhong's anger and instantly fell silent. Xinzhong shifted his gaze and said seriously to Lin Bei, I originally wanted to rely on military merits to gain some benefits for you from the headquarters, but now it seems impossible. But don't worry, Xinzhong never mistreats meritorious officials. Reward 1, 300,000 military merits. Reward 2, promotion to squad leader. Reward 3, a wife. The first two rewards sounded quite normal, but when he heard the third reward, Lin Bei couldn't keep his composure. So, becoming a soldier really does come with a wife? She has a daughter who is an elite soldier in the Eastern District Corps, with SS-level talent, powerful strength, and she is beautiful and well-proportioned, Xinzhong explained. The daughter of the mayor of Jiang City? Lin Bei asked. That's right, mainly because she thinks you're great, I'm just passing the message for her, Xinzhong said. We haven't even settled the previous two rewards, it's better to finalize those first, Lin Bei said. Alright. Xinzhong immediately turned on the computer, updated Lin Bei's rank information, and transferred 300,000 military merits into his account. Rank rejected? Military merits rejected? Jiang Hao stood beside Xinzhong, seeing these two lines of prompts clearly. Fu Tai also curiously leaned over, his eyes widening. A military merit reward of 300,000 indeed required re-verification by the headquarters. But according to the regulations of the Northern District, the general has the right to directly grant any military rank below that of the sergeant major, and only sergeant majors or higher need to be reviewed by the headquarters. Now even the promotion of sergeants has been rejected. It's clear that this is aimed at the 8th Battalion. To put it bluntly, it's aimed at Lin Bei. Damn it. Luo Yuanshan, that son of a bitch. He doesn't leave any room for maneuver. Fu Tai cursed angrily. Our 8th Battalion fought hard to win the war against the insect race and didn't get any benefits, now they want to give Lin Bei some advantages within the scope of power. Luo Yuanshan is still playing dirty behind the scenes. This is really disgusting. Jiang Hao was also furious. Luo Yuanshan, that dog bastard. I wish him never having a son. Xinzhong cursed without any relief. Lin Bei stood silently, he had just wondered why, although Xinzhong had already promoted him to sergeant, the peerless military god system reward hadn't been triggered. After all this time, it turns out that Luo Yuanshan had rejected it behind the scenes. Such a ruthless move clearly showed that Luo Yuanshan regarded Lin Bei as an enemy. How could he be promoted in the future? No promotion? How could the peerless military god system's reward be triggered then? Without a reward, how could he level up? Lin Bei's gaze darkened, and he suddenly paid much more attention to the Four Realms tournament. Luo Yuanshan was a 5th-level powerhouse, and it was impossible to have the strength to rival him in a short period of time. The only shortcut was to win the championship in the Four Realms tournament and attract the attention of a few military gods. Or, to make one of the military gods his backing. As long as he had a strong backer, Luo Yuanshan would not dare to openly sabotage Lin Bei like this. Then it's 100,000 military merits. I Luo Yuanshan. Even the 100,000 military merits are rejected. Xinzhong stared at the dialogue box that popped up on the control interface and immediately went red with rage. Lin Bei said, "It's fine, being able to obtain the Insect Queen's core is already a huge opportunity. Hey, the 8th Battalion has wronged you, but rest assured, one day the 8th Battalion will compensate you." Xinzhong swore with determination. "Alright, then I'll go into seclusion and prepare for the upcoming Four Realms tournament," Lin Bei said and immediately headed to the special training room on the top floor of the martial arts building. The biggest gain from slaying the Insect Queen was the Insect Queen's core, and second was the Insect Armor. The former contained incredibly pure energy, comparable to any high-level elixir. After refining it, it could raise his level by at least 2, or even 3 small realms. The Insect Armor had amazing defense, but it required specialized craftsmen to cut and craft it into armor. In addition to crafting the Insect Armor, Lin Bei also bought a batch of fine arrows and prepared some special potions. Lin Bei had never valued potions before, but this insect race war made him truly realize their importance. Xinzhong and the others were able to kill so many 4th stage 9 heavy thunder insects by forcibly boosting their strength with special potions. These potions might not necessarily be needed, but it's better to be prepared than not. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei suddenly opened his eyes, his aura sweeping through the entire training room like a strong wind. Then, he opened his panel attributes. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 1st stage, 5th level. Military rank, 5th sergeant. Talent, SSS level Heaven's Reward for Hard Work, SSS level Father of All Soldiers. Weapons, 4th grade top tier God-killing Thunder Spear, 4th grade top tier Dragon Bone Bow. Martial Arts, Dragon Kingdom Basic Body Tempering Fist, complete, 3rd grade top tier Wind Spirit Spear Art, complete, 4th grade top tier 9 Heavy Thunder Spear Art, complete, 4th grade top tier Godspeed Arrow, complete. Ability, Combat Instinct, complete. Immunity, 100% Lightning Attribute Immunity. Constitution, 882. His realm directly advanced from the 1st stage, 1st level to the 1st stage, 5th level, crossing 4 small realms in total. Such a big improvement was something Lin Bei never expected. Moreover, his constitution jumped from more than 600 to nearly 900. What concept is this? He had already reached the threshold of a 2nd stage martial artist. Within the same realm, even martial artists with physical type talents might not surpass Lin Bei in terms of constitution. Along with the increase in strength, the god-killing Thunder Spear and Dragon Bone Bow could now exert even greater power. Leaving the special training room, Lin Bei was preparing to drive to Jiangcheng. Your aura has become so thick? It seems absorbing the Bug Mother Core has greatly improved your strength. Jiang Hao smiled as he saw Lin Bei approaching. That's right, I'm at the 1st stage, 5th level now. Lin Bei replied. Of course. The effect of the Bug Mother Core is no less than. Wait. What did you just say? 1st stage, 5th level? Jiang Hao's pupils trembled as he stared at Lin Bei in disbelief. Lin Bei smiled graciously. The world hanging on the wall is like this, it's something normal people can't comprehend. But unfortunately, resources are still scarce. Theoretically, with enough resources, breaking into the 2nd stage would be no problem. You've only been in the army for a month. Your strength is already top-notch in the Four Realms Battalion. Jiang Hao knew Lin Bei was abnormal, but he didn't expect him to be this abnormal. Have you solved the quota for the Four Realms Grand Competition? Lin Bei asked. It's already taken care of. Jiang Hao replied. Good, I'll take care of something in Jiangcheng before the grand competition starts. Lin Bei said this and immediately drove straight to the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 37, worth 50 million. The Defiant Han Hu. There are only 2 top financial groups in Long Country, the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce and the Martial Arts Foundation. In terms of financial power, the former surpasses the latter. The Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce has branches in cities large and small across Long Country, with the Jiangcheng branch located in the city center, in a more than 20-story tall building. Majestic and grand on the outside, opulent and splendid on the inside. Lin Bei parked his car and walked in, immediately spotting a familiar face, which was Lei Wen. Lei Wen looked slightly surprised when he saw Lin Bei, then showed an overly superior smile. Lin Bei, we meet again. I really didn't expect you to reject the olive branch thrown by Luo Jun multiple times, but thanks to your refusals, I've become who I am today. Under Luo Jun's dedicated training, I have stepped into the 1st stage, 4th level. You're probably still struggling in the entry level, right? In 10 days, he soared from the 9th stage awakening to the 1st stage, 4th level. Besides Lei Wen's efforts, more importantly, it was the resources. Various grades of spiritual medicines and potions were crazily shoved into his mouth as if they were free. Even a pig could be raised into a giant beast, let alone Lei Wen, whose talent was not weak to begin with. The increase in strength excited Lei Wen, but what excited him even more was that from now on, he had latched onto the big leg of Luo Yuanshan. Good birds choose the right tree to nest in. As long as the Lei family firmly clings to this big leg, they wouldn't even need to look at Jiangqing and its capital. Naturally, they would no longer need to see Lin Bei as a threat. Now thinking back to when he sent 100 fine arrows to please Lin Bei, he felt like he had suffered a huge loss. I'm about to represent the North region in the Four Realms Grand Competition, and I will definitely achieve a good ranking. By then, we will be two different worlds. Oh no, we are already two different worlds. Just wait and rot in the 8th Battalion, haha. Lei Wen laughed aloud, satisfied, as he left the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce. Crazy. Lin Bei cursed, then walked to the front desk and wrote down 2 lines on paper. Mature Scarlet Blood Flower. 5th level bug armor. The front desk beauty immediately threw the paper into the shredder upon seeing it, then politely said, "Sir, please follow me." All right. Lin Bei followed her and entered the VIP lounge to wait. At this moment, a burly man in the hall looked towards Lin Bei's VIP lounge and murmured, "Seems this guy has something valuable on him, otherwise, he wouldn't be invited to the VIP room." "What good, didn't you always want to avenge Hanan? Now's your chance," Chen Huang said. "All right. As soon as this kid leaves the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce, I'll hit him with my car," Han Hu said fiercely. Chen Huang had a face full of black lines and patiently said, "What go, to be safe, I suggest you inform the experts from the Han family first, then wait until you're." It is already a well-known fact among the northern people to cultivate raven. This also means that killing Lin Bei will not offend Luo Yuanshan, on the contrary, it might even gain Luo Yuanshan's protection. The only trouble is offending the 8th camp. But the 8th camp was severely weakened after the battle with the insect race, and the Han family no longer takes the 8th camp seriously. At this time, a cultured old man wearing glasses entered the VIP room and introduced himself. "Hello, sir, I am Su Hai, the number 7 appraiser from the Jiangcheng branch of the Martial Arts Commerce Association. May I ask how to address you?" "Lin Bei." "All right, Mr. Lin, please take out the items you intend to sell." "They're all right here." Lin Bei took out the blood red flower and insect armor from his storage ring. This blood red flower was originally intended to be left for the 8th camp, but there were too many things afterward, so he forgot about it. Moreover, given the 8th camp's current situation, they probably wouldn't be able to protect this flower anyway. Mature blood red flower, grade 1 spirit herb, worth 1,200,000. Appraiser Su Hai placed the blood red flower down with a calm expression and then picked up the insect armor to examine. The insect armor is large in area but light in weight, making it easy to lift. After looking closely for a while, surprise suddenly appeared on Su Hai's face. This piece of insect armor is different from any I have seen before. It is much harder. And it contains a hint of pressure. Is it valuable? Lin Bei asked. If it were ordinary insect armor, it would be worth around 100,000, but this one is extraordinary, it can be worth 50 million. Su Hai said earnestly. 50 million. Hearing these 3 words, Lin Bei's eyelids twitched. For someone who is broke, this is definitely a huge amount. I forgot to tell you, I don't plan to sell the entire insect armor, I want to keep part of it to make some protective gear. Lin Bei said. Then let's deduct 10 million from the 50 million base price, how does that sound? Su Hai asked. Sounds good. Lin Bei nodded. Alright, please wait a moment. Su Hai took the blood red flower and insect armor, then asked Lin Bei for his card number before leaving the VIP room. While they were cutting the insect armor, Lin Bei browsed the online store of the Martial Arts Commerce Association for fine arrows and potions. Ally fine arrows are priced at 40,000 each. He ordered 300, totaling 12 million. Various high-level recovery potions, treatment potions, and strength-enhancing frenzy potions, etc., added up to another 10 million. Everything was added to the shopping cart, then he clicked to place the order. A few hours later, Su Hai walked back into the VIP room with a smile. I apologize, Mr. Lin, for keeping you waiting. It's fine. Lin Bei replied. Su Hai took out a large pile of items from his storage ring and explained, all the items you ordered are here, and the remaining funds have been transferred to your card. Additionally, the association has crafted a piece of insect armor for you free of charge. Su Hai took out the insect armor separately. Thank you. Lin Bei eagerly accepted the insect armor. There were no flashy decorations, just a few simple pieces of insect armor, strung together with special materials. The body and limbs can be protected within it. Joint movement is not affected, and the only downside is that it doesn't look very good. With this 5th grade insect armor for protection, he need not fear anyone's ambush. You are now a golden member of the Martial Arts Commerce Association. This is the treatment you should receive. Su Hai said politely. Golden member? Lin Bei asked with slight surprise. Yes, the membership levels of the Martial Arts Commerce Association are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme. Spending over 100 million can upgrade you to platinum membership, at which point you will enjoy more privileges. Su Hai explained. Goodness. Spending 100 million just to upgrade to platinum. Doesn't Supreme require spending tens or even hundreds of billions? Lin Bei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise, then carefully checked the items. After confirming there were no mistakes, he stood up to leave the Martial Arts Commerce Association. Tiger brother. Lin Bei is out. Chen Huang whispered in the hall. Follow him. Han Hu, awakened from his sleep, immediately followed. Lin Bei had already noticed someone following behind him. It could either be the Han family, the Lei family, or people from Luo Yuanshan. No matter who it is, he can't let his guard down. It is definitely not something that Lin Bei alone can handle. And he is now in Jiang City, where help from the 8 battalions is too far to save him from this immediate trouble. So, Lin Bei calmly took out his phone and dialed Jiang Yunqing's number. Mayor Jiang, I am in trouble. Chapter 38, Leave No One Behind. Departing for Wucheng Military Headquarters. What happened? Jiang Yunqing asked. There are a few people. Lin Bei truthfully recounted his current situation. Where are you now? Jiang Yunqing asked. At the bus station in front of the Martial Arts Trade Association. Lin Bei replied. Okay, go north for a kilometer, and you will see an abandoned warehouse named Ankang. I will wait for you there. Jiang Yunqing hung up the phone and immediately rushed to the abandoned warehouse. Lin Bei pretended to be nonchalant and continued walking north. Sure enough, after a kilometer, he saw the abandoned warehouse across the road. Crossing the street, Lin Bei quickly entered the warehouse. Inside, the light was dim, and he could vaguely see a figure standing on the beams. Squinting to look carefully, it was indeed Jiang Yunqing, the mayor of Jiang City. Ha ha ha. I was worried about not having a chance to act in broad daylight, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to me. Han Hu laughed loudly as he rushed into the warehouse. Beside him were Chen Huang and several martial arts experts from the Han family. As soon as they entered, they immediately locked the warehouse door tightly. Who are you? Lin Bei asked. Since you sincerely asked, I will show you great mercy and tell you. My name is Han Hu. Hanan is my brother. Han Hu's eyes were playful, looking at Lin Bei as if he were prey caught in a trap. Behind him, several martial arts experts moved forward in unison, cutting off all escape routes for Lin Bei. Lin Bei realized something and a teasing smile appeared on his face. Do you know the consequences of attacking me? Without the protection of Lord Luo Jun, what does your potential matter? I can crush you with one finger. You don't expect the 8 battalions to come to save you, do you? Let alone how far apart the two places are. Even if the experts from the 8 battalions do come, my Han family won't take them seriously. Han Hu boasted arrogantly, his confidence unshakable. He had waited too long for this day, and finally, it had come. Killing Lin Bei would not only avenge Hanan but also allow him to seize the valuable items on Lin Bei. He had been in the VIP room for so long, the valuable things must be even more than Han Hu imagined. Brother Hu, we shouldn't delay, let's kill him first. Chen Huang whispered beside him. This is Jiang City. What could possibly change? Han Hu's gaze shifted as he coldly threatened, Lin Bei, if you kneel down and give me 100 bows now, I might consider giving you a quick way to die, otherwise I have 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. Lin Bei smiled slightly and looked up at the beams. Mayor Jiang, did you hear everything? Stop pretending. How could Jiang Yunqing possibly be here? Han Hu dismissed him scornfully. The Han family really has great courage. Jiang Yunqing leaped and landed steadily in front of Lin Bei. Mayor. Mayor Jiang? How are you here? Han Hu's pupils trembled as he stepped back shakily, falling to the ground with a thud. Lin Bei is my future son-in-law, so naturally, I must protect him in Jiang City, Jiang Yunqing said. Upon hearing this, Han Hu gasped for air, a mix of shock and jealousy in his eyes. Jiang Yunqing's daughter, Jiang Linger, possessed SS-level talent and was a top soldier in the Eastern Legion, beautiful and competent. Those who liked her could line up from the Northern Realm to the Southern Realm, and now she was going to marry Lin Bei. Mayor Jiang, it's all a misunderstanding. We were just joking around with brother Lin Bei and didn't mean any harm, Chen Huang smiled, trying to smooth things over. Yes, just a joke. Han Hu echoed repeatedly. As one of the 3 major martial arts families in Jiang City, the Han family indeed had strong roots and could look down on the weakened 8 battalions. However, Jiang Yunqing was a genuine 5th-tier expert and the mayor of Jiang City. Regardless of power or status, they are all pressing down on the Han family. How do you want to deal with them? Jiang Yunqing's gaze shifted to Lin Bei. Kill them all. Lin Bei said calmly. Lin Bei. I am the young master of the Han family. My uncle is Han Zhentian, the head of the Han family. If you dare to touch me, the Han family will never let you go. Han Hu threatened aggressively. Are you sure? Jiang Yunqing asked again. The feud is already set. Even if I let them go today, they still won't let me go. It's better to kill them and end it once and for all. Lin Bei said. All right. Jiang Yunqing nodded, and the pressure of a fifth-rank powerhouse suddenly filled the air. Seeing Jiang Yunqing was about to make a move, Han Hu panicked and pleaded desperately, No, no, no. As long as you let me go today, I promise I will never trouble you again. The entire Han family will not trouble you. I swear on my life. Jiang Yunqing turned to look at Lin Bei. Lin Bei's face was expressionless, clearly unmoved by Han Hu's words. Jiang Yunqing's lips curled into a smile of admiration. Ruthless enough. Decisive enough. This is the only way to survive in chaotic times. If he were hesitant and wavered just because of Han Hu's words, Jiang Yunqing would have looked down on him instead. Commander Jiang. You definitely won't kill me, right? My father is your friend. If you kill me, how will you explain it to my father? Han Hu suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, crying and begging. So annoying. Jiang Yunqing waved her hand, and her S-rank control talent erupted, directly tearing Han Hu's body in half. Chen Huang and the remaining Han family martial artists were not spared either. They were all forcefully broken apart by an invisible force. Control talent was extremely overbearing, it could manipulate almost anything. With enough power, one could even lift a mountain out of thin air. After finishing everything, Jiang Yunqing casually waved her hand a few times, cleaning up the scene. Then she looked at Lin Bei and asked, Old Shin should have told you about my daughter, right? Yes, he did. Lin Bei nodded. So? Are you interested in becoming my Jiang family's son-in-law? Jiang Yunqing asked with a grin. Lin Bei hesitated, Commander Jiang, I have never met Jiang Linger before. We have no emotional foundation. Isn't it too early to talk about this? So what? As the saying goes, feelings grow over time. A talent as outstanding as you, if I can see your worth, my daughter surely will too. Jiang Yunqing said with confidence. The Four Realms competition is coming soon. Let's talk about it after we meet. Lin Bei evaded. All right. Then I'll send you back to Camp 8 first. After what just happened, Jiang Yunqing wasn't comfortable letting Lin Bei return alone. 2 days later, 30 new recruits boarded the Northern Legion's special aircraft to head to Wuching military headquarters for the Four Realms competition. Only Lin Bei, escorted by Camp 8, went to Jiangcheng Airport to take a commercial flight to Wuching military headquarters. General Shun, wasn't the quota already settled? Why can all the other recruits take the special aircraft, but we have to fly commercial? Lin Bei asked, confused after boarding. The quota issue is tricky. No matter how we go about it, we can't get around Luo Yuanshan. So we have to take an unconventional approach. I have already made arrangements with Wang Chang in private. You will compete in his place. Xin Zhong said frankly. Chapter 39, Jiang Linger's Attitude. The elimination round begins. Vote for me. Lin Bei was stunned for a moment. General Shin, isn't this against the rules? Besides, will Wang Chang agree to this? I know you and Wang Chang have some conflict, but he has already come to terms with it. Here's his competition card. Xin Zhong handed Lin Bei the competition card with Wang Chang's name on it and said seriously, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Using a fake identity to compete is indeed against the rules, but as long as you perform brilliantly in the competition, all rules will make way for you. All right. Lin Bei nodded and accepted the competition card. Good. The Four Realms competition consists of 2 rounds. The first is the elimination round. A total of 120 recruits from the Four Realms will wear special wristbands and enter an artificial secret realm. They will earn points by killing beasts, and any recruit ranking below the top 20 will be eliminated. Next is the regular arena competition. With your current realm, among the 4 realms of talents, there are only a few that are stronger than you. You just need to remember 3 people. The first is Jiang Linger from the Eastern Realm, at the first level of the 7th realm, with SS-level control talent. The power of her control talent is worlds apart from her mother's, capable of controlling everything in the world, including the organs and blood flow of her opponent's body. However, she has a fatal weakness: the further away she is, the weaker her control becomes. The second is Li Kuo from the Southern Realm, also at the first level of the 7th realm, with S-level talent in the field of darkness. Within his field, he can block the 5 senses of his opponent, significantly limiting their ability to act. The third is Zhao Ming from the Western Realm, at the first level of the 6th realm, with S-level talent in fire control. Besides having slightly stronger attacking means compared to ordinary martial artists, there seems to be nothing else particularly noteworthy. After Xinzhong finished the introduction, he looked at Lin Bei with a mischievous smile and said, "In a scene where SS-level talents are everywhere, what do you think it would be like for a C-level talent to mix in?" Lin Bei smiled but did not respond. Others only know that he is a C-level talent with training enhancement, but they don't realize he actually possesses double SS-level talents. However, the three people Xinzhong introduced are indeed not weak. With the rewards from the Heaven's Path and hard work, he had shot up to the first level of the 5th realm. But these three individuals are still above him in realm, each talent more troublesome than the last. Especially Jiang Linger and Li Kuo, both of them possess area talents. If the arena is small, once they unleash their talents, they could become invincible. I'm sharing this information about these people to prepare your mindset, not to add pressure. Relax. As long as you can perform normally, the top 3 is definitely within reach, Xinzhong encouraged. No, I want to be first. Lin Bei said with determination in his eyes. Only by securing first place can he obtain the richest rewards, avoid being looked down upon by the Lin family, and gain enough attention from the military's higher-ups. Especially the last point is crucial for Lin Bei. Ha ha ha, good. You have ambition. Xinzhong laughed heartily, patting Lin Bei's shoulder heavily with his remaining arm. 2 hours later, the plane arrived at Wuchang Airport. Since Xinzhong is the commander of the 8th Battalion, he easily brought Lin Bei into the military department after revealing his identity. This place is the core of the Dragon Kingdom's military. A single brick thrown down could hit a large area of feudal lords. Sergeants and captains are plentiful, and there are many dukes and princes here as well. On top of the military building is a red pentagram, magnificent, grand, and solemn. At the entrance, 2 stationed soldiers stood, all of whom were 3rd-level martial artists. 3rd-level martial artists guarding the door, truly worthy of the Wuchang military department. You wait here for a moment, I need to make a call, Xinzhong said while leading Lin Bei to stand under a large building, then took out his phone to call. Soon, a cold-faced, attractive young woman walked out of the building, saying, "Uncle Shin, is there something you need from me?" "Aha, it's nothing major, mainly to set you and your mother up to meet each other." "Well, I have things to do, you two can chat for now." Xinzhong pushed Lin Bei a few steps forward, then slipped away quietly. Lin Bei and Jiang Linger stood under the shade of a tree, their eyes met, and the atmosphere became awkward to the extreme. "Let me formally introduce myself, I am Jiang Linger from the 1st Battalion of the Eastern Realm." Jiang Linger gracefully extended her hand. "I am Lin Bei from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Realm." Lin Bei shook her hand. "I heard that the Northern Realms competition list this year did not include your name, is that true?" Jiang Linger asked. "That's indeed the case," Lin Bei replied honestly. Jiang Linger's expression changed slightly, she immediately withdrew her hand, her face becoming even colder. "The competition list is based on the strength of new recruits from each battalion. If you can't even secure a spot for the 4 realms competition, it seems your mother underestimated you when introducing you." There were some exaggerations in the story. "Actually, I still don't believe that you, with a 1st-level 1-fold strength, could slay a 5th-level insect mother. My time is precious, so let me be straightforward. In this world where strength is supreme, only the strong deserve to be called strong, do you understand?" Lin Bei nodded, "I understand." "Well, since you've come to the martial city, you might as well treat it as a trip to explore around." Jiang Linger said this and turned away without looking back. Lin Bei smiled wryly, he really wanted to say that he didn't get a place in the competition not because of his strength, but because he was targeted by Luo Yuanshan. Forget it, there's no need for that. Anyway, he never really cared about this matter from the beginning. Seeing Jiang Linger leave, Xinzhong immediately rushed out from the shadows. "Are you even capable of flirting? Don't you know to ask her out for a meal or a movie?" "I'm not interested in her, she isn't interested in me either," Lin Bei replied. "What? That little girl has such high standards? She doesn't even fancy you?" Xinzhong stared in disbelief. Although Lin Bei was only at the 1st-level 5-fold realm, his real combat strength was definitely more than that. Not to mention being stronger than Jiang Linger, he was surely good enough to be a match for her. Lin Bei nodded. "Well, then let's forget it. Rest well tonight and recharge for tomorrow's elimination rounds." Xinzhong sighed and then took Lin Bei to the hotel. The next day, Xinzhong took Lin Bei to the military department again, blending into the competition venue. 120 new soldiers entered the artificial secret realm according to the lottery drawing. The elimination round was limited to 12 hours, and the new soldiers entering the secret realm earlier had more time, while those entering last would be 1 full hour behind the first. Wang Chang originally drew number 37, which was a good number. But if Lin Bei was the 37th to enter the artificial secret realm, he's sure to be recognized by the new soldiers from the northern region. Thus, he could only delay by pretending to have a stomachache, waiting to be the last one to enter. As he saw the other new soldiers all enter, Xinzhong encouraged, Lin Bei, even if you are 1 full hour behind the first entrant, as long as you can make it to the top 20 in the elimination round, you will qualify for the arena competition. I believe you can definitely do it. Lin Bei nodded and used Wang Chang's competition card to enter the artificial secret realm. Chapter 40, Rising to the Occasion. Wang Chang's Moment of Glory. With a flash of white light, Lin Bei found himself in an abandoned town. The sky was blue, the air was fresh. A spear stabbed into the ground, stones flying, the ground punctured, the sensation was very strong. The artificial secret realm, which looked just like the real world, was actually a virtual world. This was a very advanced virtual reality technology. If a contestant died in the secret realm, they wouldn't actually die but would be teleported out. This technology was, at present, only mastered by Sci-NC. Sci-NC was also known as the City of Technology. It was an island city isolated overseas, not belonging to any country. When the beast calamity erupted, countries basically implemented a policy of integrating martial arts and technology. But the number of martial artists was large, and their growth rate was fast, consuming fewer resources than technological research. Over time, countries gradually cut down on research funds, smaller nations turned towards universal martial arts. In today's age, only a few major countries continued on the research path, but progress was painfully slow, still stuck at the level of hot weaponry. Sci-NC's ability to achieve such great technological advancements was due to the outflow of research talents caused by countries cutting research budgets, ultimately gathering in Sci-NC. There were also rumors that Sci-NC had come into contact with more advanced alien civilizations. Ding! At that moment, a special wristband on Lin Bei's wrist projected 2 holographic images. One showed the rankings of the contestants, the other displayed the map of the artificial secret realm. The map clearly marked the periphery, middle, and core areas. The deeper you go, the stronger the giant beasts become, and the higher the corresponding points. From the map, the strongest giant beast in the core area is a first-level 7 tier, likely prepared specifically for Jiang Linger and Li Quo. After understanding all the information, Lin Bei smirked and took out the dragon bone bow. Killing giant beasts is not difficult, the challenge is to break into the top 20. This requires a faster killing speed. Compared to the god-slaying thunder gun, the dragon bone bow evidently has a higher killing efficiency. Hunting time. Lin Bei charged toward the core area, unstoppable and fierce as a raging tide. At almost the same time, in the military observation room, 3 military gods, along with the 4 territorial military leaders, all looked at the big screen on the wall. This massive screen was divided into 20 small screens, each displaying a fighter's combat footage. The northern region always ranks at the bottom. This year's performance is even worse, with only Raven making it into the top 20. Luo Yuanshan, you really need to reflect on yourself. The military god sitting in the middle suddenly spoke, his tone and expression revealing displeasure. Luo Yuanshan broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if sitting on pins and needles, and stood up to explain, Military god Yi, it's not that I want to shirk responsibility, it's really due to the northern region's barren resources and lack of talent, along with the rampant giant beasts, that led to this situation. I can only focus on nurturing a few promising candidates. Is that so? But I've heard that every year, you, Luo Yuanshan, hold rookie competitions in the northern region, taking all the outstanding candidates under your command? Military god Yi questioned. Clang. Luo Yuanshan's heart sank, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He instinctively glanced to his left at another military god, but seeing that military god silent, he steeled himself to explain, Military god Yi, this is absolutely a baseless slander. I, Luo Yuanshan, am dedicated to the country. I would never do something that harms the nation for personal gain. I hope so. Military god Yi replied. Seeing military god Yi stop questioning, Luo Yuanshan felt a little more at ease. In the northern region, he was a powerful military leader. In front of the military gods, he was just an ant that could be easily crushed. He now only hoped that the new recruits in the northern region would work hard, even if they did not qualify for the top 3, as long as they could make it through the eliminations, it would still bring glory to the northern region. Suddenly, the big screen changed, and a new face appeared before everyone. Seeing the information displayed beside the new face, Luo Yuanshan was initially delighted, then froze. Northern Region, 8th Battalion. Wang Chang. Awakened, 8 segments. A-level talent, physical enhancement. 558 points, ranked 20th. Except for the points ranking being a bit off, the rest of the information matched perfectly. Looking down further, was this really Wang Chang? It was clearly Lin Bei. This kid named Wang Chang, entering the secret realm last, has surprisingly moved up to the top 20. Impressive, the military god who had been silent on the left slowly spoke. Look! Wang Chang's rank is still rising rapidly. 17, 14, 10, damn, how is his ranking increasing so fast? The points system must be a bug. It's not a system bug, he's entered the core area, hunting high-level giant beasts, and his points are increasing several times faster. The data shows Wang Chang only has the power of 8 segments, how is killing first-level giant beasts as easy as eating or drinking? Even a first-level 5-tier beast can't withstand his single arrow. The other 3 territorial military leaders were stunned. Awaken 8 segments killing 9 segments giant beasts can be called a prodigy. Awaken 8 segments killing first-level giant beasts is simply a freak. Wang Chang is now crossing 7 realms to kill first-level 5-tier beasts with a single arrow, this is just outrageous. Compared to Wang Chang's overwhelming performance, the popular championship contenders like Zhang Linger and Li Qiuo seem dim and overshadowed. Yuan Shan, being able to cultivate a good seed like Wang Chang, you deserve great credit, the military god on the left spoke again. Unreservedly acknowledging Luo Yuanshan's work. Luo Yuanshan's nervous sweat poured down like rain, not daring to respond at all. This is definitely not Wang Chang. This is Lin Bei. He is now in a dilemma, neither admitting nor denying. If he admits, it would mean deceiving several war gods. If he denies, those war gods will ask why there is such a good talent in the north, yet he didn't come to participate in the 4 realms competition? Is it true what the rumors say, that you, Luo Yuanshan, have hoarded all the good talents for yourself? How can he explain that? Just when Luo Yuanshan was troubled, the war god from the Lin family on the right frowned slightly and turned to Luo Yuanshan for verification. Is his name Wang Chang? Luo Yuanshan stuttered, not knowing how to answer. What's wrong? You don't even know your own soldier from the north, the war god from the Lin family questioned. As soon as this was said, everyone in the observation room looked towards Luo Yuanshan. All present were sharp and could see Luo Yuanshan's guilty look, clearly hiding something intriguing. His name is not Wang Chang. His name is Lin Bei. Luo Yuanshan took a deep breath and bravely spoke the truth. So it really is him. The war god from the Lin family raised an eyebrow in surprise. When he first saw Lin Bei on screen, he thought it was 2 similar-looking people. After all, Lin Bei had C-class talent boost for cultivation, and such talent wasn't suitable for combat. He would never be selected to join the 4 realms competition. Never would he have thought, the waste that was expelled from the Lin family back then had now become one of the best in the younger generation of the army. From the footage, Lin Bei's strength is at least 4th or 5th stage, why didn't he qualify for the 4 realms competition? War God Yi questioned in a deep voice. Luo Yuanshan hesitated for a moment and weakly explained, Lin Bei is suspected of being involved in a murder case, considering that the city guards might call him at any time, I cancelled his participation. Luo Yuanshan. You better be telling the truth today. Otherwise, I won't spare you. War God Yi slammed his hand on the table in anger, startling everyone in the observation room. Chapter 41, Ranking Soar. Information about Lin Bei. All 3 of these people in the observation room were war gods, but there were also differences in strength among war gods. The middle war god Yu was a 2-star war god, while the war god Xia on the left and Lin on the right were only 1-star war gods. Although it seemed like just a 1-star difference, it was actually like heaven and earth. Together, the 2 on the left were no match for war god Yi. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that war god Yi had long been dissatisfied with Luo Yuanshan, and today he was truly angry. To offend such a big shot meant that his good days in the army were basically over. I am telling the truth, absolute truth. Luo Yuanshan kept nodding, so nervous that his shirt was completely soaked with sweat. At this moment, there was also a huge uproar inside the artificial secret realm. Each contestant could check their scores and rankings at any time through a special wristband. Not realizing it before, once they looked, they were shocked. What the hell? What's going on? Wang Chang has surpassed Zhao Ming, ranking 3rd on the leaderboard? At this rate of score increase, surpassing Li Qiuo and Zhang Linger is a done deal. Who is this Wang Chang? Why have I never heard of him before? Everyone in the secret realm was dumbfounded, all shocked by Wang Chang's terrifying speed. Clearly the last one to enter, yet his score has already reached 3rd place. A proper dark horse. When did such an amazing person appear in the north? Why hadn't they heard anything about him before? Wang Chang? Zhang Linger raised an eyebrow, carefully recalling the list of participants from the North's troop in her mind. The only one she had some impression of was Lei 1, 4th stage, S-class talent furious. The rest were all unranked new soldiers, not worth her attention at all. But how could an unranked new soldier possibly have such strong combat power? His speed in taking down the giant beast was many times faster than hers. It should be noted that this artificial secret realm was built solely by Saiyans, and it had never had any issues in decades. According to reason, it should be impossible for a system bug to occur. So strange. Interesting, it seems I am not the only one hiding my strength. Li Qiuo's lips curved upwards, revealing a hint of an expectant smile. Damn it. Where did this Wang Chang come from? He forcibly pushed my ranking back by 1. Looking at the scoreboard, Zhao Ming cursed and burned another giant beast. Besides the contestants from the southeast and southwest, the contestants from the north were also left in a daze. At the Northern Rookie competition, they had seen Wang Chang's strength with their own eyes. It was just mediocre, barely able to last a round under Raven's hands. Now, with Raven's intense training on Luo Yuanshan, his strength skyrocketed to the 4th level of the first stage. And how could Wang Chang, from the resource-poor 8th camp, possibly grow stronger faster than Raven? In the time it took to discuss this, Lin Bei had already approached Li Qiuo's score of 1,300 points. The elimination round had only just started for a little over 3 hours. This terrifying speed of gaining points, is it even real? While everyone was in shock, Lin Bei was still crazily slaughtering giant beasts. Although Jiang Linger and Li Qiuo had strong talents, their consumption was also huge. Even with recovery potions, they couldn't sustain it for long. As time passed, the rate of point gain for these two clearly dropped a level. However, Lin Bei's father of all things talent consumed no stamina at all. The only energy spent was a little effort when pulling the bow, which was almost negligible compared to their talent consumption. In this comparison, surpassing them was a matter of course. After several more hours, Lin Bei's score reached 6,000 points. The second place, Jiang Linger, and the third place, Li Qiuo, were at 3,300 points and 2,900 points, respectively. A cliff-like lead of 2,700 points over Jiang Linger. Such terrifying scoring broke the highest record in the history of the artificial secret realm. This time, even Jiang Linger began to doubt whether the secret realm system really had a bug. In the military observation room, 3 military gods and 4 generals watched Lin Bei slay giant beasts in awe. To see it more clearly, they combined 20 small screens into one large screen. Meaning that right now, there was only Lin Bei on the screen. 1 arrow to slay the 5th level giant beast. He could shoot 6 arrows at once. When facing a 6th or 7th level giant beast, at most, he could shoot 2 arrows. Lin Bei's terrifying ability was not just in slaughtering but also in his combat prowess. Killing giant beasts 2 levels above himself was as easy as eating and drinking, even more so than Jiang Linger, who was at the 7th level of the first stage. Such good talent, even if suspected of murder. Even if he truly killed someone. As long as there was a reason, and his character was confirmed to be fine, he was worth vigorous training by the military. Bang! Military God Yi slammed the table and commanded, "I want all information about Lin Bei within 1 minute." Yes. The aide standing behind military God Yi nodded and immediately called to retrieve Lin Bei's information. Soon, all of Lin Bei's information appeared on the big screen. Age, height, weight, birthplace, talent, realm, military rank, past experiences, etc. Almost anything related to Lin Bei was meticulously recorded in this file. C-level talent? Seeing the talent section, military God Yi was slightly surprised. How could he only have C-level talent? I thought he started at least at SS level. This mere C-level talent crushed so many S and SS level prodigies, how can they endure it? Could it be that the data is wrong? The generals all had puzzled expressions, clearly not believing Lin Bei only had C-level talent. It is C-level talent, it can't be wrong. At this moment, military god Lin slowly spoke. Lin Bei's father was a top-tier powerhouse in Dragon Country, and his mother was a senior manager at the Martial Arts Foundation. The entire Lin family had high hopes for Lin Bei, but unfortunately, he disappointed them and only awakened C-level talent. Because of this, he was expelled from the family. Good talent only represents relative strength. Not necessarily powerful, this world has never lacked people with determination and luck. Yi Junshin said. You're right, our Lin family indeed misjudged. Lin family Junshin agreed. It's over, it's over. Luo Yuanshan sat in his chair, cold dread settling in his heart. In this moment, it was clear that Yi Junshin valued Lin Bei greatly. The tone of Lin family Junshin also revealed his importance attached to Lin Bei, probably wanting to take him home. At this moment, Luo Yuanshan was filled with regret. He should have acted ruthlessly to eliminate Lin Bei back then, thus avoiding today's situation. Now Lin Bei's information was brought up, the 30,000 military achievements reward was rejected, and the promotion was denied. These incidents would all appear in the records. Anyone who glanced at it would understand that Luo Yuanshan was deliberately targeting Lin Bei. A dignified commander of the northern military targeting a new soldier who had just enlisted, losing face was secondary. The key was that past rumors would be perfectly validated due to this incident involving Lin Bei. His good days in the northern territory truly were coming to an end. Luo Yuanshan slowly raised his head and looked to the left at Xie Junshin. The other party directly ignored his gaze. The indifference on his face was self-evident. Chapter 42, An Unbreakable Record. Lie detection talent. Time flew by, and the elimination rounds finally approached their end. With the last second passing, all competitors in the secret realm were teleported out. At that moment, they did not celebrate their qualification for the arena match, nor did they lament their failure in the elimination rounds. Instead, they looked around for Wang Chang. 12 hours, gaining over 11,000 points. To be precise, it was only 11 hours, equivalent to 1,000 points per hour. What does that even mean? To slay a first-tier beast level 1 is worth 10 points. To earn 1,000 points, one must kill 100 beasts. Killing 100 beasts in 1 hour, and it lasted for a full 11 hours. Is this something an ordinary human can achieve? Even aliens would need to take a couple of slaps. You should know that the second place, Zhang Linger, and the third place, Li Qiuo, only scored 4,000 and 3,800 points each. In fact, these two had already broken the historical scoring records of the Four Realms tournament, only they faced the monster Wang Chang. Over 11,000 points. This will be an unbreakable record. Who is strong brother? The one with over 11,000 points. Big boss, come out and show your face. So damn amazing. Big boss, add my WeChat. The contestants from Southeast and Southwest did not know what Wang Chang looked like, but the remaining 29 competitors from the Northern Territory did. They moved through the crowd, one by one identifying him. Soon, they spotted Lin Bei standing at the back. Lin Bei? What are you doing here? Lei Wen, surrounded by many new recruits from the Northern Territory, questioned Lin Bei fiercely. What does it have to do with you? Lin Bei retaliated directly. You Lin. What do you think you are? How dare you talk to our brother Lei like that? A new recruit from the Northern Territory came out cursing to defend Lei Wen. Lin Bei's gaze darkened, a killer intent filled his eyes as he fixed his stare on the speaking recruit. His time in the army hadn't been long, but his combat experience was absolutely rich. In each battle, his killing intent accumulated continuously. Just a glance was enough to scare the recruit out of his wits, making him wet his pants without realizing it. I know why you're here. You didn't qualify for the Four Realms tournament. Feeling unwilling, you secretly came to spectate, right? To be blunt, there are many geniuses in the Four Realms tournament. With your mere C-class talent, you can't even pass the elimination round. Lei Wen stood tall and proud, filled with arrogance. He secured the 9th place in the elimination round. This was proof of strength and a symbol of honor. In the previous new recruit competition, he had been utterly defeated, even having to swallow his pride and please Lin Bei. Now, the tables had turned, he could finally vent that pent-up frustration. Actually, I really hope to fight you again. Regain the dignity that was lost in a proud and just way. But unfortunately, under the training of General Luo, my strength has soared, and you don't even qualify to be my opponent. Raven sneered arrogantly, then brushed past Lin Bei with his people. They continued searching for Wang Chang among the crowd, but after scouring every corner, they did not find Wang Chang's shadow. At this moment, 3 military gods and 4 generals walked out from the observation room. In an instant, the atmosphere on the scene became serious. On the playground, the new soldiers quickly returned to their ranks, fearing to leave a bad impression before these big shots. First of all, congratulations to the top 20 contestants for advancing to the arena competition. Secondly, there was a small issue in this elimination round. The leaderboard had an error, listing Lin Bei as Wang Chang. General Yi said. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, the crowd on the playground gasped. The 29 contestants from the north all turned to look at Lin Bei, their eyes wide with shock. Everyone arrived at Wuchang by private plane, and Wang Chang was clearly there. How did Wang Chang become Lin Bei in the blink of an eye? If this was said by Lin Bei, they would definitely not believe it. But General Yi held a high ranking, there was no reason for him to lie over a minor issue and ruin his reputation. This means that the one who scored over 11,000 points was truly Lin Bei. Guliolu. Raven swallowed hard in shock, his face turning red all of a sudden. Recalling the words he just said, he felt so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. But he did not understand why, under the tireless training by Luo Yuanshan, he still lost to Lin Bei. So it is him? Zhang Linger slightly raised her beautiful eyes and glanced back at Lin Bei. Lin Bei ignored Zhang Linger's gaze and looked up at General Yi. It turned out that Xinzhong was right, when a person is strong enough, the rules will indeed give way to him. How dare he ignore me? Zhang Linger stomped her foot in anger. So what if he took first place in the elimination round? Those who don't know would think he was first in the grand competition of the Four Realms. The elimination round focused more on killing efficiency, while the arena competition tested comprehensive combat ability. In a one-on-one duel, Zhang Linger was confident she could crush any opponent with her SS-level talent. It's getting late, everyone go back and rest, gather your spirits for tomorrow's arena competition. Lin Bei, come here. General Yi said. Yes. Lin Bei nodded and followed General Yi into the office. General Shin, you are here too? Lin Bei was slightly surprised when he saw Xinzhong. Yes, General Yi wants to discuss something with us. Xinzhong said. I heard from General Shin that you killed a 5th level insect mother when you were only at the 1st level? General Yi asked. Yes. Lin Bei nodded. General Yi looked back at the officer behind him, and after seeing the officer nod, he continued asking, did you kill Hanan and the 4 students from Jianqing Experimental Middle School? No. Lin Bei denied. General Yi looked back at the officer again, but saw the officer slightly shake his head, so he reminded, my officer has a rare lie detection talent, every word and sentence you say cannot be hidden from him, understand? I did not kill them. Lin Bei insisted again. Ha ha ha, what a stubborn kid. General Yi laughed heartily. Lin Bei, Officer Zhang's lie detection talent has never been wrong, and besides, it's no secret that you killed Hanan and the others. Just answer truthfully. Xin Zhong advised. Seeing that he could not deceive them, Lin Bei stated, I did kill Hanan and Zhu Hong, but they were the ones who wanted to kill me first, I retaliated out of self-defense. The deaths of the other 3 students have nothing to do with me. Lin Bei recounted everything that happened that day without any concealment, adding no extra details. General Yi continued to look at the officer behind him, and seeing the officer nod, a smile immediately appeared on his face, the killer is always killed, you did nothing wrong. In fact, General Yi had long guessed that Lin Bei killed out of self-defense. After all, someone who refused Luo Yuanshan's friendship for the sake of the 8th Battalion. It's hard to engage in those dirty deeds of killing and robbing. But to ensure everything is foolproof, he must test Lin Bei. Did Yi Junshin call me here just to understand this? Lin Bei asked. That's only part of the reason. Yi Junshin signaled his aide behind him. The aide nodded, understanding, and sat at the computer to operate. Chapter 43, Promoting to Squad Leader. Element Tyrant. Seeking gold tickets. Soon, Lin Bei's military merit account received 300,000 military merits. Then, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host has been promoted to squad leader. You have received a lottery chance. Would you like to draw immediately? Lin Bei was momentarily stunned, unable to react. He thought he had to win the championship in the 4-border competition to smoothly get promoted to squad leader. He didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Draw, Lin Bei silently thought. The lottery wheel, visible only to Lin Bei, spun around, flashing with golden light. After a dozen seconds, the golden light stopped flashing. Ding! Congratulations, host has drawn the SSS level talent Element Tyrant. Another talent? Can we have something new? Lin Bei muttered to himself, feeling a bit disappointed. The prizes are divided into talents, strange bodies, armor, martial arts, resources, etc. He already possessed SSS level hard work reward and SSS level ancestor of all weapons, the talents were more than enough. If he could draw a strange body or a 9th grade martial arts armor, that would be even better. Thinking like this, when Lin Bei saw the introduction of Element Tyrant, his eyes instantly widened like copper bells, and he forgot to breathe. This talent can control any element of the world and can achieve transformations between different elements. Lin Bei muttered, waves of shock surging in his heart. In a short sentence, the amount of information was simply explosive. The basic elements include metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while there are also variant elements like ice, thunder, light, darkness, and so on. For example, Zhao Ming's S-level talent flame control belongs to the fire element. Li Qiuo's S-level talent dark domain belongs to the dark element. Both of their talents are strong, but they belong to a more superficial level of element control. While Lin Bei has control. A difference in a word, a world of difference. Just like Jiang Yunqing's S-level talent control and Jiang Linger's SS-level talent mastery. Moreover, this talent comes with full attribute immunity. The most ridiculous part is that besides being able to control any element in the world, Lin Bei can also achieve transformations between different elements. This means that if Lin Bei's strength is sufficient, he can turn water into fire and fire into water, any element can be transformed into another. What the hell is this? This is a god. Even with the same SSS level talent, compared to Element Tyrant, hard work reward and ancestor of all weapons seem to pale in comparison. Not to mention the likes of Jiang Yunqing and Li Qiuo, who do not even compare to Element Tyrant. What? Can a mere squad leader make you so happy for so long? Yi Junshin teased. Lin Bei came back to his senses upon hearing this. Thank you, Yi Junshin. You don't need to thank me, you stopped the bug-tide outbreak and saved so many people, this is the reward you deserve. Yi Junshin affirmed. Yi Junshin, if there is nothing else, can I go back now? Lin Bei could not wait to try out the effects of Element Tyrant. I'm looking forward to your performance in the arena competition. Yi Junshin nodded. Lin Bei rushed out of the office and returned to the hotel where he was resting. He closed the doors and windows and drew the curtains, making the room pitch dark. He lightly snapped his fingers, and a point of light suddenly appeared in the room, then expanded to fill the entire space. Although no lighting equipment was turned on, the room was as bright as day. Then he snapped his fingers again, the water molecules in the air condensed into ice and then turned into fire. As expected of Element Tyrant. Lin Bei was incredibly shaken, lying on the bed after washing up, unable to calm down for a long time. This world is built from the 5 basic elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Whoever masters these 5 elements. Just like mastering this world. The next day. 20 contestants who passed the elimination round gathered at the military playground, waiting for the drawing for the arena matches. Lin Bei was the first to step forward, reaching into the box to randomly pull out a slip. When he opened it, it was number 7. God bless. Please don't let it be number 7. As long as I safely get through the first round of matches, I can advance to the top 10. I really hope I don't face that monster Lin Bei. I'd rather face Zhao Ming than Lin Bei. Everyone silently chanted these thoughts as they queued to draw lots. In just 11 hours, over 11,000 points were scored. In their eyes, Lin Bei was far scarier than Jiang Linger, Li Qiuo, and Zhao Ming combined. If they faced him in the first round, it would be a complete disaster. Number 7. Lei Wen opened the slip in his hand, and when he saw the number 7, he immediately crumpled the paper into a ball, wishing he could crush it to powder. Did you not always want to fight me again? Look at you now, are you scared? Lin Bei noticed the slip in Lei Wen's hand and smirked. Ha, I'm just afraid of hitting too hard and accidentally killing you. Lei Wen felt insecure in his heart but remained defiant. You don't have that kind of strength. Lin Bei chuckled lightly. At that moment, Yi Junchen stepped forward and said, before the arena matches officially begin, let me briefly explain the rules. The competition venues will randomly select from desert, forest, swamp, city, or sea, all taking place in a virtual space, where any means can be used, and victory only occurs when one side is killed. Luo Yuanshan suddenly stood up. Yi Junchen, I have a small suggestion. Speak. Yi Junchen replied impatiently. The realm and martial skills are all improved through the efforts of the martial artists themselves, which is a measure of their own strength, whereas weapons and armor belong to external sources and greatly affect the fairness of the match. I suggest all contestants use the basic armors provided by the military. Luo Yuanshan said. That's a good suggestion. Otherwise, if some use high-grade armor against those without it, it would be too unfair. Yi Junchen, I also support this suggestion. I agree too. The military rulers from the southeast, southwest, and northwest all echoed their agreement. Yesterday in the observation room, they all saw Lin Bei use the top-level god-slaying Thunder Spear and Dragon Bone Bow. The power of these two weapons was beyond doubt. If all 20 contestants used basic weapons, then those with higher realms would naturally have a greater advantage. Yi Junchen frowned slightly. Luo Yuanshan's suggestion was clearly aimed at Lin Bei. The other 3 military rulers supported it in favor of their own contestants. Yi Junchen, banning drugs and high-level armor will indeed make it fairer, Spirit advised. Yes. Xia Junchen nodded as well. With 6 people's unanimous agreement, Yi Junchen had no choice but to announce loudly, to ensure fairness in the matches. Everyone, remove your armors. The crowd dared not disobey and obediently took off their armors, placing them on the ground. Most contestants used first or second-grade armors, while only genius members like Jiang Linger, Li Qiuo, and Zhao Ming used third-grade armors. It's not that the military rulers from the southeast and southwest didn't have fourth-grade armors, it was that their 3 members couldn't fully unleash the power of fourth-grade armors. Only a monster like Lin Bei, who awakened with a physique comparable to a ranker, could step into the first level 5 while possessing a physique like a second-rank warrior. Chapter 44, The Rich 8th Camp? Crushing Lei Wen. Clang. Lin Bei took out the god-slaying Thunder Spear and threw it to the ground. The sound of the weapon hitting the ground immediately attracted the attention of all contestants present. Wow. I recognize that gun. This is the weapon of the former general of the North's 8th camp, the god-slaying Thunder Spear. A top-grade 4th-grade weapon. Is the North so rich? They've equipped new soldiers with top-grade 4th weapons. Everyone looked at him with envy. Clang. Lin Bei took out the Dragon Bone Bow and threw it to the ground. What kind of weapon is this? It looks like a high rank. It seems to be made from the bones of some giant beast. I heard that decades ago in the Northern Realm, a 6-ranked dragon appeared, and the military sent a 7-ranked powerhouse to slay it, then used its spine to forge a fine bow. Could this be that bow? Clang. Lin Bei took off his insect armor and casually tossed it at his feet. In that moment, the whole place was deathly silent. Even the 3 military gods and 4 military leaders on the high platform looked a bit unable to hold on. 2 top-tier 4th-grade weapons. 1 lower-grade 5th-grade armor. Can a newly enlisted soldier really have this kind of equipment? The commander was drooling, the military leaders were in shock, and the military gods were silent. With just these pieces of equipment, it was already a height most warriors could hardly reach in their lifetime. And for Lin Bei, it was just starter gear. The three military gods and three military leaders turned to look at Luo Yuanshan in unison, thinking, didn't you just say the Northern Realm's resources were scarce? I don't know what happened in the 8th Battalion. Luo Yuanshan was perplexed. Damn. This is too excessive. It's too unfair. No wonder he scored over 11,000 points. If I had these three pieces of equipment, I would definitely not lose to him. The contestants looked at Lin Bei with eyes that no longer held the same fear and respect as before. If Lin Bei were like Zhang Linger and Li Kuo, purely relying on talent to slay giant beasts and score over 11,000 points, he would be seen as a god. But unexpectedly, it was all relying on external items. Without these three pieces of equipment, how much strength could he still show? Probably not even half, right? Lin Bei. I lost to you in the rookie competition because of that god-slaying thunder spear. Now that the spear is gone, I will crush you into a pulp with my fists. Lei Wen smiled confidently, stretched his muscles, and his entire body bulged like a mountain. With just basic armor, Lin Bei couldn't even break through his physical defenses. Not to mention his S-class berserk talent, which could make him immune to pain. Lin Bei smirked disdainfully and strode into the 7th teleportation array. Lei Wen looked up at Luo Yuanshan on the high platform, saying confidently, military senior, I will not let you down. Luo Yuanshan slightly nodded, a trace of imperceptible sharpness flashing in his eyes. Once the Four Realms competition ends, God Yi will definitely punish him. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Thus, let's take Lin Bei down with him. Without the powerful armor support, Lin Bei's strength would be greatly reduced, and he would definitely not be Lei Wen's opponent, who possessed S-class talent. As long as Lin Bei stays out of the top 10, then the rewards of the competition will have nothing to do with him, and it won't draw too much attention from the three military gods. Once Lin Bei gradually fades from the sight of these three military gods, he will find an opportunity to quietly kill Lin Bei. Thinking of this, a killing intent spread in Luo Yuanshan's heart. Initially, he underestimated Lin Bei's strength, thinking he wouldn't stir up much trouble, so he didn't care about him. But unexpectedly, while Lin Bei's strength wasn't high, his ability to stir up storms wasn't weak either, causing chaos in the military city and putting him in this predicament. You all are still too happy too soon. Xinzhong sat in the viewing area, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smirk. 3rd grade top tier Wind Spirit Spear technique complete, 4th grade top tier Ninefold Thunder Spear technique complete, 4th grade top tier Divine Speed Arrow complete. Plus, 100% immunity to lightning attributes and complete battle instincts. Weapons and armor might be external items, but martial skills, abilities, and talents, like true strength, belong to oneself. Even with just basic armor, how many people could match Lin Bei? And at this moment, in the virtual world, the scenery before them changed rapidly, ultimately forming an abandoned city. Immediately after, the options for weapons and armor appeared simultaneously before Lin Bei and Lei Wen. Each person could only select one piece of armor, one main weapon, and one secondary weapon. Without those external items, you are just a waste with only C-class talent. Lei Wen adopted a flashy posture. Selected armor, boxing gloves, heavy sword. A defeated opponent still dares to bark in front of me? Lin Bei gave up armor, only choosing a regular iron spear. His talent, born of all weapons, combined with the Godspeed arrow, meant his arrows would definitely break the sound barrier. Ordinary bows and arrows simply couldn't withstand this power. Damn it! Seeking death. Raven hit a nerve and immediately unleashed his berserk talent. His body swiftly expanded, becoming a giant nearly 3 meters tall. With the heavy sword swinging in his hand, each strike, empowered by his furious strength, contained the force to crush anything. Any warrior without a physical talent struck would either die or be severely injured. Long time no see, you're still as weak as before. Lin Bei's figure shifted slightly, expertly dodging the heavy sword attack, then stabbing toward Raven's knee with his spear. Fool! Raven exclaimed with delight, swinging the heavy sword again toward Lin Bei. Physical talents have amazing defense, not to mention having armor for protection. Even saying 1,000 times, so what if Lin Bei really could break through his defenses? He could immune pain, at worst trading injury for injury. 9th layer Thunder Spear technique. 9th layer. Lin Bei quickly fired his spear. Buzz. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and Raven's right knee exploded. Immediately afterward, his body lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Bei fired his spear again, aiming at Raven's head. No! Raven instinctively shielded his head with both arms, feeling panic to the extreme. He couldn't believe that his proud physical defense felt as fragile as paper before Lin Bei. A simple thrust shattered his entire knee. The vast gap in strength left him in despair. Bang! Another loud sound, Raven's head exploded, and he was transported out of the virtual world. Inside the virtual world, 10 battles were all connected to the display screens on the playground. Naturally, this scene was seen by the crowd watching outside. Did you all just see? How did Lin Bei win? Raven is a rare S-class berserker. Besides being able to enhance his body by several levels, he can also immune pain, yet he lost in just 2 shots? Lin Bei is too strong. Not using higher grade armor and still able to crush Raven, if he used it, I fear Jiang Luo and Li Kuo wouldn't be his match. The audience erupted in exclamations. They were slightly weaker and couldn't see the key to this victory. But the 3 war gods and 4 military lords saw it clearly. Lin Bei's 2 shots exploded with power inside Raven's body. Power penetrating from the outside versus exploding directly from the inside was completely 2 different concepts. Physical enhancement boosts bones and muscles but rarely enhances internal organs and meridians. In other words, other 4th or 5th tier warriors taking a hit from Lin Bei could possibly lose their lives. Chapter 45, Jiang Linger changes her attitude. The arrogance of the Lin family. Is it a kind of special martial skill? A military lord wondered. It doesn't seem like a martial skill, it feels more like a peak mastery of power control, a type of power technique exhibited upon reaching that peak. God of War Yi analyzed, then turned to the Lin family war god for verification. Your analysis is correct, it is indeed a kind of power technique, but Lin Bei is only 18 years old, at the 1st level and 5th stage, so it shouldn't be possible for him to master such a high-level power technique. The Lin family war god couldn't calm down for a long time. This kind of power technique is extremely difficult to master. He practiced hard for many years, finally understanding it when he advanced to a 6th tier warrior. Even Yi, with a higher level, could only see this technique but couldn't grasp how to perform it. It shows how hard it is. Useless trash. So many resources wasted on you. And still losing to Lin Bei. Luo Yuanshan's eyes were bloodshot, feeling worse than ever. The ban on armor was originally meant to weaken Lin Bei and increase Raven's odds. Unexpectedly, it instead created an opportunity for Lin Bei to shine. These 2 shots clearly left a deep impression on the 3 war gods. Plus, Lin Bei scored a terrifyingly high score of over 11,000 in the elimination rounds. Even if he stops at the 10th place, he can still gain the favor of the war god and receive focused training. Compared to the astonished confusion of others, Shen Zhong always wore a faint smile on his face, having long anticipated everything. Back in the mother bug's nest, Lin Bei used this very move to kill the 5th level mother bug. No. It's impossible, it's impossible. I have an S-level talent. How could I lose to Lin Bei twice in a row? Absolutely impossible. Raven, who was teleported out, knelt on the ground, lost and mad like a lunatic. Take him away, don't let him embarrass himself here. War God Yi said unhappily. Yes. The adjutant nodded and immediately arranged for people to drag Raven away. Buzz. With a flash of light, Lin Bei was teleported back to the playground. The next second, Jiang Linger also won and was teleported back to the playground. Looking at Lin Bei walking ahead, Jiang Linger sneered, sure enough, without those external objects, your strength is insignificant, not even making it into the top 10. Who said I can't even make it into the top 10? Lin Bei retorted. You left the virtual world before me, doesn't this prove it? Jiang Linger said. After the battles in the virtual world ended, the losers would be immediately teleported out, while the winners would experience a brief settlement screen. Jiang Linger, possessing SS-level talent control, directly extracted the opponent's blood, ending the battle with an overwhelming posture. In the same realm, she believed herself to be invincible, and no one could finish a battle faster than her. And with Lin Bei coming out before her, it was impossible for him to have finished the battle faster, he could only have been defeated and teleported out. Sick. Lin Bei cursed and hurried away. Defeating Raven, he successfully advanced into the top 10. There was another match in the afternoon. If he won, he could advance to the top 5. The goal of the championship was getting closer and closer. You dare to curse at me. Jiang Linger clenched her fists in anger, her control talent erupting, causing all the sand around her to explode into powder. Linger, Lin Bei did indeed come out before you. The commander of the eastern region walked beside Jiang Linger and said, Commander, are you saying Lin Bei defeated his opponent faster than I did? Jiang Linger asked in disbelief. Yes, he killed Raven in just 2 shots, in fact, he could have come out even faster. The Eastern Region commander said solemnly. How is that possible? In a one-on-one duel, my control talent is almost invincible. Without his high-level equipment, he could not possibly defeat his opponent faster than me. Jiang Linger still did not believe it. Being overly confident leads to arrogance. Although Lin Bei's realm and talent are not as good as yours, his overall strength might not be much weaker than yours. Moreover, we didn't investigate any information about Lin Bei before the competition. We have no idea what unknown methods he might still be hiding. In terms of danger, he actually exceeds Nan Region's Li Kuo. The Eastern Region commander's expression was serious. Hearing these words, Zhang Linger fell silent. She never expected that Lin Bei, whom she looked down upon yesterday, would turn into an opponent that even the Eastern Region commander considered dangerous today. Could it be that what her mother said on the phone wasn't exaggerated? Did he really single-handedly slay the 5th-level mother bug? Okay, I know what to do now. Zhang Linger's expression changed, and she immediately chased after the direction Lin Bei had left. For the Four Realms competition, she had sacrificed too much. The championship, she must win it. And facing an unknown opponent is more dangerous than facing a strong one. It's best to figure out Lin Bei's strength and trump cards before facing him. Lin Bei, wait for me. Zhang Linger quickly caught up. What's the matter? Lin Bei said lightly. What happened just now is my fault. To express my apology, how about I treat you to lunch? You can choose any restaurant in Wu City. Zhang Linger was no longer aloof as she was yesterday, a smile appeared on her face. No time. Lin Bei refused, turning to leave. Zhang Linger stood there in a daze, unable to react for a long time. As the acclaimed beauty of the Eastern Region, the #1 prodigy, and the owner of SS-level talent, those who liked her could line up from the Eastern Region to the Northern Region. As long as she wants, there will be someone inviting her to dinner every day of the year. And now, she actively invites Lin Bei to lunch, which is something countless people dream of. But Lin Bei refused, and he refused so decisively. Watching Lin Bei about to disappear from her sight, Zhang Linger shouted, "Hey! Why are you so petty? I've already apologized, and you still won't forgive me. TCH. Even if I don't know your background. I, Zhang Linger, can never lose to a person like you." Zhang Linger turned and left. Back at the hotel, Lin Bei finished his meal and lay down on the bed to rest. There's another match in the afternoon, and the priority is to conserve energy. Knock knock, then, just as he lay down, there was a knock at the door. "Open up, I am the aide of the war god, I have something to notify you." Say it right at the door. Upon hearing it was the war god, Lin Bei didn't even think about getting out of bed. "I represent the Lin family's war god. Are you sure you want me to stand at the door and talk?" The aide's voice carried a hint of anger. "If you're not going to say it, then get lost." Lin Bei showed no mercy at all. The aide clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger, forcing himself to suppress his fury and said, "The war god thinks you have great potential and are someone worth cultivating. Now I offer you a chance to return to the Lin family, do you want it?" "No." Lin Bei answered firmly. The aide was stunned, thinking he heard wrong, and asked again, "Did you just say you don't want it?" "Aha." Lin Bei replied. "Lin Bei, you know better than I do the strength of the Lin family. It's one of the top martial arts families in the Dragon Country, and countless people strive to join the Lin family every year. There's now a chance for you to return, are you sure you don't want it? With your potential, combined with the support of the Lin family, you would definitely." Lin Bei had no desire to listen further, impatiently interrupting, "Go back and tell that old man of the Lin family. I, Lin Bei, have already cut ties with the Lin family, and I will never go back in this lifetime. You dare insult the war god." The aide was instantly furious. "So what if it's the war god? I will still insult him." Lin Bei retorted strongly. Fine. Just you wait." The aide angrily left. Lin Bei lay on the bed, still vividly recalling the day he was expelled from the Lin family. Awakening in C-class talent, his parents pointed at him in public, scolding him as a useless waste, tainting the noble bloodline of the Lin family. The servants secretly gossiped and laughed, while family and friends watched with cold eyes, enjoying his misfortune. In the end, the Lin family sent Lin Bei to the Northern Frontier's 8th camp to enlist. The treatment of the 8th camp in the Northern Frontier is something the Lin family could not possibly be unaware of. They did this because they wanted Lin Bei to disappear from this world. Only in this way would the Lin family not have to bear the Lin Bei disgrace. When he had no value, they kicked him out like trash. When he became valuable, they wanted him back to serve. Is that possible? Lin Bei would rather stay in the Northern Frontier's 8th camp for a lifetime than return to the Lin family for even a single day. Chapter 46, All Attribute Immunity. Flame Lord. After a few hours of lunch break, Lin Bei got up and headed to the military department. After the first round of the arena competition, the top 10 contestants were decided. Next, they would continue to draw lots to see who would make the top 5. Let me see, who is the unlucky one that drew number 1? Zhao Ming waved a paper with the number 1 written on it, looking around. In this round of Face Me, looks like you have pretty bad luck. Lin Bei took out the same paper with the number 1 written on it. Zhao Ming's smile froze instantly. He originally only feared Jiang Linger and Li Qiuo, but after seeing Lin Bei's strength, now he had to worry about Lin Bei too. Among the remaining 6 contestants, he was confident that he could crush them. On one side is a 9 out of 6 probability, on the other side is a 9 out of 3 probability. To draw the latter, truly bad luck. However, being wary doesn't mean he's afraid. He holds an S-class talent in flame manipulation, plus a 6-fold first stage realm, with a double advantage to deal with. Lin Bei should only be a bit troublesome. But victory will surely belong to him. Damn! 2 horizontal and 1 vertical mean it's on. Zhao Ming cursed loudly. Turning, he stepped into the teleportation array. Jiang Linger watched as Lin Bei entered the teleportation array, then looked up at the general on the high platform. The general's strength was profound, able to pick up more clues from the battles. Since she couldn't get Lin Bei's trump card, she would analyze it from one fight to another. The scene in the virtual world shifted, finally settling on a desert map. Ha ha ha. A desert. It's a desert map rich in fire elements. Zhao Ming laughed loudly, excitement spreading across his face. His slight fear of Lin Bei vanished in an instant. The desert map was his territory. Even if he faced the higher-ranked Jiang Linger and Li Quo, he was confident he had an 80% chance of defeating them. It's actually a desert map. Looks like Lin Bei's journey to the championship will stop here. Yi Jun sighed slightly, feeling regretful. Luck is a part of strength. Looks like he just doesn't have enough luck. Shen's eyes flickered, his emotions hard to discern. Without high-grade equipment, no advantage in terrain, and with talent and realm weaker than Zhao Ming, Lin Bei is bound to lose. Xia Jun decisively stated. Ahem. Lin Bei's strength is not bad. Maybe he still has tricks up his sleeve? I think it's a 50-50 chance. The Western Army general said, while his smile was harder to suppress than AK. No one understood Zhao Ming's strength better than him. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhao Ming was invincible among equals on the desert map. With the intense fire elements supporting him, Zhao Ming could form a powerful fiery armor all around his body. The fiery armor had no physical defensive attributes, but its terrifying heat could instantly melt basic armors. To put it plainly, even if Zhao Ming just stood there and let Lin Bei hit him, Lin Bei wouldn't touch a single hair on Zhao Ming but would burn himself instead. This battle was doomed before it even began. Lin Bei. The one truly unlucky here is not me. It's you. Zhao Ming snapped his fingers, flames dancing at his fingertips. Immediately, the flames blazed and quickly enveloped him, forming a fiery armor. From head to toe, he was completely protected, not a single hair exposed. The thicker the fire elements in the world, the stronger the fiery armor became, lasting longer with minimal consumption on his part. Really? I don't think so. Lin Bei still chose the iron spear and initiated the first attack. Flaming Serpent Dance. Zhao Ming declared, and 2 giant fire serpents formed in the air, lunging towards Lin Bei from left and right. Lin Bei sidestepped and evaded, his every slight movement, every muscle's strength, perfectly timed. After dodging the 2 fire serpents, Lin Bei swiftly thrust his spear. What a fast reaction. But do you think this is the end? Zhao Ming was slightly surprised and immediately retreated to create distance. Heaven Fire Meteor. This was a top-tier third-grade martial skill, incredibly powerful. Sizzling. Sizzling. Dense fire elements gathered in the sky into massive flames, blocking the sun and applying immense pressure. The temperature suddenly soared, and the sand beneath their feet became unbearably hot, a hot wind seemingly capable of roasting a person alive. However, Lin Bei stood in place as if nothing had happened. He possessed SSS-level talent, the Elemental Tyrant, which allowed him to control and change elements while also having immunity to all attributes. Don't mention this temperature, even if it was 10 times hotter, it wouldn't affect him. Fall. Zhao Ming flicked his finger, and countless fireballs rained down from above. Lin Bei seemed oblivious to the fireballs above him, charging straight at Zhao Ming. Buzz. A glint of cold light arrived first, and then the spear was unleashed like a dragon. Wind Spirit Spear Technique. Fire Cage. Zhao Ming predicted Lin Bei's path and used his martial skill in advance. In front of the battle instinct of perfection, your little tricks are not worth mentioning. Lin Bei grinned, evading the fire cage like a ghost, and thrust his spear towards Zhao Ming's chest. Sizzling. The iron spear struck the fiery armor, and the spear tip melted in an instant. With every inch the spear advanced, it melted an inch. Ha ha ha. Your reaction is indeed quick. But you can't break my flame armor. Zhao Ming laughed heartily, clearly having anticipated this situation long ago. Oh really? I want to see how many punches you can take from me. Body Tempering Fist. At this moment, Lin Bei had closed in on Zhao Ming, then charged a powerful punch toward Zhao Ming's abdomen. His fist was engulfed in flames, and just when everyone thought Lin Bei's arm would be melted away. With a loud bang, Zhao Ming was sent flying like a cannonball, carving a long trench in the sand. How could your hand withstand such high temperatures that could barely withstand an iron spear? Zhao Ming clambered up, staring at Lin Bei in disbelief, especially at the hand he had just punched with. His fingers, palm, and arm were all perfectly fine, not even slightly reddened. That was flame hot enough to instantly melt iron. Could Lin Bei's hand be harder than iron? It's a secret. Lin Bei charged forward, delivering 2 heavy punches that knocked out Zhao Ming. The playground fell into silence once more, everyone was left dumbfounded. Zhao Ming's strength was not just stronger than Lei Wen by 1 level, the fight ended in an overwhelming manner. How strong could Lin Bei really be? The audience felt that Lin Bei had even more hidden cards to play, like a man full of mystery. Good kid. I really had my heart in my mouth for you. Shin's heart, which had been heavy, finally lightened. He had just seen the iron spear melt away in the flame armor and thought Lin Bei was surely going to lose. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei could withstand the high-temperature flames and ended the fight in just a few punches. What a monster! What is this kid? What a monster! That was S-class flame. He just boldly stuck his fist in and came out untouched? The Lord of the Western region was left astonished. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Bei should have awakened a unique body. Yi Junshin said. Unique body? Everyone was taken aback. The unique body that can be immune to fire attributes, could it be the Flame Lord? God suddenly startled. When each person turns 18, they can awaken their talents. And unique bodies awaken at different times for everyone, some awaken at birth while others awaken when they are old. Each unique body is incredibly rare and powerful. The most ordinary unique bodies can rival S-class talents, while the powerful ones can even match SSS-class talents. The Flame Lord definitely belongs to the powerful unique body category. Damn! This kid actually awakened a unique body. No wonder he progressed so fast despite his poor talent. Luo Yuanshan was displeased. If it really is the Flame Lord unique body, then Zhao Ming's loss is not unjust. The Lord of the Western region sighed. Ha ha ha. What an interesting kid. Yi Junshin grew more satisfied with Lin Bei as he watched. Chapter 47, The Three Strong. How to deal with Lin Bei. Seeking votes. Buzz. A white light flashed, and Lin Bei was teleported away. The top 10 competition had ended, and the next step was to draw lots to determine the top 5 competition tomorrow. If luck were on his side and he got a bye, he could directly advance to the top 3. One step closer to the championship. 10 4th grade spiritual herbs, qualifications for entering the intermediate secret realm, a complete set of 3rd grade weapons and armor, 2 3rd grade martial techniques, and personal guidance from the war god. The 4th grade spiritual herbs could help Lin Bei quickly improve by several small levels, and combined with the qualification to enter the intermediate secret realm, he might even break through to a 2nd-tier warrior. Though he might not use the weapons, armor, and martial techniques, selling them would also be a good choice. The key is getting personal guidance from the war god. The Dragon Kingdom has hundreds of millions of people, yet only 12 war gods exist in the world. Each war god is famous and unmatched, the weakest among them is already at the 9th tier. Strength is just the basic requirement to become a war god. Secondly, there must be outstanding military achievements. To be guided by a war god is something every warrior dreams of. If one has good comprehension, they could avoid years or even decades of detours. After all, in martial arts practice, aside from talent and hard work, the most important things are experience and knowledge. And the latter. No one is richer than these war gods. This is just the rewards that can be seen on the surface. Once Lin Bei wins the championship of the 4 realms competition, he will definitely be courted by powerful factions, and allies will line up to support him. At that time, Luo Yuanshan will no longer dare to target him. Lin Bei? You just came out? Bai Guang flickered, and Jiang Linger was teleported out, looking at Lin Bei and asking. I've been here for a while. Lin Bei replied. Jiang Linger was struck by lightning. If I remember correctly, your opponent this time is Zhao Ming from the west, right? Yeah. Lin Bei nodded casually. Jiang Linger was speechless. After a while, Li Qiuo and 3 other talents were teleported out. Yi Junshin said loudly, losers exit, winners continue to draw lots. In this round, one lucky participant will have a bye. Bye? Lin Bei reached into the box and randomly pulled out a slip, only to find it empty inside. Number 1. Jiang Linger opened her slip, which had the number 1 written on it. I'm number 2. South's Li Qiuo smiled slightly. It's over. The remaining 2 had bitter expressions. If they were lucky enough to draw a bye, they would directly advance to the top 3. Or if Lin Bei, Jiang Linger, and Li Qiuo faced each other, one of them could also advance to the top 3. However, what was unfortunate for them was something that the audience was eagerly anticipating. Battles between the strong and the weak against the weak, have no attraction at all. Only strong versus strong can make people's adrenaline surge. Without a doubt, the 3 strongest people in this 4 realms competition are Jiang Linger, Li Qiuo, and Lin Bei. As the drawing ended, everyone went back to rest. At this time, Jiang Linger arrived at the temporary office of the Eastern Realm Army Master. Army Master, did you call for me? After repeatedly observing the battle recordings of Lin Bei, I've summarized these points to be noted. Please take a careful look. The Eastern Realm Army Master handed a document to Jiang Linger. Jiang Linger opened the document, murmuring, First level, 5th realm, sea-level talent cultivation enhancement, skilled in using long spear and bow and arrow. The initial information seemed ordinary, but when she read the later details, Jiang Linger's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Perfect body refining fist. Perfect 3rd grade top level wind spirit spear technique. Perfect 4th grade top level 9-fold thunder spear technique. Perfect 4th grade top level lightning arrow technique. Perfect combat instinct. And he might possess a Flame Lord's alien body? Yes, and I forgot to mention that Lin Bei has mastered a certain powerful advanced power technique. Do not let him get close. The Eastern Realm Army Master pulled up the footage of Lin Bei's match with Lei Wen, analyzing Lin Bei's 2 strikes frame by frame. Hiss. After watching, Jiang Linger took a sharp breath in shock. Martial arts are divided into 5 realms: beginner, proficient, small accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. Cultivating both the body refining fist and the wind spirit spear technique to perfection is already incredible. Yet Lin Bei has achieved perfection in 2 4th grade top level techniques. Is this something a normal person can do? Jiang Linger, possessing SS level talent, considers her comprehension not lacking, and she is the king of the Eastern Realm Army. She has mastered 1 2nd grade perfected martial art, 2 small accomplishment level 3rd grade martial arts, plus 1 proficient level 4th grade martial art. Her talent, comprehension, and hard work have always been praised by the Eastern Realm Army Master, making her undoubtedly the top genius of the Eastern Realm. But now, compared to Lin Bei, the so-called Eastern Realm top genius seems no different from an ordinary person. What about the perfected combat instinct and a certain powerful advanced power technique? How did he achieve this? Even if one trained for 24 hours a day without eating, drinking, or sleeping, they couldn't possibly cover all bases. No wonder he can crush Lei Wen and Zhao Ming. With such terrifying strength, not crushing them would be unusual. This is still based on the rules of the forbidden military armor. If he could use the military armor, Lin Bei's strength would rise to another level. A monster. He is truly a monster. Jiang Linger's heart was shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Completely look at Lin Bei with new eyes. The danger of Lin Bei has far surpassed that of Li Kuo from the southern region. Master Commander, do you have a way to deal with Lin Bei? Jiang Linger looked to the Eastern Commander for help. Lin Bei is invincible in close combat, but your control talent allows you to float briefly, which can be a form of restraint. The real tricky part is that Lin Bei may possess the Flame Lord's unique body, and your SS level control might not be able to manage flames comparable to SSS level. Unless you are lucky and draw the ocean map when fighting Lin Bei. The Eastern Commander calmly analyzed. Right. Water extinguishes fire. If I draw the ocean map, Lin Bei would have trouble even standing, then I would definitely win. Jiang Linger's face lit up with joy, but soon her expression dimmed again. The competition maps are divided into 5 types: desert, forest, swamp, city, and ocean. 1 in 5 chance is favorable for her, but 4 in 5 chances are favorable for Lin Bei. Master Commander, don't you have many friends in the military? Can't you ask them to help modify the competition map? Jiang Linger felt hopeful again, looking at the Eastern Commander with expectation. Clap. The Eastern Commander slammed his palm on the table, unleashing a powerful 5th level pressure, and sternly reprimanded Jiang Linger. Correct your attitude. Our Eastern soldiers must win justly and fairly. Winning through such underhanded tactics is shameful. Jiang Linger shivered in fear and said timidly, I was just casually saying. You're not just casually saying. You really want me to help you cheat. Such thoughts will only destroy you. Jiang Linger, remember this, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger, every step must be taken earnestly, otherwise, the loopholes you exploit today will one day turn into an abyss waiting for you. The Eastern Commander's expression was serious. I'm sorry, Master Commander. I was wrong. I will fight Lin Bei fairly based on my strength. Jiang Linger realized the Eastern Commander was truly angry, immediately admitting her mistake. 2 days later, the list of the top 3 emerged. They are Jiang Linger, Li Kuo, and Lin Bei. Unlike the previous matches, today's match was packed with spectators. In addition to the commanders from various regions, generals, instructors, and new recruits, there were also bigwigs from various factions, and even some principals from martial arts universities showed up. The venue was full, buzzing with noise. Wow! Is that the director of the Wei City General Administration in the black hat? He actually came to watch. More than half of the top 10 martial arts university principals from Longwei are here. These principals are trying to recruit students openly. You can't blame them, after all, the military also snatched quite a few during the martial arts entrance exam. Shinjong sat in a corner, his gaze intensely fixated on Lin Bei. Little guy, whether you can soar to great heights depends on whether you can seize this opportunity. Let's start the draw, Yi Junshin said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei and the others went up in turn to draw lots. Like the previous round, in this round, one person will get a bye in advance directly to the finals. Number 1. Lin Bei opened the paper slip, and it had the number 1 written on it. Jiang Linger and Li Qiuo each held their paper slips tightly, looking at each other, neither daring to open theirs first, both feeling extremely nervous. They would rather face each other in the first round than meet Lin Bei first. I'll open it first. Li Qiuo opened his slip, and it was empty. He smiled and said, looks like my luck is a bit better than yours. Jiang Linger opened her slip, and it also had the number 1 written on it, causing her face to instantly droop. The thing she feared the most had come true. Chapter 48, The Favor of Fate. Element Transformation. Heaven bless, even if I don't draw the ocean map, please don't let me draw the desert map. Jiang Linger clasped her hands, silently praying in her heart, then stepped into the teleportation array. Buzz. In the virtual world, the light flickered, and the scene changed continuously. Finally, the scene stabilized, and beneath her feet was an endless blue ocean. The sea was calm, the sea breeze slightly salty, and protruding from the sea surface were black stone pillars. These stone pillars were extremely narrow, barely accommodating 2 feet to stand on. Once accidentally sliding off the stone pillar and falling into the sea would mean losing the ability to fight back, basically declaring the end of the match. Ha ha ha. God really heard my prayers. It's the sea map. It's the sea map. Jiang Linger was overjoyed, the heavy stone in her heart vanished, and her mood transformed from anxiety to confidence. Under the analysis of the Eastern Realm army leader, she had learned all of Lin Bei's tactics. As long as she kept her distance in mid-air, she could weaken Lin Bei's strength by 80%. And the sea map could restrict the Fire Lord's abilities, this match was assured. There's only a 1 in 5 chance of drawing the sea map, Lin Bei really is unlucky, Yi Junshin said with a bitter smile. His luck has never been good, Shen said meaningfully. Old Wu, it looks like this year's Four Realms competition will be won by you in the Eastern Realm again. The sea map will greatly weaken Lin Bei's combat power. In the next match against South Realm's Li Qiuo, the SS level control will definitely crush the S level Dark Domain. It's guaranteed this year. The army leaders of the South and West looked at the Eastern Realm army leader, complimenting him. The Eastern Realm army leader laughed heartily, humbly saying, this year's victory is due to luck. If I had drawn another map, Jiang Linger might not be Lin Bei's match. Luck is also part of strength, stop being humble, the Western army leader said. Ha ha ha, once the match is over, I'll treat you all to a feast as hosts. It's been a while since we brothers gathered, Luo army leader, will you join? The Eastern army leader smiled as brightly as a flower, already thinking about the celebration's location. I won't be going, Luo Yuanshan politely shook his head with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Linger gathered air beneath her feet to form invisible steps and walked step by step toward the high sky. Reaching a height of 100 meters, she looked down at Lin Bei beneath her, her voice filled with endless superiority. Lin Bei, I must admit, your strength is impressive, you already qualify to face me head-on, but luck is also part of strength. Losing to me today shows you are still not as good as me. Where do you get your confidence that you will definitely win? Lin Bei scoffed. And where does your confidence come from, thinking you still have a chance? Jiang Linger pointed with her finger, and all the black stone pillars on the sea surface were destroyed, leaving only the one under Lin Bei's feet. Immediately after, waves rose several meters high under her control. Waves rushed towards Lin Bei, seemingly ready to swallow him whole in the sea. After lightly showcasing her talent, Jiang Linger looked down from above and declared, this world is under my control. I am the god of this world. You think you deserve to call yourself a god? Lin Bei shook his head with disdain. Lin Bei, your arrogance and disdain for everyone are truly disgusting. Now let me show you the huge gap between us. Jiang Linger, angry and embarrassed, immediately used her controlling talent. The originally calm sea surface stirred up waves that towered as high as dozens of meters when they reached Lin Bei. This wave crashing down would definitely not be pleasant. At the same time, Jiang Linger increased her strength to control the black stone pillar under Lin Bei's feet. As long as she destroyed this last pillar, even if Lin Bei had sky-high combat power, he wouldn't be able to use it. Concentrate. As the giant waves approached, Lin Bei did not dodge or retreat, calmly extending a finger. The moment his fingertip touched the giant wave, it was instantly frozen. A giant wave ice sculpture dozens of meters high appeared on the sea surface, creating a breathtaking scene. What is this method? Jiang Linger's expression changed in shock, quickly recalling the important points the Eastern Army leader had instructed, but none matched this method. Did Lin Bei have a hidden card? Even if he had a hidden card, it wouldn't change the outcome of this match. Jiang Linger's gaze darkened as she exerted all her strength to control the black stone pillar under Lin Bei's feet. Lin Bei was not weak. If she wanted to use her controlling power, it would be a bit difficult to control his body. But, controlling the black stone pillar beneath Lin Bei's feet was much easier. As long as Lin Bei had no place to land, this match would be over. Why is it so heavy? Jiang Linger broke out in a light sweat, trying several times but unable to pull out the stone pillar. Since you can't pull it out, then shatter it for me. Jiang Linger gripped with her right hand. The force of control erupted, and the remaining black stone pillar exploded, shattering into countless fragments that sank to the bottom of the sea. Lin Bei's body slowly descended, and just when everyone thought he would sink into the sea with the fragments, an unimaginable scene occurred. Centered on the tip of Lin Bei's toes, the surface of the sea instantly froze and spread rapidly in all directions. Such a terrifying method made the people watching from the outside gasp in shock. Is this all your power? Lin Bei smiled, and the water molecules in the air condensed into ice, forming a towering staircase. You, die. Jiang Linger screamed in frustration, using all her strength to unleash her control power, trying to crush Lin Bei's body from afar. She possessed SS-level control talent, able to control everything in the world. This wind, this rain, this sea, even Lin Bei's body and the blood, bones, and veins within it, all were under her control. As long as she wanted, Lin Bei was like clay in her hands, to be kneaded as she pleased. Quite interesting, Lin Bei suddenly felt a mysterious force fall upon him. Unfortunately, this force could only barely slow him down. To control his body like a god, it was still far from enough. I, Jiang Linger, am not weaker than anyone. Jiang Linger's cold face twisted into a grotesque expression, veins popping on her forehead, and without hesitation, she charged at Lin Bei. The biggest flaw of the control talent was that the further the distance, the weaker the control power. Although getting closer to Lin Bei was dangerous, she was confident that her SS-level talent could crush any danger. And now, there was no other choice. Die! Jiang Linger screamed hysterically. Boom! Boom! The overwhelming control power surged, shattering the frozen sea surface and triggering a surge of waves. It felt like a mountain of 10,000 feet was crashing down, creating an immense pressure. The ever-stronger control power bound his entire body, making Lin Bei find it difficult to move, and he finally felt a hint of pressure. SS-level talent, plus a Tier 7 level of strength, was indeed unbeatable. Any opponent weaker than Jiang Linger, once caught within the core range of her control, would face certain death. But Lin Bei possessed a terrifying physique with over 800 points. This number was already comparable to a second-tier warrior. Let me see how long you can hold out. Jiang Linger roared as she continued to approach, while remaining wary of Lin Bei's movements. The last bit of reason told her that Lin Bei was invincible in close combat. Getting closer would maximize her control power, but also give Lin Bei the chance to strike. She had to be careful. Chapter 49, Crushing Jiang Linger. Li Qiuo surrenders. Burn. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. Here it comes. Jiang Linger's expression tightened, and her dive paused for half a second as she focused all her attention on Lin Bei. Zzzzzz. Zzzzzz. In the next second, the water elements in the air turned into fire elements, igniting into raging flames. This weak flame spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly igniting the entire sky. Jiang Linger's pupils shook, and she quickly tried to escape the fiery sky. But her speed was nowhere near the rate at which the flames spread. Soon, she was trapped in a sea of fire. The terrifying heat and waves of heat swept over her, making her extremely uncomfortable. What made her despair even more was that her once invincible control power could not control these flames. She couldn't even open a simple path through it. Impossible. 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 Jiang Linger stubbornly kept trying, attempting to suppress the flames with her control power. The more attempts made, the deeper the despair in her heart. Through the flames, she looked at Lin Bei in the distance, and for the first time in her confident eyes, powerlessness and fear surged. The first genius of the Eastern region, the most popular champion candidate of the 4 regions competition, could not withstand even one move from Lin Bei. Now recalling what her mother Jiang Yunqing had said on the phone, she did not doubt its truth at all. It turned out that there really is someone in this world strong enough to reach such an incredible level. The flames surged and quickly engulfed Jiang Linger completely. Meanwhile, in the audience seats of the real world, there was a silence. In the battle of the two geniuses, everyone held their breath and focused on watching the match. Everyone thought it would be evenly matched, but unexpectedly, it was Lin Bei who dominated. With just one move igniting the sky, he claimed victory. The word invincible was perfectly interpreted by Lin Bei. Damn! Lin Bei is so strong. He can control both ice and fire. Crushing a first stage 5 level against a first stage 7 level, what a monster! With only Li Kuo left from the southern region, I estimate he won't last around under Lin Bei. The crowd was buzzing with chatter. The president of Dingbei Martial Arts University watched Lin Bei with fiery eyes. "Ha, this kid is great, I like him." The director of the Weiqing Bureau smiled slightly beside him. "This kid named Lin Bei has probably awakened a rarer Icefire tyrant body. The military will definitely not let him go." "Humph. That old thief, he comes every year to snatch talents. What's wrong with me snatching one? Even if I have to kidnap him, I'll take Lin Bei away." The president of Jingbei Martial Arts University spoke firmly, then looked at the other presidents beside him, threatening, "If anyone competes with me, don't blame me for turning hostile." The other presidents laughed awkwardly, only able to bow their heads in submission. Among many top martial arts universities, Jingbei Martial Arts University has been at the top for many years. With teachers, resources, environment, talent, policies, etc., basically all occupied by Jingbei Martial Arts University, it's hard not to be strong. Moreover, the president of Jingbei Martial Arts University is a 6th-level 9th-stage powerhouse. In the whole Dragon Nation, few are stronger than him. The military leader of the eastern region stood dumbfounded, unable to recover from his shock for a long time. He couldn't believe that fate had favored Jiang Linger so much, yet she could still lose to Lin Bei. Old Wu, Jiang Linger's SS-level talent is strong, but facing the even more abnormal Icefire tyrant body, she can only admit defeat. The military leader of the western region comforted as he patted his shoulder. "Yes, who would have thought this kid isn't a Flame Lord body, but rather a stronger Icefire tyrant body? Jiang Linger's loss isn't unfair," the military leader of the southern region said. "Damn it. This kid is simply a monster. A freak." The thought of this year's 4 regions competition champion slipping away from the eastern region made him unable to hold back his curses. The military god of the Lin family looked at Lin Bei, who had just been teleported out, his eyes flashing with strong admiration. The Icefire tyrant body is several times stronger than the Flame Lord body, able to control both ice and fire elements at the same time. Together with that outstanding combat ability, Lin Bei isn't much weaker than those geniuses carefully nurtured by the Lin family. Now, he is fully qualified to return to the Lin family. The military god of the Lin family holds a noble status, and sending an officer to convey his intentions is already a great respect and gift to Lin Bei. After being rejected by Lin Bei, the military god of the Lin family felt a little angry. But now it seems that Lin Bei is indeed worth him lowering his status to invite. Ha ha, who would have thought this year's 4 regions competition would produce such a dark horse? Ha 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 ha. The military god Yi nodded in satisfaction, his eyes seemingly set on a certain determination. The Icefire tyrant body is indeed not simple. Military god Xie smiled meaningfully, revealing a knowing smile. In the corner, Wang Chang looked at Lin Bei, the center of attention, with mixed feelings. "Clearly we joined the army on the same day, yet your strength leaves me no chance to catch up. You won. Such a monster appears only once every few hundred years, even 1,000. There is no need to compare yourself to him. Be steady in your training and keep a proper mindset, and you two will have a bright future." Xinzhong patted Wang Chang's shoulder, offering comfort. He originally had no good feelings for Wang Chang and even felt a bit repulsed by him because he liked Lin Bei. But Wang Chang's willingness to give up his spot was enough to prove he still had loyalty to the 8th camp. The competition was over. Lin Bei ignored the fiery gazes of the crowd and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Jiang Linger reached out and grabbed Lin Bei's wrist. "I'm sorry." "What do you mean?" Lin Bei asked back, expressionless. "I was arrogant and overly confident. I sincerely apologize for what happened a few days ago. Can you forgive me?" Jiang Linger looked at Lin Bei with hopeful eyes, gripping his hand tightly. "Actually, you were right, only the strong deserve the strong." Lin Bei waved his hand and turned away without looking back. Jiang Linger stared blankly at Lin Bei's retreating figure, as if she had lost something important. Or perhaps, she lost a huge opportunity. With her talent and background, it would be hard to meet someone as exceptional as Lin Bei in her lifetime. Even if she did meet someone better, why would they choose her? While she was selecting others, they also had the right to choose. Yi Junshin. Li Kuo from the south. I concede. Just as everyone was watching Lin Bei, a loud voice rang out. "The championship is right in front of you, are you sure you want to give up?" Yi Junshin said. "The champion may seem near, but in truth, it is far away. Even the stronger Jiang Linger was crushed by Lin Bei, how many moves could I even last under him? Instead of humiliating myself, it's better to let everyone be done with it." Li Kuo smiled bitterly. He still had a trump card hidden up his sleeve that he had planned to use against Jiang Linger. But now that he had witnessed Lin Bei's terrifying combat power, that trump card seemed laughable. Setting aside those powerful abilities and martial skills, just the Ice and Fire Monarch's body alone could easily crush him. Yi Junshin did not answer immediately but turned to the Southern Army leader beside him. Seeing the Southern Army leader nod, he finally said, "Since you concede." Then the champion of this year's 4 regions competition is Lin Bei. Everyone congratulate him. Chapter 50, the champion's reward is here. The overbearing principle of Jingbei. Clap clap clap. In an instant, applause erupted, and cheers filled the air. Winning the 4 regions competition means becoming the strongest rookie of the Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest. With this strength and honor, the future will be bright. Next, we will distribute the prizes according to the rankings. Lin Bei, please come forward. Yi Junshin said. Yes. Lin Bei nodded and walked toward the high platform. Noticing Luo Yuanshan's hostile gaze, Lin Bei didn't back down and stared right back. Luo Yuanshan felt displeased. A tiny rookie who could be crushed with a finger dared to glare at him. But with 3 army gods present, no matter how displeased he felt, he could only swallow it down. The championship reward is 10 4th-rank spiritual herbs, a set of 3rd-rank armor, 2 3rd-rank martial skills, the qualification to enter the intermediate secret realm, and personal guidance from the army god. Considering you might not use such low-level martial skills and armor, I have decided to exchange them for a 5th-rank intermediate movement martial skill. What do you think? Yi Junshin asked with a smile. Great. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Yi Junshin. Lin Bei was initially stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Movement martial skills are one of the rarest types among many, even scarcer than archery skills. High-level movement martial skills are even rarer. The peak movement skills combined with perfect combat instincts are thrilling to think about. Wow! Did I hear that right? Swapping for a 5th-rank intermediate martial skill? And it's a movement type? One 5th-rank intermediate movement skill could exchange for more than a dozen 3rd-rank martial skills and armor. The competitors watched, full of envy in their hearts. The highest level of armor and martial skills available in the 4 regions? Generally, they are top level in the 4th rank. It's not that the strength of the 4 realms is lacking, but that the number of martial arts and armors of the 5th rank and above is very few. Every time a rank is raised, the rarity value increases several times. There are 2 ways to forge armor. One is technological forging, but apart from science, the scientific and technological level of other countries is still at the era of firearms. Being able to forge 6th and 7th rank weapons is already the limit. The other is to use giant beasts as raw materials, like dragon bone bows and insect shells. If you want to use this method to forge 7th and 8th rank armors, you must hunt 8th and 9th rank giant beasts. The danger involved is self-evident. The source of martial arts is even more singular, only created by martial artists. Creating martial arts requires extremely high talent and comprehension, as well as a certain level of strength, which determines that not everyone is qualified to create martial arts. In the Dragon Kingdom, everyone awakens, which means everyone is a martial artist. Out of nearly 500 million people, only about 10,000 can create martial arts. Among these 10,000, most can only create low-level martial arts. Martial arts of rank 5 and above are all treasured in the vaults of major forces and are never passed on. This is also why major forces have endured for a long time, because they possess a large amount of resources. Even if they just pile up resources, they can create countless outstanding talents. When these outstanding talents grow strong, they may also create martial arts, occupy more resources, and their power will only become stronger. Yet, ordinary people with nothing, even if they are lucky enough to awaken a powerful talent, can only rely on these major forces to exchange for a bit of pitiful resources. Yi Junshin's current upgrade reward clearly shows his intention to focus on cultivating Lin Bei. Thinking deeper, Yi Junshin is Lin Bei's backing. Take it, it's your reward. Yi Junshin handed Lin Bei a storage ring. Thank you, Yi Junshin. Lin Bei excitedly accepted the storage ring, which contained 10 4-rank spirit herbs, intermediate 5th-rank body technique Wind Thunder Step, and a ticket to enter the intermediate secret realm. These are 4-rank spirit herbs. Last time when Luo Yuanshan rewarded for merits, he only took out 1 4-rank spirit herb. And now, there are a full 10. One can almost imagine that after absorbing these 10 4-rank spirit herbs, the realm will definitely soar to the 8th level of the 1st rank. Plus with Wind Thunder Step, strength will once again experience a qualitative leap. According to this upgrade speed, promoting to Centurion doesn't seem far away. Damn! If I had known the rewards could upgrade. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning, I would still want to fight Lin Bei. Li Qiuo secretly regretted. 1 in 10,000 chance? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Bei could slap you dead with one hand. Zhao Ming said cynically. Zhao Ming is right. Jiang Linger nodded in agreement. Li Qiuo wanted to argue a bit, but seeing Jiang Linger say this, he could only hum a few times, defeated. Don't leave yet, I still have something to find you later. Yi Junshin instructed. Okay. Lin Bei nodded. Next, Li Qiuo. Yi Junshin continued. Li Qiuo stepped forward just as a deep and ancient voice rang from the VIP seats. Lin Bei, are you interested in joining my Jingbei University? Old Sue. If you're here to watch the match, I'm very welcome, but if you're here to steal people from the Marshall City Military Department, don't blame me for turning against you. Yi Junshin stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of Lin Bei. Old thief Yi. Have you not stolen enough people in the martial arts college entrance exam? Su Zhenghua pointed his finger at Yi Junshin and scolded. Yi Junshin defended weakly, yeah, I steal people in the martial arts college entrance exam, what does it have to do with you Jingbei University? You bastard. The good seeds you stole were originally planning to apply to Jingbei University. Then didn't they not enter Jingbei University yet? Naturally, they aren't Jingbei University students, and Lin Bei is already a soldier. Old thief Yi. Stop arguing here. Today, I will definitely take Lin Bei away. Fight if you dare, and bring those two useless people next to you. I'm not afraid. The clay figure still had 3 parts of fire, and Su Zhenghua, such a top-tier powerhouse, could definitely not be the clay figure. Every year, he was snatching people in the martial arts college entrance exams, and this time, he exploded with all the accumulated anger from many years. But this scene left everyone present dumbfounded. One was a 2-star military god, and the other was the president of Beijing North University, both were unparalleled 9th-level powerhouses. In everyone's fixed impression, such strong people should all have the image of unfathomable recluses. Now it seemed that there was no difference from the grumpy old man playing chess in the park. Divine God. General Xie. The two stood there with black lines on their foreheads, showing no desire to fight. After stepping into the 9th level, every small realm difference meant a world of difference in strength. With Su Zhenghua's 9th level 6-fold strength, more than half of the military gods gathered would hardly be his match. The atmosphere was tense, thick with the smell of gunpowder. With Su Zhenghua's furious stance, making a move was certainly not just talk. Seeing the situation, Lin Bei stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Principal Su, for your regard, but I still want to stay in the military." Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Did you hear? Lin Bei wants to stay. General Yi laughed proudly, liking Lin Bei even more in his heart. Su Zhenghua floated over, standing in front of Lin Bei, confidently saying, "Young man, don't be in a hurry to refuse, why not listen to the conditions I'm offering first?" "Principal Su, no matter what conditions you offer, I won't change my mind," Lin Bei replied firmly. Chapter 51, Upgrade the Armament. Join the Dragon Team. Su Zhenghua was stunned upon hearing this. "Do you know about Beijing North University?" "I know, it is the top martial arts university ranked first in the Dragon Country," Lin Bei replied. "Alright. Since you know, I'll only say one thing. As long as you are willing to join Beijing North, I will give you a guaranteed training resource of 50 million each year, and promote you straight into the Beijing North School team." Su Zhenghua stated succinctly. Hiss. As soon as he said this, the whole place was shocked. A guaranteed 50 million in training resources every year, how many children of noble families can obtain such treatment? It means that after Lin Bei enters Beijing North, he wouldn't need to worry about anything else, all kinds of armaments, martial techniques, spirit medicines, potions, etc., would be delivered to him for free. The only thing he had to do was to practice hard. Furthermore, the selection criteria for the Beijing North School team are extremely strict, only the best of the best have a chance to be selected. There are about 200 to 300 students who enter Beijing North each year, but on average, less than one is selected for the school team. Once a student enters the school team, they will receive the school's utmost focus in training. Graduates from the school team have a minimum strength of 4-fold, there were even instances of 5-fold powerhouses. Just think about it, the commander of the Northern Army lived half his life and only reached 5-fold, yet school team members graduated 20-something with 5-fold, it shows how valuable the school team is. Lin Bei, if you are willing to stay in the military, I. What do you mean by I? Can you come up with 50 million? You can only let him join the Dragon Team to serve. Su Zhenghua glared at General Yi and forcefully interrupted, "Lin Bei, let me say one more thing. You must have experienced the cruelty of the military, a single war can take thousands of lives. But someone has to sacrifice to fight against the giants for our country. And, if I can leave for a better future today, then I can betray Beijing North for greater benefits tomorrow. Is this the kind of person you want?" Lin Bei asked sternly. This question completely rendered Su Zhenghua speechless. To put it broadly, Lin Bei staying in the military is to fight against the giants and defend the homeland. He publicly dug up a person who stands for the greater good. To put it simply, spending enormous costs to dig up a person without a firm stance is truly not worth it. With that said, Su Zhenghua could no longer insist. But despite the disappointment, he found himself liking Lin Bei even more. Strong in strength, limitless in potential, and of solid quality, he was simply a perfect candidate. It's such a pity that such a great candidate did not participate in the martial arts entrance exam, otherwise, no matter what, he would have to be taken to Jingbei. At the same time, everyone present cast respectful glances towards Lin Bei. To have such a high level of awareness and resist such great temptation is something not everyone can achieve. Only Xinzhong revealed a familiar smile. Lin Bei was able to refuse Luo Yuanshan for the sake of the 8th Battalion back then, and today he would surely refuse Jing Bei for the army. However, Lin Bei also needed to thank himself for rejecting Luo Yuanshan back then, otherwise, how could he have today's glory? Ha ha ha. Well said. Well said. Yi Junshin was overjoyed to hear that and directly put his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder, deepening their relationship unconsciously. Old thief Yi. You old man really is lucky. Half your body is almost in the ground, yet you can still pick up such a treasure. Su Zhenghua said with a face full of envy and jealousy. Ah, your envy is useless. Yi Junshin said with satisfaction. Su Zhenghua coldly snorted, glanced at Lin Bei again, then reluctantly left. Old Lin, old Xia, I'll leave the rest to you too. Yi Junshin dropped this sentence and then left with Lin Bei's shoulder in his grip. Back in the office, Yi Junshin's smile remained undiminished. Lin Bei, I really did not misjudge you. Actually, I have a bit of personal interest in rejecting Principal Su. Lin Bei answered truthfully. Whether it's for public or personal reasons, the fact that you want to continue to stay in the army is undeniable. Yi Junshin waved his hand and personally poured Lin Bei a cup of hot tea while sitting on the sofa. But then again, the military definitely cannot spend money as crazily as Jing Bei does to cultivate you. After all, the 4 borders need to defend and fight against giant beasts, which requires a lot of funding. I understand. Lin Bei nodded. Although the military isn't as wealthy as Jing Bei, we have materials. When the time comes, I'll help you upgrade your god-slaying thunder gun, dragon bone bow, and insect armor. Yi Junshin said. Is that free? Lin Bei asked tentatively. Since you've rejected Jing Bei University, how can I not show my appreciation? Besides, the military just doesn't have money, we're not stingy. Yi Junshin said. Then I thank you very much, General Yi. Lin Bei took out all his battle armor and handed it to Yi Junshin. The reason I called you here separately is actually for another matter. Yi Junshin paused and continued, are you interested in joining the Dragon Group? Dragon Group? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. This is a special organization established by the Dragon Kingdom government, and its members are selected only from within the military. Its main responsibility is to eliminate the hidden members of the all-sex group scattered everywhere, and secondly, to combat high-level giant beasts. Yi Junshin explained. All sex. Lin Bei's pupils constricted in shock. He had never heard of the name Dragon Group, but the name All Sex was known to all worldwide. This organization does whatever it likes, never bound by rules. If they are happy, they might slay a few giant beasts. If they are unhappy, they might kill or massacre cities. They only believe in great strength, with no regard for law or morals. Hundreds of years ago, the northern region of the Dragon Kingdom was hit by a massive beast tide, and the nation's strongmen went north to fight against the beasts. At that time, the capital was empty, and the members of all sex poured out to plunder the resources of the capital. All kinds of precious spirit herbs, high-level battle armors, and martial arts techniques were completely looted. The Dragon Kingdom was well aware of this, but they could not spare any forces to counter all sex, and could only watch helplessly as they ravaged. Not only the Dragon Kingdom, but the whole world detests all sex. But members of all sex are powerful and deeply hidden, making them impossible to eradicate completely. If you are willing to join the Dragon Group, there are 3 benefits. First, the highest level of identity authority. Aside from the military, no other forces or organizations can deal with you. You can mobilize any local armed forces. Second, priority for secret realms. Whenever new primitive secret realms appear, you qualify to enter with the team. Third, faster promotion. Killing members of the whole clan earns more military merit than slaying giant beasts. Hiss. After hearing this, Lin Bei was shocked and drew in a cold breath. These 3 benefits are indeed more enticing than the last. Being able to mobilize any local armed forces means that the city defense office and the military battalions will follow his command. What a massive privilege this is! Even the city lord and military chief cannot do this. And no force or unit has the right to dispose of it. Having the military in the background is simply domineering. The priority for secret realms may seem unimportant at first, but when Lin Bei heard the words primitive secret realm, a storm surged in his heart. Secret realm levels are divided into primary secret realms, intermediate secret realms, advanced secret realms, and primitive secret realms. The primitive secret realm is the highest level, containing the most intense mysterious power and the greatest opportunities inside. Whenever a primitive secret realm appears, forces from all sides will use every means to stuff their own people inside, hoping to seize an opportunity. And by joining the Dragon team, he could easily enter with the team. However, among these 3 benefits, the one most attractive to Lin Bei is the last one. Faster promotion means unlocking lottery chances faster. When all 9 chances are unlocked, he could hardly imagine how exhilarating that would be. Thus, Lin Bei responded decisively, Yi Junshin, I am willing to join the dragon team. Chapter 52, Comprehending Danger Perception. God's Bestowment. Good, I'll add you to the group. Yi Junshin took out his phone, added Lin Bei as a friend, and then pulled him into a group chat named Awesome Explosion. Yi Junshin. Did you add the wrong person? Lin Bei was confused. No, everyone in here is your senior. If you encounter any troubles you can't solve in the future, just call for help in the group. Yi Junshin took a photo of Lin Bei and sent it to the group, introducing, the newcomer is named Lin Bei, the champion of this year's Four Realms competition, so take good care of him. Oh wow. A new member in the group. And he's a sunny little handsome guy. Does he have a girlfriend? Stop your lower body thinking, you naughty one. Don't scare the newcomer. If we don't pull more newcomers in, I'm going to think this group is dead. There are a total of 23 members in the group, aside from a few people lurking, the rest all jumped in to chat. However, these few bubbling phrases certainly match well with the words Awesome Explosion. Those who know are members of the dragon team, those who don't might think they're just street cats. Lin Bei sent a meme in the group, then looked at Yi Junshin and asked, so, am I in now? Yep, don't mind how they all seem a bit crazy, actually, they're just under a lot of work pressure, and can only use this silly way to relieve it. You'll get used to it soon. Yi Junshin explained. Okay. Lin Bei nodded with a complex tone. Now the only thing left is the reward from the military god's guidance, let me think about what I should teach you. Yi Junshin propped his chin with one hand, staring at Lin Bei in deep thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit him, that's right. Your battle instinct has reached a perfect stage. Want to learn the advanced ability of danger perception? Danger perception? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, he had never heard of such a capability. Battle instinct allows you to instinctively dodge when encountering danger and predict the opponent's attack path. And the advanced danger perception, besides having all the abilities of battle instinct, can sense danger information within a certain range. Yi Junshin patiently explained, to give you a simple example, if you're in a crowd and feel someone watching you, that's the most basic perception ability. If this ability gets stronger, you can sense whether those glances contain malice or danger. If you cultivate danger perception to perfection, even if you can't see with your eyes, you can clearly perceive any aura around you. After hearing the explanation, Lin Bei's heart stirred with significant waves. The sensation of danger is an advanced ability of combat instincts, once fully grasped, it is equivalent to opening a heavenly eye. Or rather, it is an invisible domain. Within this domain, any display of malice can be detected by Lin Bei immediately. Expressions can deceive, language can deceive, but the truest emotions from the heart cannot be faked. Yi Junshin. I want to learn. Lin Bei replied firmly. Ha, good, then follow me. Yi Junshin led Lin Bei into the training room. Time flowed like water, passing silently. More than an hour later, Yi Junshin finished his instructions amidst a flurry of curses. Accelerated perception of danger. Is this even something a human can do? In the dragon group, there are 23 people, besides the group leader Yi Junshin and Lin Bei, who was just brought in, the other 21 are all famous prodigies. Yet even these prodigies took at least half a year to grasp the perception of danger. And Lin Bei did it in just over an hour. It truly puts this group of prodigies from the dragon group to shame. Thank you for your guidance, Yi Junshin. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest. I need to enter the intermediate secret realm tomorrow. Lin Bei was eager to return and use the spirit medicine and practice the wind thunder step. Go back, Yi Junshin nodded. All right. Lin Bei left the training room and returned to his hotel room. Just after taking a shower, there was a knock at the door. Then a familiar voice followed, Lin Bei, open the door. Lin Bei recognized this voice and immediately began to curse, are you annoying or what? Can't you understand human words? Get lost. The god is here. You must show respect, the aide scolded angrily. What if the god is here? Get lost. Lin Bei was unusually tough. He was no longer an ant who could be easily stepped on, behind him was the dragon group, Yi Junshin, and the entire military. According to the rules of the dragon group, no force or unit has the authority to deal with its members. No matter how strong or domineering the Lin family is, they cannot oppose the state. At this moment, the god's voice rang out, with a condescending tone as if he were bestowing grace, Lin Bei, I have come down to meet you, you should cherish this opportunity. Then should I thank you? Lin Bei sarcastically replied. You don't need to thank me, but you must kneel before the Lin family ancestral hall and sincerely repent to return to the Lin family, the god said. Ha ha ha. Wasn't it you who expelled me from the Lin family? Sent me to the northern borders to die. Now you want me to kneel and repent. Lin Kong Hai. You are truly shameless. Lin Bei cursed fiercely. The Lin family now saw his potential and wanted him back as a pawn. But they can't actively invite Lin Bei back, otherwise, it would be like slapping themselves in the face, swallowing their own spit. They can only wait for Lin Bei to beg to return, then give him another chance due to blood being thicker than water. What a sham! So cheap and hypocritical. Upon hearing this, Lin Konghai's face reddened with anger, his teeth grinding. He indeed thought Lin Bei had great potential, capable of being molded, which is why he personally came. But the Lin family is large and prosperous, with a profound foundation, they never lack prodigies. Yet he never expected Lin Bei to be so arrogant and reckless, daring to disregard him, the god. Humph. Lin Konghai snorted in anger and left with a flick of his sleeve. You'll regret it later, the aide muttered quietly, rushing to follow Lin Konghai out. Crazy. Do you really think the whole world revolves around the Lin family? Lin Bei sneered and immediately entered his training state. The next day, Lin Bei opened his eyes. The first thing he did was open the system panel. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, first stage 8-fold. Military rank, squad leader. Talent, SSS level diligent and hardworking, SSS level ancestor of all armies, SSS level elemental tyrant. Weapons and armor, 4th rank top quality god-slaying thunder spear, 4th rank top quality dragon bone bow, 5th rank low quality insect armor. Martial skills, dragon country basic body refining fist, perfect, 3rd rank top quality wind spirit spear technique, perfect, 4th rank top quality 9-fold thunder spear technique, perfect. 4-star top level divine speed arrow, perfect, 5-star intermediate thunder step, great success. Ability, danger perception, beginner. Immunity, all attributes. Physique, 1255. After absorbing 10 4-star spiritual herbs, directly skyrocketed from 1st stage 5th level to 1st stage 8th level. Physique also rose from over 800 to more than 1200. If it were a normal level up, the physique would not increase so dramatically, mainly because several of the 10 4-star spiritual herbs can enhance physique. A physique of 1255 is roughly equivalent to 2nd stage 8th level. In addition, the difficulty of cultivating 5-star martial arts is quite high, even with a 10,000-fold critical hit reward, it only reached great success after one night of practice. It is estimated that one more night will be needed to achieve perfection. Danger perception cannot be actively cultivated, it can only improve through battle instinct, refining through countless battles. Chapter 53, Intermediate Secret Realm. All species Zhang Sen. Lin Bei finished washing up and left the hotel, and just as he descended the stairs, he saw a military green off-road vehicle parked at the entrance. Yi Junshin was sitting in the back seat, waving at Lin Bei, "Get in, today I will take you to the Intermediate Secret Realm." Okay. Lin Bei immediately got in the car. The officer started the vehicle, heading towards the Intermediate Secret Realm around Wu City. Lin Bei, having the military god personally accompany you to the Secret Realm is a great honor. Previous champions of the Four Realms competition did not have this treatment. Yi Junshin laughed heartily, taking out a few items from his storage ring. This is the upgraded god-killing thunder gun, dragon bone bow, and insect armor, take a look. 5-star lower level. Lin Bei's pupils shrank with immense joy, eagerly taking the 3 pieces of equipment. The god-killing thunder gun seemed to be infused with some kind of special ore, the thunder power contained within the gun body was even stronger. The dragon bone bow had an unknown beast bone added to its bow body, upgrading it from a longbow to a recurve bow, raising the draw weight by about 50%. With enhanced draw weight, the power would also follow suit. However, the upgrade of the dragon bone bow included a thoughtful design, the beast bone and the bow body could be freely combined and separated. When Lin Bei's strength is insufficient, he can just use the draw weight of the dragon bone bow. When Lin Bei has enough strength, he can add the unknown beast bone's draw weight himself, thus enhancing its power. The upgrade of the insect armor was relatively simple, just sewing unknown beast hide at the seams of the bone plates. Putting on the insect armor allows for smoother movement, with a wider range of defense, and almost no blind spots. Considering your limited strength, too big of an upgrade would affect your use of these pieces of equipment, so I only made a small upgrade. Are you satisfied? Yi Junshin asked. Satisfied. Lin Bei answered firmly. 4-star top level and 5-star lower level, seemingly just one level apart, but the price is worlds apart. The military may not be as wealthy as Jingbei University, but Lin Bei has fully felt the military's warmth and kindness. Then, Yi Junshin took out a small blue ball and handed it to Lin Bei. The giant beast in this intermediate secret realm has a maximum power of 2nd stage 9th level. This is a lightning ball made by signs. Crush it when in danger to form a dense high-pressure electric net around you. Any giant beast below 3rd stage will not dare to approach. Thank you, Yi Junshin. Lin Bei accepted the lightning ball. After a long time, the vehicle arrived at the secret realm camp. After the officer completed the formalities, he placed a locator wristband on Lin Bei's hand. Go ahead, hoping you have good luck. Yi Junshin said. Lin Bei smiled and nodded, then entered the intermediate secret realm. What greeted his eyes was a ruined city, with skyscrapers standing tall and abandoned cars piled up on the streets. Vines, nourished by mysterious powers, could climb up 100-meter tall buildings. Roar! A sudden roar caught Lin Bei's attention. At the sound, he looked over and saw a giant beast, covered in wounds and blood, running wildly towards the depths of the secret realm, seemingly holding some sort of spiritual herb in its hand. Could it be that I'm going to pick up something good again? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, and after a moment of thought, he chased after it. After following the injured giant beast for over an hour at full speed. Finally arriving at the basement parking garage of an abandoned building. The injured giant beast sat in the corner, licking its wounds. Lin Bei took out the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows, bending the bow and knocking an arrow to aim. Whoosh! Just as he was about to shoot, a massive wooden spike shot up from the ground, piercing the giant beast through the heart. Is there someone else here? Lin Bei's expression tightened, fully alert. You want this Xinjiang fruit, don't you? A man's voice came from inside the wooden spike, followed by a figure walking out. He toyed with the Xinjiang fruit in his hand and then tossed it at Lin Bei's feet, saying, "This is for you." What do you mean? Lin Bei did not bend down to pick it up but fixed his gaze on the man in front of him. His sense of danger told him that this person was extremely dangerous. At least a fourth-stage warrior. I am Zhang Sen from the Chuanqing sect, nice to meet you. Consider this Xinjiang fruit a small gift for our first meeting. Zhang Sen, in his 30s, smiled and walked confidently towards Lin Bei. Chuanqing? A living military merit. Upon hearing these two words, Lin Bei shot the dragon bone arrow without hesitation. Whoosh! The arrow cut through the air, producing a piercing sound. With a bang, the dragon bone arrow struck Zhang Sen's forehead. But strangely, no blood flowed from the wound, and Zhang Sen's body gradually turned into a wooden post. The hole made by the dragon bone arrow on the wooden post healed at a visible speed. Once fully healed, the wooden post transformed back into Zhang Sr. What a fast arrow! If I didn't possess the wood spirit mixed body, that arrow would have surely killed me. Zhang Sen said, his words filled with fear, but his face showed no signs of regret. Seeing Lin Bei taking out another dragon bone arrow, Zhang Sen snapped his fingers. In an instant, the vines in the garage seemed to come alive, surging towards Lin Bei. Controlling the wood element, is it? Lin Bei murmured, not rushing to reveal his trump card, the elemental tyrant. Instead, he took out the god-slaying thunder gun to sweep the area. After clearing the surrounding vines, Lin Bei immediately charged towards Zhang Sr. Buzz! A cold glimmer flickered first, followed by a lunging strike of the gun. Using the wind spirit gun technique, countless gun shadows pierced towards Zhang Sr. Zhang Sen's body was punctured with numerous holes, and with the armor-piercing effect, each shot dealt true damage to him. Even if he were truly a fourth-stage powerhouse, such severe injuries would undoubtedly lead to his death. But in the next moment, Zhang Sen's body again turned into a wooden post, the holes rapidly regenerating. In just a moment, he appeared in front of Lin Bei as if nothing had happened. You really are a talent skilled in both arrows and guns, but your attacks have no effect on me. Zhang Sen waved his hand, and countless vines intertwined to form a vine chair, which he sat upon. Lin Bei frowned, his mind racing. From these two attacks, it seemed Zhang Sen could use wood elements to repair his damaged body, achieving an effect of immortality. If all his techniques were related to the wood element, Lin Bei would not fear him. Because with Lin Bei's elemental tyrant talent, he could control any element in the world and transform between different elements. As long as he converted all the wood elements into fire elements, Zhang Sen would be like a tiger with its teeth pulled. Let's stop the probing here and talk about serious matters. Zhang Sen said. You are here to recruit me, aren't you? Lin Bei asked straightforwardly. Dealing with smart people makes things easier. Zhang Sen sat in the vine chair, smiling. I rejected Jingbei University, do you think I would join Chuanqing? Lin Bei asked. No, Chuanqing is different from Jingbei University, the military, or any other force in the world. We live not to serve anyone, but to live for ourselves. Zhang Sen spoke eloquently and then asked, those fools who rule the world let a bunch of even more foolish people serve them, ultimately just to protect those worthless insects. Do you think that's right? Using the sacrifice of a few to ensure the survival of the majority, what's wrong with that? Lin Bei retorted. But will the surviving majority be grateful to the sacrificing minority? They won't. They won't even commemorate these people. The essence of this world is power above all. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, only the strong deserve to live, the weak should be exterminated. Zhang Sen said. Responsibility and morality are just tools used to bind you. Those few who sacrifice themselves never do so willingly, they are forced by orders from higher-ups, pressured by the weight of this world. Lin Bei, everyone is born free, everyone has the right to choose, now it's your turn to choose. Zhang Xin was emotionally charged, trying to instill his entire ideology into Lin Bei's mind. However, Lin Bei's lips curled into a slight smile as he asked mildly, "Wuching is the military headquarters, filled with strong warriors. Coming here to carry out a mission is dangerous for you, but why did Xuanqing send you of all people? Are you really here voluntarily?" Zhang Xin was instantly rendered speechless. "It seems you two came here under orders from higher-ups, but doesn't Xuanqing claim that everyone has the right to choose? Isn't that contradictory? Are you the only one without the right to choose?" Lin Bei pretended to be surprised, looking at Zhang Xin with mockery while silently counting the time in his heart. Zhang Xin was at a high realm and possessed a special ability similar to immortality. Seeking help from the secret realm was the safest method, and using the elemental tyrant talent was the second option. Just moments ago, Lin Bei had fired his weapon several times without harming Zhang Xin at all. He had already quietly pressed the distress button on his locator card. Now, all he needed to do was continue to talk and wait for the strong from the camp to arrive. Zhang Xin glared fiercely at Lin Bei, his cold gaze filled with murderous intent, and then suddenly erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha. You really are a sharp-tongued little brat. But since I have come looking for you, you are left with only two paths: either join us, or die here. You still haven't told me what benefits come with joining Xuanqing. Please elaborate. What if I'm tempted?" Lin Bei replied. "Kid, don't think you can buy time, it's useless. This secret realm is already enveloped by a special space, and the distress signal can't be sent out. People outside can't come in either." Zhang Sen's sharp eyes had seen through Lin Bei pressing the distress button long ago. He didn't expose it earlier because he thought it unnecessary. Now that the cards were laid on the table, he had to make Lin Bei aware of his situation. "With your level of strength, you can't block the 9th stage war god Yi," Lin Bei stated. "I may not be able to, but someone can." Zhang Xin lost his patience, taking steps toward Lin Bei, with countless lines rising behind him. In that moment, the terrifying pressure of a 4th stage warrior exploded, flooding toward Lin Bei like a torrent. It seemed that as long as Lin Bei dared to utter a single no, those vines would pierce him like a wasp nest. Gulp! Lin Bei felt a chill in his heart, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A Xuanqing warrior strong enough to block Yi must certainly also be 9th stage. "You have one last chance," Zhang Xin said. "I still prefer to live in the sunlight rather than as a rat in a sewer," Lin Bei replied. "Stubborn little brat. Then die." Zhang Sen's patience was exhausted. He immediately pointed his finger. Whoosh! 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 Countless vines seemed to come alive, turning into sharp tentacles, thrusting toward Lin Bei from all directions. Lin Bei dared not be careless. He immediately activated his elemental tyrant talent. He transformed all other elements around him into fire elements, forming a line of fire sea for defense. Seeing this, a sneer appeared on Zhang Sen's face. "Fire counters would only if your strength is strong enough. A mere 1st stage thinks he can block a 4th stage warrior? It's utterly laughable." "Oh, is that so? Then try this move." Lin Bei once again activated his elemental tyrant talent, draining all wood elements in the underground garage and converting them into fire elements. In an instant, flames spread in all directions, filling the entire underground garage. Even the air was burning with flames. The wood elements within the vines vanished completely. Suddenly self-igniting, it soon turned to a pile of ashes. "What the hell? What's happening?" Zhang Xin widened his eyes in disbelief. The dense wood elements in the garage vanished in an instant. It was instantaneous. As if some great power had suddenly drained all the wood elements from this small space. Could it be that other strong ones from the military have entered the secret realm? No. That's wrong. If there were truly other strong ones secretly protecting Lin Bei, they should have shown themselves by now. Could it be Lin Bei? Thinking of this, Zhang Xin numbly looked up at Lin Bei in the sea of fire, shocked. "Your ice-fire tyrant body can only control ice and fire. It cannot turn wood elements into fire elements, unless you are not the ice-fire tyrant body." "You guessed it right, then I reward you with death." Lin Bei smiled slightly, controlling the flames to engulf Zhang Sr. "Damn it! How can I be so unlucky?" Zhang Xin dared not stay for a moment longer, turning and running towards the garage exit. The wood spirit body is as renowned as the ice-fire tyrant, a top-tier body. As long as wood elements are rich, he can recover from multiple injuries, almost possessing an immortal body, and his combat power doubles. To this end, all of Zhang Sen's martial arts and abilities were related to wood elements. There are two benefits to this: first, faster cultivation speed, and second, maximizing his own advantages. With these 2 points, Zhang Xin could kill 5th-tier strong ones with his 4th-tier 9th-level strength. But he never expected that one day he would encounter a freak capable of turning wood elements into fire elements. If Lin Bei could only turn wood elements into fire elements, it would still be okay. He could use his powerful physical body as a 4th-tier warrior to take down Lin Bei. The problem is, Lin Bei also possesses the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows. Those terrifying speeds. Unbelievable power. Without the immortal body, trying would just lead to death. Want to run? Lin Bei's smile was more menacing than an AK, immediately using the Wind Thunder step to chase after him. He had been keeping his distance before, worried that Zhang Sen had other means. Now it was basically certain that all of Zhang Sen's means were related to wood elements. A full 4th tier strong one. Also possessing a wood spirit body. Killing him would definitely be a great achievement, whether he could advance to captain would depend on whether he could take his head. Didn't you just get the Wind Thunder step yesterday? You practiced it so quickly? Zhang Sen felt the sky was falling, and overwhelming despair surged within him. I've only cultivated it to great success, it's not considered fully learned. Lin Bei grinned, taking out the god-slaying thunder gun. PFF. Zhang Sen almost spat out old blood. In just one day, he had cultivated a 5th grade intermediate body technique to the level of great success. This is simply absurd. Now he couldn't fight, and he couldn't run, and Zhang Sen was completely panicked. A dignified 4th tier 9th level strong one, possessing a wood spirit body, had actually fallen into such a predicament. 9th level thunder gun technique. 9th level. Lin Bei caught up to Zhang Sen, ruthlessly thrusting a gun. ZZZ. Endless lightning burst forth from the gun's tip, carrying overwhelming destructive power. Initially, a 4th grade top tier could slay a 5th tier mother insect, now upgraded to 5th grade, slaying 4th tier Zhang Sen was a piece of cake. Xin Lao, save me. Zhang Sen knew he couldn't dodge and shouted in despair to the sky. No one can save you. Lin Bei's face darkened, accelerating his shot. Buzz. At the critical moment, an invisible force descended from the sky, enveloping Zhang Sr. The god-slaying thunder gun felt like it had hit a copper wall. The massive recoil made Lin Bei's wrist ache. Chapter 55, Space Jade Tablet. Zhang Sen's undying heart. So strong. Lin Bei was shocked inside, quickly retracting his gun to create distance. Ha ha ha. You can't kill me. Zhang Sen's heart, which had been hanging, finally dropped, and his face regained the calm smile from before. That's not necessarily true. Lin Bei took out the dragon bone bow, stringing it with an unknown beast bone from behind the bow. Then, half sitting on the ground, he used his feet to brace against the bow body and pulled the bowstring with both hands. The dragon bone arrow aimed at Zhang Sen's forehead. This invisible force protected Zhang Sen, but also limited his range of motion. As the bowstring was slowly pulled back, Zhang Sen's smile gradually stiffened, soothing himself, "You can't break it. You can't break it. This is a spatial barrier set by a 9th tier space master. It's impossible for you, a little ghost, to break it." Is that so? Then what are you afraid of? Lin Bei smiled wickedly, using all his strength to pull the bowstring to its maximum. Whoosh! As he released his hand, the dragon bone arrow whizzed out. It cut through the air, creating a huge sonic boom fan. With the naked eye, the movement of the arrow was almost invisible, only hearing a bang as the dragon bone arrow hit the invisible wall. The invisible wall remained unharmed, not even creating a ripple, but the dragon bone arrow snapped in half. Ha ha ha! I told you that you couldn't break it. Zhang Sen secretly sighed with relief, a mad laugh returned to his face, then he shouted to the sky, "Old Qin. This boy is not simple. If he grows up, he will surely become a great threat to all. Please take action to eliminate him immediately. Lin Bei." At that moment, Yi Junshin arrived quickly, stepping on a mechanical disc. He had been waiting outside the secret realm and suddenly sensed unusual energy fluctuations inside. He intended to send powerful people from the secret camp to check the situation, but they were all blocked outside by the invisible force. Yi Junshin knew something big had happened, so he immediately flew in to investigate. "Old Qin. Act quickly," Zhang Sen said anxiously. Crack. A rift was torn in space, a dry hand as large as a peak stretched out, descending from above to strike Lin Bei. A horrifying pressure enveloped him, making Lin Bei's body feel locked, losing its ability to move. Against the 4th rank, 9th layer Zhang Sen, he could still withstand the pressure. But facing this pressure, Lin Bei felt as tiny as an ant. And this hand was like the ruler of heaven and earth. Do you really think I don't exist? Yi Junshin appeared in front of Lin Bei, punching at the enormous hand above. Bang! Boom! This punch seemed to possess the force of billions, and upon hitting the dry hand, a crack appeared in its palm. Then the crack spread, covering the entire hand, finally erupting with a loud bang. The shockwave from the collision rippled outwards, flattening a 100-meter-high mountain. Wherever the shockwave went, sand and stones shattered, grass and trees vanished, and even giant beasts were killed by the shock. Such power in a casual strike, the 9th tier master is indeed terrifying. Lin Bei's heart was shaken, and he yearned for power even more. In the beginning, being sent to the northern border to enlist was just to survive, not be bullied by others. Later, it was about wanting to achieve something, wanting to prove himself. And now, targeted by the all-nature, the other side would definitely not let it go easily. He must raise his strength faster. Thief of all nature. Yi Junshin's gaze turned, killing intent focused on Jiang Xin, and he threw a punch. Old Qin, save me! Jiang Xin exclaimed in panic. This barrier could block Lin Bei, a first tier, but it might not stop a 9th tier war god. Buzz. Light flickered, space twisted, and Jiang Xin instantly disappeared from his spot. With a punch falling short, Yi Junshin immediately moved to Lin Bei's side, looking him up and down. You're not hurt, right? I'm fine, but it's a pity old Qin intervened suddenly, or I could have killed Jiang Xin. Lin Bei said regretfully. Jiang Xin is a 4th tier, 9th layer warrior, and he has a rare wood spirit body. Are you sure you could kill him? Yi Junshin looked at Lin Bei with suspicion. Lin Bei recounted exactly what had happened just now. Hiss. Yi Junshin gasped in surprise, looking at Lin Bei as if he were a monster. To be able to control ice, fire, and wood elements simultaneously, and even achieve different conversions of the three, there are only two possibilities. One is talent combined with an extraordinary body, and the other is a pure talent elemental tyrant. Elemental tyrants are among the top 10 SSS level talents on the talent list, capable of controlling any element in the world and achieving conversions between different elements. Their power is unquestionable. No matter which situation it is. Lin Bei's value is greater than he had anticipated. Yi Junshin, there may be a traitor within the military. Lin Bei got straight to the point. Yi Junshin snapped back to reality from his shock, nodding solemnly. The infiltration is all-encompassing, so the members of Dragon Group report to me in a single line, and the other military gods are unaware of the detailed information about Dragon Group members. You don't need to worry about this. Good. Lin Bei's expression stiffened. The situation was more serious than he had imagined. Xuanqing will definitely not let you off easily. Take this, it can save your life at a critical moment. Yi Junshin took out a white jade tablet from his storage wristband. What is this? Lin Bei asked as he received the jade tablet. A space jade tablet made by a 9th tier space controller. If you encounter danger, crush it, and I will get your location, then I will crush this one of mine, and I'll be able to transport directly to you. Yi Junshin took out another one. Good stuff. Lin Bei immediately accepted it. This incident is all my fault. You won the championship in the Four Realms Grand Competition and showed such immense potential. Xuanqing will definitely target you. I was careless. Yi Junshin apologized. No one could have imagined Xuanqing would be so bold, daring to act right under the eyes of Wucheng. Lin Bei said. Ha ha ha, you kid know how to comfort people. Luckily, no one is hurt. Yi Junshin laughed heartily and put his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder as they left the secret realm. As the journey in the secret realm ended, Lin Bei's champion reward had all been fulfilled. According to the original plan, Lin Bei and Xin Zhong were supposed to take a commercial flight back to Zheng City. But with the Xuanqing incident, Yi Junshin directly ordered that a military special plane take the two of them back. At this time, in the Han family of Zheng City, Han Zhentian stood in the ancestral hall with a worried face. In front of him were the spirit tablets of Hanan, Han Hu, and others. There was no solid evidence for Hanan's death, but Han Hu had called the Han family before dying, specifically gathering a group of powerful people to deal with Lin Bei. Now that they were dead, they could not be separated from Lin Bei. Back then, Han Zhentian even swore in front of the Han family members that he would make Lin Bei pay for blood with blood. Yet just now, the news that Lin Bei had won the championship in the Four Realms Grand Competition reached Zheng City. In an instant, the sky fell for the Han family. As one of the three major martial arts families in Zheng City, the Han family had deep roots and powerful influence, capable of matching the 8 camps of the northern region. But now, Lin Bei had not only the 8 camps behind him, but also Yi Junshin, Xin, and the military. If they dared to act against Lin Bei again, it would mean their own destruction. Sigh. Han Zhentian sighed heavily, looking like he aged 10 years overnight. You don't dare to avenge your son. Are you not afraid of your son being heartbroken in the underworld? A faint voice rang out as Jiang Xin walked out from behind a wooden pillar in the ancestral hall with a smile. Chapter 56, Nuclear Bomb Plan. A Glorious Return. Han Zhentian's face grew serious as he stared at Jiang Xin, sensing the cold killing intent from his smile, and nervously asked, May I ask who you are? Xuanqing, Zhang Senior. Jiang Xin smiled kindly. Xuanqing. Hearing these two words, the Han family members showed fear on their faces, their hearts leaping to their throats. People and forces targeted by Xuanqing have never had a good end. Yet, Han Zhentian racked his brain, unable to comprehend when the Han family had offended Xuanqing. Jiang Xin snapped his fingers, and countless wooden branches grew from the wooden pillars in the ancestral hall, weaving into a wooden chair. He sat down and calmly said, There's no need to be so tense, I mean no harm. On the contrary, I'm here to help you. Help us? Han Zhentian frowned in confusion. Don't you want to kill Lin Bei? I have already devised the most foolproof plan for you. Zhang Sen's mouth curled up as he took out a large iron box from his storage wristband. Opening the iron box, the first thing that came into view was a timer. And beneath the timer was a small nuclear bomb. Nuclear bomb. The Han family members jumped in shock, instinctively moving away from the chair. He hurriedly ran outside the ancestral hall. Zhang Sen looked at Han Jintian, the only one left inside the hall, and smiled with satisfaction. Lin Bei will arrive at Jiangcheng Airport at 3 p.m. tomorrow, taking the military special plane. All you need to do is place the nuclear bomb at the airport in advance, and the plan will be complete. This is a nuclear bomb. Once it explodes, a third of Jiangcheng will be destroyed, and countless people will die. Han Jintian said this out loud, but in his heart, he thought something else. As long as Han Hu, and the others are killed, if the Han family swallows this humiliation and stops causing trouble for Lin Bei, there's a high chance they could survive. But if the nuclear bomb is placed to destroy Jiangcheng, the entire Long Kingdom will have no place for the Han family to stand. The weight of the decision is clear at a glance. Eradicating those useless people who mean nothing to the world is actually a great thing. You should be proud of it, Zhang Sen said, smiling at Han Jintian. I can't do it. Han Jintian gritted his teeth and refused. If you can't even do such a simple thing, it seems the Han family is no different from the useless people outside. In that case, let's just clean them up. Zhang Sen's smile didn't fade, as he lightly flicked his finger. Swish swish swish. The ground, the roof, the wooden pillars, even the token, all sprouted countless sharp wooden branches, stabbing at all the Han family members. In front of a fourth stage, 9th level powerhouse, they were like helpless lambs, unable to resist, only waiting to be slaughtered. Blood splattered, screams echoed, one corpse after another fell. No one escaped, young or old, men or women. Thud. Han Jintian was completely terrified, kneeling on the ground, desperately begging, please. Please spare them. Their lives are in your hands, Zhang Sen said. Master. Just agree to him. Yes, Master, the lives and deaths of the other people in Jiangcheng have nothing to do with our Han family. Han Jintian. Are you really going to wait until every member of the Han family is dead before agreeing? The emotions of the Han family grew more and more agitated. Han Jintian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Under the pressure of the entire family, he gritted his teeth and said, fine. I agree. Don't think about escaping Jiangcheng. I will keep an eye on all of you in secret, Zhang Sen said, heavily slapping Han Jintian's cheek, his words full of threat. Then he disappeared into the wooden pillars, leaving only the small nuclear bomb in the iron box. In an instant, Han Jintian felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing weakly onto the ground. With such a ruthless and decisive method, he had no doubt that Zhang Sen would kill every member of the Han family. He had no choice but to agree. Old Third, you immediately take people and secretly leave Jiangcheng. Find a chance to go abroad. I will go and place the nuclear bomb, Han Jintian said. Big brother, what about you? The third brother hesitated. If I die, it's better than the entire Han family being wiped out, Han Jintian said decisively, his gaze full of resolve. The next afternoon, at Jiangcheng Airport. Led by Zhang Yunqing, all the major generals and instructors from the Northern Border Army, the director of Jiangcheng City Guard, the heads of the Lei and Zhou families, and others were all present. Everyone looked up at the sky, waiting to welcome Lin Bei's return. Why is there such a huge setup at the airport? Is some big shot coming to Jiangcheng? Haven't you heard? Lin Bei, the champion of the Four Realms Grand Tournament, is coming back in honor. No way, is that true? It's been over 10 years, and this is the first time the Northern Border has won the championship. With so many big shots here, it can't be fake. The airport was filled with people, many of whom were pulling out their phones to take pictures. Today might be the closest they will ever get to a true genius. Zhang Linger stood behind Zhang Yunqing, looking at the many big shots present, with mixed feelings in her heart. They didn't come here because of orders, they all came voluntarily to welcome him. On the surface, it was out of respect for the champion of the Four Realms Grand Tournament, but in reality, it was to show favor to Lin Bei. A small first-stage warrior, there were many like him in the Northern Border. But someone like Lin Bei, who could make so many third-stage and above powerhouses come, was rare. Warriors of the 4th and even 5th rank humbled themselves to welcome him. He was the only one from the north. This was a great honor, and a symbol of strength and potential. At this moment, regret surged to the peak in Zhang Linger's heart. But the arrogance from their first meeting had already left a bad impression in Lin Bei's mind. Trying to please him after losing would only deepen that impression. For the first time in many years, Zhang Linger regretted so much she felt sick, wishing she could turn back time to make another choice. They're here, a few minutes earlier than the expected 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Hao pointed at a plane on the horizon. Good kid. You came back on a military private jet. Fu Tai exclaimed in surprise. Moments later, the plane landed. The door opened, and Lin Bei stepped out, alongside the one-armed Xinzhong. Seeing the sea of people before him, Lin Bei was taken aback. Why such a grand occasion? They all came to welcome you. Let's go. Xinzhong smiled slightly, following Lin Bei down. Lin Bei. Amazing. You won the championship of the Four Boundaries Great Competition. The North is proud of you. You are our hero in the North. The commanding officers of each camp changed their ugly expressions and scrambled to flatter Lin Bei. Raymond pulled Lei Wen and squeezed through the crowd, coming to Lin Bei, clasping his fists and congratulating, little friend Lin Bei, congratulations on winning the championship. You've brought great pride to the North. Congratulations. From now on, you will be soaring to great heights, Lei Wen said. Lin Bei seemed to hear nothing, ignoring everyone, and walked over to Jiang Hao and the others, greeting with a smile, Instructor Jiang, Taigu. Awesome. Fu Tai punched Lin Bei on the chest, giving a thumbs up in praise. Alright, there are too many people here, let's find a quiet place to chat. Jiang Hao wrapped his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder, weaving through the crowded people toward the exit of the airport. As they walked, Lin Bei suddenly stopped, looking curiously at a spot in the waiting hall. With the blessing of the elemental tyrant talent, Lin Bei had an extremely keen sense of various elements. Inside the airport, there were many metal components, and the golden element was extremely dense. However, the density of the golden element in the waiting hall was a bit strange. It wasn't the kind that permeates the air but rather a concentration of a large amount of golden element compressed into one point. Asterisk. The two words suddenly popped into Lin Bei's mind. Chapter 57, Nuclear Bomb Transformation. Talent exposed. What? Jiang Hao and the others looked at Lin Bei in confusion. There's a at the airport. And its power is enormous. Really enormous. Lin Bei stressed with a serious expression. What kind of international joke is this? All the strong warriors of the North are here, who would dare place it in the airport? Besides, the entrance and exit have strict security checks, ordinary people can't bring it in. Fu Tai said. My judgment won't be wrong. Lin Bei immediately ran toward a spot in the waiting hall. He pushed through the crowd and entered a men's restroom. He tore open the ceiling and pulled out a large iron box. The overwhelming source of the golden element was this box. It can't really have a, right? Fu Tai looked anxiously at the box. Everyone step back, I'll open it. Jiang Hao took the box from Lin Bei's hands and carefully opened the lid. The large iron box revealed a narrow gap, or a faint red light flickered inside. As the gap widened, it could be determined there was a timer inside. It was undoubtedly a. Jiang Hao's heart raced, nervous to the point of dryness in his mouth. Creak, the loud screech of metal scraping filled the air as the box lid fully opened. Damn it! It's a small nuclear bomb. It's going to explode in 3 minutes. Jiang Hao felt his heart drop completely. What happened? What's going on? Jiang Yunqing and others hurried over. Someone placed a small nuclear bomb at the airport, Jiang Hao explained, pointing at the bomb in the iron box. Nuclear bomb? Jiang Yunqing and others were taken aback. They unwillingly stepped closer to take a look and saw the countdown of the bomb in the box, their hearts sinking even further. If it were an ordinary high yield, at most, blow up this airport. But this is a nuclear bomb. Once it explodes, this airport will vaporize in an instant, and everyone here will die. Even if Jiang Yunqing has 5th-tier strength, he cannot escape. Moreover, the tremendous shockwave from the nuclear explosion could destroy half of Jiang City, and at least over 1 million innocent civilians would perish. What makes everyone feel the most despair is that there are only a little over 2 minutes left until the nuclear bomb explodes. In such a short time, whether trying to find someone to defuse the bomb, transporting the bomb to detonate it in an uninhabited area, or escaping, there is simply not enough time. The explosion time has been deliberately set for 3 p.m., it seems to be a deadly trap specifically targeting Lin Bei. Jiang Yunqing's face looked like charcoal, gravely concerned. Damn it! To set up this trap, putting the lives of 1 million citizens in Jiang City at stake is utterly insane. Fu Tai cursed. 2 minutes on the countdown. As Jiang Hao spoke, everyone turned to look at the numbers on the timer. This was their countdown to death, as well as the countdown to the death of 1 million citizens in Jiang City. They just couldn't understand, who would go so far in order to kill Lin Bei? With just over a minute left, I can defuse this nuclear bomb. Lin Bei said with a smile, taking big strides toward the bomb. It's useless, this nuclear bomb has a tamper-proof mechanism. No matter which wire you cut, it will immediately trigger an explosion. Xinzhong warned with a frown. I don't need to cut wires, I can defuse it. Lin Bei crouched down, placing one hand on the nuclear bomb. The element tyrant can control any element in the world and transform between different elements. As long as Lin Bei wishes, he could even turn this nuclear bomb into sand. However, everyone thought Lin Bei was rambling before his imminent death. The mastermind had meticulously prepared this deadly trap, even setting the tamper-proof procedures, naturally anticipating all possibilities. From the moment they entered the airport, from the moment the military plane landed, the outcome of death was sealed. No one could withstand a nuclear explosion up close, at least no one in Jiang City could do it. Moreover, how could one defuse the nuclear bomb without cutting the connection between the timer and the bomb? By thought alone? Clearly impossible. Shinzhong and the others had crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, they had brushed past death countless times. In the face of death, they all appeared quite calm. It was just the thought that Lin Bei would also be buried here and that he would drag over 1 million citizens in Jiang City to die with him that made them all feel a wave of regret. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You have dragged us down. You have dragged down Jiang City. It would have only taken your life. Now, you have made us all bury ourselves for you. Jiang Linger was agitated and desperate, her heartfelt words slipping out as she pointed at Lin Bei, constantly complaining. Linger! Stop it! Jiang Yunqing's eyes were sharp as he scolded. Mayor Jiang, what she said is not wrong, it really is my fault that I dragged you all down, but if I defuse this nuclear bomb, we will be even. Lin Bei said. Defuse? Can you even do that? What will you use to defuse it? There is only 1 minute left. We all have to die here. Jiang Linger was in a frenzy, turning in circles on the spot. 1 minute is enough. Lin Bei accelerated the element conversion. A few seconds later, water began to seep out of the nuclear bomb. As more and more metallic uranium elements were transformed into water elements, the water seepage gradually increased. However, everyone's attention was focused on the timer, and no one noticed the subtle change. 50 seconds. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Everyone despairingly closed their eyes, quietly waiting for the explosion to arrive. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out, it's done. It seems what they say online is correct, a nuclear bomb exploding at close range can vaporize a person in an instant, without feeling any pain. Fu Tai murmured. Yeah, I didn't expect that after death, one could experience auditory hallucinations. Just now, I actually heard Lin Bei say it's done, ha ha ha. Jiang Hao muttered to himself, eyes closed. Damn it! Damn it! The nuclear bomb didn't explode. Shinzhong was the first to open his eyes, the timer's numbers had already hit 0, yet the nuclear bomb lay there intact, only now there was a lot of water in the box. Jiang Yunqing also opened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief as she said, does the nuclear bomb have a dud? Suddenly, Jiang Yunqing reacted and turned to Lin Bei, asking, wait, didn't you say you disarmed the nuclear bomb? Yes, Lin Bei nodded. What tool did you use? How did you disarm it? Jiang Yunqing pressed on eagerly. This is enough, it's not hard, Lin Bei demonstrated on the spot, melting the nuclear bomb casing into water. Last time in the mid-level secret realm, when he fought Zhang Xin, the secret of element conversion had already been exposed. Later, when chatting with Yi Junshin, he had mentioned element conversion again while restoring the battlefield situation, it was no longer a secret. Since it was no longer a secret, there was no need to hide it. Oh my goodness! Fu Tai covered his head with both hands, shocked to the point of exclaiming in his hometown dialect. How is this possible? Jiang Hao looked dazed. You melted the nuclear bomb into water? Jiang Yunqing was also bewildered. Element conversion. Shinzhong's mind was shaken as he slowly uttered these 4 words. He had seen it with his own eyes during the last 4 realms competition. He witnessed Lin Bei controlling both ice and fire, deducing that he possessed the Ice-Fire Tyrant variant. Now it seemed he most likely had the top-tier SSS grade talent of Element Tyrant. Only with the talent of Element Tyrant could one convert metal elements into water elements. Element conversion? Jiang Yunqing and the others finally reacted, looking at Lin Bei with disbelief. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that about you, Jiang Linger stammered her apology, feeling so embarrassed she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Lin Bei replied flatly, his cold tone keeping others at arm's length. Jiang Yunqing sighed in resignation and changed the topic, saying, the crisis is over, the urgent task now is to find the mastermind behind the nuclear bomb. The group exchanged glances and nodded, heading to the monitoring room in unison. They brought up the surveillance footage, checking every suspicious person who entered the restroom. As they watched, a familiar figure appeared on the screen, it was Han Zhentian, the head of the Han family, one of the 3 major martial arts families in Jiangcheng. He had no disguise or cover, confidently carrying an iron box into the restroom and emerging empty-handed moments later. He also noticed the surveillance camera overhead, but he only looked once before leaving. After all, once the nuclear bomb exploded, any evidence would be obliterated in the dust. It's him? Jiang Yunqing exclaimed in surprise. He's just a pawn being used by someone, the real mastermind is someone else, Lin Bei said with certainty. Is it Luo Yuanshan? Xin Zhong asked. Lin Bei shook his head, it's Quan Xing. Although Han Zhentian and Luo Yuanshan were ruthless, they ultimately operated within the rules set by Dragon Nation. Only Quan Xing would be so deranged, resorting to any means to achieve their goals. Hiss. Everyone gasped in fear, looking at Lin Bei with terrified eyes. Being targeted by those lunatics from Quan Xing, survival was practically impossible. This time, the nuclear bomb didn't kill Lin Bei, but they certainly wouldn't let it go lightly. You don't need to be this nervous, I have many means to keep myself safe. They can't do anything to me, Lin Bei smiled slightly. True, with Yi Junshin backing you, how could they let you die so easily? Xin Zhong joked. Even with Yi Junshin's protection, you still need to be careful of Quan Xing. Jiang Yunqing reminded seriously. I know, Lin Bei nodded. Alright, let's go to the Han family. Jiang Yunqing shifted her tone, her eyes filled with intense killing intent. The group walked through the underground passage, leaving the airport, and soon arrived at the Han family. Once a splendid and thriving family, with guests flowing in and out, the Han family now had its doors ajar, silent inside. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, it was a wreck, as if it had been ransacked by thieves. Such a strong smell of blood. Jiang Yunqing raised an eyebrow and walked towards the source of the stench. Gradually, corpses began to appear on the ground. The closer they got to the source of the bloody stench, the more corpses there were on the ground. Soon, the group arrived at the Han family ancestral hall. A corpse was hanging from the beam, it was Han Zhentian. In the corpse's hand, there was a letter, tightly clenched, stained red with blood. Xin Zhong took the letter and glanced at it. It's suicide. The body is still warm. Looks like he just died not long ago, Jiang Hao said. Jiang Yunqing swept his eyes over the letter's contents and said coldly, the letter says that the Han family was threatened by Zhang Xin of Xuanqing, forcing them to commit such an inhuman act. He now hangs himself to atone for his sins, begging us to spare the rest of the Han family. Should we spare them? Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Yunqing and asked. Lin Bei, what do you think? Jiang Yunqing turned to Lin Bei. Innocent or guilty, the Weiqing division will decide. Lin Bei's words were indifferent, but in reality, he had sentenced the Han family to death. In an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. The Han family, as one of Jiang City's three great martial families, had always been arrogant and wielded immense power. Just looking at Hanan and Han Hu's personalities, one could see the clues. As for the rest of the Han family, either they carried blood on their hands or they bore great crimes. Handing them over to the Weiqing division for arrest and trial was the fairest choice. And more importantly, weeds must be uprooted completely. Lin Bei had killed so many members of the Han family, the hatred was already irreconcilable. Naturally, he couldn't give them a chance to survive. Good. Jiang Yunqing made a call and immediately ordered the Weiqing division to arrest the remaining members of the Han family. The next morning, all centurions and above gathered at the northern border headquarters for an internal meeting. Lin Bei was just a small squad leader and originally had no qualifications to attend such a meeting, yet Xin Zhong still brought him along. Why such a big gathering? Did something major happen? Lin Bei felt something was off. You'll know soon enough. Xin Zhong gave a mysterious smile. Creak. Right then, the door to the meeting room was pushed open, and a familiar figure walked in. It was Jiang Yunqing, the governor of Jiang City. She walked straight into the meeting room and sat in the grand seat that symbolized the lord of the Northern Border Army. Her imposing gaze swept across the room. When her eyes landed on Lin Bei, she gave a slight smile. What's going on? Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Yunqing. Under orders from the Wucheng Military Department, I will be temporarily assuming the position of Northern Border Army Lord. Jiang Yunqing's aura was overwhelming. The generals of each battalion seemed to have known about this already, but the remaining 1,000-man and 100-man commanders looked shocked. With a new ruler comes new officials. Now that Jiang Yunqing had taken the position of Northern Border Army Lord, she definitely wouldn't continue using the people left behind by Luo Yuanshan. On the contrary, the 8th Battalion would receive unprecedented favor. Lin Bei was secretly delighted. This was an incredible piece of good news. Since we are all familiar with each other, I'll get straight to the point. I am a simple person. Those with merit will be rewarded, those with faults will be punished. But there are always some people who think they can curry favor with me the same way they did with Luo Yuanshan. Bang! As Jiang Yunqing spoke, she slammed her palm on the table, and more than a dozen spiritual herbs fell out of her storage bracelet. Most people in the room were startled, especially the generals, who shrank their necks and didn't dare to breathe too loudly. The 1st Battalion, the 3rd Battalion, and the 4th Battalion. The generals of the 3rd Battalion privately bribed the army lord, all of them are dismissed. Zhang Yunqing's expression was severe, her tone decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. This was her way of doing things, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys and establishing her authority as the army lord. Otherwise, if her subordinates harbored different intentions and acted insincerely, how could she carry out her duties properly? Governor Jiang, no, Army Lord Jiang, I'd been in the 1st Battalion for over 10 years. Even if I haven't made great contributions, I've at least worked hard. You can't dismiss me over something so small. I've shed blood for the northern border. I've risked my life for the northern border. You can't take my position. This is a personal grudge. I'm going to the military department to report you. Hearing that he was going to be dismissed, the 3rd Battalion's general completely lost it. However, Zhang Yunqing only smiled faintly and pointed toward the door. Go ahead and report me. I won't stop you. The northern border is not a place where a woman like you can take charge. Wait for me. Several people cursed and left. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? Zhang Yunqing scanned the crowd. Everyone lowered their heads, silent as cicadas in winter. They had climbed to this position through years of hard fighting with blade and beast. Once they walk out of this meeting room, it means all their efforts over the past decade, even decades, would be in vain. Zhang Yunqing nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Lin Bei and said, I have mentioned before, I am a simple person, rewards for those who do well, punishments for those who do wrong. Yesterday, I personally witnessed Lin Bei defuse a nuclear bomb crisis at Jiangcheng Airport, saving 1 million citizens of Jiangcheng. This is a great achievement. Therefore, I have decided to promote Lin Bei to the rank of 100-man leader. I award him military merit of 500,000. Chapter 59, Undying Divine Phoenix Anomaly. Zhang Yunqing's counterattack plan. As Zhang Yunqing's words fell, everyone in the conference room turned to Lin Bei with friendly eyes. Congratulations, little Lin. Becoming a 100-man leader at such a young age, your future is limitless. You are the youngest 100-man leader in the history of the Northern Territory. On behalf of the million people in Jiangcheng, thank you. You are a hero of Jiangcheng. Their smiling faces were a stark contrast to when Lin Bei left the Northern Territory headquarters in anger with Xinzhong. Back then, they had relied on Luo Yuanshan for support and had been full of ridicule. A group of opportunists swaying with the wind. Lin Bei scoffed and was too lazy to engage with them, only focused on when he could get the chance to draw from the legendary military god system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being promoted to 100-man leader, you have gained a lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw it now? Draw! As Lin Bei's voice fell, the familiar lottery wheel appeared again. Golden light flickered, and after a few seconds, it came to a stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Undying Divine Phoenix Anomaly. Anomaly? Undying Divine Phoenix? Lin Bei's pupils trembled, instantly petrified, unable to come back to himself for a long time. Talents have strengths and weaknesses, and the same applies to anomalies. Among the hundreds of known anomalies in the world, the Undying Divine Phoenix Anomaly is at the top of the list. Unlike Zhang Sen's Wood Spirit Anomaly, which relies on wood elements to repair the body, the Undying Divine Phoenix Anomaly represents true immortality. Rebirth of limbs and organs is child's play, even a drop of blood can bring rebirth. Blown to ashes, leaving no trace, still can be reborn. This type of anomaly has no weaknesses and no methods to counter it. The most mind-blowing part is that every time the owner of the Undying Divine Phoenix Anomaly dies, their power will increase upon revival. Moreover, the owner can also summon Divine Phoenix wings behind them. The flight speed of these wings is extremely fast, even surpassing the intermediate wind and thunder steps of 5th rank. With this anomaly, I won't have to worry about sneak attacks anymore. Lin Bei was ecstatic, his smile more uncontainable than ever. Why are you always so happy when you get promoted? Zhang Hao asked with a laugh. Of course I'm happy to be promoted, Lin Bei replied evasively with a smile. Just a small promotion in rank, there was no reason to be so excited. But he possessed the legendary military god system, each promotion granted him a lottery opportunity. SSS level reward for hard work, SSS level master of all weapons, SSS level elemental tyrant, and now the Undying Divine Phoenix Anomaly. Such terrifying potential, there is no second in the world. And this was not even Lin Bei's limit. Or rather, not the limit of the legendary military god system. Everyone quiet down, let's get back to business. Zhang Yunqing tapped the table, and the conference room fell silent instantly. In recent decades, the people in our country have lived and worked in peace, and the population has rapidly increased. Now our territory can't accommodate more people, so the military has given me a death order. We must expand the border by 100 kilometers within a month. Zhang Yunqing said seriously. Hundreds of years ago, a mysterious power descended on Blue Star, secret realms appeared, and giant beasts roamed. At that time, humanity did not have enough understanding of the giant beasts. War was retreating step by step, and the global population had sharply decreased by more than 50%. Later, although the situation stabilized, a large amount of territory had already been lost. These territories were not only places for human survival but also contained extremely rich natural resources. Especially the mineral resources, which were very important for the dragon nation. Forging armor and making shells both require a large amount of minerals, and most of these resources were occupied by foreign beasts. Recapturing territory had always been an urgent matter for the dragon nation, but Luo Yuanshan always looked for various excuses to delay for the sake of preserving strength. As soon as the words fell, the scene was silent, and everyone's expression was not relaxed. Expanding the border 10 kilometers was not a difficult task. Expanding 50 kilometers might be possible with all-out effort. Expanding 100 kilometers was simply impossible. There lived many powerful 5th-level beasts there, most of which were stronger than Jiang Yunqing. With the current strength of the Northern Frontier Corps, even if 100,000 men died, the mission could not be completed. I know this is very difficult, so I specially apply to the military for a high-energy particle bomb. Now the problem to discuss is, who will take this high-energy particle bomb into the territory of the 5th-level beasts 100 kilometers away to detonate? Jiang Yunqing's dignified gaze swept over everyone again, and apart from a few from the 8th Battalion, the others lowered their heads, intentionally avoiding Jiang Yunqing's gaze. The high-energy particle bomb was a new type of weapon manufactured by science, lethal to beasts below level 6. With this formidable weapon, the task of expanding 100 kilometers would indeed be easier. But, who could bring the high-energy particle bomb into the territory of the 5th-level beasts? It should be noted that in the current northern frontier, there was only Jiang Yunqing as a 5th-level powerhouse. The transferred Luo Yuanshan was no longer in this list. As the commander of the Northern Frontier Army, Jiang Yunqing had to stay in the rear to coordinate the overall situation. Naturally, she could not take risks herself. Other than her, who else could do it? Even if someone was lucky enough to bring the high-energy particle bomb into the territory of the 5th-level beasts, what were the chances of coming out alive? Commander Jiang, I'll do it. Lin Bei volunteered and stepped forward. We old soldiers are still alive, how can it be your turn, you rookie? Fu Tai pushed Lin Bei back into his seat and then stood up. With your little strength, if you lose the high-energy particle bomb, it's even more trouble, I'll do it instead. Jiang Hao pressed Fu Tai back down, smiling as he stood up. What's all this noise? I haven't even spoken yet. Xinzhong slammed the table with his one arm and then stood up. The further you go out, the stronger the beasts become. Your strength at the 7th level of the 3rd rank is still not enough, while I at the 7th level of the 4th rank can barely manage. My strength indeed is not as good as yours, but this mission must be mine. Lin Bei said seriously. He had just obtained the undying divine phoenix body, no one was more suitable to place the high-energy particle bomb than him. Once the mission was completed, it would be a great achievement. No matter who it is, it's not your turn. Sit down. Xinzhong pressed Lin Bei, not letting him stand, then looked at Jiang Yunqing and said, Commander, it's settled, I will place the high-energy particle bomb. You, as the commander of the 8th Battalion, bear the heavy responsibility of command. It's most suitable to entrust this task to Jiang Hao. Jiang Yunqing shifted her gaze to Jiang Hao. Commander, are you ing kidding me? Xinzhong swore on the spot. Jiang Yunqing's face remained calm, and the pressure of the 5th-level powerhouse suddenly erupted, firmly pressuring Xinzhong. Xinzhong. This is the military. And I am the commander of the Northern Frontier Army. This is an order. You must obey. Don't worry, even the last time in the dangerous mother bug's lair didn't take my life. The task of placing high-energy particle bombs is not very difficult. Next, let's determine the combat plans for each battalion and the responsible front lines. Chapter 60, Lin Bei's team. Resource issues. The meeting lasted from early morning until late at night, finally coming to an end. Jiang Hao stayed at headquarters, while Xinzhong and a few others returned to the 8th Battalion by car. On the way, the atmosphere was heavy and silent. The power of high-energy particle bombs is indeed strong enough to kill any giant beast below the 6th level, but the range is not very large. In other words, it must be placed right in the center of the 5th-level giant beast group. Such a daunting task, Jiang Yunqing did not dare to guarantee 100% success. Moreover, Jiang Hao is only at the 3rd level, 7th stage, it's basically a life-or-death situation. But military orders are like mountains, everyone must obey the commands. After a long journey, they arrived at the 8th Battalion. Xinzhong collected his emotions and looked at Lin Bei, saying, You are now a 100-man leader, it's time to have your own team. All right. Lin Bei's eyes sparkled with anticipation, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. A corporal can command 5 people. A sergeant can command 10 people. A 100-man leader can command 100 people. Everyone had forgotten about this with everything that had happened before. Now that they needed to work together to implement the counteroffensive plan, Jiang Yunqing assigned tasks to the total commanders of the 8 battalions, and each total commander had to assign tasks to their 1,000-man leaders and 100-man leaders. Now that Lin Bei is also a 100-man leader, he is naturally included. We agreed beforehand, you can choose soldiers below the second level as you like, but the better the people you choose, the greater the responsibility you will bear. Do you understand? Xin Zhong took out a roster from the office, his expression serious. I understand. Lin Bei nodded and immediately began to select people. After more than half an hour, Lin Bei handed the selected personnel list to Xin Zhong. Xin Zhong glanced at it, stunned. You really don't hold back at all. There are 37 at the first level, 9th stage. The rest are all above the first level, 5th stage. Hee, you said it yourself, I can choose anyone below the second level. Lin Bei grinned. I, Xin Zhong, said one word as a nail. I naturally cannot go back on it, but can you handle this group of seasoned veterans? Xin Zhong asked skeptically. No problem. Lin Bei said confidently. Last time in the intermediate secret realm, he obtained a Shenjiang fruit from Zhangsen, which raised his realm to the first level, 9th stage after absorption. With his powerful combat strength, he could even slay second-level experts. Controlling this group of veterans below the second level is more than enough. Alright, since you are confident, I won't beat around the bush, let's start assigning tasks. Xin Zhong spread out the map of the northern region, marking the front line the 8th battalion is responsible for. He circled a point on this front line and said seriously, you have chosen the elite of the 8th battalion, so you will naturally bear greater responsibility. When the war starts tomorrow, you need to form a pocket here and catch all the giant beasts that escape. What is the highest level of these giant beasts? Lin Bei asked. They won't exceed the 4th level. Xin Zhong replied. Lin Bei's forehead was filled with black lines. What's that expression? Do you think I would send you to your demise? There are still 20 heavy machine guns and tens of thousands of bullets in the armory. You can take them all. As soon as Xin Zhong said these two sentences, a smile immediately appeared on Lin Bei's face. If they have heavy firepower, this task becomes much simpler. Heavy machine guns use 12.7 caliber bullets, which do not just make blood holes when hitting a person, they explode directly. Even if giant beasts have tough skin and amazing defense, they cannot withstand the dense barrage of such large caliber bullets. General Shun, I want one more thing. Lin Bei said, smiling. What do you want? Xin Zhong asked. High explosive bombs. Lin Bei replied. Xin Zhong pondered for a moment and then wrote a note for Lin Bei, let's go to the armory and collect them together. Thank you, General Shun. Lin Bei took the note to the armory, where he collected 20 heavy machine guns, tens of thousands of bullets, and one high explosive bomb. Seeing this scene, other 100-man leaders were so envious that they were almost drooling. These things are rare in the army, although they can't deal with high-level giant beasts, they can slaughter low-level giant beasts. It's not like before, hundreds of years ago, before the giant beast disaster broke out, heavy machine guns and high explosive shells were produced one after another, overwhelming the world with their output. But after the giant beast disaster broke out, humanity's living space shrank, forcing them to retreat into one city after another. Outside the cities, the land belongs to the giant beasts. And it's precisely in those areas outside the cities that rich natural resources are found. A skilled woman can't cook without rice, without minerals and oil, countless production lines can't produce weapons and ammunition. The annual consumption of war, the costs of city construction, and the trades with Sainth all require massive resources, so the resources in Dragon Country have always been insufficient. This directly led to the heavy machine guns and high explosive shells that used to fill the streets now becoming rare items. As for military weapons like fighter jets and warships, they are even more scarce. The ocean has become a no-go zone for humans, coastal defense relies solely on building a defensive ring around the sea. Flying giant beasts have become the rulers of the sky, and the once advanced fighter jets are damaged one by one, making the situation very severe. Only on land can humanity barely rely on the army of warriors to stabilize the situation. In fact, the higher-ups know that the combination of martial arts and technology is the long-term strategy, otherwise, it's like walking on one leg. But technology research consumes a large amount of resources, without sufficient support, technological progress is naturally slow. And slow technological progress will naturally affect the country's investment weight. For hundreds of years, no country has been able to break this deadlock. Sainth's technology, on the other hand, is far ahead, remaining safe and sound isolated overseas for hundreds of years. But to ensure their absolute leading position, they have never been willing to reveal any advanced technology. No matter how high the price, they remain unmoved. Even the technology to make small things like storage rings has not been disclosed. For hundreds of years, they have only been sold finished products. Various countries have worked together for hundreds of years, yet they haven't even figured out a hint. Lin Bei received the weapons and immediately came to the playground, gathering the 100 soldiers he had just selected. The war will break out tomorrow, there is only one night left, and there is no time to slowly get familiar. The most urgent thing now is to establish the authority of a centurion in the hearts of these seasoned veterans. Otherwise, on the battlefield, these people might not obey Lin Bei's command, causing great trouble. Lin Bei examined them, and they scrutinized Lin Bei in return. Each of their faces was defiant, and in their eyes, there was a hint of discontent. The 8th Battalion is the one that has experienced the most wars among the 8 battalions of the Northern Frontier Corps. This group of veterans has seen countless battles. Especially those who survived the last insectide battle, their strength is beyond doubt. Let's officially introduce ourselves. My name is Lin Bei, your newly appointed centurion. From now on, I am your leader. Lin Bei said with authority. We know, the champion of the Four Realms Grand Competition, your potential is decent, but leading troops in battle depends not on potential but on brains. We've fought in more battles than you have competitions. What qualifications do you have to command us? That's right. To entrust our lives to a kid like you who hasn't even matured yet. Isn't that asking us to die? One loudmouth stirred up trouble, and immediately others chimed in. In an instant, the scene turned chaotic. Chapter 61, Establishing Authority. The war begins. At this moment, Xinzhong and Fu Tai were standing at a distance, both witnessing the scene. Fu Tai understood the tempers of these veterans and immediately prepared to back Lin Bei. These old soldiers are troublesome, they all need a good lesson. Xinzhong reached out to stop Fu Tai, saying seriously, you can help him once, but can you help him for a lifetime? Some things, he must learn to face on his own. But? Fu Tai hesitated to speak. There's no but. If he can't handle this little trouble, then he's not Lin Bei. Xinzhong forcefully pulled Fu Tai away to a distant spot. Looking at the group of veterans in front, Lin Bei's lips curled into a smile, clearly having anticipated this situation long ago. The essence of this world is survival of the fittest, and it is even more so in the military. 1,000 pale explanations are worth less than a single punch thrown before them. Lin Bei strode into the crowd, holding his head high as he provocatively said, the military has never been ranked by seniority, it has always been about strength. If you think I'm not fit to be the centurion, then fine. As long as you can beat me, I'll leave right now. This is what you said. Let me test the worth of the Four Realms tournament champion. A first-tier veteran stepped forward. You might have misheard me, I said all of you together. If you can beat me, I'll leave. Lin Bei's smirk widened. Hiss. Once these words were spoken, the entire crowd was stunned. 1 against 100, all of them first-tier veterans above the 5th level, with 27 being first-tier at the 9th level. From what they knew, Lin Bei was only at the 5th level when he participated in the Four Realms tournament. After receiving rewards, he had only improved to at most the 6th or 7th level. Even if we take 1,000 steps back, how could Lin Bei defeat 100 battle-hardened veterans of the same level? Since he is so arrogant, let's give him a lesson today, a first-tier 9th level veteran declared. Yes. Let's teach him a lesson and show him there are people beyond the mountains and skies, the other veterans echoed. Lin Bei, oh Lin Bei, still as reckless as ever, Fu Tai shook his head bitterly. In his view, as long as they could pull out the few troublemakers and teach them a hard lesson, the rest would naturally quiet down. Given Lin Bei's strength, this wouldn't be difficult. Now, however, he had to make it hard for himself. If he loses, it would be utterly humiliating. Xinzhong didn't see Lin Bei as reckless but as someone with absolute confidence in his abilities, thus murmured, then let me see how much your strength has improved since the tournament ended. Do you need time to discuss tactics? Lin Bei asked with a smile. 100 against 1? Do we need tactics? Just rush in. Attack. As the leading first-tier 9th level veteran gave the order, over 100 people activated their talents. These people had low talent levels, mostly B and C grades, with only a few A grades. Their quality wasn't high, but they relied on their great numbers and teamwork. With 100 people working together, they could even take down a second-tier warrior. But the next second, all the veterans were stunned. Lin Bei moved like a ghost among the crowd, screams echoing as people were sent flying one after another. No one saw how Lin Bei moved, nor when he threw a punch. Those hit only felt a pain and were sent flying away. Those who weren't hit only heard the continuous screams around them. Surround him. These battle-hardened veterans, after a brief shock, quickly devised a counter-strategy. The group spread out methodically, forming a tight circular encirclement. As long as Lin Bei knocked one person down, the two nearby could immediately retaliate. But they still underestimated Lin Bei's strength. He not only mastered the intermediate wind and thunder step but also gained danger perception. Most of these veterans hadn't even grasped battle instincts, let alone the advanced danger perception. In Lin Bei's eyes, their every attack appeared as slow motion with glaring flaws. Bang! 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 Moments later, the remaining veterans were all knocked to the ground. In an instant, it was as if time had stopped and space had frozen. The 100 veterans sat on the ground, their faces in shock, somewhat unable to believe it. To be able to defeat the exceptional talents from all realms and take home the championship of the Four Realms tournament, his strength was undoubtedly unquestionable. But no one expected Lin Bei can be this strong. Facing 100 enemies, it took less than 5 minutes. And Lin Bei didn't even use the god-slaying thunder gun or the dragon bone bow, otherwise, the battle would have ended even faster. Do I have the qualifications to be a centurion now? Lin Bei asked proudly. Salute to the centurion. Salute to the centurion. 100 veteran soldiers stood up, respectfully clasping their fists in salutation. Everything is respected based on strength. Lin Bei's power is greater, so he naturally earns their respect. Good guy. It's only been a few days, and this kid has grown so much stronger. At least at the 9th level of the first stage, right? Fu Tai exclaimed. Yeah, I estimate it won't be long before he surpasses you, Xinzhong said. The waves behind push the waves before. I hope this kid surpasses me quickly. Fu Tai laughed heartily, full of endless expectations for Lin Bei. Looking at the group of veterans before him, Lin Bei knew in his heart that they were only temporarily convinced by his strength. To truly make them convinced, he still needed a process. But this process won't take long. Next, let's start assigning tasks. Lin Bei immediately began distributing tasks. The 100 veterans grouped into teams of 5, each responsible for a heavy machine gun. What they needed to do now was to build defensive works and machine gun positions overnight to prepare for tomorrow's war. As for the high explosive bomb that was coming additionally, Lin Bei had a greater use for it. He had now obtained the undying divine phoenix body, allowing him to carry out suicide attacks. Especially when facing powerful enemies, if his own strength was insufficient to kill the enemy, he could use the high explosive bomb to perish together. The next morning, countless shells broke through the air and landed in the beast territory outside the northern border. Boom! Boom! Explosion sounds rang out, flames shot into the sky, and the earth trembled. This time, it was a full-scale battle on the northern front. It was not a small mother bug nest, so complete artillery bombardment could not possibly be achieved. The 8 camps were ready, waiting for the first wave of shelling to end before rushing in for close combat. Each camp had set up pockets in the back. The vanguard troops would lure the beasts into the pockets to encircle and annihilate them. For the 4-stage and above strong players in each camp, they would go deep into the beast territory to slay those 4-stage beasts. As for the stronger 5-stage beasts, they could only hope for that high-energy particle explosion bomb. Lin Bei gazed into the distance. He couldn't see anything, but he could imagine the tragic scene of the vanguard troops fighting the beasts, and then he ordered, all teams listen, wait until the beasts enter the pocket and are only 100 meters away before taking action. Centurion Lin, the effective range of the heavy machine gun is 800 meters. You want us to act at only 100 meters, I really can't understand. The beasts' defenses are astonishing. If even a few beasts break through our line, we're finished. Yes, whether we can hold this line completely depends on these 20 heavy machine guns. Many veterans protested one after another. All of them were below the 2nd stage, while the beasts they were about to face included many at the 2nd and 3rd stages. Once a beast breaks through the line, even if only one beast breaks through, it would be a devastating blow. Chapter 62, Perfect War. Conquering the veterans. Lin Bei did not explain, he just firmly uttered 4 words, obey the order. A veteran stepped out of the position and confronted him, asking, do you know what it means if the defense line collapses? Lin Bei looked at this veteran and then at the others in the position, all wearing doubtful expressions. It seemed they were only convinced by Lin Bei's strength but not by his commanding ability. At the end of the day, they still relied on their seniority and felt that they had rich experience from many battles, looking down on the inexperienced Lin Bei deep down. But Lin Bei arranged things this way for a reason. The effective range of a heavy machine gun is 800 meters and could fire from 500, 600, or even 700 meters away. However, the farther the distance, the weaker the bullet's power. This slight weakening doesn't mean much when used to hit people. But when used against giant beasts, even a tiny weakening can change the outcome of a war. Most importantly, firing prematurely gives the giant beasts at the back enough time to react. They might very well escape the pocket formation. Giant beasts only relocate, they don't disappear into thin air. Those giant beasts escaping the pocket formation will inevitably surge towards other defense lines. At that time, the pressure on the other defense lines will double, and they may not be able to hold on. Moreover, firing at close range can save a lot of ammunition. As for their concern that being too close might allow the giant beasts to break through, Lin Bei had already prepared for that. At that time, he would use the elemental tyrant talent to turn this firm ground into a swampy mire. Once the giant beasts are hindered in their movement, they become living targets standing still. However, in this situation, no amount of explanation would help. They had never doubted the feasibility of Lin Bei's plan, they simply resisted obeying his command. To change this situation, they must achieve a decisive and swift victory to alter their fixed impression of Lin Bei. But before that, Lin Bei must not back down, he cannot yield. His authoritative gaze fixed on the veteran, his powerful aura erupted without reservation. I'll say it one last time. Obey the orders. Damn it. We're being assigned to a greenhorn kid for command. Isn't this putting our lives in his hands to practice? This is just so unlucky, the veteran grumbled as he returned to the line. He has Instructor Jiang and General Shen behind him, what do we have? Just our worthless lives. Accept it, another veteran chimed in. Boom. 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 At that moment, the ground shook violently. In the distance, dust soared, and various roaring sounds mixed together, causing everyone's nerves to tighten instantly. The veterans quickly returned to their positions, 5 men in a group preparing for battle. No firing without my command. Lin Bei reminded repeatedly. Boom. 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 The ground trembled increasingly, dust already flying onto their faces, and gradually, the shapes of the giant beasts ahead became clear. At this distance, the firing conditions had been met. Many veterans looked to Lin Bei in unison, only to see him silent. Every passing second felt like torture for them. The giant beasts were enormous, some powerful third-tier beasts could even be 5 to 6 meters tall. As countless giant beasts surged forward, they created an immense sense of pressure. If someone's psychological endurance was too weak, they might already be collapsing at this moment. But each person here was a battle-hardened veteran. They had seen this kind of scene too many times. Captain Lin. Can't we fire yet? The veteran asked impatiently. Wait a bit longer. Lin Bei silently calculated the distance in his mind. Damn it, the veteran punched the sandbag in frustration, angry yet helpless. Time ticked away, and just as the distance seemed almost right, Lin Bei slammed his palms on the ground, unleashing his elemental tyrant talent while commanding, fire. With that order, 20 heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets. In an instant, the giant beasts at the front were turned into minced meat. Blood and flesh flew, and the air was filled with a layer of blood mist. Moreover, with the U-shaped crossfire arrangement, the damage was. I've never fought such a satisfying battle. It's just too exhilarating. At this time, Lin Bei turned a large area of hard ground into a swamp, paying a huge price, as his stamina was almost drained. The elemental tyrant talent is indeed powerful, but the more elements are converted, the greater the consumption for Lin Bei. After consuming a bottle of recovery potion, he felt slightly better. The gunfire continued for nearly an hour before it gradually stopped. The ground was piled high with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed. It was impossible to count how many giant beasts had been killed. But the war was not over yet. These giant beasts had tough skin and coarse flesh, and some that weren't hit in vital spots inevitably survived. At this point, soldiers needed to step forward to deliver the final blow. This seemingly simple task of finishing off the enemies was actually filled with more danger. Because the closer the giant beasts were to death, the more unimaginable attacking power they could unleash. 2 from each group. Follow me to deliver the final blow. Lin Bei, taking the lead, took out the god-slaying thunder spear and charged into the battlefield. Seeing this, the veteran soldiers were momentarily stunned. The danger of delivering the final blow was self-evident, yet Lin Bei, a mere teenage boy, dared to rush to the front. This courage and sense of responsibility truly earned their admiration. Moreover, after achieving a great victory just moments ago, their respect for Lin Bei reached its peak, even bordering on a bit of admiration. They had 20 heavy machine guns, stronger than those of other teams. However, the defensive line they were responsible for was also more dangerous, as many of them were third-stage giant beasts. Yet at this time, they achieved the victory with 0 casualties and saved a lot of bullets. And all of this was thanks to Lin Bei. Swish, swish, swish. The god-slaying thunder spear swung, enhanced by its armor-piercing effect. No giant beast could withstand a single shot from Lin Bei. With his sharp sense of danger, Lin Bei prioritized taking down the more dangerous giant beasts first, leaving the barely alive ones to the veteran soldiers behind him. Soon, the final blows were delivered. The veteran soldier who had questioned Lin Bei earlier stepped forward and apologized sincerely. Captain Lin. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your plan. Whatever punishment you decide, I will accept. Let's skip the punishment, but don't let it happen again. Lin Bei replied. You can count on it. From now on, if you say to go east, I won't go west. He. The veteran made a promise, thumping his chest. I never understood what a young talent was, but now I finally get it. Captain Lin is the young talent. Achieving such a huge victory with 0 casualties. Captain Lin deserves great credit. Captain Lin, I underestimated you before. I slapped myself to apologize. The other veterans began stepping forward to admit their mistakes. With strength, command, and responsibility, such a captain is hard to find even in the whole North region. The key point is that Lin Bei is so young, and his future is boundless. As Lin Bei's status rose, their identities would also rise alongside him. Chapter 63, Saving the 3rd Battalion. Killing the Captain. Seeking Gold List. Captain Lin, urgent communication from the entire North region. At this moment, a communication soldier reported with a serious expression. Speak. Lin Bei said. One of the defensive lines of the 3rd Battalion has been breached by giant beasts and is seeking help across the region. Currently, no one has responded. Should we respond? The communication soldier pulled out a map and pointed to a section of the defense line. Leave 50 men and 10 heavy machine guns to hold the line, the rest follow me. Lin Bei decisively ordered. Captain Lin, I don't mean to contradict you again, but the survival of the 3rd Battalion has nothing to do with us in the 8th Battalion. When we faced the insect nest back then, none of those bastards came out to help us. A veteran expressed his dissatisfaction angrily. That's right. If it weren't for them watching from the sidelines, how could the 8th Battalion lose so many brothers? What goes around comes around, the 3rd Battalion deserves it. I say we just watch the 3rd Battalion fend for themselves. Many veterans echoed in agreement. Back when Luo Yuanshan was in power, every battalion, from the commanders to the new recruits, harbored the greatest malice towards the 8th Battalion. Only the 8th camp knows how much grievance and unfair treatment they have truly endured. Now Jiang Yuncheng is in charge of the northern border, and the 8th camp has finally raised its head. But now they have to use the ammunition from the 8th camp to save the bunch of scoundrels from the 3rd camp, who directly tossed their ammunition into the sea. Lin Bei stood firm, his gaze imposing as he swept across every veteran present, and said one sentence, I'm not saving the 3rd camp, I'm saving the entire front line. Let's go. The veterans looked at each other, and 50 of them stepped out from their positions. Then, Lin Bei led them quickly to the position of the 3rd camp. This mission was to expand the territory by 100 kilometers, which meant clearing out all the giant beasts within 100 kilometers. The 5th stage giant beasts could be dealt with by high-energy particle bombs, and 4th stage giant beasts could be handled by the strong warriors of each camp. The remaining giant beasts were not strong, but they were numerous. Some of the defense lines couldn't withstand the pressure, which was expected. After all, the course of war could never exactly match the pre-war simulations. Real war is always filled with unknown variables. After a long while, Lin Bei and the others arrived near the 3rd camp's position. The position had completely fallen, and the giant beasts were wreaking havoc among the crowds, leaving only the last 20 or 30 people struggling to hold on. Having lost the advantage of long-range firearms, they relied only on their meager power and talent, making close combat with the horde of giant beasts impossible. Fortunately, they arrived early. If they had been even half an hour late, the people on the position would have all died, and these giant beasts could launch an attack on all the camps from the rear. At that time, with each camp being surrounded, the outcome was unimaginable. Each group, find the best shooting positions, and fire only on my command. Lin Bei immediately ordered. Yes. The 10 squads spread out, quickly finding their positions. 10 heavy machine guns formed a dense crossfire pattern. This is the advantage of battle-hardened veterans. For some things, Lin Bei just needs to give the order, and they can handle it perfectly. Support has arrived. Support has arrived. Seeing the 10 heavy machine guns, the despairing faces of the 3rd camp showed a glimpse of excitement, and they immediately rushed towards Lin Bei. Everyone, lie down. Lin Bei shouted loudly. Lying down means death. Don't listen to him. Run quickly. The centurion of the 3rd camp rushed in front. Lin Bei's face turned as black as coal. The 3rd camp was running ahead, chased by the giant beasts, and it wouldn't be long before they broke out of the crossfire of the 10 heavy machine guns. At that time, firing would not only be far less effective but also likely injure their own people. So, Lin Bei decisively ordered, all groups, listen up. Fire. Don't fire. Don't fire. Lin Bei, do you want to settle personal scores and kill us? Only after we reach a safe place can you order us to fire. The people of the 3rd camp panicked, running for their lives while pointing at Lin Bei and cursing. A 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun bullet could turn a person into fragments in. The sound of bullets gradually disappeared, and the battlefield fell silent. The men of the 3rd Battalion crawled out from the pile of corpses, their bodies stained with blood, their eyes filled with fear and anger. They scanned the battlefield, and after confirming that all the giant beasts had been cleared, they immediately charged toward Lin Bei, full of rage. Lin Bei. Do you fucking want to kill us? The captain of the 3rd Battalion yelled angrily. My goal is to save the defense line. Saving you is just a side job. If you don't want to live, I can send you on your way too. Lin Bei's eyes turned cold, his aura just as strong. Ha ha ha. You arrogant little brat. Do you really think winning the 4th Realm Grand Competition Championship makes you untouchable? I'll teach you a lesson today. Brothers, take their weapons. From now on, these guns belong to our 3rd Battalion. The captain of the 3rd Battalion ordered domineeringly. He knew that Lin Bei had the god-slaying thunder gun, dragon bones, bug armor, and a lot of resources. Anyway, this is the battlefield. Killing and dismembering corpses and then making it look like they died from giant beasts, no one would notice. Lin Bei sensed his murderous intent and immediately drew the god-slaying thunder gun, coldly saying, "Anyone who dares to take a step forward will die." "Ha! I'm a captain too. And you're senior. Do you dare kill me?" The captain of the 3rd Battalion sneered, walking toward Lin Bei with big steps, one hand hiding a dagger behind his back. Lin Bei saw through him immediately and didn't hesitate to act. Ninefold thunder gun technique. Ninth fold. The gun's tip burst with lightning, and a surging force rushed toward him. At this close range, with no preparation, it was impossible to avoid. The captain of the 3rd Battalion stared in disbelief, his once domineering expression instantly turning to fear. He wanted to beg for mercy, to retreat, but it was already too late. There was a muffled sound, and the sharp gun tip pierced through his throat, going right through. You dare kill." The captain of the 3rd Battalion's mouth kept filling with blood, his eyes filled with fear and shock, but he couldn't say a complete sentence, and the dagger hidden behind him fell to the ground. Poochie! Lin Bei quickly pulled out his gun, flicked the blood from the tip, and coldly glanced at the remaining soldiers of the 3rd Battalion. Under the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. This sentence fits well with the Han family, and it still fits with the other battalions in the north. Seeing this scene, the rest of the 3rd Battalion soldiers were all stunned, trembling in place, too scared to even breathe. Lin Bei dared to kill the captain, killing them would be no problem at all. The veterans of the 8th Battalion were also dumbfounded, originally thinking Lin Bei was just threatening them, but his action of drawing the gun was swift and decisive. Now thinking back to that sentence, "I'm not saving the 3rd Battalion, I'm saving the entire defense line," it really hit the mark. Chapter 64, The Lesson to Commander Han. The 8th Battalion's admiration. The quest for the Golden List. "Take over the defense line, and rebuild the defensive positions," Lin Bei ordered. "Yes." 50 veterans responded in unison. The remaining 10 or so soldiers of the 3rd Battalion stood there, unsure of what to do. They were rejected when they tried to help, but didn't dare leave directly. For the first time in all their years in the northern region, they were in such a miserable situation. At this moment, another group of people quickly rushed toward the position. The 3rd Battalion soldiers saw the leader of the group, and the fear and hesitation on their faces disappeared as they waved and shouted, "Instructor Fong! Instructor Fong! We are here!" After entering the position, Instructor Fong first glanced at Lin Bei, then looked at the 3rd Battalion soldiers and asked, "How's the battle situation?" "All the brothers sacrificed. Only a few of us are still alive," one soldier from the 3rd Battalion cried as he answered. Instructor Fong furrowed his brow and asked, "Where is Captain Luo Ping?" At the mention of this, the 3rd Battalion soldiers' anger was instantly ignited. They all pointed at Lin Bei in the distance, accusing him with tears in their eyes. "Instructor Fong, you came just in time. Lin Bei said he was supporting us. But in reality, he wanted to kill us along with the giant beasts. Captain Luo was shot just because he questioned him a few times. If you don't believe it, take a look. Captain Luo's body is still here." Instructor Fong crouched down to inspect Luo Ping's body. There was a clear gunshot wound at the throat. Adding the residual power of thunder, it could basically be concluded that he died under the god-slaying thunder gun. At that time, Luo Ping called for help across the entire channel, and Lin Bei was the first to respond. He was worried that the 8th Battalion might have ill intentions, so he came to check personally. But he never expected that Lin Bei could be so ruthless, even daring to kill his own comrade. If he had been even a moment later, would he have killed everyone in the 3rd Battalion? Instructor Fong stood up with a face as grim as water, suppressing his anger and staring fiercely at Lin Bei. "Lin 100 Captain, you better give me a reasonable explanation. What are you to me? What qualification do you have to ask for an explanation?" Lin Bei turned sideways and shot a sideways glance, his domineering aura unmistakable. "Lin 100 Captain, this person is named Fong Han, an old instructor from the 3rd Battalion. Although his realm is only 2nd stage and 2nd level, his combat experience is exceptionally rich, and it is said that he has comprehended the sense of danger. Be careful," an old soldier from the 8th Battalion quietly reminded Lin Bei. Fong Han's anger turned into a sneer. He didn't expect Lin Bei, having killed someone, to still act so tough. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Lin Bei, you only have 2 choices in front of you now, either obediently return to headquarters with me for judgment, or I will personally take you back. That depends on whether you have the skill." Lin Bei swung the god-slaying thunder gun, his eyes showing no signs of weakness. "You're asking for trouble." Fong Han stepped forward and immediately unleashed his B-level talent for flexibility. Only by getting close to the battle could the god-slaying thunder gun not demonstrate its advantage. With his second stage and second level realm suppressing Lin Bei, his chances of winning were massive. Wind Spirit Gun Technique. Lin Bei didn't sense any killing intent from him, so he naturally avoided attacking vital points. Fong Han smiled wickedly, his body moving as if it had no bones, always evading attacks with various incredible movements. The third-grade top-tier gun technique failed for the first time against Fong Han. Ha ha ha. Lin Bei, you're not even a second-stage warrior. You have no qualification to be a 100 captain. You were promoted only because of your great merits. Do you really think you can compete with a second-stage warrior? Our instructor Fong is a true second-stage and second-level warrior. Not only is his combat experience rich, but he has also comprehended the sense of danger. What do you have to fight against him? There is always someone better. There are always higher mountains. Just wait to be beaten up. The members of the 3rd Battalion breathed a sigh of pent-up frustration, seemingly already envisioning the scene of Fong Han defeating Lin Bei. The 8th Battalion stood in a distant anxious group, wanting to use heavy machine guns to help, but the two had already fallen into close combat, making it easy to accidentally injure Lin Bei if they opened fire. Moreover, someone in the 8th Battalion had already warned Lin Bei that Fong Han's strength was too strong, so he shouldn't take action lightly. Who would have thought Lin Bei's head was so hard? A first stage 9th level dared to challenge the old instructor of second stage 2nd level. It's not just a difference of 3 small realms, this is a huge difference between first stage and second stage. Lin Bei, you were able to win the champion of the 4 realms grand competition, and indeed, your strength is impressive, even second stage warriors may not be your opponents. But I've been an instructor in the 3rd Battalion for so many years, if I can't even defeat you, wouldn't that be a joke? Fong Han, like a ghost, moved past the god-slaying thunder gun and got close to Lin Bei. Then, he swung his fists heavily towards Lin Bei's chest. Mountain Smash Fist. Bang! With a loud noise, Lin Bei stood still, unmoving, his clothes only rustling under the force of the Mountain Smash Fist. I'll return the punch. Lin Bei unleashed the body refining fist. Bang! Again there was a loud bang, and Fong Han, like a cannonball, spat out blood as he was sent flying. He carved a long trench in the ground, only stopping when he hit a rock. Several bones in his chest were broken, and several bones in his back were also shattered from the impact against the rock. Fong Han is an experienced second-level dual warrior, and the crushing mountain fist is a third-tier martial skill, yet with all his strength, he couldn't harm Lin Bei in the slightest. But Lin Bei is a first-level 9th-stage warrior, and the body refining fist is just a low-tier first-tier martial skill, yet with a casual punch, he severely injured Fong Han. Isn't this difference way too big? Under normal circumstances, it should be Lin Bei who is seriously injured. Captain Lin, are you alright? The people from the 8th Battalion couldn't believe that Lin Bei was completely unscathed and might have suffered serious internal injuries. I'm fine. Lin Bei gently patted the dust off his chest with an indifferent expression. He had long seen through Fong Han's intentions, deliberately letting him get close, before ending the battle with one punch. If he had used the god-slaying Thunder Spear, with Lin Bei's current physique, just one swing would have surely killed him. Damn it! Is our captain a bit too strong? He crushed the experienced instructor and didn't get hurt at all. Damn, is the champion of the 4 realms grand competition really that impressive? Don't forget, our captain only used his fists. He hasn't even touched the god-slaying Thunder Spear or the Dragon Bone Bow, nor has he used any talents. The people of the 8th Battalion looked at Lin Bei with awe. With such a powerful and domineering captain, they could be a bit more assertive in their daily actions and words. Instructor Fong, you. The people of the 3rd Battalion only then realized and rushed to Fong Han's side. They initially wanted to inquire about Fong Han's injuries, but seeing him now, it was clear that he was gravely injured. Fong Han coughed violently, blood continuously spitting from his mouth. As an experienced instructor, he never underestimated any opponent, especially not Lin Bei. So from the beginning, he had given it his all. But when that crushing mountain fist slammed into Lin Bei, he realized just how large the gap between him and Lin Bei was. His body was as hard as steel, with defenses comparable to a giant beast. Clearly not even a second-tier warrior, yet his body surpassed most second-tier warriors. Ordinary 9mm bullets hitting him wouldn't even leave a mark. Chapter 65, Deputy Inspector Yi Xiao. The City Defense Office's helper. Get lost. From now on, this defense line is under our 8th Battalion's control. Lin Bei's words were calm, but they were filled with an undeniable command tone. Lin Bei, this matter is not over. Fong Han threw down harsh words as he left, supported by the others. Captain Lin, are we just going to let them go? Everyone from the 8th Battalion surrounded Lin Bei. As long as Lin Bei gave the order, they would kill this group without hesitation. Clearly, it was Lin Bei who saved their lives, yet they were not only ungrateful but also bit back. Luo Ping was hiding a dagger, wanting to ambush Lin Bei, and was even more deserving of death. Lin Bei nodded, unwilling to waste energy on such trivial matters, saying, "All teams, listen up, rebuild the defense positions." Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement, quickly cleaning the battlefield and rearranging suitable positions. Meanwhile, Fang Han and the others returned to the 3rd Battalion's camp. Fang Han didn't know the whole story, but the fact that Lin Bei had injured him was true, and that he had killed Luo Ping was also true. After hearing the embellished stories from the dozen surviving soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, it instantly ignited rage throughout the whole camp. The general of the 3rd Battalion had been removed, and they were already feeling pent-up frustration. Now being trampled and humiliated, who could stand it? Damn it! Our 3rd Battalion has no general, and they just bully us like this? The 8th Battalion is just relying on Jiang Yunqing's backing, right? No matter how big Jiang Yunqing is, he's just a substitute commander. He's not the real commander of the Northern Frontier Army. Captain Li, Lin Bei killed our 3rd Battalion's captain. This is just too damn bullying. It can't just end like this. Many captains from the 3rd Battalion gathered in front of Captain Li Ji, all full of rage, wanting nothing more than to slice Lin Bei apart. Li Ji shook his head, signaling them to calm down with both hands. Jiang Yunqing has a relationship with Xinzhong, and Xinzhong values Lin Bei greatly. Even if we report this to the headquarters, it's likely to be brushed aside. However, I heard that Yi Shao, the captain of the personal team under Lord Luo. Now that we are a deputy inspector, we can appeal our grievances to Inspector Yi. Upon hearing this, the many centurions seemed to see a guiding light, all expressed their agreement. The inspector stands independent from the military and the city defense department, bearing the duty of supervision and possessing enormous power. As long as there is evidence in hand, the inspector can directly take away people of great stature, such as the city head of Jiang or the military chief of the northern border. Let alone taking away someone as insignificant as Lin Bei, a mere centurion. Time flies, and this war has lasted several days without an end. The various camps in the northern border have basically held their lines, with only a few breaches by the giant beasts, quickly patched up by other camps. Both sides are caught in a long tug-of-war, with countless soldiers perishing each day. At this time, at the northern border headquarters, several phones on Jiang Yunqing's desk rang non-stop, all asking about the progress of placing the high-energy particle bombs. In this counteroffensive plan, each camp is responsible for holding back the giant beast hordes, creating opportunities for Jiang Hao to place high-energy particle bombs deep in the enemy territory. For each day the high-energy particle bombs are not placed, each camp has to hold back for another day, resulting in more deaths. Commander Jiang. It has arrived. The high-energy particle bombs are here. Jiang Hao rushed into the command room, holding a special box. Finally it has arrived. Jiang Yunqing's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a bit. According to her original plan, the high-energy particle bombs were supposed to arrive the morning after the counteroffensive plan was implemented. But they were delayed for days by the newly appointed deputy inspector of the northern border, Yi Shao, who used various excuses to obstruct their arrival. He is a close associate of Luo Yuanshan, and his actions definitely received Luo Yuanshan's instructions. But Jiang Yunqing couldn't understand how Luo Yuanshan, with a notorious record and removed from any official position by the military, had such power to push Yi Shao into the position of deputy inspector. Commander Jiang, there's also good news. Jiang Hao's words interrupted Jiang Yunqing's thoughts, and he continued, the city defense department learned that we are counterattacking the giant beasts, and specifically sent us some help. What kind of help? Jiang Yunqing asked in surprise. Old Liang, come in. Jiang Hao waved at a middle-aged man outside the command room. Jiang Yunqing looked up and down at the man called Old Liang, frowning. 3rd tier? Commander Jiang, although Old Liang only has the strength of the 3rd tier, he possesses the rare A-level talent of Earth Escape, Jiang Hao explained. Hearing the words A-level talent, Earth Escape, Jiang Yunqing's tightly furrowed brows relaxed once more. This kind of talent allows one to move freely underground at high speeds. While there are powerful giant beasts beneath the ground, their numbers are negligible compared to those on the surface. Be careful. Jiang Yunqing said seriously. Understood. Jiang Hao nodded and immediately set off with Old Liang. With the Earth Escape talent activated, the two instantly vanished from their location, entering 5 to 6 meters underground. Earth Escape does not dig out a tunnel underground but compresses the surrounding soil through the talent, literally squeezing out a path. As a person passes, the soil behind immediately returns to its original state. As Jiang Hao and Old Liang set out, Jiang Yunqing immediately notified her subordinates, updating each camp on the progress of the high-energy particle bomb placement in real time. Once this news was released, it was like a strong heart tonic, the camps finally saw hope for the end of the war. A few hours later, the positioning showed that the high-energy particle bombs had entered the area of the 4th-tier giant beasts. In no more than half an hour, they would reach the area of the 5th-tier giant beasts. Jiang Yunqing sat in the command room anxiously waiting, silently praying for everything to go smoothly. Commander Jiang, the signal has stopped, a subordinate reported, pointing at the positioning map. After a long period of high-intensity use of the talent, their body must be exhausted, perhaps they just stopped to rest. Zhang Yunqing thought nothing of it. Another half-hour passed, yet the signal remained in the same place, not moving an inch. Zhang Yunqing's expression became serious, an ominous premonition rising within her. Both of them set off with enough potions, taking a break is understandable. But at most they would only rest for a few minutes, waiting for the potions to take effect before setting off again. This time, they stopped for half an hour. Could it be that they encountered a giant beast attack? Zhang Hao was the chief instructor of the 8th Battalion, strong in power, but he couldn't display his strength underground. The only one who could fight was old Liang from the city guard. Just as everyone in the command room was on edge, the signal moved again, but much slower this time. It turns out it was a false alarm. Zhang Yunqing felt a weight lifted from his heart and secretly sighed in relief. Commander Jiang, there's a mysterious signal intruding into our wartime channel. A subordinate reported. The huge rock that had just settled in Zhang Yunqing's heart was lifted again. The wartime channel is absolutely confidential, outsiders cannot know, and no one would dare to risk jail time to crack the intrusion. Unless the other party is targeting the northern border. Connect. Zhang Yunqing quickly walked over and put the headset to his ear. I am Zhang Yunqing, commander of the Northern Army. Who are you? Zhang Yunqing straightforwardly introduced himself. If the other party had merely unintentionally cracked the wartime channel, they would surely withdraw now. I am Zhang Sen from the All Nature. Zhang Sen replied. All Nature? Zhang Yunqing's expression changed drastically. Chapter 66, Meeting with a Blade. Seeing Zhang Sen again. Seeking the golden list. Commander Jiang, there's no need to be so surprised. I have no ill will toward the northern border, nor do I intend to disrupt your grand plan of recapturing territory from the giant beasts. I just have a small request that I hope you can agree to. Zhang Sen said. What request? Zhang Yunqing pressed. Let Lin Bei come meet me. Zhang Sen said. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Yunqing resolutely refused. Zhang Sen had long anticipated this rejection and remained calm, saying, Commander Jiang, even if you do not care about Jiang Hao and old Liang's lives, you must care about the high-energy particle bomb, right? This is related to the success or failure of the counterattack plan. Moreover, the high-energy particle bomb is of no use to me. If it accidentally goes off in a crowded place, it would also be a huge problem for the northern border, wouldn't it? Using the gentlest tone, he delivered the harshest threat. If the high-energy particle bomb exploded within the northern territory, countless lives would be lost, and the counterattack plan would fail as a result. Ultimately, all responsibility would fall on Zhang Yunqing. But if he agreed to Zhang Sen's request, Lin Bei would surely die. Zhang Yunqing was filled with rage, slamming his palm on the table, which instantly shattered into pieces. Everyone in the command room was startled, not daring to breathe. Commander Jiang, I'm not a patient man. You have only 1 minute to consider. Zhang Sen said. Tick. Tick. With each tick of the second hand on the clock, everyone in the command room felt their hearts twitch. In truth, everyone knew that no matter what honor Lin Bei had, how much potential he possessed, or how high his future achievements would be, his life was not as valuable as the counterattack plan and the lives of over 100,000 people in the northern border. But this decision could only be made by Zhang Yunqing. 30 seconds left. 20 seconds. Alright, it seems Commander Jiang still feels that Lin Bei is more important, then we have no need to continue this conversation. Just as Zhang Sen was about to end the call, Zhang Yunqing urgently said, Wait. Hold on. Zhang Sen's tone held a hint of amusement. Has Commander Jiang changed his mind? Send my order. Let Lin Bei come to headquarters. Zhang Yunqing commanded. After a long while, Lin Bei walked into the headquarters command room. Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Bei knew something big had happened. Zhang Yunqing pulled Lin Bei to sit beside him and immediately laid out everything that had just happened. The whole situation is roughly like this. Now the success or failure of the counterattack plan and the lives of over 100,000 people in the northern border are all tied to you. I'm going. Lin Bei felt a rush of joy. He never expected that after all this time, the task of deploying the high-energy particle bomb would still fall back into his hands. Zhang Yunqing's expression froze. The previous deployment of the high-energy particle bomb still had a chance of survival, but now being personally named by Zhang Sen to meet meant certain death. But Lin Bei agreed so readily. She was initially worried that Lin Bei valued his life too much, so she intentionally said, the success or failure of the counterattack plan and the lives of over 100,000 people in the north rest on you. She wanted to increase his sense of responsibility, making it hard for him to refuse. She was underestimating his character. A deep sense of guilt surged in her heart, and Zhang Yunqing admired Lin Bei's courage and responsibility even more. She exclaimed loudly, Great! No wonder he brought out such soldiers. They have spirit. As her words fell, Jiang Yunqing pointed to the headset beside her, making a shushing gesture. Lin Bei instantly understood, knowing someone on the other side could hear their conversation. Then, Jiang Yunqing took out paper and pen, lightly writing the words, "I will protect you in the dark." Lin Bei nodded, taking a positioning tablet from the table, which would display the location of the high-energy particle bomb in real time. "Be careful," Jiang Yunqing urged. "Okay." Lin Bei left the headquarters, driving straight to the location of the high-energy particle bomb. After giving her instructions, Jiang Yunqing quietly followed him. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains abroad, Jiang Hao and old Liang's limbs were pierced by wooden thorns, nailed to a trunk, and they were already on the verge of death. Under the trunk stood two men. One of them was Zhang Sen, while the other wore a tightly secured black robe, his words and actions very strange. The man in the black robe fiddled with the high-energy particle bomb in his hand and casually asked, "Are you really planning to return this thing to them?" Zhang Sen shook his head, a wicked smile appearing. "I'm just tricking them." The black-robed man seemed to have anticipated Zhang Sen's answer, replying with a muted smile, "What a pity, a genius like Lin Bei actually doesn't want to join the whole nature. There are so many good talents joining the whole nature this year, having one more or one less doesn't matter," Zhang Sen replied. "True, then let's wait." The man in the black robe leaned against the trunk, speaking nonchalantly. After a long while, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he said gravely, "Jiang Yunqing is here too." "Are you sure?" Zhang Sen asked. "Yes, when my puppet discovered her, she also found me," the black-robed man replied. Jiang Yunqing's talent is S-grade control, and her combat power far exceeds that of an ordinary 5th-tier powerhouse. If the two of us join forces, we might be able to kill her. Moreover, Lin Bei restrains my wood spirit, so we must separate the two of them and take them out one by one. Zhang Sen explained. Understood. I've already sent two 4th-tier 9-layer puppets to intercept, which should delay them for more than half an hour, the black-robed man said. "Half an hour is enough," Zhang Sen said, a bloodthirsty smile appearing on his refined and elegant face. Soon, the sound of a car engine rumbled from the distance. The two looked up, and a military green off-road vehicle rushed towards them. Sitting in the driver's seat was Lin Bei. With a sudden brake, the off-road vehicle skidded to a stop right in front of Zhang Sr. "I'm here now. According to our agreement, you should release the people and hand over the high-energy particle bomb." Lin Bei pointed at the nearly lifeless Jiang Hao and old Liang nailed to the trunk. "We can't hand it over." Zhang Sen shook his head. "Are all the powerful beings from the whole nature like you, untrustworthy?" Lin Bei scoffed. "I never said I would exchange their lives and the high-energy particle bomb. It was Jiang Junju who misinterpreted my meaning." Zhang Sen's mouth curved in a smile, eager to see Lin Bei's frustrated expression. But unfortunately, Lin Bei did not get angry. Because he knew that an organization that would go to any lengths to achieve its goals could not be trusted. At this moment, the black-robed man stepped forward. He still wanted to try once more. "Lin Bei, Jiang Yunqing has already been blocked behind. She doesn't have time to come and save you. If you want to live now, you can only join us, Quanjing. Jingbei University and Yi Junshan want to recruit me, they'll each offer their own price. Do you all in Quanjing only know threats? It's really too low, no wonder you've lived like sewer rats for years, never able to grow." Lin Bei sneered disdainfully. Chapter 67, Living Puppets. Mutual Destruction. Seeking the Gold List. We can also offer conditions, guaranteed to be better than Jingbei University and the military, the man in the black robe promised. "Don't be fooled, he just wants to buy time," Zhang Sen interrupted. Seeing Lin Bei's contemptuous smile, the man in the black robe finally realized, instantly furious, "Dare to play me? You are seeking death. Want to kill me? You better have the ability." Lin Bei immediately activated the wind and thunder step to gain distance. After days of training, the wind and thunder step had reached perfection. When moving at high speed, it's as swift as wind and as thunderous as lightning, leaving at most 3 identical afterimages of his true self. "Quick, take action. Don't let him escape," Zhang Sen urged. "Don't worry, a mere first stage can't escape my grasp." The man in the black robe smiled coldly, and 3 puppets walked out from the forest, blocking Lin Bei's every retreat. Living puppets? Lin Bei was taken aback. These 3 puppets looked no different from ordinary people, but their faces were pale and their eyes lifeless, moving very stiffly. Clearly, they were no longer alive. "Young but with quite an understanding, you even know of living puppets." The man in the black robe proudly introduced the 3 puppets, as if presenting 3 perfect artworks. Puppets made of wood or iron are just empty shells with low combat power. Puppets made from living people possessed the talents and skills they had in life, offering combat power many levels higher. However, the success rate for creating living puppets is extremely low, and the method has been lost for over 100 years. At this moment, Lin Bei finally understood why Jiang Hao and old Liang could still be alive in Xuanjing's hands. The man in the black robe must be planning to turn them into puppets. You possess the elemental tyrant talent and master so many powerful skills. If I can turn you into a puppet, it will surely be a treasure. He. The man in the black robe let out a strange laugh as the three puppets instantly launched their attack. Lin Bei used the wind and thunder step to dodge and took out the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows from his storage ring. The moment he drew them out, he stealthily activated the high explosive bomb. When he initially asked Xinzhong to find this high explosive bomb, it was to deal with Quan Jing, and now it was finally put to use. The high explosive bomb in the storage ring was counting down without making any sound or giving off any aura. Once it exploded, the storage ring would be blown to ashes, and the terrifying power could severely injure Zhang Sen and the man in the black robe. But one prerequisite was that they had to be close enough to the high explosive bomb and have no time to defend. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 dragon bone arrows flew out at supersonic speed, instantly nailing 2 of the puppets to the trees. The puppets, unfazed by pain, marched forward with the dragon bone arrows now protruding from their bodies, each with a blood hole. Good bow. Good arrows. The man in the black robe's eyes showed a greedy glint. Stop wasting time. Quickly kill him. The god-slaying thunder spear and dragon bone bow belong to you. The insect armor belongs to me. Zhang Sen urged again. His corpse also belongs to me. The black-robed man snapped his fingers, and the 3 puppets simultaneously used their talents and combat skills, attacking Lin Bei with perfect coordination. The success rate of creating puppets from living people is higher and can retain all the talents and skills of the living. Using dead people lowers the success rate and doesn't guarantee retention of all talents and abilities. However, Jiang Yunqing was already rushing this way. There was no time to continue wasting with Lin Bei. As Lin Bei used the wind and thunder step to seemingly dodge, he was actually calculating the explosion range to avoid affecting Jiang Hao and old Liang, who were nailed to the trees. This distance should be enough. Is it really so troublesome to deal with a first-stage ant? Zhang Sen questioned in confusion. The man in the black robe attacked several times without bringing Lin Bei down, feeling increasingly frustrated. When he heard Zhang Sen's inquiry, he became furious. Damn. He almost killed you last time. Can he be just an ordinary first level? Once again poked at a painful spot, Zhang Sen's face darkened as he struggled to hold back his anger. Jiang Yunqing is still behind. It's best to kill him quickly. I know. The man in the black robe could no longer watch and took action himself. Seizing the opportunity while 3 puppets blocked Lin Bei's escape route, he threw a punch. 9th heavy thunder gun technique. 9th level. Lin Bei took out the god-slaying thunder gun, the gun's tip bursting forth with thunder as it stabbed toward the man in the black robe. Boom! The armor-piercing effect erupted, and the man's arm instantly shattered, turning into a pile of minced meat. The black robe was torn apart under this force, revealing the true identity beneath, which was also a puppet. Put! Suddenly, a hidden arrow shot through Lin Bei's skull from behind, creating a blood hole the size of a thumb. Blood flowed, and in an instant, all the strength was drained from his body. With a loud bang, Lin Bei collapsed to the ground, ceasing to breathe altogether. So hard to kill at first level. If he steps into 4th level, I'm afraid both you and I won't be his match. The man in the black robe still felt a lingering fear from that previous shot. But soon, this fear was replaced by excitement. He quickly stripped Lin Bei of his insect armor and took away the god-slaying thunder gun and the dragon bone bow. Then, he crouched down, admiring this perfect body with obsession. Kill Lin Bei, and the god-slaying thunder gun and dragon bone bow are yours, while the insect armor is mine. Didn't we agree on this? What do you mean by this? Zhang Sen rushed to the corpse, but he was still a step too late. Yes, the god-slaying thunder gun and dragon bone bow are my reward for helping you kill Lin Bei, but you didn't tell me that Jiang Yunqing would also intervene in this matter. I lost 2 4th-level puppets to stop Jiang Yunqing, so taking 1 more insect armor isn't too much, right? The man in the black robe forced a stiff smile, then pointed at the storage ring on Lin Bei's wrist. This kid must have a lot of treasures on him. Everything inside the storage ring belongs to you, so you haven't lost, right? The insect armor had already been taken away by him, and unless Zhang Sen killed him, there was no chance to get it back. But both of them were at 4th level, 9th heavy. It wouldn't be easy for Zhang Sen to kill him. The key was that all around were puppets, and they had no idea where the real opponent was. Killing them would only bring more trouble. So, Zhang Sen had no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow this resentment, then crouch down to prepare to open the storage ring. Beep. 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 As soon as he opened the storage ring, a crisp ticking sound rang out. Zhang Sen raised his eyebrows, feeling the sound was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Then his gaze focused on the inside of the ring, and the first thing that caught his eye was a timer. Red numbers were jumping, only 3 seconds left. Damn. This kid wants to take us both down with him. Zhang Sen's pupils trembled, and fear of death surged once again in his heart. At such a close distance, with so little time, there was definitely not enough time to escape. There wasn't even time to think. Out of survival instinct, Zhang Sen activated his wood spirit body, and countless branches rose from the ground, forming thick wooden walls in front of him to try to withstand the explosion's force. Boom! A dazzling and blinding white light erupted, instantly engulfing Zhang Sen and the 4 puppets. Then came a deafening explosion, shaking the entire ground. At the center of the explosion, everything was reduced to ashes. The powerful shockwave spread in all directions, shattering boulders, uprooting trees. In the distance, Jiang Hao and old Liang, pinned to the trunk of a tree, were also blown away by this shockwave, fainting on the spot. After a long while, when the light faded and the smoke cleared, a naked figure walked out from the center of the explosion. It was Lin Bei. Chapter 68, Harvest of Hidden Weapons. Puppet Master. Seeking the Golden List. Indestructible Divine Phoenix Body. Truly terrifying. Lin Bei marveled inwardly. His whole body, inside and out, was completely intact, not even. Lin Bei's realm advanced further, stepping from the first level's 9th rank into the 2nd level. Now, with a low realm, the improvement effect of strength after rebirth would be more noticeable. As the realm increased, the energy required to rise a level grew exponentially, thus, this improvement effect would inevitably weaken. This is why some prodigies can break through multiple realms in just a month during their rookie period, but later on may take several months to advance a single level. However, Lin Bei has SSS level talent, with hard work rewarded, and his cultivation speed is still hundreds of times faster than ordinary prodigies. Moreover, the reason why the Immortal Divine Phoenix hybrid body ranks first on the hybrid list is its immortal effect. The improvement in strength is just a bonus. Lin Bei turned his head and looked around. The ground had been blasted out into a deep pit, 20 meters long and 3 meters deep, with the shockwave's lethal range exceeding 200 meters. At the center of the explosion, everything had been obliterated, and there was no trace of Zhang Sen and the puppet. The God-slaying thunder gun, dragon bone bow, and insect armor are all 5th-tier quality, and naturally, they remained unharmed. Aside from these 3 items, there was one thing in the pit that was intact. Lin Bei bent down to pick it up and examined it closely. It looked a bit like a wrist guard, with 6 small holes at the front, each hiding a needle finer than a hair. Looks a bit like a hidden weapon. Lin Bei tentatively slipped it onto his wrist. In the next second, the wrist guard transformed mechanically, conforming perfectly to Lin Bei's wrist. Only Saiyans could create such a precise weapon in the entire world. Lin Bei flipped his wrist to look closely, and sure enough, he saw Saiyan's exclusive mark in the corner. After transforming, a button appeared at the front of the wrist guard. It can almost be concluded that this is a hidden weapon produced by Saiyans. To remain undamaged in such a massive explosion and still be carried by the 4th-tier 9th rank Zhang Sen, its power could definitely kill a 5th-tier martial artist. Zhang Sen, oh Zhang Sen, you worried your team wouldn't be reliable, so you specially brought this thing for emergencies, right? Too bad it all benefited me in the end. Lin Bei's lips curled up as he immediately ran towards Jiang Hao and the others. The 2 were severely injured, already losing consciousness when pinned to the tree. Having endured the shockwave from the explosion, they had collapsed into unconsciousness. Before departing, Lin Bei had placed all the potions he bought in the 8th camp because he knew that once the high-energy bomb exploded, everything in the storage ring would cease to exist. So, Lin Bei directly opened Jiang Hao's storage ring. The first thing that caught his eye was a high-energy particle bomb. Lin Bei took out a few recovery potions, fed them to the 2, and then took out some clothes to put on himself. Moments later, Jiang Hao was the first to awaken, looking at Lin Bei in front of him, still in disbelief. Lin Bei, are you dead too? Lin Bei's expression was solemn as he explained, I'm not dead, and neither are you. How could we have survived falling into the hands of Quan Xing? Jiang Hao looked around in disbelief, and sure enough, there was no sign of Zhang Sen or the man in the black robe, only the immense pit that suddenly appeared in the distance. What kind of terrifying power could create such a massive pit? A 3rd-tier martial artist definitely couldn't do it, and even a 4th-tier would struggle to achieve it. But aside from Lin Bei, there was no other 4th person to be found on the scene. The 2 from Quan Xing have already been killed by my explosion, Lin Bei succinctly explained. Jiang Hao looked doubtful, clearly not fully believing this answer. The experts from Quan Xing were as cunning as monkeys, how could they be easily blown to death? And to kill 2 of them at once. Time is tight, we must prioritize placing the high-energy particle bombs. Lin Bei said decisively as he took off Jiang Hao's storage ring and put it on himself. What are you doing? Jiang Hao grabbed Lin Bei tightly. Instructor Jiang, you are both seriously injured and are not fit to continue the mission. Lin Bei said. That doesn't mean it's your turn to go. Jiang Hao clutched Lin Bei tightly without letting go. Dealing with Quan Xing doesn't mean all dangers are resolved. Moving forward would enter the territory of 5th-tier behemoths. There are all-powerful 5th-level giant beasts, and the danger level is off the charts. Even a 5th-level powerhouse like Zhang Yunqing could perish among them. Lin Bei didn't want to expose the secret of the immortal phoenix body, so he had to bring up Yi Junshin. Instructor Jiang, I have a life-saving method left by Yi Junshin. This group of 5th-level giant beasts can't harm me at all. The deaths of the all-nature powerhouses are also related to Yi Junshin, right? Zhang Hao asked. Lin Bei nodded without hesitation. Zhang Hao realized that if this matter was related to Yi Junshin, then it made much more sense for the all-nature powerhouse to be blown to death. Alright, since you are absolutely confident, I won't say more. Send Instructor Jiang back. Lin Bei said to the just-awakened Old Liang. Understood. Old Liang nodded and immediately used his Earth Escape ability to take Zhang Hao away. Kek. I really didn't expect that besides having the elemental tyrant talent, you also possess the even rarer immortal phoenix body, simply perfect for a puppet. At that moment, a cold and creepy laugh echoed from the shadows. Soon, another man in a black robe stepped out from the darkness. He raised his head, staring blankly at Lin Bei. Another puppet. Don't worry, I will keep the secret for you, because your secret will soon become my secret. Kek. The man in the black robe walked step by step toward Lin Bei. Since you know my secret, there is no reason to let you live. Lin Bei's wrist turned downward, hiding a killing intent. A mere first, second level daring to be arrogant before me. The man in the black robe stiffly grinned and unleashed a powerful pressure of 4th level 9th layer. Lin Bei. At a critical moment, Zhang Yunqing stepped through the air, landing in front of Lin Bei. Zhang Hao and Old Liang have already returned, the high-energy particle bomb is with me. Lin Bei explained. Zhang Yunqing nodded, a killing intent gleaming in his eyes as he glared at the man in the black robe. You lowly scum of all nature. Daring to run wild in my northern territory. Today, you will not return alive. Commander Jiang, your S-level control talent is indeed strong, but since I dare to come to the northern territory, I must be prepared. The man in the black robe coldly sneered, waving his hand, revealing over 30 puppets from his storage ring. These puppets spread out, their faces displaying stiff smiles, their blank eyes staring at Lin Bei and Zhang Yunqing, creating an eerie chill. Besides their numbers, what troubled Lin Bei and Zhang Yunqing more was the strength of these puppets. The weakest were 3rd level, and there was even a 5th level puppet and nearly 10 4th level 9th layer puppets. Zhang Yunqing frowned, feeling enormous pressure. Did you bring out all your assets just to kill Lin Bei? No, a prime specimen like Lin Bei, it would be a shame to kill him. I want him to become the most perfect work of art in my life. The man in the black robe said with madness on his face. These puppets cost him decades of effort, incredibly precious. However, as long as he can turn Lin Bei into a puppet, destroying all the other puppets would be worth it. Madman. Zhang Yunqing cursed, turning to Lin Bei, urging, since you have the high-energy particle bomb, let's hurry back. Chapter 69, 6th Level Beast King. True Identity, Xia Yu. Seeking Fame. Lin Bei did not respond, focusing on charging towards the 5th level giant beast point. The counterattack plan had been delayed for several days, with heavy losses across the camps and enormous pressure. If it continued to drag on, some defenses would surely collapse. Moreover, once they retreated to headquarters, Zhang Yunqing would undoubtedly arrange for someone else to carry out the placement task. Such a massive contribution would be handed over for free. And most importantly, the man in the black robe already knew the secret of Lin Bei's immortal phoenix body and had to be eliminated. Lin Bei had to dive deeper into the 5th level giant beast point, giving the man in the black robe more chances to chase him, to have a chance to strike back. Hey! The way back is over here. Zhang Yunqing shouted. Commander Jiang. Leave the task of placing the high-energy particle bomb to me. Please hold these puppets back for me. Lin Bei used the wind thunderstep and rushed away. Zhang Yunqing wanted to persuade a few more words, but Lin Bei had already vanished without a trace, cursing, the upper beams are not straight, and the lower beams are crooked. The 8th camp is full of stubborn donkeys who fear nothing. Go! The man in the black robe snapped his fingers, and 2 third-stage puppets chased after Lin Bei. You dog trash! Your opponent is me. Zhang Yunqing soared into the sky, pulling hard with both hands, tearing the 2 third-stage puppets apart violently. Since Commander Jiang is so eager for battle, I will play with you, Commander Jiang. Today we shall separate high and low and decide life and death. Facing the 5th stage S-class powerhouse, the man in the black robe did not dare to be careless and mustered all his energy to fight. After all, his true body was hiding nearby. It was indeed a bit risky for the true body to act, but as long as he could capture Lin Bei alive, any risk was worth it. That was the body of the undying divine phoenix. And it had the talent of the elemental tyrant. Turning Lin Bei into a puppet and gradually nurturing and upgrading him, then he would become the world's #1 puppeteer. At the same time, Lin Bei entered the 5th stage beast zone. Although his strength was not as good as Jiang Hao's, he had comprehended danger perception. After advancing to the second stage, the range of his danger perception had expanded to 100 meters around him. As soon as a fifth stage beast appeared within his perception range, Lin Bei could immediately sense and dodge it. The explosion range of high-energy particle bombs is limited. I need to go deeper. Lin Bei moved cautiously, glancing back from time to time. He only had two means to kill the man in the black robe: the high-energy particle bomb in his hand and the hidden weapon obtained from Zhang Sr. The method of mutually assured destruction had already been used once, and it would be difficult to succeed a second time. That left only this hidden weapon. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the roars of giants echoed. Then the ground trembled, buzzing, and a cloud of dust over a meter high swirled in the distance as numerous fifth-stage beasts rushed toward the northern border. Just as Lin Bei was taken aback, another roar sounded from the back. This voice was incredibly sharp, as if it could tear soul apart. Looking up, he saw a flying giant beast with a wingspan of over 30 meters circling and screeching in the sky. Thunderfire Eagle. Sixth stage Beast King. Lin Bei's heart shook violently. Under normal circumstances, the strongest giant outside the four realms should be fifth stage. Beasts exceeding the fifth stage would all be transported by space warriors to the beast battlefield. Unless this Thunderfire Eagle had just broken through to the sixth stage. Outside the secret realm, beasts were strictly categorized by strength and territory. In the deepest parts, there were many fifth-stage beasts, and they would not care about the life and death of those lower-stage beasts outside. Moreover, these fifth-stage beasts did not submit to one another, making it difficult to form a united front. Now it was different. A sixth-stage Thunderfire Eagle was born in the fifth-stage beast zone. With its absolute strength and the considerable wisdom of high-stage beasts, it would undoubtedly become the king of all beasts outside. In the eyes of the Beast King, everything beyond the northern border belonged to its territory, and it could not stand by as humans encroached. Now, with the command of a sixth-stage Beast King, the group of beasts outside would form a unified fighting force, increasing their strength by at least 2 levels. And this was just the fighting power of the beast group. It did not even account for the sixth-stage Thunderfire Eagle. It's worth noting that the strongest in the northern border, Zhang Yunqing, was only at the first level of the fifth stage. In this situation, the high-energy particle bombs would no longer have a decisive effect. It might even be pushed back by the beasts, triggering another massive beast tide. The urgent thing is to notify Commander Jiang and prepare early. Lin Bei turned around decisively and headed back. After running for a bit, he was blocked by a man in a black robe. The man grinned menacingly. "Lin Bei, we meet again." Lin Bei was taken aback but unafraid. "All the puppets have been used up. Has your true body finally shown itself? Aren't you afraid of death? I know you have high-energy particle bombs in your hands, but using the same method won't kill me twice." The man in the black robe took something out of his storage ring. He explained, "This thing is a controller produced by Sanes, able to link and control all Sanes products within the detection range. If you don't believe it, you can press the start button for the high-energy particle bomb right now." Lin Bei, skeptical, pressed the start button, and as the timer counted down to 0, indeed, there was no explosion. The power of Sanes technology once again opened Lin Bei's eyes. Such backdoor operations are very common. After all, Sanes also needs to prevent various countries from attacking them after buying their weapons. But isn't obtaining so many high-tech products from Sanes a little too close of a relationship? The man in the black robe sneered coldly, approaching Lin Bei. "Just obediently become my puppet. Don't worry, this process will be quick and painless." As he drew closer, Lin Bei finally got a clear look at the man's face. It seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. That's right. He resembled the War City military god, Xia Jun. The man in the black robe noticed the surprise in Lin Bei's eyes and no longer concealed his identity, removing his black robe, admitting, "You guessed right, I am the son of Xia Chengyun, one of the 12 military gods." "You are Xia Yu? But didn't you die long ago?" Lin Bei suddenly realized. Years ago, Xia Yu betrayed the Xia family and joined the Omnity. When Xia Chengyun learned of this, he executed Xia Yu in the name of justice. "The one who was killed back then was just a living puppet that looked like me," Xia Yu said. "Xia Chengyun let you go?" Lin Bei was shocked. Even he could tell the difference between the puppet and the real person. As a 9th-tier powerhouse, Xia Chengyun could not possibly miss it. He saw it and even declared that Xia Yu had been slain, clearly giving Xia Yu a way out on purpose. Or rather, one of the 12 military gods, Xia Chengyun, is also a member of the Omnity. Whether it is or isn't, it no longer matters. Xia Yu obsessively examined Lin Bei from top to bottom, as if admiring a perfect work of art. "You members of the Omnity truly have great power." Lin Bei stepped back, seeking a chance to release his hidden weapon. Once launched, the 6 needles would strike simultaneously. There would only be one chance. Once released, it would be a sure kill. Chapter 70, the final card. Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Seeking the gold list. Xiaoyu noticed the subtle movements of Lin Bei's wrist and disdainfully flicked his fingers. In an instant, it was as if invisible threads bound Lin Bei's limbs and body, causing him to become stiff and uncontrollable. The perfected thunderstorm steps became erratic when executed. Even the gun skills, enhanced by the primordial weapon master, felt sluggish and awkward at this moment. It was as if one body possessed two souls. Both souls fought for control, making movement extremely stiff and strange. My S-grade puppet talent can not only craft puppets but also control targets as if they were puppets. With your mere second-tier strength, you can't break free from my control, just accept your fate. Xiaoyu raised two fingers lightly, forcing Lin Bei to walk slowly towards him. While struggling, Lin Bei tightly gripped the god-slaying thunder gun. The body's struggle and the grip on the god-slaying thunder gun were all feigned actions for Xiaoyu's eyes. Even moving closer to Xiaoyu without control was intentional. The true killing move lay in the 6 silver needles hidden in his wrist. Xiaoyu observed Lin Bei's rigid movements of taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back, a wider smile spreading across his face. Some third-tier warriors before me are like marionettes. You have managed to resist to this extent, truly worthy of being the chosen one with the elemental tyrant talent and undying divine phoenix body. But soon, you will become the strongest puppet in my hands. Ha 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 ha. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 steps. Lin Bei silently calculated the distance in his heart, then raised his arm and drew the gun, 9-fold thunder gun technique. 9th fold. SZZZZ. The gun body erupted with boundless thunder, like electric snakes converging at the gun's tip. A dazzling light burst forth that was hard to look at. A single shot pierced out, crushing all. Xiaoyu had witnessed the power of this shot with his own eyes. Even the 4th stage 9-fold puppet's punch could be rendered useless, losing its arm, so he dared not confront it head-on. He waved his hand, and Lin Bei's arm, holding the god-slaying thunder gun, was uncontrollably driven down. The sharp tip of the gun pierced into the ground, and the terrifying thunder burned all the nearby grass and trees into ashes. The opportunity had come. Lin Bei's face lit up with joy, and he immediately pressed the hidden weapon switch. But just as his finger was about to touch the switch, a powerful mysterious force bound him. Xiaoyu held Lin Bei's arm up, looking at the hidden weapon on his wrist, and a smile crept onto his face, saying, Zhang Sen's Shin silver sleeve arrow was indeed taken by you. The act was quite good, and the plan isn't bad, but unfortunately, your strength is a bit lacking. Don't celebrate too soon, Lin Bei replied. If you have any other cards up your sleeve, you might as well use them now, Xiaoyu mocked. Look to the sky, Lin Bei said. 6th stage Beast King. Xiaoyu looked up, and a massive shadow darkened the sky. It was the Thunderfire eagle. Taking advantage of his distraction, Lin Bei used all his strength to press the hidden weapon switch. Whoosh! 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 6 silver needles flew out and shot toward the Thunderfire eagle under Xiaoyu's gaze. The silver needles moved quickly, instantly piercing through the eagle's huge wings, creating 6 bloody holes. Screech! The Thunderfire eagle screamed in anguish, lowering its head to glare at Lin Bei and Xiaoyu on the ground. In the eyes of the great beast, humans were neither good nor bad, nor were there any camps. There was only the strong and the weak. When faced with a strong opponent, it would shrink back. When encountering the weak, it would devour them. In truth, the Thunderfire eagle had already noticed these 2 humans but deemed them too weak to care. It was like a giant walking down the road, coming across an ant the size of a grain of sand. It wouldn't bother to turn and squash it. But now it was different. An ant dared to attack the giant, truly seeking its own death. Damn it! You crazy bastard! Xiaoyu panicked at once. Afraid? It's too late for that, Lin Bei grinned brightly. Xiaoyu's face darkened like water, feeling both regret and anger inside. He controlled Lin Bei's hand, which was pretending to have the Xian silver sleeve arrow, to lift it up, wanting to see if the hidden weapon on his wrist was indeed the Xian silver sleeve arrow. Never did he expect that this accidental move would create an opportunity for Lin Bei to ambush the Thunderfire eagle. If he had pushed the arm down at that moment, the sleeve arrow would only have shot into the ground. Now that the 6th stage Beast King, the Thunderfire eagle, was focused on him, capturing Lin Bei alive was impossible. He had to consider how to escape. Screech! The Thunderfire eagle once again let out a piercing scream, then spewed forth a flame mixed with the power of thunder. The thunderous flames poured down from the sky like a waterfall, incinerating everything in their path. To withstand the furious attack of the 6th stage Beast King was to seek death. Xiaoyu had no choice but to release Lin Bei, dodging the thunderous flames. Zzz. The thunder flames surged forth. Lin Bei tilted his head back, arms wide open, standing still. His clothes turned to ashes, leaving him completely bare except for the Xian silver sleeve arrow on his wrist and the storage ring. Xiaoyu! You better run fast. If you're slow, you might just die. Lin Bei loudly reminded with a smile. Damn your mother! Xiaoyu yelled in anger, so furious he wished he could skin Lin Bei alive. Lin Bei possessed the elemental tyrant talent, immune to all attributes. He also possessed the undying phoenix body, a true immortal. While Xiaoyu had a 4th stage 9-fold realm and S-class puppet talent, facing the 6th stage Beast King Thunderfire Eagle meant he could only flee for his life. Damn it! I should never have revealed my true form. Xiaoyu cursed again and again. Having been cautious with puppets for a lifetime, he never expected to sink here because of Lin Bei. Not only did he lose all his puppets, but he might also lose his life here. The more Xiaoyu thought about it, the angrier he became. Merely cursing Lin Bei's family was not enough, and he cursed the dead Zhang countless times. Screech! Watching Xiaoyu running farther away, the Thunderfire Eagle roared and gave chase. Damn it! It was Lin Bei who used the hidden weapon to hurt you, not me. Why are you only staring at me? Xiaoyu dodged left and right. Lin Bei calmly took out a new military uniform from his storage ring and put it on, watching the show. Instead of cursing, "You might as well hurry up and escape, it's about to catch up with you." Xiaoyu looked back. The Thunderfire Eagle was only a few meters away from him, and his heart dropped to his throat. Lin Bei, you have the elemental tyrant talent and the undying divine phoenix body. You must have a way to distract the Thunderfire Eagle. As long as you save me this time, I promise to erase all past grudges. I also promise that I won't cause you trouble anymore. And I can keep your secret. If you die, won't everything be gone? Lin Bei replied. I still have many treasures and resources. I can give them all to you. Xiaoyu continued to raise the stakes. If you die, aren't all those mine? Lin Bei. Damn you. Xiaoyu exploded on the spot. In an instant, the Thunderfire Eagle swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws striking Xiaoyu. The claws dug 3 inches into flesh, shattering bones. Sizzle! With a powerful grip, the Thunderfire Eagle tore Xiaoyu's body in half. Blood splattered everywhere. Xiaoyu. Value over 100 million. To know that the insect armor that can create Tier 5 equipment is only worth 40 million when sold to the martial arts guild. But now, these items are worth 100 million. If all this money is spent on purchasing cultivation resources, Lin Bei could forcefully push his realm to Tier 3. What is this? Lin Bei, while counting this pile of valuable items, suddenly found a book mixed in. A diary? Who writes a diary? But something placed with this pile of valuable items must be something special. Lin Bei picked it up and took a glance. On the cover were the 4 big characters, Puppet Secret Technique. No wonder Xiaoyu can create living puppets. It turns out he mastered the long-lost Puppet Secret Technique from nearly 100 years ago. Lin Bei was suddenly enlightened. This was a treasure worth more than gold. Just the value of this Puppet Secret Technique far exceeds the total value of these items. If he encounters a warrior with awakened puppet talent, it can be sold for an even higher price. Lin Bei casually flipped through a few pages. The secret technique recorded 2 methods for creating puppets. One is the ordinary humanoid puppet, made of wood or metal, just possessing brute strength and high defense. The other is the living puppet, made from human materials, retaining the talents and martial skills of the person, thus more powerful. But only warriors with awakened puppet talent can use the second method of creation. Lin Bei quickly flipped through several pages and closed the book. The situation was urgent. He had no time to slowly study this puppet secret technique. The top priority was to find Jiang Yunqing and prepare her for the impending battle. The beast tide commanded by the Tier 6 Beast King was definitely a devastating disaster for the Northern Realm. Crack! Crack! At that moment, a thin black line suddenly appeared in the blue sky. Then, the black line was expanded by mysterious power, taking the shape of a huge eye. Tearing space? A Tier 9 expert? Lin Bei was shocked in his heart, staring intensely at the crack. Last time, when pursuing Zhang Xin in the intermediate secret realm, the celestial Qin had also torn open space. That was an undeniable seasoned Tier 9 expert. If a human Tier 9 expert intervenes in this battle, the mere Tier 6 Thunderfire Hawk will not be a concern. But if it's a celestial expert, that would be an entirely different scene. The enormous black cavity that suddenly appeared in the sky caught the attention of the entire Northern Realm battlefield. Under the gaze of countless people, a man and a woman walked out from inside. The man on the left wore a military uniform, was burly, had a chiseled face, and exuded a chilling aura. The woman on the right wore tight black leather, showcasing her fiery curves clearly. Her wine-red long hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. Her features were exquisite and stunning, radiating a bewitching charm. Especially her blue-tinted eyes, which seemed to hold some kind of soul-capturing magic. Just a glance gave the feeling that one's soul might be drawn away. Lin Bei looked at the enchanting woman. She also looked at Lin Bei and playfully blew him a kiss. Brother Lin Bei, it's nice to see you. You look even more handsome than in the photos. Her voice was sweet to the bone, making those who heard it feel weak in their knees. Lin Bei dared not look directly anymore and quickly withdrew his gaze. What? Don't you like your sister? The enchanting woman walked towards him, landing in front of Lin Bei, her slender, delicate right hand gently caressing his cheek, sliding down his neck, and resting on his chest. Lin Bei guessed the origins of these two and said politely, "New member of the dragon group, Lin Bei, greetings to the two seniors." "Senior doesn't sound good, call me enchanting sister." The enchanting one stepped forward, and her two peaks squeezed against Lin Bei's arm. "Stop being playful, enchanting. We need to deal with these giant beasts first." The military man smiled at Lin Bei, then gave an order to the enchanting woman. "Brother Lin Bei, you should go back first, I'll come find you later." The enchanting woman blew another kiss. Then, the man in military uniform charged into the group of giant beasts. From their aura, neither of these two was a Tier 9 powerhouse. But since the other side could speak so casually about resolving the giant beast group, their strength was at least Tier 6. Thinking of this, Lin Bei unleashed the wind and thunder steps to rush back, and on the way, he happened to encounter Jiang Yunqing. "General Jiang." Lin Bei took the initiative to greet. "Lin Bei? You're still alive?" Jiang Yunqing was greatly shocked. Chased by a Tier 4 9-fold full-strength powerhouse from behind, and now facing that group of Tier 5 giant beasts in front. With wolves in front and tigers behind, he managed to survive. How unbelievably lucky must that be? Jiang Yunqing could only think in terms of luck and never considered that Lin Bei could kill Xiaoyu, as the gap in strength was just too huge. Lin Bei smiled and skipped over this topic. General Jiang, a Tier 6 beast king, the Thunderfire eagle, was born outside, which was supposed to be a disaster, but now with the military's powerhouses appearing, all crises are resolved, leaving only the cleanup of numerous low-tier giant beasts. "Do you know those two from earlier?" Jiang Yunqing asked. Lin Bei nodded. "Good. With military powerhouses helping, this war just got much simpler." Jiang Yunqing breathed a sigh of relief and immediately took Lin Bei back to headquarters. Chapter 72, Meeting Yi Xiao again. Arrest Lin Bei. After a long while, Jiang Yunqing and Lin Bei arrived at the headquarters command room. She urgently summoned all the regiment commanders to arrange the latest battle plan. The group of Tier 5 giant beasts and the Tier 6 Thunderfire eagle had already been dealt with by military powerhouses. On the front battlefield, only the giant beasts below Tier 4 remained. For the North Border Legion, this was immensely good news. From the commanders to the fresh recruits, everyone was excited like they had been injected with adrenaline upon hearing the news. After battling for so many days, they finally saw the dawn of victory. After the arrangements were completed, Jiang Yunqing looked at Lin Bei and said, "You've gone through so many perilous situations, and you should be resting, but since you hold two defensive lines, it's best to keep a close watch until the war ends." "I understand." Lin Bei nodded, then turned to leave the command room. Just as he opened the door to step out, he bumped into a familiar face. It was Yi Xiao. Behind him were several young men with arrogant expressions, all former members of his entourage. Lin Bei glanced at him and prepared to walk past, but was blocked by one of the young men behind Yi Xiao. "I'll say it only once, get lost." Lin Bei coldly scolded. The young man turned to look at Yi Xiao, and upon seeing him nod, he immediately became arrogant. "A mere Tier 1 recruit dares to act tough in front of me, truly asking for death." Body refinement fist. Lin Bei unleashed a powerful punch. Mountain shattering fist. The young man retaliated with his own punch. Bang! The two punches collided, the young man's arm shattered, and he coughed up blood as he flew backward. Meanwhile, Lin Bei stood there unscathed, not even slightly out of breath. In this simple exchange, the outcome was clear. A Tier 2 3-fold was so weak before Lin Bei, didn't he just step into Tier 1 5-fold during the Four Realms competition? This kid has definitely stepped into Tier 2. It hasn't even been half a month since the competition ended, right? This kid's cultivation speed is just too terrifying. The members of the entourage were all astonished. Yi Xiao looked at his injured subordinate, his face darkening significantly. He signaled his subordinates to act, wanting to punish Lin Bei and also give Jiang Yunqing a warning. Little did he know, he was only stepping on his own toes. Jiang Yunqing also walked out of the command room, her expression utterly surprised. During the counteroffensive plan, Lin Bei was only Tier 1 9-fold. In just a few days, he had risen to Tier 2 3-fold, a speed comparable to what others would take months to achieve. Truly, a prodigy is a prodigy, one cannot view him with ordinary standards. Next time, it won't just be a broken arm. Lin Bei took out the god-killing thunder spear, his cold gaze sweeping over Yi Xiao and the others. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao became furious. "Lin Bei, you are killing comrades and now severely injuring patrol team members. 2 crimes, and you deserve the death penalty. What are you? Who are you to judge my punishment?" Lin Bei sneered. "I am Yi Xiao, Deputy Inspector of the North, Commander of the North Army, Protector of the common people of Dawn. Do you think I am not qualified to judge you?" Yi Xiao shook the dust off his coat, glaring at Lin Bei with pride, hoping to see a hint of fear on Lin Bei's face. However, Lin Bei laughed even louder. A mere deputy inspector has no qualifications at all. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. Take him away. Yi Xiao ordered angrily. Before they could act, Zhang Yunqing stepped forward immediately. Yi Xiao, even if you are an inspector. On my territory in the north, capturing my soldiers needs a reason that is accepted by all, right? I already explained. Lin Bei killed his comrades and severely injured my patroller. It is only right to arrest him. Yi Xiao said. The injured patroller was provoked by your men first, the weaker party got hurt, it is not Lin Bei's fault. And about Lin Bei killing his comrades, do you have any evidence? Zhang Yunqing protected Lin Bei and questioned loudly. Of course I have evidence. Yi Xiao had anticipated this scene and snapped his fingers. Soon, a few people walked over from a distance. Leading them was Fang Han, followed by a group of soldiers. Inspector Yi, Commander Jiang, although I did not see Lin Bei kill Luo Ping with my own eyes, Luo Ping indeed died under the Divine Slayer Thunder Gun, and Lin Bei admitted it himself, Fang Han replied truthfully. Lin Bei put on the pretense of providing support, but in reality, he wanted to seize our defense line and claim more merit. Exactly. When Captain Luo refused to relinquish the defense line, Lin Bei just killed him. Lin Bei even wanted to kill us all to silence us, luckily Instructor Fang arrived in time. A group of soldiers from the 3rd Battalion stepped forward, twisting the truth and painting Lin Bei as an unforgivable criminal. Zhang Yunqing could tell just from their words that it was all a lie. A sheer act of slander. It was even possible that Yi Xiao had deliberately bribed these people to frame Lin Bei. I know Lin Bei very well, he would never kill his comrades on the battlefield. Zhang Yunqing said firmly. I did kill him, but he wanted to kill me first, my actions were justified, Lin Bei confidently admitted. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Zhang Yunqing felt the sky had fallen. Upon hearing the second half, her expression gradually improved. You're talking nonsense. Captain Luo was kind-hearted. How could he kill you? You are clearly speaking without evidence. A soldier from the 3rd Battalion jumped up, immediately rebutting. Commander Jiang, Lin Bei has admitted to killing his comrade, what else do you have to say? Yi Xiao said. Killing someone leads to the killer being killed, Lin Bei only acted out of self-defense, which is indeed justifiable, Zhang Yunqing replied. Whether it was intentional murder or self-defense, Lin Bei's word doesn't count, and neither does yours. I must take Lin Bei back for interrogation to verify the truth, Yi Xiao said, a wicked smile curling on his lips. As long as Lin Bei fell into his hands, he had plenty of ways to torment him. By then, it wouldn't be hard to make Lin Bei admit to even being a full member of a criminal organization. Zhang Yunqing saw straight through Yi Xiao's schemes and firmly opposed, no. Commander Jiang, if you continue to obstruct me, you will be defying the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Xiao, whose strength was no match for Zhang Yunqing, could only invoke the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. What nonsense law of the Dragon Kingdom? This is clearly you, Yi Xiao, seeking personal revenge. Zhang Yunqing still protected Lin Bei. Lin Bei smiled and patted Zhang Yunqing, Commander Jiang, it's fine, he can arrest me now, later, he will have to kneel and beg me to come out. Once you fall into Yi Xiao's hands, he will definitely torture you, and then black will be made to look white. Zhang Yunqing said seriously. It's fine. Lin Bei still wore a calm smile. He was a member of the Dragon Team, holding the highest authority. Apart from the military, no other force had the right to deal with him, and he could mobilize any local armed forces. More importantly, there are 2 powerful members of the Dragon Group in the north. When they learn that Lin Bei has been captured by Yi Xiao, they will definitely come to demand Lin Bei back right away. How could a mere 4th-tier deputy inspector dare to challenge 2 Dragon Group masters who are over 6th tier? Yi Xiao lacks that kind of courage and even the strength. Even if Luo Yuanshan came, he would have to step aside. Chapter 73, Make it a solid case. Seal King Han Bing. Requesting gold tickets. Take him away. Yi Xiao waved his hand arrogantly, and several subordinates immediately escorted Lin Bei away. Back when Luo Yuanshan was removed from his post, his followers left in disgrace as well. Now making a comeback and right in front of Zhang Yunqing, capturing her key cultivated genius, this feeling is truly satisfying. The group walked on the streets of the North headquarters, heads held high, noses in the air. Then they drove away from the North and arrived at the Zhangchangwei City Division prison. Yi Xiao had just taken office as deputy inspector, and he didn't have his own foundation in the North yet, so he could only temporarily use the Wei City Division's place. Wei City Division Chief Nie Xuan, meet with Inspector Yi, Nie Xuang bowed and respectfully saluted. Take him down, remember to keep him in solitary confinement, Yi Xiao's eyes hinted. Nie Xuan nodded and turned to take Lin Bei into the prison, finding a clean and bright cell. He first patted the dust off the bed with his sleeve before saying, Brother Lin, you sit. There's no need to be so difficult, just do your job well, Lin Bei said. Yes, 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 Nie Shuang nodded repeatedly and then left the cell. On one side was the newly appointed Deputy Inspector Yi Xiao, and on the other side was the champion of the Four Domains competition, the pride of the military god. Neither side was something this small chief could offend, so he had to avoid offending either side. At this moment, Yi Xiao stood at the prison gate, watching the cars approaching in the distance, a smile appearing on his face. Company Commander Li Ji and several soldiers got out of the car, respectfully saluting, "Meet with Inspector Yi." "I've been waiting for you," Yi Xiao said. "Inspector Yi, can we completely take care of Lin Bei this time?" Li Ji asked. "As long as you fully describe the scene at that time, I have the means to turn this into a solid case." Yi Xiao vowed. "First, let the soldiers from the third company describe what happened, and then have Lin Bei repeat the account word for word. In this way, both sides' testimonies would align." "What if Lin Bei doesn't cooperate?" Li Ji asked with concern. "Don't worry, I have my ways of making Lin Bei kneel down and confess," Yi Xiao confidently said, then added, "I came to the north this time. Apart from the martial arts business auction, the main task is to bring Jiang Yunqing down. You gather more people to write a joint letter to complain about Jiang Yunqing, and leave the rest to me." "All right." Many people in the North Armed Forces dislike that scummy woman Jiang Yunqing. "The matter of the joint letter is on me." Li Ji patted his chest in assurance, his face full of flattery. The frontline Lord Luo Yuanshan had great power, and even after being removed, he could push Yi Xiao to the position of inspector. If Jiang Yunqing was taken down, who's to say he wouldn't promote someone from his own faction to become the Lord of the North? At that time, both the inspector and the military Lord of the North would be from their side. What could Jiang Yunqing fight back with? And that bunch from the 8th Company, they all had to be dealt with. "All right, go do it," Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then led the soldiers from the 3rd Company into the prison. "Yes." Li Ji replied and drove back to the north. Soon, Yi Xiao and the others arrived at the cell where Lin Bei was held. Looking at Lin Bei behind the iron door, Yi Xiao did not hide the smug smile on his face and said sarcastically, "Lin Bei, if you had listened to the advice back then and chose to serve under Lord Luo, would you have ended up like this today? You must regret it now, right? A dog that has been driven out of the north, only you bunch of trash would want to come and lick up to me." Lin Bei scoffed. The huge difference in circumstances made Yi Xiao, even upon hearing such insulting words, not get angry. On the contrary, he felt a bit of satisfaction. This meant that Lin Bei was already trapped in a desperate situation, able to only vent his dissatisfaction through words. "The power behind Lord Luo is so immense that you and I cannot even imagine. He can easily push me into the position of deputy inspector, which shows how much influence he has. In fact, with your potential, if you had chosen to serve Lord Luo back then, your future position would definitely be above mine. But unfortunately, you have no future." Yi Xiao scoffed and shook his head. Lin Bei laughed as well, walked to the iron door, pointed at the spot where Yi Xiao stood, and confidently said, "Do you believe that soon you will be kneeling here, begging me to walk out of this cell?" Yi Xiao looked down on him. "Don't expect Jiang Yunqing to come save you, she can't even save herself. Besides, the inspector has the authority to act first and report later. The military is far away in Wucheng, and even Yi Junshin can't save you. You will surely die today." Hearing this, Lin Bei stopped talking and turned to lie down on the bed. After days of fierce battles, he was indeed exhausted. Now trapped in prison, it was a good chance to rest. "When will your testimonies be ready?" Yi Xiao turned to the several soldiers from the 3rd camp behind him. "A day? No. Half a day. At most half a day. We will prepare the testimonies flawlessly." The soldiers answered firmly. "Go prepare, then." Yi Xiao opened the iron prison door, walking inside with a fierce look. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well torment Lin Bei first. When the testimonies were ready, he would have Lin Bei sign and seal them, saving time. Just then, Director Nie Shuang rushed in. "Inspector Yi." "Inspector Yi. There are people outside specifically asking to see you. Can't you see I'm busy?" "I refuse to see anyone," Yi Xiao said impatiently. "Well, Inspector Yi, these two outside. I'm afraid you must see them," Nie Shuang said. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Two people? Who are they?" "They look like strong individuals from the military, but their exact background is unclear. Anyway, they said that if you don't hand over Lin Bei, they will demolish this prison," Nie Shuang said timidly. "What an arrogant tone. I want to see who has such boldness." Yi Xiao snorted coldly and rushed out, leaving Lin Bei behind. Upon arriving at the prison entrance, the street before him was empty. He thought Nie Shuang was playing him and instinctively wanted to question him. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the sky. "Are you Yi Xiao?" Yi Xiao looked towards the source of the voice and saw a man and a woman standing in the sky. Although the two did not reveal their power, the pressure emanating from them surpassed Luo Yuanshan countless times. 6th-tier powerhouses. Yi Xiao immediately assumed his identity as the inspector, trying to bring their statuses to the same level. I am Inspector Yi Xiao, may I ask how to address you too? Han Bing. Yao Rao. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. There seemed to be no such figures among the high-ranking officials in the military. Since he had no authority over them, even if they were powerful, they wouldn't dare to crash into the prison and take Lin Bei today. Otherwise, they would be opposing the entire Dragon Kingdom. Thinking this, Yi Xiao straightened his back. I don't know what relationship you two have with Lin Bei, but Lin Bei killed comrades and seriously injured inspection team members. These two crimes combined are a death penalty. No one can take him away today. Slap. Han Bing didn't bother to say a word. With a raised hand, he sent Yi Xiao flying with a slap. Release him. Chapter 74, I'll take your dog life. 100. Yi Xiao spat out blood and angrily looked at Han Bing and the enchanting figure, coldly saying, do you know the price of attacking a patrol envoy? Smack. Han Bing swiftly gave him another slap. This slap was even harder, and Yi Xiao spun 360 degrees in the air, crashing to the ground like a dead dog. His cheekbone was dislocated and deformed, half his teeth were knocked out, and saliva dripped down. One of his eyes was bloodshot, completely turning bright red. Yi Xiao, with eyes wide in fury, crawled up from the ground, snarling, I am Yi Xiao, the deputy patrol envoy of the Northern Territory appointed by the elders of the Dragon Country. I command the overseer. I protect the people of Dawn. I have the right to execute first and report later. How dare you hit me repeatedly? Do you believe I can sentence you to death? A patrol envoy is nothing but a fart. An elder of the Round Table is nothing but a fart. If you don't release Lin Bei now, the next slap will take your life. Han Bing stepped forward, and a terrifying pressure surged like a tidal wave, causing everyone present to kneel. Yi Xiao was at the center of the pressure, his bones creaking, as if he would be crushed into pieces by this force. But he did not surrender, nor did he believe Han Bing dared to kill him. If you have the guts, try it. Looking for death? Then I will fulfill your wish. Han Bing's eyes changed, revealing an extreme killing intent as cold as ice. He gently pointed his finger, and the space around Yi Xiao was immediately compressed. As the space continued to shrink, Yi Xiao's body was squeezed and deformed. A space warrior. Nie Shuang gasped in disbelief, with huge waves rising in his heart. In any country in the world, space warriors were the rarest existence. These warriors could construct barriers through talent, stabilizing secret realms and preventing gigantic beasts from escaping. They could also teleport high-level giant beasts born in secret realms or outside, to avoid large beast tides. Space warriors above the 6th tier were even national strategic talents, receiving special protection and training. No wonder he dared to look down on the patrol envoy and the Round Table elders, he indeed had that qualification. At this moment, not only did Nie Shuang notice, but others also realized it. With the special status of a space warrior, as long as it wasn't a major crime like treason, he would generally be given the chance to redeem himself. This meant that if he killed Yi Xiao today, Yi Xiao would die for nothing. Yi Xiao naturally understood this, his face turning pale, as he knelt on the ground begging, I was wrong. Officer Han. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. What a worthless wretch. Only crying when you see the coffin. Hurry up and release Lin Bei. Han Bing waved his hand, and the terrifying force melted away like snow. Yes, I will request him right away. Yi Xiao really got scared, scrambling to his feet and stumbling into the garrison city prison. The earlier killing intent felt so real, and thinking back now still sent shivers down his spine. That wasn't a threat, he really wanted to kill him. Inside the cell, Lin Bei saw Yi Xiao's disheveled appearance and guessed what had happened, involuntarily raising an eyebrow. Patrol envoy Yi, you've come? Yi Xiao opened the cell door, swallowing all his displeasure. You can go now. Lin Bei shook his head, sitting cross-legged on the bed. If you want to catch me, then catch me. If you want to release me, it's not that simple. Then what do you want? Yi Xiao asked. Kneel down and give me 100 kowtows, then I will consider letting you out. Lin Bei replied. Yi Xiao got angry at these words. To kneel and kowtow 100 times was like asking him to kill himself. Lin Bei. I'm already being nice by letting you go. How dare you threaten me? Don't want to kneel? Then it's settled. Lin Bei leisurely lay back on the bed, hands behind his head. Humph. I gave you a chance, since you don't want to go out, then just wait to rot in there. Yi Xiao turned and left, filled with rage. The two outside were powerful, he couldn't provoke them, so he had to act humble. But Lin Bei was merely a second-tier warrior, who was inferior to him in strength, identity, and status. He certainly couldn't fear Lin Bei like he feared the other two. Yi Xiao returned to the gate and said truthfully, both of you, I gave Lin Bei a chance to come out, but he refused. You can't blame me for that. Han Bing and Yao Lao exchanged a glance, instantly figuring out Lin Bei's intentions. The former said firmly, "You bring him in, you better bring him out, or I'll take your life. I've opened the cell door, but he won't come out. What else can I do?" Yi Xiao spread his hands, helpless. "That's your problem. I'll give you 10 minutes, Han Bing said, starting the stopwatch. Yi Xiao was furious, ready to curse. Lin Bei clearly wanted to make things difficult for him, and these two seemed to know that and were deliberately cooperating. They were forcing him to kneel. As the vice inspector of the northern border, a fourth-tier warrior, leading a group of subordinates, how could he kneel and knock his head 100 times? How could he show his face in the northern border after today? But if he didn't do it, Han Bing would really kill him. Everyone present looked at Yi Xiao, nervously swallowing their saliva. Especially the few patrol team members following Yi Xiao, who had thought their return to the northern border would be a king's return. But they never imagined it would end up so miserably. 5 minutes, Han Bing said with a chilling killing intent. It's only been a little over 1 minute. Yi Xiao retorted. For minutes, Han Bing's killing intent grew even stronger. Creak. Creak. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth so hard that he almost shattered the remaining ones, helplessly turning back to the cell. A man of honor can endure. He would swallow this humiliation for now, but one day, they would pay with their lives. Thud. Yi Xiao knelt in front of Lin Bei's cell with a thud, then began banging his head madly. Soon, his forehead was split open, blood splattering everywhere, and his head buzzing like mush. But the pain in his body was nothing compared to the humiliation in his heart. Han Bing only gave him 4 minutes, and he dared not waste a single second. Finally, after 100 loud knocks, he finished. Yi Xiao staggered to his feet, his face covered in blood, his eyes full of rage, looking terrifying. His head was dizzy, feeling like the entire world was spinning violently. He stumbled a couple of steps and then collapsed with a thud, passing out. You're kind enough, you said 100 loud knocks, but you had to give one extra. Lin Bei chuckled, lifting his leg and stepping over Yi Xiao's head. Outside the cell, many patrol team members lowered their heads, not daring to look Lin Bei in the eye, quietly stepping aside to make a path. Even the vice inspector was treated like this by Lin Bei. If they dared to act as arrogantly as when they captured Lin Bei, they'd definitely lose their lives. Chapter 75, Auction Grand Ceremony. World Talent Battle. Seeking golden tickets. When Lin Bei walked out of the prison, Yao Lao immediately approached, her hands scanning all over Lin Bei's body, showing concern as she said, Lin Bei, did you get hurt inside? Let me check for you. Lin Bei's face flushed red, awkwardly stepping back a half step. Yao Lao, I'm fine. It's good if you're fine, or else I would have crushed that guy's head, Yao Lao said. At this moment, Han Bing also walked up and introduced himself. My name is Han Bing. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Han. Big Brother Han, Lin Bei replied. Ha ha ha, good. Then let's go back. If you have anything to say, we can talk on the way, Han Bing said, waving his hand. A soft power lifted Lin Bei and Yao Lao into the air, heading toward the northern border headquarters. Big Brother Han, Yao Lao, did you rush to the northern border because you sensed the presence of the 6th-tier Thunderfire Hawk? Lin Bei asked curiously. Han Bing shook his head, explaining, we were originally planning to attend the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association's auction grand ceremony, buy some good items, and then head to the beast battlefield. We didn't expect to run into a 6th-tier beast by chance. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, all warriors above the 6th tier, regardless of identity, status, or age, must serve in the beast battlefield once a year. After completing the mission. When Lin Bei stepped into the 6th rank, he would also be forced to serve in the beast battlefields. Auction festival? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, becoming even more curious. In simple terms, it's an auction, but because it happens once a year, the items at this auction will be more numerous, rarer, and of higher quality, Han Bing explained. Lin Bei nodded in sudden realization, understanding that even powerful individuals like Han Bing and Yao Rao were drawn to it. This auction must surely have many good things. And he happened to have a bit of money, wouldn't it be a shame not to participate? Han Bing saw through Lin Bei's thoughts and explained, little brother, the auction festival has prerequisites, only silver members and above can participate. Oh, I'm a gold member, Lin Bei said. Han Bing. Yao Rao. The membership levels of the Martial Arts Commerce Association are divided into 6 levels, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme. Spend 100,000 to become a bronze member. Spend 5 million to upgrade to silver membership. Only by spending over 20 million can one upgrade to gold membership. What does 20 million mean? The military's monthly salary for Han Bing and Yao Rao is only 100,000. 120,000 a year, 1,200,000 in 10 years, they would have to not eat or drink for over 10 years to save up 20 million. The key is that their monthly salaries have many uses, it's impossible to spend it all in the Martial Arts Commerce Association. So all these years, the two of them remained silver members. In contrast, Lin Bei had just joined the military for a little over a month, yet as a mere second-tier centurion, he was actually a gold member. Truly, people can make others feel inferior. Lin Bei changed the topic and asked, by the way, I heard from General Yi that killing full essence is more commendable than killing giant beasts. If I kill full essence Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu, can I be directly promoted to a 1,000-man commander? Hearing this, both Han Bing and Yao Rao stopped at the same time, looking at Lin Bei in disbelief, asking in unison, who did you just say you killed? Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu, Lin Bei replied. Hiss. Both were taken aback. Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu were both 4th-tier, 9th-level warriors, and they were actually killed by Lin Bei? Is there any evidence? Han Bing asked. Zhang Xin's body is nowhere to be found, and Xiaoyu's body should still be outside the territory, Lin Bei said. Although they found it hard to believe, Han Bing completely trusted Lin Bei's character. Otherwise, General Yi wouldn't have invited him to join the dragon team, but the necessary procedures must still be followed, otherwise, rules would become mere decoration, and everything would fall into chaos. Alright, once we return to the northern headquarters, I will verify this matter with Yao Rao. However, just based on these 2 kills, the military cannot promote you to a 1,000-man commander outside of the rules, but I can give you some other rewards. What other rewards? That depends on what you need. I will apply to the military for you then. Lin Bei lowered his head and pondered for a long time, suddenly remembering the puppet secret technique he got from Xiaoyu. It requires a lot of rare materials to make puppets. He said, I heard the military has plenty of materials, can you reward me with some rare materials? What materials do you want? Purple gold stone, heavenly trace stone, meteorite iron, deep sea silver mother. Han Bing. Yao Rao. The two had black lines on their foreheads, unsure how to respond for a moment. They originally thought Lin Bei would only want some ordinary materials, who would have guessed this kid had such a big appetite. Each of these 4 materials was extremely rare. Combined, they were more precious than an ordinary 5th-grade armor. With Lin Bei's merit, under normal circumstances, he can only obtain 1 of the 4 materials, at best, he could get 2. Han Bing didn't want to dampen Lin Bei's spirits, so he tactfully said, I will report your request to the military, but I can't guarantee that it will be approved. Okay, is there any other quick way to be promoted to a 1,000-man commander? Lin Bei nodded and asked again. Han Bing thought for a moment and said, besides killing enemies for merit, there is indeed a shortcut to promotion, which is to bring glory to the country. How can I bring glory to the country? Lin Bei questioned. Next month, the World Genius Battle will be held. If you make it into the top 100, you can be promoted to a 1,000-man commander. Han Bing said. Is it that simple? Lin Bei asked. Simple? There are 197 countries in the world. Each country sends 100 warriors to compete. That's 19,700 contestants. Every contestant is a talented genius that their country has high hopes for, including SSS-level geniuses, and even crazier ones who are SSS-level geniuses with powerful abnormal bodies. Moreover, warriors under 20 can participate, and you just recently turned 18, some of them have been training for an extra year or 2, allowing them to surpass you by a whole major realm. Han Bing had a serious look on his face. Lin Bei little brother, the World Genius Battle is not to be taken lightly, it's on a completely different level from the matches you've fought before. Yao Rao rarely showed such a serious expression. When they were younger, they had also participated in the World Genius Battle, naively thinking they were the protagonists of this world. But once they got to the arena, they found that the so-called geniuses were like cabbages by the roadside, you could grab a handful. There were countless geniuses who were stronger than the 2 of them. In the end, both of them fell outside the top 100. To be honest, with your current strength, there's truly no one of your age that can compete, but what if you were 2 years older? Would you still dare to say you're invincible at your age? This is just the northern region, there are still geniuses from the southeast and southwest to consider? Especially in the southeast, countless prestigious martial arts families are entrenched there, and the geniuses they nurture are far stronger than you can imagine. Han Bing didn't want to undermine Lin Bei's confidence, just wanted to give him a dose of preventative medicine. So he wouldn't collapse and lose all hope when facing future setbacks. Yes, Lin Bei little brother, Han Bing is not exaggerating at all. To participate in the World Genius Battle, first, there are selections from various regions, then they are sent to a secret base for training, and the final 100 picked are all geniuses among geniuses. Yao Rao picked up the conversation. Chapter 76, Clean up the worms in the northern region. Lin Bei rewards his subordinates. After hearing all this, Lin Bei nodded with a solemn expression. The new recruits competition and the 4 regions competition were only internal tests within the military, and they were all new recruits. If he adjusted the age upward by 2 years, the champions and runners-up from the last 2 4 regions competitions would emerge. They were also outstanding geniuses, and they had trained for 2 more years than Lin Bei, their realms would definitely be higher. And this World Genius battle is selecting the strongest 100 from all under 20 geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom. It's not easy to break through the selection of the Dragon Kingdom and then compete against a total of 19,600 geniuses from 196 other countries. To make it into the top 100 is indeed not an easy task. Lin Bei had many methods, but a low realm was a hard flaw. In this martial arts auction event, he must get more spirit medicines to boost his realm. Not long after, the three arrived at the Northern Region headquarters. "You're back." Zhang Yunqing looked Lin Bei up and down, asking with concern, "Yi Xiao didn't do anything to you, did he? That guy knocked his head and passed out." Lin Bei laughed, recounting what happened in the Weicheng prison. With Lin Bei's last word, everyone in the command room laughed heartily, feeling quite relieved. When Luo Yuanshan was still the military leader, Yi Xiao had relied on his position as the captain of the personal guard team to show off. A petty person like him who bullies others with his power deserves a harsh punishment. After a bit of casual conversation, Lin Bei hurriedly headed to the front line. Meanwhile, Han Bing and Yao Rao began to confirm the evidence of Zhang Sen and Xie Yu's deaths. 3 days later, the war finally ended. The commanders and sergeants from various camps gathered here, waiting for their rewards. Everyone is here, so let's begin. First, the 100 commander of the 8th camp, Lin Bei, single-handedly defended 2 important defensive lines, risking his life to rescue Jiang Hao and Old Liang, awarded 300,000 military merits and 3 fourth-grade spirit medicines. Zhang Yunqing announced loudly. "Thank you, General Jiang." Lin Bei happily accepted the reward. "Return the unplaced high-energy particle bombs. This is the reward you deserve." Zhang Yunqing patted Lin Bei's shoulder with satisfaction and continued to commend the achievements. Half an hour later, the awarding ceremony came to an end, but the atmosphere in the command room was quite strange. Almost half of the officers received no rewards at all. Zhang Yunqing's lips curled into a smile as she took out a piece of paper from her storage bracelet and slapped it on the table. This joint letter was originally meant for Yi Xiao, but she intercepted it. The paper was filled with dense names, each name marked with a bloody handprint. Upon closer inspection, it could be found that all the names were those of officers from the Northern Army. From the lowest centurion to the highest commander, all were on this paper. Those who were unaware of the truth looked at this paper with confusion. But those who had written their names on the paper felt their hearts racing with intense anxiety. Thump! One centurion knelt down from his chair and pleaded, "Commander Jiang. I was forced by Li Ji. I never wanted to sign this paper." Once the first person spoke, the second and third quickly followed. "I was also coerced by Li Ji. He said if I didn't sign, Yi Xiao wouldn't spare me. Commander Jiang. I am loyal to you. I would never betray you. Please believe me. Li Ji and Yi Xiao are in cahoots. We were all fooled by them." Seeing the truth come to light, everyone stepped forward to accuse Li Ji and Yi Xiao, clearing themselves of blame. In this situation, Li Ji did not get angry, nor did he bother to refute them. He simply laughed loudly, filled with mockery. Since ancient times, it has been the victors who write the history. If you lose, you lose. Nothing more to say. Do as you will. Zhang Yunqing slammed the table, her aura as a 5th-level powerhouse bursting forth, scolding, "Those on the list are dismissed, and sent to the Wei City Division for trial." "Commander Jiang, I'm wronged." Some people still clung to hope, kneeling at Zhang Yunqing's feet and begging pitifully. Zhang Yunqing kicked them away, "Take them down." When she first took office, she was worried about how to expose the pests trained by Luo Yuanshan. But now, there was no need for her to identify them one by one. These pests revealed themselves. Now that the external troubles of the northern region were resolved, and the pests cleaned up, the remaining time could be spent on rest and strengthening their power. Years later, the northern region would never again be the weakest among the 4 regions. At this moment, Lin Bei returned to the 8th camp and assembled 100 subordinates. Each one was eager and excited. "This was your first battle with me, and you all performed quite well," Lin Bei praised. "Boss, don't say such hollow words, just tell us how much military achievement you'll reward us with," an old soldier urged with a smile, and others quickly echoed. Lin Bei smiled and held up 6 fingers, 6,000 military achievements for each of you. At this statement, the room fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. They were all seasoned veterans, naturally understanding the military reward system. In this battle, each person should have received around 2,000 military achievements as a reward. But Lin Bei's opening offer was 6,000, a full 3 times more. For 100 people, that meant 600,000 military achievements. The headquarters probably didn't even grant Lin Bei that much achievement. "Boss, I must have misheard. Did you just say 6,000 military achievements for each person?" an old soldier asked in disbelief. "Yes, as long as you can win battles, I, Lin Bei, will not be stingy with your rewards. Even if I have to dig into my own pockets, I will not treat you badly," Lin Bei solemnly promised. It's better to give the whole cake directly than to just talk about it. Furthermore, soldiers are different from other professions. Every battle they fight is at the risk of their lives. These 6,000 military achievements are earned by risking their lives. Moreover, the more achievements they earn, the faster their strength grows, increasing their chances of winning future battles, which leads to more achievements in a virtuous cycle. The boss is really true to his word. From now on, my life belongs to the boss. Even if I have to carry a supply bag, I have no regrets. In the north for so many years, I have never seen a centurion as generous as our chief. I will follow him to the end. Don't worry, chief. We will definitely not embarrass you. The crowd pounded their chests, making solemn promises. Well, I have things to attend to, so let's disperse. Lin Bei said this and immediately headed to the Martial Arts Business Association in Jiangcheng. Soon, the news spread that Lin Bei rewarded his soldiers with 6,000 military merits each. At first, everyone questioned it, but when those 100 men exchanged their military merits for spiritual medicines, the doubters fell silent, tears uncontrollably flowing from the corners of their mouths. That was 6,000 military merits. 6,000 for each person. While most ordinary soldiers received only a little over 1,000, at most 2,000. Humans are afraid of comparison. The least casualties, the most rewards, who wouldn't envy this? In an instant, everyone in the north looked forward to Lin Bei's promotion to Centurion, hoping for a chance to join him. Chapter 77, President Huang Yu. Shilin Mechanical Arm. Seek golden tickets. After a long while, Lin Bei arrived at the Martial Arts Business Association, a building more than 20 stories high. The entrance of the building was already crowded, with caution tape wrapped around in circles. Outside the caution tape, there were layers of people, and the traffic on several nearby streets was paralyzed because of it. Besides the many onlookers, several people came to attend the auction. Familiar faces included Han Bing, Yao Rao, Yi Xiao, Lei Meng, Zhang Yunqing, and Nie Shuang, along with many unfamiliar ones. These unfamiliar faces came from the north and other places. Enemies meeting always spark immediate hatred. Yi Xiao saw Lin Bei in the crowd and wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. Lin Bei had a sense of danger. When hostile gazes appeared around him, he could sense it immediately. So he turned to look at Yi Xiao, especially noticing his forehead, taunting, "Oh, isn't this the inspection envoy Yi? Looks like you're recovering well." "Humph." Yi Xiao snorted coldly, frustrated, and turned to leave. "Lin Bei, brother, give me a kiss, and I'll help you get rid of this annoying guy." Yao Rao leaned in close. Lin Bei took a half step back, looking at Han Bing and asking, "Brother Han Bing, how's the reward situation?" "General Yi has approved it, it should arrive tonight." "Speaking of which, General Yi really takes care of you, all 4 kinds of materials, none missed." Han Bing said enviously. Lin Bei chuckled. Once the materials arrived, he could start refining puppets. At that moment, Nie Shuang and Zhang Yunqing saw Lin Bei and walked over to greet him. "Dad, should we go up and say hello?" Raven looked at Lei Meng from the crowd. "There's no place for us, so let's not embarrass ourselves." Lei Meng sighed complexly. One step wrong, every step is wrong. The Lei family has missed the opportunity to connect with Lin Bei. The only thing to be thankful for is that the Lei family has not become Lin Bei's enemy. Otherwise, the Lei family would surely follow in the footsteps of the Han family. Han Zhentian hanged himself, and the rest of the Han family was all arrested. A small number of heinous individuals were sentenced to death by the city guard, and others all ended up in prison, coming out only after several decades. After a moment, everyone went through identity verification, lining up to enter. The auction venue was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people at once, with several luxurious VIP rooms at the top. Lin Bei and his companions sat together, while Yi Xiao, Lei Meng, and the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Xin, entered the VIP room. The Lei family and Zhou family have been operating in Jiangcheng for so many years. I can understand having money, but where does Yi Xiao get so much money? Lin Bei remarked in surprise. Even as a golden member, he could only sit in the main hall. These 3 were undoubtedly platinum members who spent over 100 million. Yi Xiao is a glove of Lu Yuanshan, so he naturally has money. Zhang Yunqing explained. "I see." Lin Bei nodded in realization. Yi Xiao's lips curled up as he gave Lin Bei a provocative look from below. As if to say to Lin Bei, "You only deserve to be stepped on by me." Ka ka. In an instant, the spotlight in the venue shone brightly. A graceful woman in a cheapah walked in, introducing herself. "I am Huang Yu, the president of the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce Jiangcheng branch. Welcome everyone to this auction gala." "President Huang, my time is precious, no need for small talk, let's get started directly," Yi Xiao urged impatiently. "Since Inspector Yi has spoken, I will of course comply, let's begin." Huang Yu smiled charmingly, controlling the equipment to project an item in the center of the venue. This is the first item for auction, a Qilin mechanical arm, manufactured by Sainst. After wearing it, a warrior can amplify their strength by more than 3 times. Starting price is 3 million, and each bidding increment must not be less than 100,000. As soon as the words fell, boos erupted from the crowd. President Huang, the item is indeed good, but sadly only a one-armed warrior can use it. Are you asking us to amputate our arms just for a mechanical arm? Exactly, look at all of us, who among us is one-armed? It's useless for us, hurry on to the next item. Huang Yu looked around, not a single person shouted a price. Just as she was about to introduce the next item, Lin Bei and Jiang Yunqing's voices rang out, 3 million, I'll take it. Commander Jiang, General Shin treats me well, let me have it, Lin Bei said. How about this, we'll each pay half, Jiang Yunqing suggested. All right. Lin Bei nodded. This Qilin mechanical arm was useless to others, but it was extremely valuable for the one-armed Xinzhong. Amplifying one's strength 3 times almost matched a 5th-tier giant beast. I'm out, let Lin Bei have it, Jiang Yunqing withdrew from the bidding. Huang Yu looked around once more, is there anyone willing to bid more than 3 million? I bid 3,100,000. Yi Xiao, standing by the window in the VIP room, smiled provocatively. Lin Bei knew he was intentionally raising the stakes, so he raised the bid, 4 million. 4,100,000. 5 million. 5,100,000. Yi Xiao's lips curled into a smirk, unabashedly provoking, no matter how much you bid, I will outbid you by 100,000. Lin Bei turned to Jiang Yunqing, and seeing her nod, he raised the bid again, 6 million. Yi Xiao wanted to irritate Lin Bei, 6,100,000. No matter the final price, we'll split it, Jiang Yunqing said. Lin Bei nodded, his gaze sharp, 10 million. This item is only worth 5 million at most. Since you're willing to pay double, how could I not do you this favor? It's yours. Yi Xiao said contentedly, leisurely sipping on red wine while sitting on the sofa. 10 million once. 10 million twice. 10 million 3 times. Congratulations to Lin Bei for winning the Qilin mechanical arm. As Huang Yu's voice fell, the venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Bei with the gaze of a fool. Isn't it just causing trouble? I can do that too. Lin Bei's eyes were as dark as water, quietly remembering this debt. Yi Xiao was the glove of Luo Yuanshan, so he must have received Luo Yuanshan's order to participate in this auction gala. This meant that in the upcoming items, there was one or several that Yi Xiao had to acquire. When the time comes, he must let Yi Xiao experience this kind of annoyance too. Next up is the second item for auction, the mature blood red flower. Starting price is 3 million, and each bidding increment must not be less than 100,000. As Huang Yu's voice fell, a projection of the blood red flower appeared in the venue. This time, there were no more sighs, everyone stretched their necks to examine it. The mature blood red flower was extremely rare, capable of continuously producing blood red fruit. For martial arts families, a mature blood red flower was worth far more than 2nd or 3rd tier spirit medicines. 3,500,000. 3,800,000. 4 million. The sounds of raising bids continued, even Raymond and Zhou Shun from the VIP room joined in. Watching this scene, Lin Bei was slightly surprised. It was sold to the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce for 120,000 back then, and now in the blink of an eye, it reached 4 million. And it's rising rapidly. Indeed, the more one needs this item, the higher the price that can be offered beyond market value. Chapter 78, The Core of the 6th Stage Insect Mother. A chance to cause trouble. After several rounds of bidding, this mature blood red flower was won by Raymond for 8 million. This price was quite high, but for the wealthy Raymond family, it was still worth it. The next auction items were more and more rare and precious, and the atmosphere in the venue gradually heated up. Lin Bei sat in his chair with his arms crossed, not bidding even once. First, these items were not very useful to him. Second, as soon as he placed a bid, Yi Xiao would immediately cause trouble. It was precisely because the two of them targeted each other that Han Bing and the charming woman had many opportunities to pick up bargains. During this trip to Jiang City, the two of them gained a lot. Next, we have the grand finale of this auction event, 3 ultimate items. Huang Yu used the term grand finale, instantly raising the atmosphere to a climax. She pointed her finger, and a beautiful piece of armor appeared in the air. This armor is made from the carapace condensed when a 5th stage insect mother was dying. Its defense is extremely impressive. It can withstand any fatal attack below the 6th stage. The armor is of lower 5th grade, with a starting bid of 20 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 500,000. As Huang Yu finished speaking, the crowd instantly went wild and began bidding like crazy. With the ability to withstand any fatal attack below the 6th stage. Even if it can only withstand one attack, it is a priceless treasure. Wearing it feels like having an extra life. I bid 25 million. 28 million. 30 million. More than 70% of the people in the venue participated in the bidding. The remaining 30% were not uninterested in the carapace, they simply could not produce that much money. Yi Xiao stared at the carapace projection, his heart full of desire. He really wanted it but did not dare to place a bid. During this trip to Jiang City, Luo Yuanshan had given him strict orders to acquire the 6th stage insect mother core at the auction. This item was neither for Yi Xiao nor for Luo Yuanshan. Instead, it was to be packaged as a gift for the important figures of the Round Table Elder Council. As long as he could secure the backing of the Round Table Elder Council, all those in the north, Jiang City, and the martial god of the martial city would have to stand aside. Therefore, he had to save his funds. No need to compete. I bid 70 million. The head of the Zhou family stood up, silencing most of the crowd with his opening words. 75 million. Raymond got up to bid and then looked at Zhou Xin, saying, "Brother Zhou, my son is about to participate in the North selection for the World Genius Battle. This item is crucial for him, so please be kind." Zhou Xin pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "Since you said that, old friend, of course, I will give you face." "Thank you, Brother Zhou." Raymond expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. In the end, Raymond won the 5th stage insect carapace for 75 million. No wonder the Martial Arts Business Association is financially strong. Lin Bei thought to himself. That mature blood red flower was bought by the Martial Arts Business Association for 120,000 and sold for 8 million. That enormous insect carapace was acquired for 40 million, and now sold for 75 million. The point is, that piece of carapace could likely be crafted into 3 pieces of armor, equating to over 200 million. Money flowing in and out, profits multiplying, this money is truly easy to earn. If he could become a shareholder in the Martial Arts Business Association, even as a minor shareholder, he could earn money effortlessly every day. Huang Yu smiled charmingly and then introduced, "Next up is the second to last item of the auction event, the 6th stage insect mother core. This item comes from the giant beast battlefield, containing immense energy, it has miraculous effects for martial artists below the 6th stage. The starting bid is 50 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 500,000. Hiss. As Huang Yu finished speaking, everyone in the venue gasped. The 6th stage insect mother core. Such a treasure can only be obtained from the giant beast battlefield. Martial artists at a bottleneck period will experience miraculous effects after using it. Immediately able to break through. Even if used directly, it can easily elevate 2 or 3 small realms. But with a starting price of 50 million, everyone suddenly fell silent. 50 million. For the first time, Nie Shuang bid. 51 million. Zhang Yunqing also joined the bidding. 55 million. Raymond said. 60 million. Zhou Xin's voice was loud and imposing. They participated in this auction event all for the 6th tier insect mother core. After Zhang Yunqing used it, his realm could rise even higher. Others might touch the threshold of breaking into the 5th tier after using it. For everyone, this was something they aimed to obtain, and in the end, it would only be a battle of financial strength. The price of the 6th tier insect mother core soared, quickly reaching 90 million. At this moment, Yi Xiao walked up to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at everyone, loudly declaring, "I offer 100 million. You don't need to compete anymore. This 6th tier insect mother core. This inspector is determined to have it. Inspector Yi, the rules of the martial arts chamber have always been that the highest price wins. If you want to use your status to suppress others, then I can only ask you to leave." Huang Yu said with a smile, using the softest tone to say the harshest words. To give Yi Xiao face, he was the deputy inspector. If he didn't give him face, he was nothing in front of the martial arts chamber. Yi Xiao used drinking to cover up his embarrassment, Chairman Huang. I would never break the rules of the martial arts chamber. What I want to say is, no matter how high the price is, I, Yi Xiao, will definitely bid. Everyone, please continue bidding. Huang Yu looked at the crowd and said. Once the price broke 100 million, it surpassed the psychological limits of Nie Shuang, Zhang Yunqing, and the others. Raymond and Zhou Xin still had the strength to continue bidding, but they didn't dare to offend Yi Xiao, so they fell silent. Chairman Huang, it seems that 100 million is the limit for the 6th tier insect mother core, please announce the result. Yi Xiao said with a smug smile. I bid 100 million and 50,000. Lin Bei raised his card to bid. Yi Xiao's expression changed, looking at Lin Bei in shock. He expected Lin Bei wouldn't be able to swallow his pride and would create trouble later. But he didn't expect Lin Bei would dare to make trouble with such a high price. Once Yi Xiao stopped bidding, Lin Bei would have to buy the 6th tier insect mother core at this price. Can a mere centurion come up with so much money? Lin Bei. Do you have money? You dare to shout here. Yi Xiao said. Yes, and a lot. No matter how much you bid, I will always bid 50,000 more than you. Lin Bei said with a smile. Last time at the martial arts chamber, he still had 18 million left. Plus the treasures he got from Xiaoyu, his total assets were about 150 million. Chairman Huang. 100 million is not a small amount. I request a financial verification. Yi Xiao said. Sure. Huang Yu nodded. Yi Xiao's assets were all cash, he could just show Huang Yu his balance for verification. Lin Bei opened his storage wristband, revealing all kinds of valuable items, including bricks that shone with golden light, which immediately surprised Huang Yu. So many gold bricks. He must have hit a jackpot. Chairman Huang, if Lin Bei doesn't have so much money, I suggest we kick him out for disrupting the order of the auction. Yi Xiao said ominously. Verification complete, both parties meet the bidding requirements. Huang Yu announced. Chapter 79, Borrow Money. Zhou Shen confronts Yi Xiao. Seeking gold tickets. When these words were spoken, Zhang Yunqing and the others were all dumbfounded. They held high positions and had managed businesses in the Northern Territory for many years, and they could only come up with over 100 million cash. Although the Lei family and the Zhou family had assets worth tens of billions, the money they could actually use was at most a few billion, and sometimes only a few billion. But Lin Bei had only received 1 month's salary since he enlisted. Where did he get so much money? Even if he was lucky and often encountered opportunities, it wouldn't be possible to gather billions so quickly. It seems Zheng Xin and Xiaoyu have made Lin Bei a billionaire in one go. Han Bing smiled meaningfully. Are there any fat ones among those trash from Chuanqing? Yao Rao retorted. That's true, Han Bing nodded, a hint of envy showing in his deep-set eyes. In the eyes of the Dragon team, members of Chuanqing were just a bunch of moving fat sheep. Killing them not only earned military merits but also a lot of wealth and treasures. Unfortunately, this group was very cunning, they never confronted the Dragon team head-on, always doing disgusting things in the dark, making it hard to catch them. Bang! 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 At this moment, Yi Xiao was angrily kicking the wall in the VIP room, gritting his teeth and shouting, 110 million. Add 500,000. 120 million. Still add 500,000. Lin Bei was half reclining on the chair, crossing his legs with a carefree look. The 6th-tier Mother Bug Core was a good item, its market price should be around 150 million. If he could get it, he might be able to push toward the 3rd tier. If he couldn't get it, it was fine, just annoying Yi Xiao was enough. 150 million. I don't believe you can take out that much money. Yi Xiao raised the price by 30 million. 150 million and 50,000, Lin Bei said. Creak, creak. Yi Xiao was so angry that his teeth were about to shatter, his sharp gaze filled with hatred as he wished he could tear Lin Bei apart. This price was already the market price for a 6th-tier Mother Bug Core. Going any higher would just be wasting money. The key was, Luo Yuanshan had only given him 150 million. He couldn't possibly use his own money to fill a hole, could he? Yi Xiao's gaze shifted to Zhou Shen and Raymond in the 2 adjacent VIP rooms. Master Zhou, Master Raymond, I know both of you have deep roots in Jiangcheng, today I dared to borrow some money from you. Please rest assured, I am here in Jiangcheng to serve Lord Luo. After the matter is done, Lord Luo will definitely not treat you unjustly. To borrow money, Yi Xiao rarely lowered his posture and even mentioned the backing of Luo Yuanshan. Although Luo Yuanshan had been dismissed, his strength as a 5th-tier warrior was still there. Moreover, Luo Yuanshan had pushed Yi Xiao to the position of deputy inspector, which showed he still had great power. Zhou Shen and Raymond exchanged glances, both showing difficulty on their faces. Knowing Yi Xiao and Luo Yuanshan, if they lent him the money, they surely wouldn't get it back. What is Luo Yuanshan? Just a kicked-out stray dog from the north. Lin Bei sneered. You are outrageous. Yi Xiao roared. Why don't you take a look at these two behind me? This is what you call a backing, understand? Lin Bei said this both for Yi Xiao and for Zhou Shen and Raymond to hear. At that moment, Huang Yu stepped forward with an unhappy expression, interrupting, Gentlemen, please abide by the rules of the Martial Arts Commerce Association. Lin Bei smiled slightly and returned to the main topic, Yi Xiao, if you don't follow, the 6th-tier Mother Bug Core will be mine. Yi Xiao's expression darkened as he stared intently at Zhou Shen and Raymond. He didn't speak, but his gaze was very clear. Borrowing meant being friends, not borrowing meant being enemies, there was no neutrality to choose from. 150 million and 50,000, once. 150 million and 50,000, twice. Huang Yu confirmed twice in a row, and Yi Xiao was on edge to the extreme. Others knew Luo Yuanshan, but he knew Luo Yuanshan even better. If he had to dig into his own pocket to fill that hole, the money would just be thrown away. But if he didn't get the 6th-tier Mother Bug Core and ruin Luo Yuanshan's big plan, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold onto his position as deputy inspector for long. After weighing this for a long time, Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and said, 180 million. Fine, since you want it so badly, I'll give it to you, Lin Bei said with a satisfied smile. He only spent a few million unnecessarily, while Yi Xiao spent 30 million unnecessarily. Comparing the two, it felt much better. Humph. Yi Xiao snorted coldly, his heart bleeding. That 30 million from his own pocket was his hard-earned savings from 10 years in the north. Now, it was all gone in one night. Fortunately, he finally obtained the 6th-tier Mother Bug Core, completing the task entrusted by Luo Yuanshan. 185 million. Suddenly, Zhou Shen raised his sign to bid in the VIP room. The gaze was exceptionally firm. Yi Xiao was a bit taken aback. He didn't bother seeking trouble with Zhou Shen, yet Zhou Shen dared to confront him head-on. Zhou Shen. What the hell are you crazy about? The higher bidder gets it, that's the rule of the Martial Arts Merchant Guild, Zhou Shen replied boldly. What the hell kind of rule is that? Do you know the consequences of going against me? Yi Xiao could no longer hold back, openly threatening him. Chairman Huang, it's not that I don't want to bid, I really can't dare to bid. I think I'll pass on the level 6 Bug Mother Core. Zhou Shen was also a clever one, using a tactic to shift the blame to Huang Yu and Yi Xiao. With a wave of his hand, Huang Yu promised powerfully, head of the Zhou family, my martial arts merchant guild has stood in Long Country for hundreds of years, it's not just about this little money. You can bid with confidence, I will handle all the troubles. Someone. Please escort Inspector Yi out. Huang Yu changed his tone, showing no mercy at all. Yi Xiao pushed aside the strong men of the Martial Arts Merchant Guild and made one last bid, 90 million. 91 million. Zhou Shen unhesitatingly raised the price. The mountain doesn't turn, the water will. You all wait for me. Yi Xiao crushed the bidding plate and left the venue in a fit of rage. 91 million once. 91 million twice. 91 million 3 times. Deal. Huang Yu announced the result loudly. In an instant, the entire venue was shocked. It's not surprising that the level 6 Bug Mother Core sold for 91 million, what truly shocked everyone was that Zhou Shen dared to confront Yi Xiao in public. Zhou Shen was at the 4th stage, 7th layer strength, he really needed this Bug Mother Core. But offending Yi Xiao and Luo Yuanshan for the core was clearly not a wise move. The crowd at the venue couldn't understand Zhou Shen's puzzling actions. In the VIP room, Levin couldn't understand either. Dad, has Zhou Shen gone crazy? Raymond shook his head and explained, he is clearer than anyone else. Yi Xiao was just aggressive, we couldn't even choose to borrow money, and he already holds a grudge against us. Right now, we have no choice but to lean on Lin Bei for protection. Moreover, Luo Yuanshan and Yi Xiao's influence is fading, Lin Bei is truly the uncrowned king of the north. Levin nodded half understanding and asked, if we are to support Lin Bei, why didn't we bid just now? It's not like we couldn't put up this 200 million. The one who sticks out gets shot. Who can predict the future? Raymond said meaningfully. Levin suddenly realized, gingerly impressed by the wisdom of age. When Lin Bei was favored by Luo Yuanshan, the Lei family immediately rushed to please him. Later, when Lin Bei fell from power, the Lei family's attitude changed 180 degrees. In the end, no one expected Lin Bei to not fall into despair but instead rise higher. Today's Lin Bei could very well be tomorrow's Luo Yuanshan. Leaving enough room for retreat in anything is never a mistake. Chapter 80, Snatching Up the Level 6 Martial Skill. Gift giving of the Level 6 Bug Mother Core. Next up is the last item for auction at this grand event, the rubbings of the Level 6 Superior Martial Skill, 10,000 swords returning to origin. This martial skill was created by the sword god of Dragon Country, Xiaoyao Feng. Once trained to perfection, it can control thousands of flying swords to attack enemies simultaneously, with immeasurable and unpredictable power. The starting bid is 80 million, with minimum increments of no less than 1 million. Huang Yu passionately introduced it. As soon as the last word fell, the venue erupted into an uproar. The level 4 martial skill was already the limit that ordinary martial artists could reach. With each elevation in grade, rarity increases exponentially. The level 6 martial skill is something ordinary martial artists wouldn't even dare to imagine. However, practicing the level 6 martial skill is very difficult, martial artists below the 4th stage basically can't even consider it. Moreover, only those who have awakened their sword talent or are proficient in sword weapons and are above the 4th stage can practice this martial skill. Adding in the starting bid of 80 million directly barred over 90% of the audience from entering. It's a pity I can't use a sword, otherwise, I would have gone bankrupt to bid on this martial skill. Zhang Yunqing joked. The northern region is barren, and few are willing or qualified to buy it. If it were auctioned in the eastern or southern regions, it might not be stopped even at 300 million. Nia Shuang said. Raymond and Zhou Shen in the VIP room exchanged glances, both showing a wry smile on their faces. The item is indeed something good, that's beyond doubt. The problem is, neither the Ray nor Zhou families have a warrior qualified to practice this martial skill. After spending a fortune to win it, it can only be stored in the treasury. An innocent person can be punished for having a treasure. Isn't this obviously telling those with bad intentions, I have something valuable, come and seize it? Does no one want the 6th grade top-tier martial skill personally created by the sword god of the Dragon Kingdom, Xiaofeng? Huang Yu glanced around, and everyone was sitting there like wooden dolls. Since no one wants it, then I'll take it for 80 million. Lin Bei smiled slightly and raised his bidding card. You've already mastered both gun and bow, why do you need this martial skill? Isn't it a waste of money? Jiang Yunqing asked in confusion. The enchanting lady understood the truth of overextending oneself and advised, Lin Bei, a person's energy is limited. Mastering both main and secondary weapons is already the limit, having more would actually hinder your training. Mastering multiple weapons does provide a greater advantage at lower levels, but as levels increase, specialization becomes more effective. These are all experiences. Han Bing said earnestly. Yes, Captain Lin, if you have this money, why not use it all to buy spirit herbs? Nie Shuang pleaded sincerely. Lin Bei understood their concerns, but they would not comprehend his abnormal abilities. With the blessing of the SSS-level talent, the ancestor of all weapons, there was no need to spend time researching, he directly mastered all weapon types. Coupled with the advanced talent of Sword Ancestor, he could freely control swords, and with every additional flying sword under control, its power would increase by 1%. 100 flying swords would double the power. 1,000 flying swords would tenfold the power. This martial skill, 10,000 swords returned to Ancestor, could control up to 10,000 flying swords at once, boosting its power by 100 times. Just imagine how terrifying it would be to amplify a 6th grade top-tier martial skill by 100 times. It would directly crush 7th grade martial skills. Be on par with 8th grade martial skills. Even rival 9th grade martial skills. This was practically a new cheat tailor-made for Lin Bei. Thus, Lin Bei firmly declared, I have made up my mind, this martial skill is a must-have. Sai, Jiang Yunqing and the others helplessly sighed. This is a 6th grade top-tier martial skill. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Huang Yu looked at the crowd, especially at Zhou Xin and Raymond in the VIP room. As soon as he finished speaking, both the VIP room and the venue fell silent. Huang Yu sighed helplessly, not expecting that the highest value 6th grade top-tier martial skill would ultimately sell for only 80 million, since no one is bidding, then congratulations to Lin Bei for acquiring this martial skill. Nice! Lin Bei struggled to contain his excitement, his heart already bursting with joy. 80 million for a 6th grade top-tier martial skill. What a steal! With the remaining money, I can buy some flying swords, it's simply perfect. The rewards from the Dragon Group will also arrive soon, and then I can refine a few puppets, adding more trump cards. As the auction ended, those who hadn't won items gradually left the venue. Those who had won items paid one by one and collected their auction goods from the Chamber of Commerce. Lin Bei first sold all valuable items in his storage ring to the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce. The final price was somewhat different from his estimation, but not by much, totaling 130 million. After deducting the 80 million for the martial skill and the 10 million for the Qilin mechanical arm, Jiang Yunqing then gave him another 5 million, leaving a remaining total of 45 million. At this moment, Zhou Xin squeezed through the crowd to stand before Lin Bei, smiling and saying, Captain Lin, do you remember me? I was there to greet you at the airport. Is there something? Lin Bei asked. Zhou Xin took out a 6th tier insect mother core from his storage ring. I have limited talent, and it's hard for me to achieve much upon entering the 5th tier, but you are different. You are about to participate in the World Genius Battle, and this 6th order insect mother core will be even more useful for you. So what? Lin Bei asked. So, I want to give you the 6th order insect mother core, and I hope you'll accept it. Zhou Xin handed it over with both hands, his attitude extremely sincere. What happened in the Weicheng prison that day had already spread throughout Jiangcheng. The seemingly formidable Inspector Yi Xiao was, in reality, just a paper tiger. Only Lin Bei was truly the uncrowned king of the northern region. In fact, Zhou Xin didn't want to choose sides between Lin Bei and Yi Xiao, he just wanted to remain neutral and not offend anyone. But Yi Xiao forced him to take a stand, so after weighing his options, he decided to stand with Lin Bei. This 6th order insect mother core was his token of allegiance. He did not expect Lin Bei to repay the Zhou family in the future. As long as Lin Bei became strong enough to protect the Zhou family, he would be endlessly grateful. Give it? Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished, envy clearly written on their faces. This was a treasure worth nearly 200 million. Lin Bei understood his intention, accepted the 6th order insect mother core, and promised, don't worry, I won't let you down. Zhou Xin cupped his fists and said, I wish Captain Lin great success in the World Genius Battle. I won't disturb you any longer. Lin Bei nodded slightly. Raymond and Raven passed by Lin Bei, merely smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Offending no one, pleasing no one. Staying neutral forever was the way to survive. You've been doing well in the northern region. You're almost the uncrowned king. Han Bing said with envy. It's all thanks to you guys. Lin Bei smiled. We're just supporting characters, the main reason is your own strength and great potential. Zhang Yunqing's words came from the heart. In just over a month, he had advanced from first tier level 1 to second tier level 3. Such a terrifying speed was rare even in the Dragon Nation. What was even more incredible was that Lin Bei had mastered many powerful martial arts and was proficient in using the god-slaying Thunder Gun and Dragon Bone Bow. He was like a rising star, destined to shake the world in the future. Chapter 81, Closed Door Training. Spatial Teleportation. Seeking gold tickets. After the auction festival, Lin Bei purchased 100 second-tier flying swords. Each costing 400,000, 100 swords totaled 4 million. To gather 10,000 flying swords, he would need to spend 4 billion. And this was just for second-tier flying swords. To upgrade to third-tier flying swords, he would need to multiply that by several times. Upgrading all to fifth-tier flying swords? Just thinking about it was daunting. Soon after, Han Bing and Yao Lao left Jiangcheng to serve on the Beast battlefield. Zhang Yunqing personally drove Lin Bei back to the northern region, saying, "Last time during the awards ceremony, I forgot to tell you about the selection for the World Genius Battle. As the champion of the Four Realms competition, you can skip the selection in the northern region and go directly to the training camp." Okay. Lin Bei nodded. Zhang Yunqing turned to Lin Bei and earnestly reminded him, although your strength is very strong and there are few rivals your age, this time you will face the talents of the entire Dragon Nation, including the military, major universities, and martial arts families. The crucial point is that the age limit for the genius battle is under 20, which puts you at a disadvantage. The Lin family's talents will also participate in the selection, right? Lin Bei curiously asked. Yes, the Lin family has not had good luck this year and spent a huge price to awaken only 5 S-level talents, but last year and the year before, they had much better luck, awakening 1 SSS level and 1 SSS level with an anomalous body. Both of their strengths are terrifying. Zhang Yunqing said seriously. Lin Bei smiled slightly, completely unconcerned. The SSS level talent plus an anomalous body was indeed very strong. But Lin Bei possessed 3 SSS level talents, plus the number 1 anomalous body that was the Undying Divine Phoenix, which made him stronger than them, and not just by a little. There's still some time until the selection ends, you should focus on closed-door training these days. Zhang Yunqing said. Understood. Lin Bei nodded. After a while, Lin Bei returned to the 8th camp and happened to encounter the rewards sent by the military. He first gave the Qilin mechanical arm to Xinzhong, and then went to the special training room on the top floor of the martial arts building to enter seclusion. To refine a puppet, one must first comprehend the puppet secret technique. So, Lin Bei took it out and carefully flipped through it. The host has read the puppet secret technique 100 times, gaining a 10,000-fold critical reward, achieving perfection in the puppet secret technique. 7 days later, Xinzhong personally appeared at the door of the special training room and knocked, saying, "Lin Bei, the Northern Territory selection is over, it's time to set off." Got it. Lin Bei nodded, threw the remaining small part of the bug mother core into the storage ring, and then opened his personal panel. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 2nd stage, 8th layer. Military rank, 100-man commander. Talent, SSS level Heaven's Reward for hard work, SSS level Origin of all weapons, SSS level Elemental Tyrant. Physique, Undying Divine Phoenix. Weapons and armor, 5th grade low-level God-slaying Thunder Spear, 5th grade low-level Dragon Bone Bow, 5th grade low-level Bug Armor. Martial skills, Dragon Country Basic Body Refining Fist, Perfection, 3rd grade Top Wind Spirit Spear Technique, Perfection, 4th grade Top Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique, Perfection, 4th grade Top Divine Speed Arrow, Perfection, 5th grade Intermediate Wine Thunder Step, Perfection, 6th grade Upper Level Myriad Swords Return to Origin, Mastered. Ability, Danger Perception, Mastered. Immunity, All Attributes. Physique, 3345. The realm rose from the 2nd stage, 3rd layer, to the 2nd stage, 8th layer. Unfortunately, there was not enough time. If he could fully refine the 6th grade Bug Mother core, he could definitely break through to the 3rd stage in one go. Myriad Swords Return to Origin is indeed a 6th grade upper level martial skill. With Lin Bei's current strength, forcibly practicing it, even with the effect of Heaven's Reward for hard work, the progress was still a bit slow. To reach full mastery, he would probably need to advance to the 3rd stage first. The danger perception had naturally advanced from introductory to mastered. His physique also surged to over 3,000 points. An ordinary 3rd stage martial artist would no longer be his opponent in terms of physical strength. Besides these on the panel, Lin Bei had another significant gain. In these days, through his tireless effort, he finally refined 2 4th grade humanoid puppets using 4 main materials: purple gold stone, heavenly mark stone, meteorite iron, and deep sea silver mother, along with some ordinary materials. Humanoid puppets, compared to living puppets, have the biggest disadvantage of being unable to perform martial skills and lacking talent, making their combat ability and means much weaker. But they also have their advantages, which are solid defense and strong power. With Lin Bei's physique over 3,000, executing the body refining fist, the puppets were completely unharmed. Instead, his hand hurt from the impact. The god-slaying thunder spear is incredibly sharp. Without using martial skills, even with all his strength to thrust it, it only left a tiny white mark on the surface of the puppet. In terms of defense, it is not inferior to the 5th grade bug armor. The power is also quite astonishing. A single punch directly exploded the testing machine in the training room, comparable to a full-force strike from a 4th grade martial artist. Just imagine, in a world where most are 2nd and 3rd grade talents, Lin Bei pulling out 2 4th grade humanoid puppets, what a shocking scene that would be. Lin Bei got up and left the training room. At the door, Shin Zhong had already changed into the Qilin mechanical arm. General Shin, are you used to the new arm? I got used to it long ago. I feel terrifyingly strong now. Ha ha ha. Shin Zhong laughed heartily, in great spirits. By the way, is it really true that just getting into the top 100 of the World Genius Battle means you can be promoted to 1,000-man commander? Lin Bei asked for confirmation. It's true, true. Shin Zhong patted his chest to guarantee it. All right. Lin Bei's goal was simple, that is to become stronger, to become even more powerful. In this world where strength reigns supreme, nothing is more important than strength. Back then, just because he awakened a sea-level talent, his parents turned against him and severed their relationship, casting him out of the Lin family as garbage. He must let the Lin family see with their own eyes that the person they regarded as garbage back then would now step on the Lin family beneath his feet. Let's go, the person in charge of the transmission has arrived, now we just need to wait for you to gather. Shin Zhong urged. Transmission? Lin Bei was slightly surprised. The secret training ground has gathered all the talents of the Dragon Country, and the coordinates must be highly confidential, otherwise, if other countries or forces maliciously targeted, can you imagine the consequences? Shin Zhong said solemnly. Lin Bei nodded, that's true. Soon, the two left the martial arts building and headed to the playground to gather. Here, 499 people were standing neatly, and at a glance, they were all unfamiliar faces. Lin Bei clearly remembered that Raymond had given Lei Wen a bug armor and said to let him shine in the World Genius Battle. But as a result, he didn't even pass the Northern selection? However, thinking from another angle, most of this group was in their 20s, having cultivated for 2 more years than Lei Wen, so it was normal for them to crush him. Moreover, the selection was not just from the military, but from the entire northern region. The weakest among them were all at the 2nd stage, 1st level, and the strongest were at the 2nd stage, 8th level. With Lei Wen's talent, he really had no chance this year, but he should have some opportunity next year. Instructor son, everyone is here. Shin Zhong looked at the middle-aged man in military uniform on the stage. Let's go. Instructor son tore open the space with both hands, and a huge crack instantly appeared. Another spatial warrior. Lin Bei was secretly shocked. This instructor son's strength was probably even above Han Bing's. Chapter 82, National Talents. The Lin family's twin stars. Immediately after checking that all 500 people did not bring any electronic devices, they lined up to enter the spatial black cavity. The moment the black cavity closed, all senses were deprived. That kind of fear of the unknown uncontrollably spread from the bottom of the heart, and nerves were tensed to the extreme. Fortunately, the transmission process was very short. Not long after, light reappeared before them. 500 people rushed out from the black cavity, eagerly observing everything around them. This was a huge open-air camp, with only a few big buildings and a 9-story tower. Surrounded on all sides by spatial warriors, the outside people could not enter, and the inside people could not get out. Moreover, this space had strong electronic interference, any electronic device could not be used. Following Lin Bei's gaze, many similarly aged young people were standing not far away, likely from various regions who passed the selection. These candidates were distinctly positioned, everyone standing together from the same region. For large groups corresponded perfectly to the 4 regions of East, South, West, and North. However, upon closer inspection, the competitors from the East and South regions generally had stronger strength, the weakest being at the 2nd stage, 3rd level. Next was the West region, the weakest being at the 2nd stage, 2nd level. Finally, the North region, with the weakest at the 2nd stage, 1st level. In addition to the gap in realm, there was also a gap in numbers. Only 500 people from the North passed the selection, while the Eastern, Southern, and Western regions combined had 3,000 people. The East and South regions have always been prosperous lands, with many martial arts families, producing more talents, Lin Bei secretly lamented. Just then, a mocking voice echoed, I thought I was seeing a ghost in broad daylight, but it turns out to be my cousin. It seems the North is really useless now, otherwise, how could a waste like you pass the selection? Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound and saw a familiar face walking towards him. This person was named Lin Yao, a relative of Lin Bei, and 1 year older than him. Last year, he awakened the SSS level talent of speed, unmatched in speed. Beside Lin Yao stood another person named Lin Bufan. He awakened the SSS level talent of decomposition 2 years ago, able to decompose almost everything in the world, and had also awakened the Eye of Heaven, able to see through any disguise and attack of his opponents. The strength of these two was stronger than the other, known as the twin stars of the Lin family. The other competitors from the East region looked up to Lin Yao and Lin Bufan, seeing them walking towards Lin Bei, they all followed suit. Under the East region's overwhelming advantage in numbers and strength, many candidates from the North region timidly stepped back, afraid of provoking this group. As they retreated further and further away, only Lin Bei remained standing in place. Lin Bei was not afraid at all facing 1,000 people. He took out the god-slaying thunder gun and provocatively said, "I don't like empty talk. If you truly have the ability, let's have a real fight." Both high and low, life and death are determined. Lin Yao was slightly stunned, not expecting Lin Bei, who was expelled from the Lin family, to be so tough. It seems the last time the Lin family army god said was right. Lin Bei, relying on his little strength, no longer puts the Lin family in his eyes. If so, then let's teach him a harsh lesson, so he knows not to disrespect the Lin family. Just as Lin Yao took out his weapon and prepared to strike, the people from the eastern region stood up behind him. "Brother Yao, why would you need to lift a finger against such trash? Leave it to me. The northern region is, at best, a bitter and barren place, at worst, it's a gathering of useless people. Brother Yao, let me handle it. Your status is noble, striking him would dirty your hands." Upon hearing this, Lin Yao slowly put his weapon back into his storage ring, and his proud expression grew even stronger. This is the Lin family. As one of the 3 top martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom, the family is filled with strong warriors and has a rich foundation. Countless martial artists from all over the world strive to serve under the Lin family's banner, more numerous than the stars. In the eyes of outsiders, they are the admired talents of the masses. But in the eyes of the Lin family, these are just eager cows and horses rushing to serve. As long as they are given a little grace, they can be made to serve the Lin family. Lin Yao turned to look at the people from the eastern region behind him. Just as he was carefully selecting the combat participants, another voice rang out from behind, "Brother Yao, if the eastern region's contestant beats the northern region's contestant, others will think it's only natural. Why not let me take action and teach that arrogant Lin Bei a tough lesson?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the instructor looked over. Because the person who spoke stood in the northern region's camp behind Lin Bei. To curry favor with the Lin family, one would really abandon all dignity and backbone. "Who are you?" Lin Yao looked at the speaker with great interest. "My name is Chen Shuang. I was born in the northern region, but my grandfather is a true eastern region man. It was only after the behemoths broke the city that we moved to the northern region. Actually, I have eastern region blood flowing in my veins." Chen Shuang tried hard to prove himself. Lin Yao had no interest in where he was from and asked straightforwardly, "Do you have the strength to act on my behalf?" "Brother Yao, you can completely trust me. With my second-tier 8th level realm, plus my SS level talent, dealing with Lin Bei, who is just a couple of years younger, is absolutely guaranteed." Chen Shuang patted his chest and confidently assured. Lin Yao pondered for a moment and nodded, "All right, then it's you." "Thank you, Brother Yao. Thank you, Brother Yao. I will never let you down." Chen Shuang was overjoyed. What age is this? Still scrambling to be someone's dog. Lin Bei shook his head, sneering. The Lin family is one of the 3 top martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if I'm being a dog, I'm still above others. Chen Shuang, having shed the flattery he showed Lin Yao, now looked at Lin Bei with piercing eyes. Weapons, spirit herbs, martial skills, the 3 key elements to martial arts growth. Spirit herbs grow naturally, and by good luck, one might stumble upon them. As long as you have money, you can buy high-tier weapons. But martial skills are different. Martial skills are created by strong warriors, and they rarely reveal their unique martial skills. They will stay in the family, becoming a part of the family's heritage. For people like them without a background, the only way to more easily obtain weapons, spirit herbs, and martial skills is to rely on these powerful forces. Even being a dog is not something everyone is qualified for. That Chen guy is really embarrassing us in the northern region. The eastern region insults us like this. Still rushing to lick their boots. Criticism aside, but this Chen Shuang's strength really cannot be underestimated. He's a top student from the northern region's Martial Peace University. He's defeated 3rd-tier warriors at the 2nd-tier 8th level. What kind of international joke is this? A 2nd-tier 8th level can defeat a 3rd tier? I'm from Martial Peace University. Would I lie to you? After this, there was a dead silence in the northern region's camp. They were still hoping Lin Bei could defeat Chen Shuang. Fight for the north. Now it seems this fight cannot be won. What does it mean for a 2nd-tier 8th to defeat a 3rd tier? In the training ground of 3,500 people, only about 100 have reached the 3rd tier or have the strength to defeat a 3rd-tier warrior. Maybe Lin Bei's talent is not worse than Chen Shuang's. but he is only 18 years old. In these 2 years, for a genius, it is enough to create a gap like a chasm. Chapter 83, Killing. The Death Quota. Seeking gold tickets. Watching the scene before him, Chen Shuang's mouth crazily curved up. The admiration and shock from the people of the north only make him more valuable in Lin Yao's eyes. A good bird chooses its tree to perch, this is an unchanging truth. Now he is despised, but when he relies on the Lin family to become powerful, those who once despised him will kneel before him and beg for forgiveness. Because the essence of this world is that strength is paramount. Lin Bei wielded the god-slaying thunder gun, performing a flourish, his sharp gaze fixed on Chen Shuang, radiating a chilling murderous aura. My battle with Lin Yao will determine life and death. Are you sure you want to fight on his behalf? Are you scared? Just now you were so arrogant. True, brother Yao is from the same clan, he will definitely hold back, but I will not. As Chen Shuang belittled Lin Bei, he also raised Lin Yao's status. At that moment, several instructors walked over, and the observing crowd made way for them. Private fights are prohibited in the training ground. If you have any grudges, sign a death warrant and fight openly, Instructor Sun said, throwing a death warrant onto the ground from his storage ring. Sure. I will sign the death warrant. But I wonder if he dares? Chen Shuang shifted his gaze provocatively at Lin Bei. It's hard to advise the dead who seek death. I will fulfill your wish. Lin Bei bit his finger, decisively writing his name on the death warrant. Everyone disperse. Instructor Sun pushed his hands outward, signaling the crowd to back away. Soon, a large area opened up around the two. Chen Shuang turned to look at Lin Yao, and saw Lin Yao making a gesture across his neck, nodding with a smile. Old son, this kid Lin Bei is a person that General Yi specifically asked to pay attention to. How can you let him sign a death warrant like this? If he dies, how will you report to General Yi? An instructor standing beside Sun Lei whispered. Haven't you all grasped the sense of danger? Can't you sense that this kid is also a second-tier eightfold? Sun Lei smiled. Upon hearing this, many instructors fixed their gazes on Lin Bei. Not knowing was one thing, but seeing was shocking. Lin Bei's aura was incredibly thick, clearly just a second-tier eightfold, but his aura far surpassed an ordinary third-tier warrior. This only means his physical strength has surpassed the limits of his current realm. The data from the northern region didn't mention this kid is a body cultivator. An instructor exclaimed. Being able to match these 20-year-old prodigies at 18, Lin Bei's hidden cards definitely exceed what the data shows. Another instructor said. Chen Shuang took out a long spear, its sharp tip pointed directly at Lin Bei, confidently stating, out of respect for our same realm, I will give you 3 moves, after 3 moves, I will take your life. Lin Bei raised his arm to draw his gun, 9th layer thunder gun technique. 9th layer. Ziz. A sharp gleam reached first, then the spear shot out like a dragon. Terrifying thunder erupted from the spear body, blooming at the tip, resembling a thunder dragon rushing towards Chen Shuang. Chen Shuang's pupils shook, a storm rising in his heart. Is this the strength of an 18-year-old warrior? Even an ordinary third-tier warrior would be killed by a single spear. The confidence he had felt before vanished, replaced by extreme fear, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. His first reaction was to escape, but his body, gripped by this fear, lost its ability to act. He couldn't even make the most basic move to defend himself. Lin Bei's momentum was too strong. It seemed as if he wasn't facing a person but a terrifying beast that had devoured countless lives. Poochie. Without any suspense. The thunder dragon swallowed Chen Shuang. The surging power of thunder exploded, and his body shattered into countless fragments in the sky. The scene fell into silence, the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone present, including all the instructors, was shocked by Lin Bei's powerful strength. One shot. With just one shot, he crushed and killed Chen Shuang. That was an academy genius of the second-tier 8th level, defeating a third-tier martial artist. With this battle alone, Lin Bei gained the qualification to rank among the top 100 talents of Long Kingdom. The contestants from all realms withdrew their disdain for the Northern Realm. To be precise, they dared not underestimate Lin Bei. The people from the Northern Realm placed their hands on their hips and looked up, feeling a sense of satisfaction in venting their anger. Furthermore, with the great Lin Bei backing them up, they would not be casually bullied at the training ground. The waste of the Northern Realm really can't be relied upon. I still have to do it myself. Lin Yao spat angrily, preparing to step forward. Lin Bufan shook his head and reached out to stop Lin Yao. If you act now, people will just think my Lin family bullies the weak, winning in an unfair manner, which isn't honorable. Brother, this dog has repeatedly insulted the Lin family. If we don't teach him a lesson, how can the Lin family maintain its dignity? How can we continue to keep our prestige in front of these people? Lin Yao said unwillingly. The training is divided into comprehensive training, Shadow Tower training, Beast Island actual combat training, and finally chaotic battle training. Are you afraid you won't get a chance to deal with Lin Bei? Don't forget, there are quotas for deaths every year during training. Lin Bufan said darkly. Alright. I'll listen to you, big brother. Lin Yao sneered. At this moment, Sun Lei stepped forward, lightly snapped his fingers, and the shattered body on the ground was instantly burned to ashes by flames, solemnly and authoritatively saying, every year there are quotas for deaths during training. Last year it was 27, the year before it was 22, and this year at least 20 is the baseline. I know you are all the top talents from various places, but here, what we have the most is talent. Sun Lei looked around the crowd, pausing briefly on Lin Yao and Lin Bufan, then continued, the training ground is for selecting talents for the country, here we only talk about strength, not status. It's getting late, return to your dorms and rest, training selection officially starts tomorrow morning. Lin Bei, come with me, the chief instructor wants to see you. Sun Lei said. Lin Bei nodded and followed Sun Lei into an office inside the building. An elderly man with white hair and dressed in a black tang suit was sitting on the sofa, brewing hot tea. Chief instructor, Lin Bei is here, Sun Lei said. You can leave, I want to speak with him alone, the old man said mildly, and after Sun Lei left, he waved his hand gently, closing the office door. 8th Battalion of the Northern Realm, Sergeant Lin Bei, meets the chief instructor. Lin Bei saluted sharply. The old man pointed to the sofa in front of him, please sit and try the excellent Da Hong Pao tea. I'm not used to drinking, Lin Bei sat down and straightforwardly refused. The old man was slightly taken aback, and a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Other contestants in the training ground, including these instructors, would not dare to refuse his invitation. Even if they were allergic to tea, they would certainly drink that cup of hot tea. Not afraid of flattery and submissiveness, he has a good character. I still have Longjing tea, the old man listed one by one. Do you have cola? With ice, Lin Bei interrupted. The old man was momentarily stunned, as the chief instructor of the training ground, nearly 100 years old, how could he possibly carry cola with him? No. Then forget it, did you call me here for something? Lin Bei asked directly. I hope you will give up on this year's World Genius Battle and participate in 2 years, the old man said solemnly. Impossible. Lin Bei refused without hesitation. The old man's expression was calm, clearly having expected this answer. Lin Bei, you have dual talents, one of which is an SSS-level elemental tyrant, and you possess many powerful martial arts and special abilities, perhaps even trump cards that I cannot see. But in the World Genius Battle, it is certainly not as easy as you imagine. The old man paused, his withered hand resting on Lin Bei's shoulder. I can tell you bluntly, being at the 2nd tier and 8th level has absolutely no hope of winning. At most, you can only rank in the top 100. Of course, being in the top 100 is also a great honor, but showing extraordinary talent too early might actually lead to misfortune. Do you understand what I mean? This is not just a competition, it is a life and death struggle. After he finished speaking, Lin Bei silently shook his head. 2 years can indeed create a huge gap, but the unparalleled God of War system is enough to erase everything. Alas. The old man sighed helplessly and waved his hand, signaling Lin Bei to leave. The reason he sought out Lin Bei alone was that, first, Lin Bei's potential was astonishing, and second, his fame was not high. Unlike Lin Yao and Lin Bufan, these talented descendants from famous families, or the top talents from various universities, they had long been recorded by intelligence organizations from other countries. Their levels, talents, abilities, specialties, and even combat habits were almost all public knowledge. When the World Talent Battle arrives, each country will send specially selected participants to target them. But Lin Bei was different, he was only famous for a moment in the Northern Territory, and intelligence organizations from other countries could not pay attention to him. As long as he could be patient and keep a low profile, he would surely make a stunning appearance in the World Talent Battle 2 years later and claim the championship. Unfortunately, he was stubborn and could not take in the advice of those before him. The next morning, the assembly whistle echoed through the camp. Lin Bei was the first to appear on the playground, while others trickled in slowly. Looking at the disorganized group of 3,500 people, the chief instructor and several instructors looked very upset. Before the formal training begins, I will make a brief introduction. I am Ho Jing, the chief instructor of this training session, and the 4 beside me are Sun Lei, Zhou Chen Kai, and Ning Shui. Hiss. As soon as Ho Jing finished speaking, a sensation stirred among the crowd. Initially, everyone only knew that these instructors were strong, but they never expected their backgrounds to be so grand. Sun Lei, Zhou Chen Kai, and Ning Shui were all well-known strong warriors from the War God Hall, with the lowest level being 8th. Ho Jing was even one of the vice leaders of the War God Hall, having stepped into the 9th tier decades ago. The so-called War God Hall is a force that is independent of the city guard, the military, major universities, and various powerful families, created by the king of the Dragon Country, and only takes orders from him. One cannot apply to join the War God Hall, only those favored by the king will receive an invitation. The War God Hall has developed to only about 100 members. But among these 100 people, the lowest strength is at the 6th tier, and there are many at the 7th and 8th tiers, with the master of the War God Hall being one of the top experts in the Dragon Country. In an instant, everyone put away their previous casual demeanor and stood up straight. Ho Jing's authoritative gaze swept across the crowd, especially pausing for 2 seconds on Lin Bei, before slowly saying, "There are only 23 days left before the World Talent Battle begins. To save time and resources, those below the 3rd tier will be automatically eliminated." This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, instantly igniting chaos. Automatically eliminating those below the 3rd tier? Wouldn't it be better to set a threshold directly during the selection of each region? After layers of selection, they had finally arrived at the training ground, only to be kicked out before training even started. Who could accept that? The 4 instructors were also momentarily stunned. They had intentionally lowered the standards during the regional selections to allow more people to enter the training ground. This had 2 benefits. First, a larger pool might yield an unexpected dark horse. Second, for those unqualified to participate in the World Talent Battle, being able to train at the training ground was also an opportunity. Now, with Ho Jing declaring that all participants below the 3rd tier would be eliminated, the crowd was understandably agitated. To know that among these 3,500 people, there were at most only 100 or 200 participants who had reached the 3rd tier. Silence. Here, my rules are the rules. Ho Jing stepped forward. Like the pressure of Mount Tai falling from the sky, the once noisy playground instantly fell silent. As everyone closed their mouths, Lin Bei spoke up, "Chief Instructor, I believe my strength is not worse than that of a 3rd-tier martial artist." "That's right. I am a 2nd-tier 9th level with S-class talent, and I have also defeated 3rd-tier martial artists. You can eliminate those below the 3rd tier, but you can't just eliminate based on rank. It has to be about strength." "Exactly. Everyone should be judged by their ability. If I lose, I will accept it willingly." A large group of 2nd-tier 8 and 9 level martial artists stood up. "Chief Instructor, you need to save time and resources, which is understandable, but directly eliminating 3rd-tier martial artists is indeed a bit hasty," Sun Lei suggested softly. "Do you all think this way?" Ho Jing asked the other 3 instructors. Yes, Zhou and the others nodded. "Alright, then I will give you a chance." Ho Jing listed 137 3rd-tier contestants in order of rank. Each contestant's age, talent, and rank were clear at a glance. At the top was Xiao Linger, 3rd-tier 4 levels, dual talents. The second was Lin Bufan, 3rd-tier 3 levels, SSS level talent with an exotic body. The third was Lu Yi, 3rd-tier 3 levels, dual talents. The top 3 were precisely the 3 most prestigious martial arts familiars of Lone Country. The remaining 134 all showed an age of 20. As long as you can defeat anyone on the list, you are qualified to stay. After saying this, Ho Jing focused his gaze on Lin Bei. Since soft tactics didn't work, he would resort to hard ones. No matter what, he must stop Lin Bei from participating in the World Talent Battle this year. As Ho Jing's words fell, the scene fell into deathly silence. No one dared to step up and choose an opponent. The group that had just shouted had only defeated ordinary 3rd-tier competitors. But the 3rd-tier martial artists on the list were all true geniuses of the same age, true standout talents. It seemed the same rank, but their strengths varied greatly. "Chief Instructor, I want to challenge Lin Yao." Lin Bei stepped out from the crowd, his tone calm and confident. "Alright." A trace of barely noticeable amusement flashed in Ho Jing's eyes. He was originally worried that Lin Bei would choose the last-ranked soft target. He didn't expect Lin Bei to be so arrogant, specifically challenging Lin Yao, who was ranked 67th. Lin Yao was only at the 1st level of the 3rd tier, but he possessed SSS-level talent for speed, capable of exploding at 10 times the speed of sound. If he could cultivate to the 9th level, his maximum speed could rival that of light. In terms of speed, no one in the training ground could match him. Lin Bei is being a bit impulsive. Yeah, with Lin Bei's strength, it should be no problem dealing with the last few. I suspect the chief instructor suddenly changed the rules just to target Lin Bei, wanting him to compete next year instead. Letting him stew for another year isn't bad either. With his talent, he stands a great chance of winning next year. The 4 instructors whispered, not very optimistic about Lin Bei's strength. Chapter 85, SSS Level Speed. Life for life. Hearing that Lin Bei wanted to challenge Lin Yao, all 3,000 onlookers were shocked. The genius cultivated by the Lin family was definitely not comparable to that kind of false talent like Chen Shuang. Moreover, the reason Lin Yao was ranked 67th was that those ranked 66th and above were all 2nd-level 3rd-tier martial artists. Otherwise, with his strength, breaking into the top 30 would be no problem. Crazy. Lin Bei is definitely crazy. Who else to challenge but Lin Yao? Does he really think winning the 3rd-tier competition makes him invincible? Foolishly arrogant. Yao Gu. Take him down. Show him your strength. Lin Yao stood with his hands in his pockets, a smile on his face. With a single step, he vanished from his spot, appearing right in front of Lin Bei the next moment. The speed of his short-distance movement looked like teleportation to the eye. SSS-level talent for speed, it was indeed terrifying. So fast. I'm afraid I can't even catch up with my speed arrow. Lin Bei was slightly surprised but remained calm. Since this is a battle for qualification, let's continue. If you must give it your all, then fists and feet have no eyes, life and death are at your own risk. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Lin Yao raised his head, arrogant, snorting at Lin Bei through his nostrils. Lin Bei was just about to say that. He smiled and said, of course, life and death at our own risk. Everyone heard that. Life and death at our own risk. Lin Yao put away his smile, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. There is a road to heaven, yet you do not take it. There is no door to hell, yet you rush in. Since that's the case, I will take your worthless life. Lin Yao suddenly struck, throwing a powerful punch at Lin Bei's chest. Speed is power. The faster the speed, the stronger the force. This punch was enough to pierce through the body of an ordinary third-rank martial artist. With the blessing of his Godspeed talent, the spectators didn't even notice Lin Yao had made his move. Lin Bei's naked eye couldn't catch the attack trajectory either, he could only dodge and advance through danger perception. The punch missed, and Lin Yao was slightly stunned. Dodged it? Burn! Seizing the gap in the attack, Lin Bei snapped his fingers and activated his elemental tyrant talent. In an instant, with Lin Bei at the center, the fire elements within a 3-meter radius intensified. When they reached a certain critical point, they would ignite, forming a vast sea of fire. Lin Yao dared not charge into the flames and swiftly retreated to create distance. Brother Lin, it seems this guy Lin Bei is not simple at all. He actually dodged Lin Yao's sudden punch. Louis walked up to Lin Bufan, smiling. His danger perception is above mine. If Lin Yao doesn't go all out, he might lose. Xiao Linger said. What? Among our generation, besides you, someone else has comprehended danger perception? Oh, wait. This guy isn't even in our generation. He's 2 years younger than us. Louis' smile froze, his eyes widening like copper bells. Xiao Linger nodded with a smile, her rosy cheeks revealing 2 adorable dimples. No wonder he dared to challenge Lin Yao. Turns out he has confidence. Louis was shocked. To comprehend danger perception, one must first refine their combat instincts to perfection. Among the 20-year-old geniuses of Dragon Nation, only Xiao Linger had an exceptional talent and was the first to grasp danger perception. People like Lu Yi and Lin Yao were still stuck at the perfected combat instinct stage, unable to take that step. As for Lin Bufan, he had awakened the heavenly eye physique, which was equivalent to having innate, perfected danger perception. His body may not be able to keep up with his perception. Lin Bufan sneered, absolutely confident in Lin Yao's strength. Lin Bei spread his hands, shrugged, and mocked, so this is the SSS rank talent, Godspeed? It's nothing special. I really don't understand how trash like you managed to rank 67th. Just now, failing to finish Lin Bei with a single punch had already put Lin Yao in an awkward position. Now, being publicly ridiculed by Lin Bei, it was as if he had been slapped in the face. Lin Yao's face darkened as he defended himself, that was just a probing strike. Now, I'm going all out. After speaking, Lin Yao began circling the fire sea at high speed. His extreme speed created a gravitational field, and the spectators only saw a streak of light spinning, splitting the fire sea in half. Then, Lin Yao took out a dagger from his storage ring and unleashed a full-force attack with a 4th-rank martial skill, Gale Stab. Lin Bei had predicted this strike, but Lin Yao was too fast for his body to react in time. His perception ability and physical reaction were out of sync. But this was exactly what Lin Bei wanted. A deliberately exposed flaw and a real flaw clearly, the latter was more deceptive. Die. Lin Yao stabbed toward Lin Bei's chest. Clang. The sharp dagger tore through Lin Bei's clothes and struck the armor beneath. Most of the impact was absorbed by the armor. As for the remaining force, Lin Bei's physical constitution could easily neutralize it. 5th-rank insect armor? Lin Yao's eyes widened, unable to believe that Lin Bei had so many treasures. Taking advantage of his brief shock, Lin Bei seized his arm in a flash and grinned. Gotcha. Lin Yao didn't take it seriously at all. How strong could a mere second stage 8th level be? His right arm kept straining, trying to break free from Lin Bei's grip. But Lin Bei's 5 fingers were like iron cast, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. 9-fold Thunder Spear Technique. 9th fold. Lin Bei held the spear with one hand, and the violent thunder power spread from the tip of the spear. 5th-rank armor. You're not the only one with it. Lin Yao loosened his grip, switched to his left hand, grabbed a dagger, and stabbed at Lin Bei's neck. In close combat, the dagger had an advantage over the spear. Moreover, he possessed SSS-grade talent, Godspeed, making his strike too fast for the naked eye to capture. Stop. At the critical moment, Chief Instructor Ho Jing immediately shouted to stop. He only wanted Lin Bei to back off, never intending for Lin Bei to die here. But by the time he stopped it, it was already too late. The dagger was already pressed against Lin Bei's neck, and the sharp blade instantly cut through the skin. With a swish, it seemed like the neck was unharmed, but the next second, blood began to seep out. Just as everyone thought Lin Bei was undoubtedly dead, the god-slaying thunder spear in his hand stabbed into Lin Yao's chest. Upon seeing this, everyone's mind simultaneously recalled the image of Qin Shuang being impaled by this very spear. However, Yi Bufan showed a smile on his face. For someone like them, the highly trained geniuses from prominent families, how could they not have a few life-saving treasures? The god-slaying thunder spear was strong, the ninefold thunder spear was strong, but it couldn't break through Lin Yao's defenses. Boom! The god-slaying thunder spear hit Lin Yao, and the violent thunder instantly shredded his clothes, revealing the golden armor beneath. 5th rank top-grade golden scales armor. Everyone present was shocked. The golden scales armor was made from the hardest scales of a flood dragon, offering astonishing defense. Even if Lin Bei were only 2nd stage 8th level, even if he were 3rd or 4th stage 8th level, he still couldn't cause fatal damage to Lin Yao. The depth of a prestigious family truly is terrifying. Chapter 86, Lin Yao dies. Comprehensive training. However, the next scene made everyone present widen their eyes. Lin Yao spat out blood and was sent flying dozens of meters away, like a kite with its string cut, crashing into a group of people before stopping. His golden scales armor was completely unharmed, but he continued to spit out blood. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the blood was mixed with bits of flesh and internal organ fragments. What a terrifying spear! The power even went through the golden scales armor and shattered Lin Yao's internal organs. This guy named Lin Bei is terrifying. If he participates in the World Genius Battle in 2 years, he could probably suppress all global geniuses with one hand. Yeah, but it's a pity he was slashed by Lin Yao's dagger, dying together. The crowd was full of discussions, shocked and horrified, yet also a bit regretful. Countless gazes shifted from Lin Yao's body to Lin Bei standing nearby. When they looked, they were shocked. The wound on Lin Bei's neck, caused by the dagger, had mysteriously healed. If that's the case, it wasn't a mutual destruction, but rather, Lin Bei had killed Lin Yao, one of the twin stars of the Lin family, by breaking through his defenses. His strength might be even stronger than imagined. Not only were the people of the 4th stage shocked, even the instructors, including Ho Jing, were stunned. They were highly skilled and well-versed, and could tell that besides having the elemental tyrant talent, Lin Bei must also have some other regenerative talent or a regenerative mutant body. If that's true, Lin Bei would become an extremely rare talent with 3 talents, or a dual talent with a mutant body in the world. But none of that was the most important now. The most important thing was to save Lin Yao's life. Every SSS-grade genius was a key talent for the nation. Instructor Ning Shui quickly moved forward, pried open Lin Yao's mouth, and poured in a bottle of medicine, but it had no effect. She poured in the 2nd bottle, then the 3rd. How is it? Is there any hope? Ho Jing asked in a deep voice. Ning Shui shook her head gravely, unable to answer. His bones, meridians, internal organs, and everything inside his body were shattered, and even part of his blood was evaporated by this force. If it weren't for the golden scale armor protecting him, Lin Yao would have ended up like Qin Shuang, with his bones and flesh completely gone. Hiss! Hearing Ning Shui's words, the whole place gasped in shock. They thought Lin Yao died from being shaken, but they didn't expect him to be directly shattered. The effect of the 5th grade top-tier golden scaled armor was just to leave behind a complete corpse. What a small knife scraping the backside, it really opened their eyes. Ho Jing's face darkened, with anger hidden in his brows. If Lin Bei had been slit across the throat, as long as the treatment was timely, he still had a chance to survive. But Lin Bei's shot gave Lin Yao no chance at all. From the moment he specifically named Lin Yao to challenge, he must have already had murderous intentions. Killing Qin Shuang was nothing, Lin Bei had the backing of the northern region and the military, and Wuhan University wouldn't stir up too much of a storm. But Lin Yao was one of the Lin family's twin stars, an SSS-level genius, and the Lin family had poured countless efforts into him. His death would make all their efforts go to waste. With the Lin family's style of doing things, they would never let this go so easily. Moreover, with the Lin family's strength and foundation, the northern region and the military might not be able to protect Lin Bei. Fists and kicks have no eyes, life and death are one's own responsibility. Of course, if anyone is dissatisfied and wants to stand up to avenge Lin Yao, I, Lin Bei, am ready. Lin Bei swung his god-slaying thunder spear, performing a move, his sharp gaze directly targeting Lin Bufan in the crowd. Arrogant. It was truly too arrogant. He just killed Lin Yao, and that wasn't enough, now he even dared to challenge Lin Bufan, who was at the 3rd tier 3rd level. Everyone was amazed, all of them looking at Lin Bei with disbelief. However, Lin Bufan's face was calm, with no hint of sadness at all. It was as if the one who died wasn't his cousin, but a completely unrelated stranger. Lin Bei deeply understood this. In a powerful family like the Lin family, family bonds were the most dispensable thing. Everything was about strength. Those without strength, or without potential, would be treated as trash and kicked out. Even parents could ruthlessly drive their own children out of the family to fend for themselves, let alone cousins. What they cared about was nothing but the Lin family's face. TSK, those who decided to expel Lin Bei from the family back then must be regretting it terribly now, right? Louis looked at Lin Bufan with gloating eyes. The Xiao family, Lin family, and Lu family, the three top martial arts families, had always been outwardly polite but inwardly full of conflict. After all, the country's resources were limited, the more you took, the less there was for others, and conflicts could never truly be resolved. Fortunately, with the country's authority pushing down, the conflicts between the three families were still under control. However, seeing the Lin family expel a genius with their own hands and having one die, it was definitely something the Lu family would find pleasing. There are many geniuses in this world, but not every genius has the chance to live until the end. Lin Bufan said coldly. Everyone could hear the strong killing intent in these words. Thus, the looks directed at Lin Bei were now filled with pity and regret. Offending one of the top three martial arts families of Long Country, Lin Bei was basically as good as dead. At this moment, seeing Lin Bufan do nothing, Lin Bei turned to Ho Jing, head instructor, do I have the qualification to stay now? Ho Jing nodded with a dark face, then looked at the others, who else wants to challenge the third tier? As soon as the words fell, most people took a step back, but some moved forward. Except for a few dozen people like Lin Bei, most of them were already over 20 years old. If they missed this year's World Genius Battle, they would never have another chance to participate. They had to take a gamble. However, just over half an hour later, all challengers below the third tier were defeated. Most challengers lost in one round, and only a few managed to last for more than 10 rounds. Ordinary third tier and third tier geniuses. It's completely two different concepts. It is precisely their total defeat that highlights the terrifying strength of Lin Bei. With the rest of the people teleported away, only 137 individuals remained in the large training ground. The rest is up to you. Ho Jing sighed tiredly and then left. Though Lin Bei was the one who killed Lin Yao, as the chief instructor of the training ground, he must take responsibility for the death of an SSS-level genius during training. Moreover, this was a huge loss for Long Country. The first round is comprehensive training, focused on weaponry and martial skills. We will do our best in the next 7 days to help you break through to the complete realm. Sun Lei's voice fell, and the three, Zhou, stepped forward together. Being chosen as an instructor in the training ground does not depend solely on strength but also on overall ability. Taking the four of Sun Lei as an example, after reaching the 8th level of martial arts, their progress in realms slowed down, so they focused more energy on refining weapons and martial skills. Ordinary martial artists might only master a few martial skills in one or two types of weapons, while each of them has cultivated various weapons to the complete realm, and each one has mastered over 100 martial skills. The higher the realm, the deeper the understanding of weapons and martial skills, making cultivation even easier. Especially for martial skills below the 5th level, it is as simple as eating and drinking for them. And this is the fundamental reason they can serve as instructors in the training ground year after year. Chapter 87, The Full Mastery of Martial Skills. 1,000-meter arrow target. Report, Instructor. My weapon and martial skills have all been refined to the complete realm. Can I directly proceed to the next training? Lin Bei stirred up a storm. Everyone turned to look at Lin Bei, their eyes filled with skepticism. Improving one's realm depends on talent and resources, while improving weaponry and martial skills depends on understanding and accumulation. High comprehension may lead to quicker understanding than others, but to elevate weapons and martial skills to the complete realm still requires daily accumulation. Even top geniuses like Xiao Linger, Lin Bufan, and Luigi, who have vast family backgrounds, couldn't refine their weapons and martial skills to the complete realm, demonstrating that there are no shortcuts in this path. Moreover, in the history of the training ground, no genius has ever appeared that could cultivate weaponry and martial skills to the complete realm simultaneously. There has never been one before, nor will there be in the future. Not in our country, and not abroad. After all, everyone's energy is finite. Especially Lin Bei, who is only 18 years old, which is 2 whole years less than others, making it even more impossible. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, Lin Bei only cultivated one martial skill and one weapon. Sun Lei pulled out Lin Bei's information, his brows furrowing in doubt. Dragon Country's basic body refining fist, top-tier wind spirit spear technique of the 3rd rank, top-tier ninefold thunder spear technique of the 4th rank, top-tier lightning fast arrow of the 4th rank, intermediate wind thunder step of the 5th rank. Are you sure you've refined all to the complete realm? Yes. Lin Bei nodded. The 6th rank upper level martial skill, 10,000 swords return to origin, had just been bought at the auction fair, so it was normal that it wasn't recorded in the information. In addition, there's one more thing: no one believes that a 2nd level martial artist can comprehend the 6th rank upper level martial skill on their own without guidance. All 5 martial skills are complete. You don't have to pay taxes for boasting, right? Wind Thunderstep is an intermediate 5th rank martial skill. Even if your comprehension is against the heavens, at most you should only reach the entry level. Damn. If Lin Bei really has refined all 5 martial skills to the complete realm, I'll eat his shit. The voices of doubt in the crowd came one after another. They had just thought Lin Bei only cultivated 1 martial skill, but unexpectedly he cultivated 5. 2 of them are top-tier 4th rank martial skills, and 1 is an intermediate 5th rank martial skill. He awakened his talent at 18, and then embarked on the path of martial arts. In just a short 2 months, can he cultivate 5 martial skills to the complete realm? Clearly impossible. Even if he spent all 24 hours a day on cultivation. Even if there were 48 hours in a day, and one neither ate, drank, slept, nor relieved oneself, it would still be impossible. Sun Lei's brows furrowed even tighter, and he did not quite believe Lin Bei's words. He said in a deep voice, without any evidence, a battle will prove it. All right. Lin Bei held a gun in his left hand, and unleashed the refined body fist with his right hand toward Sun Lei. The fist wind was swift and the power of the punch was like thunder. Just looking at the starting posture, one could tell that Lin Bei had perfected this martial skill. However, the refined body fist was just a basic martial skill. Reaching perfection was not that difficult. Continue. Sun Lei dodged this punch with a swift move. Wind Spirit Spear Technique. Lin Bei thrust out his spear, the dense spear shadow shot toward Sun Lei like a net. Another perfect form. Sun Lei was shocked, continuously retreating and dodging. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. Ninth fold. Lin Bei performed the Wind Thunderstep, leaving behind a spear-wielding illusion. However, his true body had already circled around to Sun Lei's back, with violent thunder exploding from the spear tip, crashing toward Sun Lei's back. Watching the 2 Lin Beis appear in the arena, all the spectators were stunned. With the naked eye, they could no longer distinguish which was the true body. Sun Lei possessed dangerous perception and immediately sensed that the one behind was the true body, also catching a whiff of a dangerous aura. An 8th-tier martial artist actually sensed danger from a 2nd-tier martial artist. If this were to be told, others would never believe it. But the fact was just that. Sun Lei dared not be careless. He used his body technique to dodge the spear while creating distance from Lin Bei. Lin Bei took out the dragon bone bow from his storage ring, bending the bow, knocking an arrow, aiming, and shooting in one smooth motion. Whoosh! With the support of the bow of the ancients and the god speed arrow, this arrow traveled at supersonic speed. The sound of an explosion rang out. A fan-shaped air current formed at the tail of the arrow, leaving the spectators in awe. Such a fast arrow. There's no time to dodge. Sun Lei possessed perfect danger perception, yet still could not evade this arrow. He could only move in the very limited reaction time to avoid the vital parts. With a bang, the arrow struck Sun Lei's left shoulder. His shoulder's clothing burst open, revealing the thick protective gear underneath. Sun Lei looked down at his left shoulder, his eyes filled with shock. Even the Wind Thunderstep has been perfected. What kind of monster are you? Lin Bei's arrow actually hit Sun Lei, and there's a difference of 6 major realms between them. Zhou sighed. Although the Dragon Bone Bow and God Speed Arrow can enhance the speed of the arrow, that last arrow from Lin Bei clearly defied logic. This kid's methods are too strange. Ning Shui also expressed her amazement. 5 martial skills perfected. This can no longer be explained by being a martial arts prodigy. This is a martial arts monster. Qian Kai, who had remained silent, expressed his astonishment for the first time. The murmurs of the instructors were not loud, but they still clearly reached everyone's ears. It was like a heavy stone sinking to the bottom of a lake, then bursting with a loud bang, creating a huge ripple. 18 years old, 5 martial skills perfected. A 2nd-tier martial artist shooting an arrow at an 8th-tier martial artist. Every word in this was familiar to them. Yet, when combined into one sentence, it appeared so very strange. And such niche matters actually happened to the same person. Compared to Lin Bei, the prestigious halos around Xiaolinger, Lin Bufan, and Louis seemed much less dazzling. After all, they had enjoyed the best resources, the best education, and the top talents since childhood, yet none had perfected all their martial skills. Instructor Sun, since you've passed the martial skill test, shall we now try the weapon test? Lin Bei asked. Sun Lei's shock from earlier hadn't yet dissipated, and he was astonished again by Lin Bei's words. Your spear skill and archery have also been perfected? Lin Bei nodded. All right. Then let's first test your archery. Sun Lei gestured to Zhou. The latter immediately understood and ran to set up an arrow target a kilometer away. Following the gaze of the crowd, the target in the distance appeared only as a small black dot. It is difficult to see exactly what it is. If you don't look closely, you might not even notice that there is something there. I'll give you 10 chances. As long as you hit the bullseye once from 1,000 meters away, you pass this test of archery, said Sun Lei. All right. Lin Bei bent his bow and knocked an arrow, casually aiming before releasing it. Then came the second arrow, the third arrow. Everyone only heard the sound of arrows cutting through the air, with flickers of white light flashing before their eyes. Soon, all 10 arrows were shot, and everyone turned to look at the target. Having mastered 5 types of martial arts, could it be possible that he also perfected his archery? It can't be, right? Everyone shared the same doubt, waiting for Jomi to bring back the target to reveal the answer. Chapter 88, Defeating Sun Lei. The Gravity Chamber. Moments later, Jomi returned holding the target and 10 arrows. He set the target down in the open and pointed to the only arrow hole in the center. All 10 times hit the bullseye in the same spot. You've passed the archery test. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present gasped in disbelief. The target was 1,000 meters away, and to the naked eye, it was just a tiny black. Without focus, one might even overlook that small dot. Hitting the target is already impressive. All 10 arrows hit the bullseye in the same place. Is this still a normal human? To know that a well-trained sniper wouldn't dare to ensure 10 shots hit the same spot with an 8-times scope. Aside from accuracy, Lin Bei's arrow speed was also terrifying. Even 8th-tier warriors couldn't completely dodge them. For these 3rd-tier warriors, it was no different from being live targets. Among the many talented individuals, the only one who could dodge was the SSS-ranked lightning-fast Lin Yao. But alas, he had already been killed by Lin Bei. Xian Kai, Ning Shui, and Sun Lei looked at each other, seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. They were all archery masters, yet they couldn't guarantee hitting the bullseye 10 times from 1,000 meters. Instructor Sun, there's only one last test left. Lin Bei put away the dragon bone bow and arrows, pulling out the god-slaying thunder gun. Sun Lei also retrieved a long gun and said seriously, we will spar using pure gun techniques without martial arts. As long as you can last half an hour under my hand, you pass. Lin Bei twirled the god-slaying thunder gun and smirked, you won't need half an hour, 3 minutes will suffice. What do you mean? Sun Lei raised an eyebrow, not understanding. In 3 minutes, I will defeat you. Lin Bei stated confidently. Arrogant. Sun Lei stepped forward, launching the first strike. The tip of the gun aimed straight, first attacking the lower body. When Lin Bei dodged, he aimed to launch a more ferocious counterattack. The offensive was a series of connections. He wanted to see who would be the first to fall in 3 minutes. However, the following scene left Sun Lei staring in disbelief with wide eyes. Lin Bei swiftly raised his gun, stabbing up towards Sun Lei's neck, forcing him to retreat and dodge. Then he moved in closer, continuously striking and interrupting Sun Lei's rhythm. Outsiders watch for excitement. Insiders look for the details. Striking first while responding later, using slowness to beat speed. Just this alone was enough to prove that Lin Bei's gun skills were not inferior to Sun Lei's. But Sun Lei had practiced gun techniques for over 20 years. How long had Lin Bei practiced? 1 month? Or was it 2 months? Even if he had started practicing in the womb, he would barely be over 18 now. Jomi and the others were left scratching their heads, deeply puzzled, ultimately finding themselves at a loss for words, except to label him as a prodigy. Good kid. Sun Lei was forced to retreat step by step, without a chance to counterattack. In front of Lin Bei, he felt like a naive rookie who had just started practicing with a gun. Every attack he made was easily neutralized by Lin Bei, who then seized the openings to counterattack. The continuous suppression and high tension instantly made Sun Lei's heart race, sweat pouring from his forehead and back. He could no longer hope to defeat Lin Bei within 3 minutes, he just wanted to endure for 3 minutes under Lin Bei's hand. It was already quite impressive. But in the next second, the sharp god-slaying thunder spear's tip pressed against Sun Lei's throat, and Lin Bei smiled and said, Instructor Sun, you lost. I lost. Sun Lei admitted his defeat with full acceptance. Oh my god. Instructor Sun actually lost to Lin Bei. To be precise, Lin Bei defeated Instructor Sun in 3 minutes. Mastery in gun skills. Mastery in archery. Mastery in 5 types of martial arts. I would call him the strongest genius of the Dragon Kingdom. Who just said they wanted to eat Lin Bei's shit? Come out and take a few steps. The onlookers were amazed, and their gazes towards Lin Bei completely changed. No one would look down on Lin Bei because he came from the northern border. On the contrary, they were now filled with awe for Lin Bei. Those who previously flattered the Lin family now dared not mock Lin Bei anymore. Because Lin Bei had killed both Chen Shuang and Lin Yao, and with such powerful strength, training to find a chance to kill them would be as easy as squashing ants. Not to mention, with the skill to hit the target from 1,000 meters away, who could dodge it? Lin, it seems Lin Bei's strength is not weaker than both of us. Louis said gleefully. Mastery in weapon skills means nothing. A mere second-tier 8th level can't shake the heavens. Lin Bufan scoffed. With his third-tier 3rd-level strength, plus SSS-level talent disassembly and the divine eye physique, killing Lin Bei would not be too difficult. Moreover, among the remaining 137 geniuses, many had close ties with the Lin family. When the time comes, with their help, Lin Bei would be doomed. At this moment, Sun Lei sheathed his spear and put a hand on Lin Bei's shoulder. Since you don't need to participate in the first round of comprehensive training, you can stay in the gravity chamber these days. Okay. Lin Bei was secretly delighted. The gravity chamber was also manufactured by Sai Ensi, and it was extremely expensive. A standard gravity chamber costs over 100 million, and maintenance every month needs several million. Only those powerful martial arts families can afford it, making it a symbol of status and identity. For places like this training ground that selects talents for the country, it must be a top-tier gravity chamber worth over $1 billion. Cultivating in such a place has only one benefit, which is tempering the physical body. A powerful physical body can have higher strength, defense, speed, recovery, agility, and more. For non-physical martial artists, the importance of physical fitness may not be apparent in everyday battles. But when it comes to life and death situations, the effect of physical fitness can be infinitely magnified. In a battle of equal realms, the stronger one's physique, the longer they can last, the more times they can unleash martial arts, and the greater their chance of survival. Comprehensive training lasts for 7 days. Lin Bei will stay in the gravity chamber for 7 days. So great. According to past rules, only those who perform excellently in training can enter the gravity chamber. This seems like breaking the rules? With his mastery in both weapons and martial arts, isn't that excellent? You're just jealous. While everyone discussed, Chief Instructor Ho Jing was also watching everything happening on the playground from his office. Lin Bei's various strengths exceeded his expectations. The only shortcoming was his low level. He was the only second-tier warrior among these 137 geniuses. If he could reach the third-tier fourth level like Xiao Linger, it would be a sure thing for him to secure a spot in the top 10 of the World Genius Battle. Unfortunately, with only over 20 days left until the World Genius Battle, in such a short time, he could only break through 1 or 2 levels at most. And as he breaks through, the other geniuses would also not be stagnant and their levels would rise. Ultimately, it's still because Lin Bei is too young, only 18 years old. Clearly capable of winning the championship, yet he has to reveal his strength too early. Sigh. Ho Jing sighed again. At this moment, Lin Bei, under the envious gazes of many geniuses, followed Sun Lei into the gravity chamber. This is a huge black stone chamber, all 6 sides are made of unknown minerals, and each wall is inlaid with golden threads. The first feeling is mysterious and heavy, like a sleeping ancient giant beast. Just standing at the door and looking in gives a sense of heart and soul stirring. The initial gravity of the gravity chamber is double that outside, you should go in and get used to it, Sun Lei reminded. Okay, Lin Bei nodded and lifted his leg to walk in. As soon as his toes crossed the threshold, a force of gravity came crashing down. The sudden force nearly threw Lin Bei off balance, but he quickly steadied himself and walked in. Sun Lei handed the controller to Lin Bei, urging, "This is the controller for the gravity chamber, the maximum can be adjusted to 100 times gravity, but on the path of cultivation, haste does not bring success. Since you are just beginning to experience the gravity chamber, it's best to take it slow." "Okay, thank you, Instructor Sun," Lin Bei accepted the controller. "Then you practice by yourself, and be sure to act within your limits," Sun Lei repeatedly reminded him before turning to leave. Lin Bei pressed the plus button on the controller without letting go, and the numbers on the screen jumped as the gravity instantly surged from 2 times to 20 times. Under the immense pressure, Lin Bei gradually began to sweat, and his breathing rate increased. His body felt like it was filled with lead, and his movements became increasingly sluggish. But this was still far from Lin Bei's limit. He continued to increase the gravity, soaring from 20 times to 50 times. At the moment the gravity converted successfully, it felt as if a huge rock had fallen from the sky. Caught off guard, Lin Bei stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. After taking a deep breath to steady himself, all of Lin Bei's blood vessels and meridians expanded, blood flow increased, and he was drenched in sweat and heat. With 50 times gravity, every step became exceptionally difficult, even breathing consumed immense energy. Tired. Unprecedentedly tired. Lin Bei gritted his teeth and endured, knowing that the longer he persisted, the more obvious the results would be. Ding! The host is training under 50 times gravity in the gravity chamber, gaining a 10,000-fold critical reward, physical strength plus 1,000. After the surge in physical strength of 1,000, it reached an astonishing 4,000 points. This had already touched the threshold of a 4th-level warrior. Previously feeling so exhausted that he could hardly breathe, he now felt much better. Lin Bei took out the controller again and raised the gravity by another 10 times. 60 times gravity instantly pressed down, the terrifying pressure nearly crushing Lin Bei's blood vessels. At this moment, a powerful force erupted from within him, and the pressure on his body suddenly eased a little. Lin Bei was surprised to find that his realm had risen from second level 8-fold to second level 9-fold. The gravity chamber is indeed as good as its reputation. Lin Bei silently exclaimed and continued to grit his teeth and persist. In the following days, Lin Bei spent all his time in the gravity chamber except for eating and sleeping. The reward for hard work was triggered several times, but the effectiveness decreased the longer he went on. The first time it was triggered, his physical strength surged by 1,000. The last time it was triggered, his physical strength only increased by 300. However, that being said, taking the same medicine too many times can lead to resistance in the body until it ultimately becomes ineffective. Training in the gravity chamber was similar, so Lin Bei could only continually increase the gravity multiplier. On the 7th day, he finally adjusted the multiplier to the maximum of 100 times. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 3rd level 1-fold. Rank, Centurion. Talent, SSS level reward for hard work, SSS level ancestor of 10,000 soldiers, SSS level elemental tyrant. Altered body, Undying Divine Phoenix. Weapons, low-grade 5th tier God-slaying Thunder Spear, low-grade 5th tier Dragon Bone Bow, low-grade 5th tier Insect Armor. Martial skills, Foundation Body Tempering Fist of Dragon Kingdom, perfect, top-grade 3rd tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique, perfect, top-grade 4th tier 9-fold Thunder Spear Technique, perfect, top-grade 4th tier Godspeed Arrow, perfect, intermediate 5th tier Wind Thunder Step, perfect, upper-grade 6th tier 10,000 Swords Returning to Origin, perfect. Ability, Danger Perception, proficient. Immunity, all attributes. Physical strength, 55-26. Looking at the updated personal panel in front of him, Lin Bei was overwhelmed with excitement. After 7 days of training in the gravity chamber, his realm had risen from 2nd level 8-fold to 3rd level 1-fold. Without taking any elixirs, and without using the remaining 6-stage insect mother's core. Relying solely on 0.1% effort and 99.9% external aid. The effects of cultivating martial arts under high-pressure conditions are even stronger than usual. In just 7 days, I completed the 6th grade advanced martial art Myriad Swords Return to Origin to perfection. Now, it is truly the ultimate mastery of martial arts and weapons. However, the biggest improvement in these 7 days was in my physical constitution. It surged by over 2,000 points, reaching an astonishing 5,526. In a simple phrase, Lin Bei's physical strength is now comparable to a 5th-stage powerhouse. He can now fully unleash the power of the God-slaying Thunder Spear and easily pull the enhanced Dragon Bone Bow with his hands. At full power, a single spear and arrow can instantly kill any genius in the training ground. Even if the other 136 people join forces to attack Lin Bei, he is now not afraid at all. Lin Bei left the gravity chamber and headed to the playground to gather. Instructor Sun Lei was announcing the training results, and those who did not qualify would be kicked out. Some were nervously on edge, while others appeared relaxed. At the same time, the chief instructor Ho Jing appeared in the gravity chamber, checking the equipment, but also wanting to see Lin Bei's training results from the past 7 days. When he brought up the gravity records from the gravity chamber, his aged eyes were filled with shock. A long record stretched from top to bottom, with the left side showing the record date and the right side showing the gravity multiples. 2 times, 20 times, 50 times, 60 times. Just on the first day, he had adapted to 60 times gravity. Ho Jing held his breath and continued reading, his heart racing more and more. When he saw the last record showing 100 times gravity, his hands operating the device began to tremble slightly. 100 times gravity is indeed nothing for top powerhouses like Ho Jing and Sun Lei. But Lin Bei is only at the 2nd stage. Under 100 times gravity, his blood vessels and veins could be crushed, and his bones and organs would also shatter. If the record showed 100 times gravity all the way, then it must have malfunctioned. But now, the record starts from 2 times gravity and ultimately reaches 100 times gravity. Adapting to 100 times gravity in 7 days. What kind of monster is this kid? Ho Jing couldn't help but recall the day Lin Bei was slashed by Lin Yao but healed on its own. Combining these two events, it seems that besides having the elemental overlord and training enhancement talent, Lin Bei must also possess a physical variant. Dual talents and a variant body, such a pairing is extremely rare. Moreover, with Lin Bei, such a monster in Dragon Country, losing one Lin Yao doesn't seem like a major loss at all. Just himself is worth more than half of the geniuses in the training ground. If the Lin family were to come after Lin Bei because of Lin Yao's death, then no matter what, Ho Jing would stand in the way. It has nothing to do with sides or right and wrong, it's simply because keeping Lin Bei alive is more important for Dragon Country. Chapter 90, Shadow Tower. Shadow Warriors. Seeking golden tickets. At this moment, after announcing the comprehensive training results, Sun Lei announced that a total of 16 geniuses had been eliminated. The remaining 121 were then taken to a 9-story tall tower. This tower is called the Shadow Tower and was also built by Sains. Standing about 30 meters tall, its main body is made of Sains metal, which has exceptional defensive and automatic repair capabilities. Each level inside the tower is an independent virtual world. Whenever a warrior enters, the Shadow Tower will replicate a Shadow Warrior identical to the warrior. The talents, weapons, martial arts, realms, and combat habits of the warrior are all 100% replicable by the Shadow Warrior. The Shadow Tower has a total of 9 levels. The Shadow Warrior on the first floor matches the martial artist's strength. As one ascends each level, the Shadow Warrior's overall strength increases by 10%, up to a maximum of 80%. Sun Lei pointed directly at the towering tower behind him and stated plainly, "This is the Shadow Tower. You must pass the first 3 levels within 7 days." Qualified. Lin Bei took the chance to ask, "Instructor Sun, is there a reward for clearing the 9th level of the Shadow Tower?" Clearing the 9th level of the Shadow Tower? Are you really that bold? The champion of the World Genius Battle 30 years ago only reached the 8th level. Are you better than the champion? Lin Bei, your strength is indeed strong, but to clear the Shadow Tower, that's simply impossible. To reach the 6th or 7th level already makes you a dragon among men, reaching the 8th level means you are a seed for the World Genius Battle champion. Everyone chimed in, mocking Lin Bei's ignorance. After all, in the barren and cold land of the northern frontier, how many high-tech things can there be? It was understandable they had never heard of the Shadow Tower's power. Sun Lei was also taken aback by these words. He had never thought anyone among these talented individuals could clear the Shadow Tower, and then he replied, "It is said that after clearing the 9th level of the Shadow Tower, you will receive a hidden egg from Sain's. As for what's inside the egg, no one knows." Sain's egg? Sounds interesting. Lin Bei strode into the Shadow Tower, disappearing from everyone's sight. Then, the others entered the Shadow Tower one after another. "How far do you think Lin Bei can get?" Sun Lei asked the other 3 instructors. 6th level. The 3 instructors exchanged glances and gave the same answer in agreement. Lin Bei's weapons and martial arts were at perfection, which would give him a huge advantage against other enemies. But inside the Shadow Tower, that advantage would vanish. Because the Shadow Warriors could copy all of Lin Bei's power 1-to-1, including his perfected weapons and martial arts. I think at least the 7th level, with a 50% chance of reaching the 8th level. Chief Instructor Ho Jing came over from afar, confidently stating this. When these words came out, all 4 instructors were shocked. What other abilities did Lin Bei have that could make the Chief Instructor so confident in him? A 50% chance of reaching the 8th level. This could rival the champion of the World Genius Battle 30 years ago. No. That champion was already 20 years old at the time, while Lin Bei is only 18. Strictly speaking, Lin Bei is stronger than that champion. At the same time, Lin Bei entered the virtual world of the first level of the Shadow Tower. In front of him stood a Shadow Warrior. Lin Bei took out the God-slaying Thunder Gun, and the Shadow Warrior also conjured a God-slaying Thunder Gun in his hand. As Lin Bei moved to the left, the Shadow Warrior moved to the left as well. Can you copy everything? Then try this move. Wind Spirit Spear Art. A glimmer of cold light appeared first. Then the spear shot out like a dragon. Countless spear shadows struck at the Shadow Warrior. Almost at the same time, the Shadow Warrior executed the perfected Wind Spirit Spear Art with the same posture. With the enhancement of the God-slaying Thunder Gun, the power of this martial art was no less than Lin Bei's. 9th layer Thunder Spear Art. 9th layer. After the attacks cancelled each other, Lin Bei pressed forward. Ziz. Thunder light burst forth, like a thunder dragon pouncing at the Shadow Warrior. The Shadow Warrior also executed the perfected 9th layer Thunder Spear Art in the same posture. The 2 God-slaying Thunder Guns collided, and terrifying thunder power swept in all directions, raising circles of blue lightning ripples. Burn! Lin Bei used his Elemental Overlord talent, unleashing a sea of fire around the Shadow Warrior. However, in the next second, the Shadow Warrior copied the Elemental Overlord talent and transformed all the fire elements around him into water elements. Then, with the same method, he unleashed a sea of fire around Lin Bei. Seeing this scene, Lin Bei was shocked. Weapons, martial arts, talents, all were copied 1-to-1, it seemed even the sense of danger was copied over. In this situation, even if he used the 10,000 swords return to origin, the Shadow Warrior could surely block it with the same martial arts. If he wanted to break this deadlock, he must find the Shadow Warrior's weakness. Or rather, he must discover his own weaknesses through combat. Lin Bei suddenly realized, finally understanding the true meaning of practical training in the Shadow Tower. Practicing with the instructors. The top talents practice with each other, increasing their combat experience. Yet, practicing alone allows one to truly see the weaknesses overlooked by oneself. When these weaknesses are found and resolved, strength will surely rise to a new level. Understanding this, Lin Bei stopped being anxious to pass the levels and instead began to enjoy the battles with the Shadow Warriors. Time flew by, and soon a day was over. 121 top talents came out from the Shadow Tower, and each person's training data was displayed in real time on the tablet held by the instructor. Xiaolinger, Lin Bufan, Louis, and other top talents had climbed 3 floors in just one day. Most of the others had passed the first stage. Only a few dozen people were stuck at the first stage. Among these few people, Lin Bei just happened to be one of them. Sun Lei looked at the information displayed on the tablet and then at the chief instructor, Ho Jing, wanting to say something but swallowing it back down. Ho Jing also couldn't figure it out. The first floor isn't hard. As long as you find the weakness and defeat it, it should be fine. Lin Bei's observation skills can't be that poor, can they? Lin Bufan also saw the information on the tablet and seized the opportunity to mock Lin Bei, saying, someone just boldly claimed they would conquer the Shadow Tower, yet they haven't even passed the first floor in a day. Don't you feel embarrassed? This remark stirred up a wave of gossip. Everyone knew the someone Lin Bufan spoke of was Lin Bei. No way? With Lin Bei's strength, he couldn't even get past the first floor? How could his observation be so poor when he has perfected his weapons and martial arts? Even taking this long for the first floor, I doubt he can get through the next 3 floors in 7 days. The crowd filled with doubt and questioning glances. Having witnessed Lin Bei's strength earlier, people instinctively thought he belonged to the top tier of talents, capable of comparing with Xiaolinger and others. Not to mention passing 3 floors in a day, he should at least clear 2 floors. Yet now, he couldn't even clear the simplest first floor. The huge gap in strength suddenly made everyone question his abilities. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay chopping wood. Passing the first floor too early may not be a good thing. Lin Bei calmly dropped this line and then returned to his dormitory to rest. Chapter 91, Ho Jing's Night Visit. Quick passage through the Shadow Tower. No means no, why make excuses for yourself? Lin Bufan loudly mocked while watching Lin Bei's back. Lin Bei not passing the first floor is indeed surprising, said Louis. Yes, if you waste too much time on the early floors, the later, harder floors won't have enough time to tackle, Xiaolinger added. According to past Shadow Tower training records, those who cannot pass the first floor on the first day are likely to be eliminated. Even if they are lucky enough not to be eliminated, they can't reach the upper levels of the Shadow Tower. At most, they could go up to 4 floors. And the 4th floor is merely the standard for ordinary talents. Which of the talented ones cultivated by major martial families hasn't ascended to the 6th or 7th floor? In the following days, the others were all desperately pushing to climb levels. Only Lin Bei lingered on the first floor. As time passed, the mocking and doubting voices grew louder. Even Ho Jing, who initially believed Lin Bei could reach the 8th floor, began to doubt his earlier judgment. Little son, is there a fault with the equipment? With Lin Bei's strength, he couldn't possibly take 4 days just to get past the first floor, Ho Jing asked. Chief Instructor, we 4 have checked the equipment, there are no issues. Moreover, I asked Lin Bei personally last night, and he indeed remains on the first floor, Sun Lei replied. Ho Jing was confused. What exactly is this kid up to? I don't know, it could also be that his observation is too weak, and he really hasn't discovered his own weaknesses, Sun Lei said. Another 2 days passed, leaving only the last day until the Shadow Tower training ended. Xiaolinger boldly advanced to the 6th floor. Lin Bufan and Louis, along with a dozen top talents, ascended to the 5th level. The majority of others had made it through the first 3 levels. Only Lin Bei remained, stuck at the 1st level. Ho Jing could no longer suppress his confusion and stormed into Lin Bei's dormitory that night. Lin Bei was shocked to see Ho Jing. Chief Instructor, what brings you here? I want to know why you've been stuck at the 1st level for 6 days. Is it that you can't get through, or is there something else going on? Ho Jing asked directly. The Shadow Warriors at the 1st level match one's own strength and are ideal for uncovering personal weaknesses. With each level you ascend, the strength of the Shadow Warriors increases by 10%, which actually hinders the discovery of one's weaknesses under immense pressure, often resulting in forced breakthroughs fueled by latent potential. If one uses brute force to pass the levels, then what is the point of the Shadow Tower's practical training? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just arrange for some strong opponents? Lin Bei's rebuttal left Ho Jing stunned in place. The greatest significance of the Shadow Tower's practical training was indeed for the talented individuals to discover their weaknesses through the Shadow Warriors, thus enhancing their strength. However, climbing higher levels meant greater personal strength and symbolized immense honor. Throughout the years, every talented individual took pride in their progress, and even the instructors acknowledged that those who reached higher levels had more potential. For decades, Lin Bei was the only one who truly took the time to utilize the Shadow Tower properly. Moreover, Ho Jing sensed absolute confidence in Lin Bei's tone, so he asked, "Are you confident you can clear 3 levels tomorrow?" 3 levels? My goal is to clear the Shadow Tower, Lin Bei said firmly, with a confident smile on his lips. After 6 days of continuous combat, Lin Bei had completely figured out all his weaknesses. Without using his talent, he could still pass the first 6 levels. If he used his talent, passing through the Shadow Tower would be a piece of cake. Because the Shadow Warriors could only replicate active-type talents, such as Elemental Tyrant, and could not copy the talents of Hard Work and the Ancestor of all Weapons. Hard Work plays a minor role in battle, but the Ancestor of all Weapons boasts advancement talents. Using the God-slaying Thunder Gun grants armor-breaking effects. Using the Dragon Bone Bow increases arrow speed by 200% and improves hit rate by 100%. Using flying swords increases power by 1% for each additional sword. These three effects cannot be replicated by the Shadow Warriors. Lin Bei also inadvertently discovered this flaw while using the Dragon Bone Bow. Alright. Then I will wait for your good news tomorrow. Ho Jing left satisfied after receiving the affirmative answer. Killing Chen Shuang, killing Lin Yao, skipping comprehensive training, and adapting to 100 times gravity in the gravity room. Lin Bei's strength had already exceeded expectations. Now, he didn't oppose Lin Bei participating in the World Talent Battle as much as he did at first. Instead, he thought Lin Bei should experience it once. Gaining experience now would provide a greater chance of winning the championship next year. As for prematurely revealing his abilities and being targeted by intelligence organizations from various countries, this was indeed troublesome. But with the strength of the military and the Hall of War Gods, if they were determined to protect Lin Bei, no country would find an opportunity. The next morning, as the whistle blew, 121 talented individuals appeared on the playground in perfect unison. The gazes directed at Lin Bei no longer held the awe they once had when he killed Lin Yao. Instead, they were filled with disdain. Lin Bei wasted 6 days at the first level, and even if he got lucky today and passed the first level, what about the second and third levels? At this rate, it would take at least another month. Yet the qualification standard for the Shadow Tower's practical training is to pass the first 3 levels within 7 days. Today, Lin Bei was destined to be eliminated. I was planning to spar with you during the practical training on Beast Island, but now it seems you won't have the chance to participate in the third round of training, Lin Bufan said with a smirk, revealing a gloating smile. Lin Bei remained calm and asked in return, how many levels did you pass? Having already passed the 6th level, I'm now challenging the 7th level. Lin Bufan stood tall, his head held high with pride. Just the 6th level? That's nothing. Lin Bei shrugged, unconvinced. Only the 6th level? Among the 121 geniuses in the training camp, only 9 have passed the first 6 levels. Each of them is a renowned top genius of Dragon Country. Someone like you, who has stayed on the first level for 6 days, can only boast here. Lin Bufan scoffed. Lin Bei smiled and provocatively said, are you brave enough to bet with me? What would I be afraid of? What do we bet on? Lin Bufan replied. I bet whether I can pass all 9 levels of the Shadow Tower today. If I win, you have to kneel before everyone in the camp and bow to me 3 times. If I lose, it'll be the other way around. Lin Bei said. Ha! I'll take that bet. Lin Bufan was overflowing with confidence. Since moving to the training camp, the highest record had only been passing 8 levels in 7 days. And that person had won the World Genius Battle Championship. Someone like Lin Bei, who has stayed on the first level for 6 days, dares to think about finishing all 9 levels of the Shadow Tower in one day? This is reality, not a dream. Even in a dream, not everything can go as one wishes. Sun Lei and the others all looked at Ho Jing, wanting to see his reaction. Yet, Ho Jing wore a calm expression, not the kind that watches from afar, but one of absolute confidence in Lin Bei's strength. What happened last night? Just days ago, Ho Jing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and now, after just one night, his attitude had turned completely around? Passing the Shadow Tower in one day is impossible. Xiao Linger, who had passed the 7th level, knew the difficulty of the Shadow Tower better than anyone. Yes, Lin Bei is unmatched in martial skills and weaponry, but he is too poor in other aspects. His future is destined to go nowhere. Once he is kicked out of the training camp, he and we will be in 2 separate worlds from now on. Louis had previously thought Lin Bei had great potential, planning to use the Lu family name to draw him in as an ally. Even if he couldn't make Lin Bei join the Lu family's camp, being friends would still be beneficial. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Chapter 92, Everyone Stunned. Signs Ticket. Under the contemptuous scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Bei boldly entered the Shadow Tower. Facing the Shadow Warrior again, he struck it down with one shot. His movements were crisp and decisive, without any hesitation. Upon reaching the 2nd level, the Shadow Warrior's strength increased by 10%, yet he was still killed with one shot. Then came the 3rd level, 4th level. Outside the Shadow Tower, Sun Lei watched the information displayed on the tablet, his eyes wide open like saucers. This guy, how is he able to ascend levels so quickly? He's already at the 4th level. No. He's at the 5th level now. These words exploded like a super bomb among the crowd. Those who were preparing to enter the Shadow Tower stopped in their tracks, gathering around Sun Lei, watching the information on the tablet, their hearts filled with shock. From Lin Bei's entrance to the Shadow Tower until now had barely been a minute. Even for someone walking slowly, it would take over a minute to go from the 1st level to the 5th level. This meant every Shadow Warrior on each level had been killed by Lin Bei in one hit, wasting no time at all. This was just unbelievable. Those shadow warriors could perfectly replicate talents, martial skills, weapons, and battle habits. Even shadow warriors of the same strength were already incredibly difficult to deal with. Once their strength increased by several dozen %, battles would become even more challenging. It was like having a massive mountain pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Lin Bei is very smart. He has been training against the shadow warrior at the first level, continuously uncovering his weaknesses, and then charging through all at once, which makes it much easier than if we tried to challenge it early. Xiao Linger's cute exterior concealed a wise heart. While others were astonished by Lin Bei's speed, only she had guessed why Lin Bei was ascending levels so rapidly. But, defeating shadow warriors through exploiting weaknesses. Only in the front layers will it be effective. To pass beyond 5 layers of the tower, one must unleash a power that exceeds their own potential. She could only get through 7 layers, the 8th layer's shadow warrior is far too strong in all aspects. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't last half an hour in front of it. 2 minutes, the 6th layer. Louis silently calculated the time in his heart. The shadow warrior in the 6th layer increases in strength by 50%. It took him and Lin Bufan 2.5 days to get through this layer. Even if Lin Bei dug out all his weaknesses, he couldn't easily pass through this layer. As expected, it stopped. Looking at the information on Sun Lei's tablet not updating, Lin Bufan sneered contemptuously. 7th layer. It took less than a minute. Louis was shocked, his heart pounding, unable to calm down for a long time. Damn! Lin Bufan clenched his fists, his face twisted in rage. Chen Shuang was killed, and the Lin family had already lost face. Lin Yao was killed, and the Lin family's authority was shattered. Now the Shadow Tower's practical training was being crushed by Lin Bei, all the pent-up frustration erupted at this moment. Chief Instructor, 3 minutes for the 7th layer. Rare throughout history. Sun Lei excitedly looked at Ho Jing. Ho Jing smiled slightly, his goal is the 9th layer, let's wait and see. 8th layer. 8th layer. Just one more layer to clear the Shadow Tower. Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, all held their breath in tense anticipation. Previous training camp elites have only passed the 8th layer at most within 7 days. Could it be that today will witness history? 3 minutes later, the Shadow Tower flashed with light, and Lin Bei walked out with a smile. The total time was 9 minutes and 27 seconds, a speed run through the Shadow Tower. When defeating the 9th layer's Shadow Warrior, he also received a hidden reward, a ticket to enter the Cane City. This ticket's value is not less than a 9th level martial arts technique. Canes possesses the world's most advanced technology, and all countries want to send people to Cane City to learn advanced technology. However, Cane City is isolated overseas, never open to outsiders. To enter the city, one must first fly over vast seas. In the ocean, marine behemoths are the absolute rulers, and even 9th level warriors cannot guarantee safe passage. If fortunate enough to reach Cane City, one would still be blocked by the energy barrier outside the city. This energy barrier can withstand attacks from 9th level marine behemoths, and without Cane's permission, no one can break in. Therefore, throughout history, there has only been one way to enter Canes, to receive an invitation from Canes. A ticket can also be considered a form of invitation. In fact, Canes has been studying the combination of martial artists and technology in recent years. This kind of experiment requires a large number of outstanding martial artists and substantial resources. Countries have resources and talents, offering various generous conditions, desperately wanting to send people into Canes. However, Canes never considers these people recommended by the countries. They have a unique algorithm to select the most suitable martial artists and then extend invitations. Among these invited martial artists, some choose to stay in Canes. Those who choose to leave can also gain tremendous benefits from Canes. To give a simple example, the Qilin mechanical arm auctioned at the Jiangchang Martial Arts Association's auction gala is valued at about 5 million in the market. Yet in Cane City, it only costs 50,000. This is just an ordinary item. If one were to purchase some high-end weapons, the profit is unimaginable. Besides profit, more importantly, is technology. Countries are eager to send people to Canes, essentially looking to steal advanced technology. Those invited into Canes have the opportunity to learn advanced technology. If one is lucky enough to master a few advanced techniques, the national strength may see a leap. About 20 years ago, Sakura country was still a small island nation surrounded by the sea, always on the brink of being destroyed by ocean behemoths. Just because a cherry blossom genius was invited by Sains and learned a few advanced technologies from Sains, the national power of Sakura country skyrocketed several levels. With the support of high-tech weapons, all the ocean giants near the coast were swept away, completely resolving the crisis of national downfall. Not only that, but Sakura country also gained considerable influence internationally with these advanced technologies. Some countries wanting to purchase these high-tech weapons to defend their borders had to look at Sakura country's face. Unfortunately, Dragon country and Sakura country are mortal enemies. No matter how high the price, they are unwilling to sell. Even Sakura Country deliberately drove a large number of ocean giants to the near waters of Dragon Country, increasing the pressure on Dragon Country's maritime defense. At this moment, Sun Lei looked at Lin Bei in front of him, then at the tablet in his hand, and said in a daze, 9 layers. All cleared. In my lifetime, to meet a genius like Lin Bei, it's really not in vain. Ho Jing said with a face full of satisfaction. He then focused his gaze on Lin Bufan in the crowd, and his expression gradually darkened. With Lin Bei's personality, he would definitely not soften and return to the Lin family. If so, the Lin family would definitely not let him go. The Lin family is one of the 3 top martial arts families in Dragon Country, with strong power and connections everywhere, but the foundation of the War God Hall is not weak either. It's a pity that Lin Bei's strength is too weak to catch the eyes of the national leader of Dragon Country. Otherwise, no matter what, Ho Jing would have recommended Lin Bei to the War God Hall. The Shadow Tower has been around for decades, right? This is the first time someone has cleared the 9 layers. We have witnessed history. What's most amazing about Lin Bei is that it took him less than 10 minutes to clear the 9 layers of the Shadow Tower. Yeah, let alone our Dragon Country, looking at the whole world, no country's genius can clear the Shadow Tower in 10 minutes. Exclamations filled the scene one after another, and everyone looked at Lin Bei with renewed awe, even with a hint of admiration. Chapter 93, Lin Bufan kneels. Will he come back? Now, those still standing here are all top talents from Dragon Country. Just picking one out would rank them with great fame locally. Yet even these top talents feel like worthless trash at this moment. They spent 6 days just clearing layers 3, 4, and 5. While Lin Bei cleared 9 layers in 10 minutes. The top geniuses like Xiaolinger, Lin Bufan, and Lu Yizhi appeared dim in front of Lin Bei. If there were levels among geniuses, Lin Bei would surely be in a league of his own. 30 years ago, someone cleared the 8 layers of the Shadow Tower and won the championship of the World Genius Battle. Now that Lin Bei cleared the 9 layers, doesn't he also have a chance to take home the championship? Brother Lin Bei, I remember you just made a bet with Lin Xiao, right? What was the wager? Louis scratched his head and pretended to think, then said, oh right, the loser has to kneel and knock their head 3 times. Creak, creak. Lin Bufan clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together as if ready to shatter. He always thought that no one among his peers was stronger than him. Xiaolinger, Louis, and the others were only deserving to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But now, Lin Bei, 2 years younger than him, crushed his self-proclaimed pride with overwhelming strength. Lin Xiao, everyone's watching, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? As a young master of the Lin family, to be untrustworthy, that would hurt the Lin family's reputation. Louis' sly appearance filled Lin Bufan with rage. Not kneeling would hurt the Lin family's reputation. Kneeling would still hurt the Lin family's reputation. Lin Bufan stood there, feeling all eyes on him, embarrassed and awkward, wishing time would rewind. It's just a few jokes, why take it seriously? Just give me some face and let it go. Instructor Jomi stepped in to mediate and ease the atmosphere. Instructor Zhou, I can give you face on other matters. But this one face, I can't give it. Lin Bei's expression was serious, and he spoke each word with a heavy tone. If you gamble, you must accept the loss. Even if Lin Xiangying comes today, he must kneel down and give me 3 loud bows. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. To dare disrespect the instructor is truly rare. Lin Xiangying is the current head of the Lin family, one of the strongest in Long Country. At the same time, he is also Lin Bei's biological father. Zhoumi's face looked bad, wanting to speak again, but was stopped by Ho Jing with a look. The 3 top martial arts families, Xiao, Lin, and Lu, rely on their deep foundations to constantly absorb talents from the country, grabbing a lot of resources. It is very difficult for those below to stand out, which is why so many people are eager to join these powerful families. If it were just to strengthen their family influence, it wouldn't be too outrageous. But these noble families have already started to meddle in Long Country's politics, with countless ties to the 12 elders of the Round Table. If it weren't for the foresight of the Lord of Long Country, who firmly held the military and the city guards in his hands and established the War God Temple, Long Country would have likely been hollowed out by these noble families long ago. Isn't it just kneeling and bowing 3 times? I, Lin Bufan, can afford to lose. Lin Bufan gritted his teeth, bending his knees to kneel on the ground, his hands supporting himself as he banged his forehead 3 times on the ground. With each bow, his face twisted a bit more. After completing 3 bows, his face was so contorted that it was unrecognizable. At this moment, he felt no suffocation, no anger, no embarrassment or shame, only an endless, deep-seated killing intent remained. Over the years, not many had offended him, but there were still a few. However, he had never wanted to kill someone with such determination as he did now. He not only wanted to kill Lin Bei but also everyone connected to Lin Bei. If you are not convinced, you can challenge me to a life and death duel. Lin Bei sensed his strong killing intent and stated directly. Humph. Lin Bufan snorted coldly, not responding and directly entering the Shadow Tower. Lin Bei could rush through the 9 levels of the Shadow Tower, his strength must be greater than it seemed, and he probably had many hidden cards. Although there was a chance to win in a one-on-one, there were also risks. Even if there was only a 1% risk, it wasn't worth betting his life on. After all, there was still the Beast Island practical combat ahead, where he could unite with other talents to arrange a strategy, with a 100% probability of killing Lin Bei. Is young Master Lin afraid? Dare not challenge to a life and death duel. Less than 10 minutes to rush through the Shadow Tower, how can he not be afraid? If I were young Master Lin, I wouldn't dare either. Even young Master Lin is afraid. The only one who seems able to suppress Lin Bei now in the training camp is probably the young lady of the Xiao family. Indeed, the key is that Lin Bei is only 18 years old. If he were 20, how strong would he be? Everyone was astonished, gradually entering the Shadow Tower. Moments later, only Lin Bei and 5 instructors remained outside. Ho Jing laughed heartily, satisfied as he patted Lin Bei's shoulder. Not bad. I underestimated you. I actually thought you would give up this year's World Genius battle. Chief Instructor, with my current strength, do I have a chance to win the championship? Lin Bei asked. Entering the top 10 is definitely not a problem, but winning the championship. Ho Jing pursed his lips and shook his head. Billions of people around the world, every year a few prodigies will emerge. Long Country has Lin Bei, other countries may also have Zhang Bei, Liu Bei. The champion of the previous World Genius battle possessed double SSS level talents and reached the 3rd stage 7th level by the age of 20. Lin Bei has dual talents and an extraordinary body, his talents are not inferior. But his realm is a hard injury, after all, he's still too young, lacking a full 2 years compared to others. However, as long as he can enter the top 10 this year, he'll have a great chance to win next year. Enough of this, follow me, I have something to ask you. Ho Jing waved, signaling Lin Bei to follow him. Okay. Lin Bei nodded, following Ho Jing into the office. Closing the doors and windows, Ho Jing took out a can of cola from his storage ring. He opened the can and poured it into a cup, adding a few ice cubes. I know you like cola, so I specially left the training ground to buy this for you. Drink up. Is something wrong? Lin Bei asked directly. Ho Jing's old face showed a sly smile. You cleared the 9th level of the Shadow Tower, you must have gotten the ticket to Cyanus, right? Lin Bei remained silent, neither admitting nor denying. Ho Jing leaned closer and asked, is it a ticket to Cyanus? Lin Bei still did not reply. Ho Jing saw through Lin Bei's worries and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, don't worry, from the moment you got the ticket, it was bound to you. No one else can use it to enter Cyanus. Lin Bei recalled the scene when he obtained the ticket. Indeed, some kind of binding occurred. He then admitted, Chief Instructor, I did get a ticket to Cyanus. I knew I was right. Cyanus has suddenly become generous in selling advanced equipment to various countries over these years, aiming to select the outstanding talents from all nations to enter Cyanus. Ho Jing shifted his tone, his smile fading, and asked seriously, when you go to Cyanus, you won't just disappear, will you? No way, Lin Bei answered firmly, the words came straight from his heart. No matter how great Cyanus is, it can't compare to the unparalleled military god system. Military ranks range from lowest to highest, squad leader, platoon leader, company commander, battalion commander, brigade commander, earl, duke, king, and military god. Currently at the rank of company commander, there are still 5 ranks to go, which means at least 5 more chances to draw. Isn't this much better than the scraps that Cyanus offers? Ha ha. Good. So when do you plan to go to Cyanus? Ho Jing asked again. I don't know yet, let's wait for the World Genius War to end first, Lin Bei said. Okay. Make sure you don't tell a third person about your ticket, Ho Jing warned seriously. Understood, Lin Bei nodded. All right. Then we will talk again later. Ho Jing waved his hand, tossing the remaining cola to Lin Bei. Thank you, Chief Instructor. Lin Bei accepted the cola and then left. Ho Jing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, hands behind his back, watching Lin Bei's departing figure with a hesitant expression lost in thought. Every ticket to Cyanus is priceless, money can't buy it. In a country, perhaps only one person gets the chance to enter Cyanus per year. And this opportunity could boost the nation's power tremendously. You can't hide fire with paper. Ho Jing could guess that Lin Bei had obtained the ticket from the Shadow Tower egg, and those top martial families would surely guess it too. If Lin Bei gets pulled by these martial families, what he brings back from Cyanus will only benefit them. If Lin Bei stands with the War God Hall, or rather, with the nation's leader, then what he brings back from Cyanus will benefit the entire Dragon Nation. Now, Ho Jing faced 2 paths. One was to use special means to control Lin Bei, firmly binding him to the War God Hall ship, preventing him from being pulled by other forces. 2 was to act as if nothing had happened and give Lin Bei the choice. Sigh, let it be, I'll leave it to fate. Ho Jing reluctantly waved his hand, ultimately choosing the second option. If it were another force, they would surely stop at nothing to achieve their goals. But, the War God Hall represents the leader of the Dragon Nation. Using such dirty means to achieve a goal would damage the leader's face and the country's image. At this time, Lin Bei returned to the dormitory, absorbing the remaining 6th-level insect mother core. After a long time, he opened his eyes, breaking through to the second layer of the 3rd level. The higher the level, the more energy is required for each breakthrough. When absorbing at the 8th level of the 2nd tier, he could reach the 3rd level. When absorbing at the 3rd level again, he could only break through one minor level. The next morning, the familiar whistle sounded again, and the talented individuals jogged in an orderly fashion to the playground. Yesterday there were still 121 people, but today there are only 106 left, the remaining 15 have been eliminated. Sun Lei stood on the high platform, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the crowd, and he said in a deep voice, "Today we begin the 3rd training, the Beast Island combat training. I will briefly introduce the training rules." Lin Bei listened very attentively, roughly understanding Sun Lei's meaning. The so-called Beast Island combat is to randomly transport the 106 talents to different places on Beast Island. Slaying giant beasts does not earn points, only defeating opponents earns points. The casualty rate for this training is very high, every year many talents lose their lives. In fact, the training site has protective measures, which is to issue each talent a Space Jade token. When faced with life-threatening danger that cannot be resisted, crushing the token will transport them back to the camp. But most talents are very confident in their own strength, and it is precisely this confidence that leads them to ultimately lose their lives. In addition, to ensure relative fairness, each talent is not allowed to wear armor when entering Beast Island. However, there are hidden treasure chests on the island, and opening a treasure chest can yield random armor, potions, and other items. At the same time, every hour, the barrier of Beast Island will automatically shrink, until it disappears completely. And those talents outside the barrier will be immediately eliminated. This also means that all talents must rush toward the center of the island, increasing the intensity of competition. The talent who ultimately wins will have their points doubled. Isn't this just the Battle of Global Talents survival elimination match? Exactly the same. Everyone can only get armor and potions from the treasure chests on Beast Island, it really is very fair. I thought surviving to the end would mean victory, I didn't expect scoring would determine the rankings. The crowd of talents was eager and ready for action. One-on-one is a duel that completely relies on strength. But the Beast Island combat also requires a little bit of luck. Perhaps ordinary talents may not be as strong as top talents, initially scoring less than the top talents. But as long as they can survive until the last one, their points will double upon victory, they still have a chance to overtake. Now line up to receive your Space Jade tokens. As soon as Sun Lei's words fell, the talents stepped forward one by one to receive theirs. When it was Lin Bei's turn, Sun Lei whispered a reminder, "Lin Bufan will definitely target you in this round of training. Just to be safe, as soon as you get enough points to advance, crush the token and get out, do you understand? I'm waiting for him." Lin Bei was not afraid at all. "Don't be careless. Lin Bufan will definitely use the Lin family's influence this time, gathering a large number of talents to encircle you. Especially a guy named, he has a space talent among his dual talents, even if you crush the token then, you won't be able to escape." Sun Lei's expression was serious. "Whoever comes dies." Lin Bei took the Space Jade token, turned, and returned to the line. What a stubborn mule. Sun Lei cursed inwardly, then joined the other 3 instructors to activate the teleportation array. Buzz. Brilliant golden light flickered, and the 106 talents on the playground instantly vanished. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at Beast Island. This is an inner island of 20 square kilometers, rich in vegetation, resembling a primitive forest. The number of giant beasts on the island is vast, but most are 1st or 2nd tier. 3rd tier giant beasts only exist in the most central locations, and their strength is not too outrageous. The purpose of setting up the giant beasts is only to add some uncertainty to this training, not to test the talent's ability to slay giant beasts. After confirming the direction, Lin Bufan immediately ran toward the center of Beast Island. On the way, he encountered a few blind giant beasts, which he shattered with a lift of his hand. After a long while, he reached the central position, where a dozen talents stood. "Young Master Lin." The dozen people spoke in unison. "Is everyone here?" Lin Bufan asked. "Yes, everyone is here." The one at the front replied.